She believed her own designs, drawn quickly, could outshine theirs easily. She retracted her initial impression that this shop was decent. Now she saw it as a greedy, dishonest merchant. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinyu, who was traveling day and night, kept sneezing repeatedly. The people beside him, Yi Yi and Yi Er, wanted to ask if their master was feeling unwell. By the time they left Wanbao Pavilion, it was almost dark. Xiao Nian lost her interest in shopping. No wonder Wagwixiang didn't want to come. This place was a money drain. Her small savings were stolen by bad people.
Boo-hoo.
She realized she must earn more money when she got back, or she'd spend all her silver on trivial things. Wagwixiang scolded, "You brat. If you dare spend all over 10,000 taels of silver, I'll beat you to death." At that moment, Yongla Alley and the Li residents. "Gur, you're awake. Are you feeling better? Tell Grandpa," said old Master Li, who had been worried sick these days. That unfilial grandson had lost himself, and now he had lost his sister too. Losing her was bad enough, but he even dared to let her take a knife for him. He didn't know his own status anymore. Luckily, they met kind people on the way. Otherwise, even if Gur's life was saved, she might have been left with hidden injuries. When Li Qingge opened her eyes, she heard her grandfather's caring words. Tears instantly filled her eyes. The person she wanted to see most when she had a fever was her grandpa. She almost thought she wouldn't see him again. "Grandpa, I'm fine now." "Don't worry," she choked out, her voice hoarse and trembling. Old Master Li's heart ached like being pricked by needles. He wished he could go and give Li Qing'an a good beating. Li Qing'an, kneeling in the courtyard, heard movement inside and took 2 steps forward, shouting loudly, "Grandpa, is my little sister awake?"
How is she?
Li Qing'an knew her brother would definitely get punished when he returned. She immediately pouted and said, "Grandpa, just let my brother get up. Those people came after us because of us siblings. If it weren't for my brother protecting me, I might not have come back, Grandpa." Old Lord Li snorted impatiently. He knew he couldn't blame his eldest grandson, but his beloved youngest granddaughter had almost lost her life. His heart felt like it was breaking. He was angry at himself for blaming others, but he was also upset because his granddaughter was so cute when she begged. His heart softened completely, but he didn't want her to see. He pretended to be angry and said, "Just this once, I'll let him go. If he dares to do it again, I will break his legs." Then he called out the door, asking Li Qing'an to summon the family doctor to check on Li Qingge. Li Qing'an immediately jumped up with a big smile and said, "Okay, I'll go right now." Hearing the footsteps running away, Li Qingge happily hugged old Lord Li's arm and said, "Grandpa is the best." "Thank you, Grandpa." Old Lord Li thought to himself that his granddaughter was so thoughtful. That brat didn't even say thank you. After asking about her health, he finally asked about Xiao Nian. "Gur, tell Grandpa about the girl who saved you. Do you remember what kind of medicine she gave you? Your brother said he's a bit worried. Tell Grandpa again." "Grandpa, Miss Qiao is such a kind girl. I couldn't help but want to get close to her. If I hadn't been so weak at the time, I would have asked more about her. Maybe we could even be friends." The medicine she gave was small and round, about half a finger size. "After I took it, my pain lessened a lot and my fever went down quickly. The wound didn't hurt much anymore. It was amazing." "Grandpa, is Miss Qiao at the house? I want to thank her properly." Hearing this, old Lord Li looked annoyed. "She didn't even enter the house, and your brother just let her go. But don't worry, I've already asked someone to find out about her." "What? Didn't your brother say he would thank Miss Qiao properly? Why didn't he invite her back?" "Exactly. If this gets out, people will think our marquee house is ungrateful," old Lord Li said, feeling that he was too lenient. He decided to make the brat kneel again tomorrow morning. Xiao Nian finished a bowl of meat sauce noodles to fill her stomach. When she returned to the inn, the servant had already brought all the jewelry boxes from Wanbao Pavilion to her room. She went upstairs, closed the door smoothly, and waved her hand to put the various sized boxes on the table into her space. She quickly entered herself. She found that practicing inside the space was several times faster than outside, especially after drinking the spiritual spring water, which greatly boosted her inner strength. With such a cheat device, how could she not use it? The next day, after tidying up in the space, Xiao Nian was about to leave when someone knocked on the door. She opened it to find the innkeeper and Li Qing'an, who had stopped her mule cart yesterday, standing outside. Without thinking, she asked, "Young Master Li, how do you know I live here? Is there something you need?" Li Qing'an replied, "Miss Xiao, we were in a hurry yesterday and didn't get a chance to thank you for saving my life. I came today to show my gratitude." He didn't mention how he knew she lived here. Xiao Nian was a bit confused at first but quickly understood that the medicine she gave had worked. She smiled lightly and said, "Young Master Li, you're being too kind. I only gave you a package of fever medicine. It's not a big deal, so there's no need to thank me." She thought to herself that she had many things to do today and really didn't have time to entertain this person. Li Qing'an said, "At that time, your help was a great kindness. Moreover, the medicine you gave saved my sister's life. How can I not repay such a life-saving favor?" The innkeeper wanted to say something about going inside, but standing at the door might attract attention, so he just awkwardly smiled while watching the two politely exchange words. Xiao Nian wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but seeing the seriousness and persistence on the other's face, she could only step aside and invite him in to talk. Li Qing'an nodded with a smile, then gestured towards the staircase. A dozen or so people dressed as servants carried large and small jewelry boxes and entered one after another. Xiao Nian was stunned and asked, "Young Master Li, these things aren't for me, are they?" Li Qing'an replied, "These are a thank-you gift for Miss Xiao. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to my house. I will do my best to help you." He confidently opened his fan and gently fanned himself. Xiao Nian's lips twitched involuntarily. Today, he looked very neat, clean-shaven, hair carefully combed, and wearing a high white jade crown. He looked refined and handsome, but his moon-white robe, embroidered mostly with gold and silver thread in floral patterns, gave off a slightly flashy vibe. Still, since the gifts had arrived, she wouldn't refuse. Whether it was the medicine she provided or the spiritual spring water, both were priceless. She smiled and said, "Thank you very much, young Master Li. I won't stand on ceremony. By the way, how is Miss Li's health now?" Miss Xiao need not be polite. "My younger sister is feeling much better, though she is still a bit weak. Otherwise, she would have come with me today. She wants to invite Miss Xiao to visit our house. Do you have free time?" Li Qing'an said. Xiao Nian replied, "I probably won't have time this time. I have something to do in the city and will return tomorrow. If I have free time next time, I will definitely visit your house." Li Qing'an looked a little disappointed. He liked her straightforward nature. She was not delicate or pretentious. Sadly, he said politely, "All right, it's settled. Next time Miss Xiao comes to the city, please let us know. Since you have things to do, I won't bother you. Goodbye. Take care, young Master Li. Please send my regards to Miss Li." "Certainly I will." Xiao Nian and Li Qing'an went downstairs together. Seeing how the shopkeeper treated Li Qing'an, she felt no worry about her belongings in the room. She went to the backyard, caught her mule cart, and followed her well-planned shopping list. Meanwhile, Hua Guixiang saw off her two grandsons, then went for her usual walk in the fields. She checked the 3 acres of wheat they had, sighed softly. If the weather stayed hot, in about 7 or 8 days, the wheat would be ready for harvest. But this year's wheat had barely had any grains, and the harvest might not even cover taxes. After inspecting the wheat, she remembered she hadn't been to the mountains in a long time. Today, with nothing urgent, she decided to go mountain climbing to pick some wild vegetables. Her granddaughter would come tomorrow to make wild vegetable stew for her. Is Granny Hua going to the mountain? Wang Tiniu and his team were about to fetch water from the river at the village entrance. Recently, the drought was severe, and they had to carry water all morning to irrigate the fields. The fruit seedlings were about to bloom, so they couldn't afford to run out of water. Hua Guixiang raised her basket and said loudly, "I'm going to pick some wild vegetables on the mountain. If you're tired, rest a bit. Don't rush." "All right, we understand. Be careful on the mountain," Wang Tiniu replied, and led his men away. Hua Guixiang followed the winding path to her usual spot for gathering wild vegetables. She dug up a few that seemed too old and then moved further ahead, not noticing anyone following her from behind. Suddenly, she felt a strong push from behind and lost control, falling forward. Her head hit the ground hard, and she rolled down the hillside. She quickly lost consciousness. In the evening, Ping An and Zhao Jinghao returned home to find the front door locked. They searched the fields and visited Aunt Wu and several other women but found no sign of Hua Guixiang. The two kids suddenly became anxious. As it was getting dark, they knew their grandma wouldn't still be out. Ping An and Zhao Jinghao felt very worried and hurriedly ran towards the village chief's house. When they were still a little way from the village chief's home, Ping An's voice started to crack with tears as he shouted, "Village chief, my grandma is missing." Village chief. The village chief's family was sitting in the yard, about to eat dinner, when they suddenly heard the shouting outside. They all rushed out quickly. The village chief asked, "Who is missing?" Ping An swallowed the lump in his throat and tried not to cry as he answered, "Village chief, Jinghao and I came home today." The door was locked. "We looked all around the village and the fields, but we couldn't find my grandma. She usually comes home early, but now it's almost dark. Could you please help us find her?" He continued, "I saw Aunt Hua go up the mountain this noon, and she hasn't been to the fields all afternoon." He wanted to say that something might have happened to her, but he swallowed the words. Deep down, he already suspected that Hua Guixiang might be in trouble. Hearing this, Ping An became anxious and said, "My grandma said she was going to dig wild vegetables on the mountain today. She must be there. I'll go look for her right now." Without waiting for anyone to speak, he quickly ran towards the mountain. Zhao Jinghao followed silently, running as fast as he could, tears streaming down his face. His heart was filled with fear and worry, as if he might be the cause of disaster. Could he really be a bad luck charm, causing everyone around him to get into trouble? No, he didn't want that. As long as his grandma was safe, he was willing to leave this home and not be a burden to anyone. All he wanted was for his grandma to be well. The village chief and others reacted a little slower, but Ping An and Zhao Jinghao had already run far ahead. The village chief quickly said, "Hurry, everyone, let's go up the mountain and look. We can't let these two children go alone so late." Wang Tiniu, Wang Taihai, and others from the village, who had heard the commotion, immediately followed. Everyone had family working at the Qiao family's place, and the women had learned to identify herbs from Qiao Mian. They wouldn't benefit from the Qiao family without helping when needed. Following the usual way, Ping An and Zhao Jinghao took the small path in front of their house up the mountain, calling out, "Grandma," as they went. The villagers followed behind, calling out to Hua Auntie and Hua Dajia. Soon, they reached the eastern hillside. Zhao Jinghao, with sharp eyes, saw a tilted basket in the distance. "Big brother, does that basket look like ours?" Ping An did not answer. She quickly ran over and immediately recognized the basket that Jia's family often used for fragrant flowers. Qiao Nian had been running around the city all day, buying many things with great energy, from oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, chicken, duck, fish, and meat to knives, axes, and tools. She bought everything she could find. Throughout the day, Qiao Nian and her mule almost never rested. They hid the goods in the carriage to save space. If it weren't for the spiritual spring water, she and the mule would have been exhausted long ago. When Qiao Nian returned to the inn, she didn't even eat dinner. She collapsed onto the bed and quickly fell asleep. The next day, early in the morning, Qiao Nian had already packed up. She planned to leave early because she was still a bit unaccustomed to being outside for 2 days and wanted to return home sooner. She called her helper to help move everything sent by Li Qingyan yesterday onto the mule cart. When no one was looking, Qiao Nian secretly fed the mule some spiritual spring water and fresh greens from the space. She knew it would be a hard journey today. The mule, after being fed, happily nudged her hand and snorted loudly, looking very pleased. Once everything was loaded, Qiao Nian jumped onto the front of the cart. Without her needing to do anything, the mule naturally started walking out of the inn. Unexpectedly, the innkeeper personally came out to see her off. After watching her walk away, he turned back inside. It was still early, and the street was mostly filled with vendors setting up their stalls. Shops on both sides were gradually opening for business. Xiao Nian drove the mule cart a little faster. Since the vendors had gone into the city gate was definitely open. When the mule cart reached the city gate, she heard the sound of urgent hooves behind her. Not wanting trouble, Xiao Nian moved the cart to the side. After the people behind passed, she continued on her way. Yi Qi immediately recognized that the mule cart ahead belonged to the Qiao family. He pulled on the reins and stopped in front of the cart. Behind him, Yi Ba and others also stopped but said nothing. Miss Qiao is also in the city? Are you heading out of town? Do you need us to escort you? Yi Qi respectfully asked. They were heading to Linen Town and could travel together. Seeing a familiar face, Xiao Nian smiled. Yi Qi, it's you guys. I was driving slowly, so you can go ahead. I remember the way back to the town. By the way, is your master here? My master has been away from Huai Prefecture these days. If you need anything, I will definitely tell him when he returns. It's okay. I'll wait until he comes back to talk. It's not urgent. You guys can go ahead. No need to wait for me. Yi Qi respectfully bowed. Be careful on the road, Miss Qiao. We'll head back to Linen Town now. Xiao Nian nodded. All right, see you later. Knight 7 and the others, including Knight 8 behind him, bowed respectfully again. They rode straight through the city gates. Xiao Nian patted the mule's rear, signaling it to go. The city guard saw them stop to talk to Xiao Nian and, when leaving the city, didn't cause trouble. They only glanced at the wagon briefly, saw it was full, and didn't say much. With a wave of their hand, they allowed Xiao Nian to pass. On Knight 7's side, they had been in Huai Prefecture for several days. They finally found out that the 9th prince was taken by human traffickers to Linen Town. The 9th prince was weak and often sick, and since he was very young, no one in the city wanted to buy him. The traffickers wanted to go further away, hoping for better luck. Knight 7 had already sent a message to Xiao Jinyu. They hurried to Linen Town to find clues, not expecting to discover that the 9th prince was actually there all along. They traveled quickly and arrived in Linen Town before noon. They didn't have time to eat and immediately started looking for the traffickers. Despite the speed of the mule cart, Xiao Nian arrived at the town close to the hour of Shin. Miss Qiao, over here. Lai Fu saw Xiao Nian riding the mule cart from afar and waved his arms anxiously, shouting. Xiao Nian recognized Lai Fu from Jiren Hall. Why was he waiting for her at the town entrance? Could Xiao Jinyu have returned? But Knight 7 had just said earlier that their master wasn't in the city. Xiao Nian drove the cart over and asked, Lai Fu, why are you here? Do you need something? Lai Fu replied, Miss Qiao, Grandma has a problem. She's at our clinic for treatment. Your brother knows you're back today, and the shopkeeper told me to wait here, so you wouldn't have to make a second trip. He said you might come back to town later. What's wrong with my grandma? What happened to her? Hurry, get in, we're going now. On the way, Lai Fu explained what he knew about the situation. When he learned that Wagwixiang was still unconscious, Xiao Nian's heart raced with worry. In less than 15 minutes, she arrived at Jiren Hall's door, jumped out of the cart, and hurried inside. Chun Chuan had just finished checking Wagwixiang's pulse when he saw Xiao Nian rushing in anxiously. He immediately said, Miss Qiao, the old lady is in the back courtyard. Don't worry, follow me. Xiao Nian didn't bother to be polite and followed Chun Chuan to the back courtyard. Peng En and Zhao Jinghao, who had heard the commotion, ran out of the room and threw themselves into her arms, tears in their eyes. Woo, sister, Grandma fell down the hillside and hit her head. She's still not awake. Boo, sister, Grandma bled a lot. Xiao Nian hugged both of them and comforted. Peng En, Jinger, don't be afraid. Your sister is back. Let's go see Grandma quickly. A few people entered the house and saw Hua Guixiang wrapped in a thick bandage on her head. She was lying on the bed with her eyes tightly closed and her face pale. Xiao Nian's tears started to fall uncontrollably. Her chest felt tight, as if something was blocking her heart, causing a dull pain. Grandma, I'm back, Xiao Nian said softly, then quickly wiped her tears. She turned to Chun Chuan and said, Shopkeeper Chun, I wasn't here these past few days. Thank you for taking care of my grandma and brother. I want to ask, how is my grandma now? When will she wake up? Chen Chuan understood Xiao Nian's feelings. He gently shook his head and said, Miss Xiao, you don't need to be polite. The old lady hurt her head badly, and it was discovered too late. She lost a lot of blood. I can't say exactly when she will wake up. Please try not to move her in the next few days. There's space in my backyard for you to stay while we observe her. She has a good foundation, so she might wake up in a few days. Xiao Nian nodded and bowed slightly to Chen Chuan. Thank you, shopkeeper Chen. I will remember your kindness. Chen Chuan hurried to help her up, a bit flustered. You're too kind, young lady. You're the one who saved our master's life. We're familiar with each other, and healing is our duty. You shouldn't thank us so much. Only then did Xiao Nian regain some clarity. She believed that with the spiritual spring water she had, her grandma would wake up. Chen Chuan gave some instructions on what to watch for before leaving. Xiao Nian turned around, poured a full glass of spiritual spring water, and asked Ping and Jing how to help Hua Guixiang sit up. She slowly fed her the water. After feeding Hua Guixiang the spring water, Xiao Nian gently helped her lie down. Hua Guixiang's eyelashes fluttered, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Grandma, you're awake. Grandma, you've finally woken up. Xiao Nian, Ping'an, and Zhao Jinghao were overjoyed and cried happily. They asked in turn if her head still hurt. Xiao Nian went to the door and called shopkeeper Chen to come in and check her pulse again. After a while, Chen Chuan smiled and said, The old lady is truly blessed. Now that she's awake, she's out of danger. She just needs some rest and will recover fully. Xiao Nian's smile grew wider, and her tone was relaxed. Thank you, shopkeeper Chen. Can my grandma move now? When can we go home? Since she just woke up, we should observe her for another day. If everything is fine, you can go back tomorrow. All right, then we, the grandparents and grandchildren, will trouble you to stay here tonight. Both Ping'an and Zhao Jinghao looked happy, quietly asking Hua Guixiang if she was still in pain, or if she wanted to rest a little longer. Since waking up, Hua Guixiang had called the three of them by name, but hadn't spoken again. Her smile was stiff, mixed with a hint of bitterness. After Xiao Nian saw Chen Chuan off, she immediately noticed something was wrong with Hua Guixiang. The old lady has always been strong and optimistic. Apart from breaking ties with the second household, she has never shown such an expression before. Something's not right. Could her grandmother's accident be related to the second household? The more Xiao Nian thought about it, the more she believed this was possible. Given her grandmother's current health, climbing a mountain would be easy for her. So how could she slip down a slope in a familiar area? Quietly, Xiao Nian stepped forward and asked softly, Ping and Jing, you didn't go to school today. Did you tell your teacher? Sister, I already told the teacher this morning. Jinger and I took 2 days off. The teacher left us some homework, so don't worry, Ping'an replied. That's good. Xiao Nian initially wanted to send the boys away, but decided to let them stay. They are boys and they need to learn to grow up, but they also need to understand that sometimes people's hearts can be the most frightening thing. She sat in front of Hua Guixiang and gently asked, Grandma, can you tell me how you slipped down the slope? Hua Guixiang didn't want to speak, but her heart felt as bitter as eating several pounds of bitter herbs. All her words were stuck in her throat. Hearing her granddaughter's usual question, tears suddenly poured out like a flood. Ping and Zhao Jinghao didn't understand and awkwardly wiped Hua Guixiang's tears, asking if she had a headache again, or if she felt uncomfortable somewhere, and whether they should call Manager Chen. Xiao Nian was almost certain that Hua Guixiang's fall was not an accident. She stopped Ping and Zhao Jinghao and got up to pour her a cup of spiritual spring water, feeding it to her. Seeing her calmer, she said, Grandma, no matter what happens, Ping and Jinger and I will always be by your side. We're your family. If something happens, you must tell us. Don't keep it inside. If anything else happens to you, what will we do in the future? Did you fall because of something else? Could it be related to Qiao Hai? Did he deliberately cause you to fall? Hua Guixiang could no longer hold back. She reached out and hugged Xiao Nian, crying loudly. What did I do in my past life to deserve this? To have raised such a heartless person. He actually pushed me from behind. Boo-hoo, I am her real mother. Her words came out broken and almost sobbing. Thinking back to that day, Hua Guixiong wished she could have died then. But before losing consciousness, she thought of Nian Nian, Ping'an, and Jing that poor child. If she died, they would truly have no one to protect them in this world. The moment she was pushed down, she saw clearly that the person behind her was Qiao Hai, but she didn't expect him to be so cruel and ruthless. His face was twisted with anger as he pushed her hard. If she had really been harmed and died, Qiao Hai would surely cause trouble for her granddaughter and maybe even accuse them of being unfilial, stealing everything her granddaughter had worked so hard for. She couldn't die, and she wouldn't let that beast-like man get away. She couldn't let him hurt her 3 grandchildren again. Xiao Nian hugged Hua Guixiong tightly, feeling a hatred she had never experienced before. She couldn't imagine how much Hua Guixiong must have hurt and felt desperate at that moment. Blood ties meant nothing. Some people are born bad, and such despicable creatures shouldn't be alive. Don't talk to her about equality or the sanctity of life. This is ancient times, where lives are cheap and killing is even legal. If she hadn't used spiritual spring water to heal her family, Hua Guixiong probably wouldn't have survived until help arrived. If Hua Guixiong died like this, it would just be considered an accident. No one would suspect her biological son, Qiao Hai. At this moment, Qiao Nian's innate bloodthirsty and cold-hearted nature was fully exposed. She wanted to kill that beast. She, Qiao Nian, had died once before. Her greatest concern was her family. They were her bottom line, her Achilles heel. Touch them and she would kill. While comforting Hua Guixiong, Qiao Nian was also calming her own emotions. There was no evidence. Just Hua Guixiong's word was not enough to send Qiao Hai to jail or execute him. She had to handle it herself. Her lowered eyelashes concealed all her feelings, but when she looked up again, her mind was clear. Ping and Zhao Jinghao learned the truth, their eyes bloodshot, fists clenched, ready to rush out. Stop. What can you do if you go now? He's an adult man. Can you beat him? And you have no proof. What can you do if you go? Maybe someone will falsely accuse you, find your weakness, and send you to the authorities, ruining your chance to study. Qi Nian released Hua Guixiong. Her tone was not kind, but with each word, Anping and Zhao Jinghao felt more helpless. Hua Guixiong hurriedly said, "Your sister is right. Grandma told you this to warn you. I'm fine this time, but he might try again. If you act impulsively, don't just think about revenge. Soon you might end up like me, caught off guard and harmed by that beast. If that's the case, I'd rather die now than see you all hurt by that beast because of rash actions," Anping and Zhao Jinghao said with red eyes, lowering their heads without speaking. After a moment, Zhao Jinghao's eyes filled with tears as he hoarsely said, "Grandma, sister, big brother, I want to go home. My uncle and grandfather are great generals. I'll ask my grandfather to send some skilled guards to protect you. That bad person won't dare to hurt you again." Qi Nian and Hua Guixiong quickly exchanged glances. Compared to Hua Guixiong's shock, Qi Nian seemed much calmer. She had always thought Zhao Jinghao was not an ordinary child, but she didn't expect his background to be so noble. Qi Nian stood up and knelt in front of Zhao Jinghao. "Jinger, tell sister, do you really want to go back, or are you just trying to use your family's power to protect us? I want to hear the truth." Zhao Jinghao immediately hugged Qi Nian's neck with his chubby arms. "Woo-woo, I can't bear to leave sister, can't bear to leave grandma, and I miss big brother so much. But I'm just a troublemaker. As long as I'm near, bad things happen. I can't let you all get hurt. Woo-woo." Qi Nian didn't expect to hear such words. She gently sat him down by the bed, and Hua Guixiong and Anping nervously gathered around. "Jinger, who told you such things? How could you be a troublemaker? You've been here for so long, and everyone in the family is fine. This time, it's just some bad people trying to harm Grandma. They have nothing to do with you. Don't believe those words. They're trying to break you with this. If you believe them, you're falling into their trap. Jinger, don't be afraid. We're all your family, And this is your home. No one will dislike you. You're not a troublemaker. Zhao Jinghao blinked his moist eyes and puffed up his chubby face. Seeing everyone's concern and care, he couldn't help but cry again. Big sister, grandma, and older brother, I don't want to leave you. They are bad people. They only scold me, hit me, mock me, refuse to give me food, and use me to deal with my grandfather and uncle. Boo-hoo, they're all bad. I don't like them. I don't want to be family with them. Xiao Nian and Hua Guixiang can't imagine what kind of life this child had before. Now, besides feeling heartbroken, they are also shocked. Jing'er is only 5 years old. When he was 5, he still rode on his father's shoulders to play. Are such people still family? They're just like their second uncle, beasts. Jing'er is right not to recognize them as family. The princes studying at the Imperial Academy all sneezed at the same time. Even the emperor, who was reviewing memorials, suddenly sneezed loudly, ruining the recently approved documents on his desk. Xiao Nian and the others comforted him for a while, and then told Zhao Jinghao that they would always be family, no matter his status or where he lives in the future. The Qiao family in Huai Tree Village will always be his home. At this moment, Zhao Jinghao felt more at ease than ever before. Even if he someday reaches the highest position, his true home will always be that remote mountain village and the small farmyard. Ping'an and Zhao Jinghao didn't sleep well last night while taking care of Hua Guixiang. Now that they are relaxed, they feel waves of sleepiness coming over them. Xiao Nian told them to take off their shoes and go upstairs to sleep with Hua Guixiang. After saying this, Hua Guixiang, tired as she was, soon fell asleep, and the three of them soon settled into a steady breathing pattern. Outside Jiren Hall, Jiren Gui was sneaking around a corner, waiting for news from inside. But after almost a day, he hadn't heard the two troublemakers crying or making noise. Instead, he saw that the stubborn girl, Qiao Nian, had gone inside. He thought he should have been more ruthless yesterday. He didn't know if the old woman had died. He should have made sure he didn't leave any witnesses. He carefully observed the surrounding woods. There was no one around then. If they hadn't died, they wouldn't suspect him. Falling from such a height, he wouldn't die, probably be half paralyzed. That was no longer a threat. Next, he planned to deal with that stubborn girl and the troublemaker. Once they were gone, the new courtyard would be his. It was a beautiful brick and tile house, with a grand yard paved with blue bricks and decorated walls. It was a waste of money, but soon, all of it would be his. Jiren Gui grew more excited as he thought about it. He also believed that the stubborn girl still had a lot of silver. The old woman living in the clinic probably spent a lot of money. If she didn't come out tonight, he wouldn't hesitate to be even more ruthless. Thinking to himself, he stuck his head out and looked at the entrance of Jiren Hall again. Before he could take back his greed and malice on his face, a cold sword was pressed against his neck. "Hero, spare my life. I'm not a bad person." Yi Qi's expression was calm, and his voice had no warmth. "Why are you sneaking around Jiren Hall? Who sent you?" Zhao Nian watched the three of them for a while, seeing they were sleeping peacefully. He stood up to go buy some food. When they woke up, they could eat something. As he stepped out of the house, he saw Yi Qi and Yi Ba pushing Zhao Hai into the backyard. Seeing Zhao Hai, a flash of anger crossed Zhao Nian's eyes. He was surprised that this person still dared to appear. He probably thought he had done everything perfectly and no one had noticed his wrongdoings. "Yi Qi, why is he here?" Zhao Nian asked first, to clarify the situation and prevent Yi Qi and the others from being embarrassed. When Zhao Hai saw Zhao Nian, he hurriedly shouted, "Second young lady, please save me. I came to see your grandmother at the clinic. I was worried she wouldn't want to see me, so I stayed outside. I'm not a spy, nor am I a bad person." Zhao Nian didn't care what Zhao Hai said. She looked at Yi Qi and the others, waiting for their response. Yi Qi and Yi Ba first bowed respectfully to Zhao Nian. Yi Qi then said, "Miss Zhao, this person was sneaking around outside Jiren Hall watching inside. When we approached him, he said he was your second uncle, so we brought him in to confirm." Zhao Nian's lips twitched, showing an ambiguous smile. She slowly walked to Zhao Hai, kicked him hard in the stomach, and gritted her teeth. You beast. You're not here to care for Grandma. You're here to see if she has died. If she hasn't, you can think of a way to harm her. Jo Hai was kicked several meters away and fell heavily to the ground. He was in so much pain that he almost lost consciousness and didn't even scream in time. Jo Nyen tried to suppress her murderous intent. She looked at Yi Chi and the others and said, "This person pushed my grandmother down the hill, causing her to bleed heavily and almost wake up. Hiding outside Jiren Hall shows he has bad intentions. Luckily, you found him." Yi Chi and Yi Ba, used to the treacheries of the capital, found it hard to believe someone would attack their own mother directly. Yi Chi said, "Miss, should we send this person to the authorities? He's deliberately trying to kill her, and his target is his own mother. He will definitely be sentenced to death." When Jo Hai heard about the death penalty, he was so frightened that he ignored his pain and stretched out his arm to defend himself, saying, "I didn't do it." You can't believe her words. There's no way I would murder my own mother. Jo Nyen approached Yi Chi and Yi Ba with a quiet voice, saying, "We have no solid evidence or witnesses, but my grandmother has woken up. She saw clearly that the person who pushed her was this man. Can the authorities convict him based on that?" Yi Chi and Yi Ba exchanged a glance. This situation indeed lacked enough evidence, but if the culprit confesses, they can definitely be convicted. Yi Ba is one of their best interrogators, and so far, no one has been able to keep silent under his questioning. Jo Nyen looked down and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right then. Please, I trust you. If you can take this man, I am sure you can find out how he harmed my grandmother. We can also help handle the rest." Jo Nyen lowered her eyes and thought deeply, then quickly nodded. "Good. Thank you. I want to know why he attacked my grandmother, and if he has any other plans." Yi Chi and Yi Ba responded respectfully. Yi Ba stepped forward to take Jo Hai away, while Yi Chi went to find shopkeeper Chen. After searching around, they finally heard from a few small beggars that over a month ago, a little boy about 5 years old was rescued by a pair of grandparents. The boy was brought to Jiren Hall. The beggars didn't see the boy's face clearly, but it was a lead they had to follow. They needed to confirm it before feeling at ease. Chun Chuan had just gone out on an errand. When he entered Jiren Hall, La Fu came to tell him that Yi Chi and the others had taken someone to the backyard. Chun Chuan thought Xiao Jinyu had returned and hurried to the backyard. "Yi Chi, why are you back? Has the master also returned?" Chun Chuan asked quickly as he entered the backyard. He then smiled and nodded at Jo Nyen, finally focusing on Jo Hai, who was sitting on the ground in pain. His pain was easing now, and when he saw Chun Chuan, he burst into tears, crying, "Shopkeeper Chen, please help me. These people want to force me to confess. She, Jo Nyen, is acting against her own family. She hit her own uncle. I didn't do anything, but she beat me like this. Please, Shopkeeper Chen, save me." Jo Nyen was really amused by his foolishness. Didn't they all know each other? Why was he asking Shopkeeper Chen for help? Chun Chuan pursed his lips and looked at Jo Hai with a look of pity, then shifted his gaze away. They knew some things about the Zhou family, and he knew well what kind of person Jo Hai was. He then looked at Yi Chi, wanting to know if the master had returned to Linen Town. "The master hasn't returned yet. We came early to investigate some matters, as the house said," Yi Chi replied. Chun Chuan nodded and was about to follow Yi Chi back to the house when suddenly a soft, gentle voice sounded nearby. "Yi Chi, Yi Ba, what are you doing here? Are you here to find me?" Everyone was startled. Yi Chi and Yi Ba couldn't believe their eyes. Prince Jiu? Had they found Prince Jiu? Why was he at Jiren Hall? What was Chun Chuan's story? Even after finding Prince Jiu, he didn't send a message to them. Was he planning to hide him? "Young master, we have seen the young master. We've finally found you. The master will arrive in Linen soon." Yi Chi and Yi Ba stepped forward respectfully, bowing. Their usually expressionless faces showed clear excitement. Not only had they found Prince Jiu, but he also looked healthy, with no signs of illness, and seemed to have gained some weight. Chun Chuan was so shocked he couldn't speak clearly. This is the young master. My eyes are not good. I didn't recognize him for so long. Please forgive me, young master." Chun Chuan felt deep regret. The Zhou family had been calling out for the young master every day. The young master looked quite similar to the master, about 4 or 5 points. How did he not realize? He had visited the Zhou family several times but never recognized him. How stupid could he be? He knew the master would be angry if she found out. No, he had to bring his cousin along. He couldn't be the only one punished. If he thought about it carefully, the master had also visited the Zhou family and hadn't noticed anything. He couldn't keep dwelling on it. He wondered which divine being in the Zhou family kept bringing them luck, making everything fall into their hands. As he thought, he suddenly remembered Xiao Nian. When he first saw her, he felt she was different, something unusual. But he couldn't quite explain what it was, just a gut feeling. Xiao Nian was surprised for a moment, but quickly reacted. Zhao Jinghao had said her grandfather was a great general, so her family background must be noble or wealthy. She hadn't expected her uncle to be Xiao Jinyu. What strange fate was this? They had visited her family many times, but never noticed. He wondered how Xiao Jinyu would react if he found out. Zhao Jinghao knew this day would come sooner or later. He told Yi Qi and the others to stand up and not bow. It was good that her uncle's people had come. Qiao's family was in danger. Yi Qi and Yi Ba could protect Grandma and the others, so he could relax. Standing behind Zhao Jinghao was Ping'an, who looked very reluctant as he watched Zhao Jinghao. Because of blood loss, Hua Guixiang was still asleep in the yard, unaware of the commotion. Ping'an's eyes showed deep reluctance, but he didn't say anything. He slowly moved closer to Qiao Nian, feeling worried. With the family members of Jing arriving, was he about to leave too? Xiao Hai saw everyone gathered together talking about the wild boy's situation. His eyes flickered, and he quietly took a few steps back. He turned around and ran outside. However, he greatly underestimated Yi Qi and Yi Ba's alertness. After just a few steps, Yi Ba grabbed his collar. Trying to run, Xiao Hai's heart tightened. He knew that if he didn't run now, he might not get away later. He started struggling desperately and shouted with all his strength, "Help! Jiren Hall is killing people. Help!" Before he finished, Yi Ba quickly struck him with a hand chop, knocking him out. "Yi Ba, sorry to trouble you. If he refuses to admit it even if he bites, that's okay. No need to take him to the officials. Just hand him over to me," Qiao Nian said expressionlessly. No matter what the outcome, she wouldn't let Xiao Hai go again. "Miss, no need to worry. I understand." Yi Ba instinctively wanted to say "my subordinate," but without the master's order, that wouldn't be proper. Saying "my" felt awkward. Yi Qi stayed close to Zhao Jinghao to protect him. Chen Chuan, upon hearing that Xiao Nian wanted to go buy food, waved his hands repeatedly. He was now a great benefactor of the Duke's estate. He quickly said he would handle everything and that the food would be delivered soon. "Older sister, Yi Qi wants to send a message to Uncle. I also want to write a letter to Uncle. Can I come back later to see you and Big Brother?" Zhao Jinghao asked cautiously, as if afraid that revealing his identity would make Qiao Nian and the others not want him near anymore. Xiao Nian squatted down, gently rubbing his fluffy little head as she always did. Her smile was gentle. "Jinger, go ahead. When you're done writing, come back. Older sister, Grandma, and Big Brother are all waiting for you." "Yes, thank you, older sister." Zhao Jinghao almost couldn't hold back his tears. His eyes reddened, and he nodded heavily before leaving with Yi Qi. Ping'an watched Zhao Jinghao's back and whispered, "Older sister, is Jinger going to leave our family?" Qiao Nian put her arm around Ping'an's shoulder and said calmly, "He can't stay with us forever. Not today, maybe not tomorrow. But when you all grow up, perhaps there will be another chance to see him again." Yi Ba truly was an expert in interrogation. Before evening, he brought the signed confession of Qiao Hai to find Xiao Nian. However, the process this time was complicated. He simply laid out the torture tools in the dark room and showed them to Qiao Hai. Qiao Hai was so frightened he wet his pants and cried out everything he knew. Since the family split, Qiao Hai had been holding a grudge. Seeing the days get better for the main family, flowers, good clothes, and supplies for Guoxiang and the 2 children, he felt suppressed and resentful. Not only that, they also took back a wild child. His son was supposed to pay a fee to the old woman, who said she had no money, but the wild child they found was sent to school to study. A few days later, that stubborn girl dug up ginseng and bought land to build a house. All the work in the fields was done by villagers. One thing after another constantly stirred Joe Hai's heart, making him feel overwhelmed and unable to calm down for a long time. Everything belonging to the Joe family should be his. Why were they living so well? Why were they enjoying all this? If they died, those things would all belong to him. That day, when he heard Hua Guixiang, he had actually planned it for a long time, just waiting for the right chance. When she went up the mountain alone, Joe Hai immediately knew his opportunity had come. Killing Hua Guixiang was the first step. The second was to sell those two bratty boys. While they were in town studying, capturing them would be easy. The two boys could definitely fetch a lot of money. In the end, only Zhou Nian, that stubborn girl, remained. No matter how he tried to manipulate her, he could sell her or even kill her, just a matter of action. Zhou Hai had planned everything well, but he didn't expect Hua Guixiang not only to survive but also to discover that he was the one behind her. He also didn't expect Zhou Nian to meet such a formidable person. The torture tools made him tremble with fear. He was so scared that he told everything and even asked to be taken to the government office, willing to go to jail. Knight 8 wanted to eliminate him immediately, but since he had to leave him for Zhou Nian, he wrote a confession and signed it. Then, in a twisted sense of humor, he demonstrated all the interrogation tools on Zhou Hai, who fainted from fear. When someone is speechless, they are truly speechless. Zhou Nian didn't understand how a person could justify their greed, shamelessness, and cruelty with such confidence and righteousness. It was as if those things really belonged to him, stolen from others. The room was silent, with no sound at all. Everyone who saw the confession was shocked. How could someone be so wicked? That was her own biological mother. Sadly, some people would never admit they were wrong. They believed only others were at fault. As Zhou Hai said, "Who told you to split the family? You even cut ties with me. Since we're no longer related, she's not my mother.
She didn't want me first.
I'm just reclaiming my own things. What did I do wrong?" Hua Guixiang, lying on the bed, closed her eyes and turned her head away.
She didn't want to say anything.
Her son was already dead. Xiao Nian still cared about the elderly lady's feelings. She looked at Yi Qi and Yi Ba and asked, "Does your master have any hard or tiring work in his business? Just send him directly there and don't let anyone escape." After saying this, she gave them a mysterious look. Worried they might not understand, she mouthed slowly, "Keep the person with me. Don't move him yet." Yi Qi and Yi Ba understood immediately. Yi Qi said, "Master knows the people at the mine. If he goes there, he definitely won't run away." "Good. When your master arrives, I will talk to him myself," Qiao Nian said. While speaking, she kept an eye on Hua Guixiang's face. Seeing she didn't even blink, she secretly relaxed. The next day, Chun Chuan carefully checked Hua Guixiang's pulse and confirmed she was fine now. She could go home today. Qiao Nian and the others finally smiled. Chun Chuan changed her medicine and asked Qiao Nian to go with him to get more herbs. They left the house. Chun Chuan lowered his voice and said, "Miss Qiao, the old lady is feeling a bit anxious. When you get home, please pay attention to her mood. Talk to her more, take her out to get some fresh air, and try not to let her stay alone." Qiao Nian sighed inwardly and nodded, saying, "I understand." "Thank you, shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, you go ahead and get the herbs.
I want to visit the dental shop.
The summer harvest is coming soon and there are many things at home. I want to buy 2 servants to bring back. After I return from the dental shop, I will come to pick up Grandma and Anan." Xiao Jinyu hadn't arrived at Huai Prefecture yet, and Zhao Jinghao wanted to go back with them. Yi Qi and Yi Ba naturally would go too. Since there were many family members and Hua Guixiang's health hadn't fully recovered, buying 2 servants was very necessary. Chun Chuan handed the prescription to Lai Fu and said, "Lai Fu, go get the herbs. I'll go with you." I know the manager of the dental shop well, and will make sure to pick some honest and innocent servants for Miss Chiao. Qiao Nian smiled slightly and said, Good. Later, I will give shopkeeper Chen a ginseng as a thank you for helping this time. Before Qin Chuan could refuse, she continued, Shopkeeper Chen, please don't refuse. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy. Seeing this, Qin Chuan smiled warmly and said, All right, I won't be polite then. As they spoke, they left Jiren Hall and crossed 2 alleys. Soon, they arrived at the Shui dental shop, where Qiao Nian had bought the mule last time. As they entered, Su Laoer saw them immediately and greeted with a smile. Shopkeeper Chen, Miss Chiao, welcome. At that moment, a middle-aged man behind the counter was playing with the beads of an abacus. He looked up and immediately smiled. Shopkeeper Chen, why are you free to come today? What wind is blowing? Come inside quickly. Chen Chuan also smiled and waved his hand. Today, I asked Steward Liu for help with some matters. This is Miss Chiao. She wants to buy a few servants for her family. Steward Liu, please help pick some good ones. The Chiao family is simple, so avoid those with high pride. Steward Liu, greetings. Qiao Nian nodded politely. Steward Liu immediately nodded slightly and said, Miss Chiao, hello. Since Master Chen recommended you, I promise that the people I choose are all from good backgrounds. What are your specific requirements? As they spoke, they had already entered the main hall and sat down in the guest area on the right. Old Second Su brought tea at the right time and placed it nearby. Qiao Nian said, I want to buy a cook who can prepare meals, someone skilled in martial arts, a coachman, and also someone to sweep and do rough work. Steward Liu replied, That's easy. There are already a few good ones in the pawn shop. I'll have someone bring them out for you to choose. He signaled to Old Second Su, who immediately went to the backyard to fetch the people. Soon, over 20 men and women in tattered clothes stood in 3 rows, all bowing their heads and waiting for Qiao Nian to select. Qiao Nian suppressed her discomfort and told herself to get used to it. In this ancient world where power is supreme, if she doesn't buy, these people will be sold elsewhere. Among you, is there anyone who can cook? Not just a few dishes, but someone with their own specialties. Someone who can make some simple noodles or snacks. Also, someone who can drive a carriage and knows basic martial arts. Stand up if you can. Additionally, my family is just an ordinary farming household. If you want to work for a wealthy family, don't stand up. After her words, only 3 women, a young man and a middle-aged man stepped forward. Qiao Nian asked about each of the 5, then finally chose a woman who looked very kind. Her name was Hui Yang, 28 years old, from the northern region. She knew how to make northern-style noodles and small dishes. Before marriage, she had worked as a cook in a restaurant. After getting married, her husband's family encountered many misfortunes. Her husband, children, and in-laws all died. She gained a reputation for being unlucky and was ostracized by the villagers. After leaving her hometown, she couldn't find a way out, so she sold herself just to survive. The remaining 2 men, one was a young man named Shou Wang, only 16 years old. He had darker skin and thick eyebrows, making him look like a man in his 20s. Wei Wang was sold by his family when he was young because his previous master was punished for corruption. The servants were sold again. He used to guard the young master's courtyard, knew some basic fighting skills, could drive a carriage, and could read a few characters. The older one was called Wang de Gui, who used to belong to the same family as Wei Wang. Now he is 30 years old. Qiao Nian calls him Uncle Wang. He is responsible for household chores like chopping wood, fetching water, sweeping the yard, and guarding the house. Uncle Wang also takes care of the animals and can drive a carriage. Usually, Wei Wang takes Ping and Zhao Jinghao to the private school. When they return, he and Uncle Wang do household work. Hui Yang cooks, washes clothes, and talks with Hua Gui Xiang when she has free time. When choosing people, Lu Steward quoted prices. Chun Chuan was present and didn't dare ask for too much. Hui Yang's fee was 8 taels of silver, Wei Wang's was 15, and Wang de Gui's was 12. Qiao Nian paid the money without hesitation, took the contracts for the 3, and said goodbye to Lu Steward. Outside the shop, Qiao Nian gave Hui Yang 2 taels of silver, telling them to buy 2 sets of clothes, shoes, and some daily necessities. After shopping, they met her at Jirintang, and they all went home together. Huinyang and the others were surprised but saw Qiao Nian's serious look, so they accepted the silver and promised, "Please rest assured, young lady. We can meet you in half an hour." Qiao Nian said, "Just call me miss from now on. Go ahead. If you don't know where Jirintang is, just ask someone on the street." The three nodded respectfully and then left. Qiao Nian and Chen Chuan returned to Jirintang. Ping and Zhao Jinghao had already packed up. Their mule cart was full of things, waiting for Qiao Nian to come back and discuss how to go home. Qiao Nian suddenly remembered that there was still a cartload of stuff on the mule cart. She said, "I'll drive the mule cart home first, unload everything, and then come back to pick you up." Chen Chuan smiled and said, "No need. Let life go. Our carriage is bigger and can seat more people." Qiao Nian thought, "That works. Since it's already like this, being too polite might seem awkward." In less than half an hour, Huinyang and the others arrived, each carrying a small bundle with a change of clothes and shoes. Huinyang also returned 1 or 2 silver taels to Qiao Nian. "Didn't I ask you to buy some toiletries?" "Why only clothes?" Qiao Nian asked. Huinyang replied, "Miss, just having clean clothes is enough. Even in our own home before, we didn't have those things." Standing beside her, Guardian and Uncle Wang nodded in agreement. They were just servants and didn't need anything fancy. As long as they could eat enough, that was good enough. Zhou Yan guessed their thoughts and said nothing more. She had stored many supplies in her space from the city, which she could take out when she returned. She took the 3 of them to meet Hua Guixiang and Ping'an. After introductions, Huinyang and the others bowed politely. Hua Guixiang simply said a few words, then left the rest to Zhou Nian to decide. When they set out, Guardian and Uncle Wang rode the mule cart, La Fu pulled the carriage, and Yi Qi and Yi Ba rode horses. Zhou Nian helped Hua Guixiang onto the carriage, and Ping'an, Zhao Jinghao, and Huinyang also got in. The group traveled back to the village together. Although they took a small path into the village, many people saw them. Soon, the entrance to the Zhou family was crowded with villagers coming to see Hua Guixiang and ask if she was awake. There were also many onlookers, curious about the strangers who had been bought as servants by the Zhou family. In this rural area, it was rare to buy people to serve. Soon, the village chief arrived. Seeing Hua Guixiang awake and looking better, he relaxed. "Mrs. Hua, it's good you're okay. Second girl is back too. Rest well, and don't worry about the others. They have children to take care of," he said. Wu Nyang, standing nearby, agreed, "Yes, rest well. I'll come by when I have time to chat. Once you can move around in a few days, come out and take a walk. Your body will heal quickly. All right, I'll listen to you. I'll start enjoying myself early, stop working, let them do the chores," Hua Guixiang said with a smile. Returning home, her mood seemed to lift. Thanks to the villagers' help, Hua Guixiang was taken to the town clinic. Zhou Nian picked some items from what Hua Guixiang brought back, planning to give a gift to the family who helped that day. Each family received 2 jin of meat, a pack of pastries, and the village chief's family got 2 bolts of cloth and a jar of wine. She prepared everything with Ping'an and Zhao Jinghao. They remembered who had helped that day and planned to visit each household to thank them. The remaining supplies were stored in the storeroom and cellar for future use. The village chief and others left after a short chat, telling Hua Guixiang to rest well. Huinyang, Guardian, and Uncle Wang, all sharp-eyed, quickly familiarized themselves with the house. Huinyang went to start cooking, Uncle Wang fed the mule and hay, and Guardian fetched water and swept the yard. The Qiao family has a water well. When they built the house, they dug it at the back, near the west side, making water fetching very easy without having to go to the village. Qiao Nian was very pleased with the behavior of the 3 people. She arranged for Huinyang to stay in a room on the west side, while Uncle Wang and Shou Wang shared the gatehouse. She also gave each of them a set of bedding and toiletries, including face towels, fragrant soap, a wash basin, foot rags, and bathing supplies. When they received these items, they were all very touched. Huinyang even shed tears, because no one had ever treated her so well before. whether at her maiden home or her husband's family. After nearly 30 years, this was the first time she had her own face towel and fragrant soap. All right, since you're now part of our family, we are all one now. But I am a person who can't tolerate nonsense. You must not reveal any family matters or betray us. If anything happens, just come to me or ask the old madam. Feel free to relax in daily life. We don't have many strict rules. Now go and get busy. The three of them respectfully bowed and replied in unison, "Yes, young lady, we understand." Qiao Nian arranged everything for the three, giving Huinyang all the ingredients. She prepared her first meal of the day and told her to cook freely. Then she went to find Yi Qi and Yi Ba, arranging their rooms next to Ping and Zhao Jinghao. Their bedding and toiletries were complete, and she told them to say if anything was missing. "Young lady, everything is good. We lack nothing," Yi Qi said. They usually took turns resting while protecting their master, so it didn't matter where they stayed. Plus, they were staying and eating for free, and they had given Qiao Nian a silver note. She almost argued with them, but she knew she had to wait until the master arrived to repay her. Take care of yourselves, don't be too formal. Relax and be comfortable. If you're too stiff, Jinger will feel uncomfortable too. I'll go out first, Qiao Nian said softly before leaving. Yi Qi lay directly on the Kong bed, looking up at the light blue ceiling, and said slowly, "Old Ba, do you think young Lady Qiao might become our mistress someday?" Yi Ba, expressionless, replied, "I think you're just itching for trouble. That's not something we can say. Be careful the master finds out." They both hoped for such a mistress, but was it really possible? Thinking about it, it might be. The Duke's mansion was already under the Emperor's suspicion, and it was favored by many princes. The Duke held heavy troops, and any marriage alliance with other families could lead to more suspicion and mistrust. If things went wrong, the Emperor might even take action against the Duke's estate. The young master was bedridden due to poisoning, while the master had been traveling abroad for many years. He had no official titles and was still unmarried. One reason was that the master hadn't found a girl he truly liked, and the other was that the Duke's residents didn't dare to easily marry into other families. So, his marriage was delayed until now. If the master could marry Miss Qiao, it would definitely be a good thing. Under the calm surface of the night, her thoughts began to run free. "Old Eighth, your expression doesn't look right. Are you thinking of something again? Tell me about it." Knight 8 immediately snapped out of his thoughts, rolled his eyes at Knight 7 with annoyance, and refused to say much more. Qiao Nian carefully arranged things inside and outside the house, then went to see Weixing. Seeing she was in good spirits, she couldn't sit still and went to the kitchen to light the fire. Qiao Nian was also considering whether to go up the mountain to find Little Black and Hua. After being gone so many days, there were no signs that Little Black had slept in his cat den. It was clear that as soon as she left, Little Black hadn't returned. Meow, meow. Just as she was thinking, Little Black's figure appeared in the yard. "Older sister, has Little Black lost weight these days? He must not have eaten well in the mountains." Qiao Nian, Ping An, and Zhao Jinghao gathered around Little Black, watching him bury his head in the bowl and eat a lot of meat. Qiao Nian stroked Little Black's fur, which was still silky and smooth, with no noticeable change. Still, she said, "Eat more, Little Black. We're all back now. Remember to come home for meals in the future." Little Black responded briefly, and Zhao Jinghao also wanted to pet him, but unfortunately, Little Black only allowed Qiao Nian to touch him while eating. Anyone else who dared to touch him would definitely make him unhappy. After finishing his meal, Little Black was introduced to everyone in the house, and Qiao Nian softly warned him not to hurt them. Knight 7 and Knight 8 had seen Little Black once from afar. At that time, they had just finished dinner at the Qiao house and were about to leave. Little Black suddenly leapt down from the roof and quickly ran into the kitchen to look for food. His incredible jumping ability surprised Xiao Jinyu for a moment. When they learned he was a cat raised by the Qiao family and that they were in a hurry to return to the capital, they didn't ask more. Today, seeing Little Black again, they noticed his limbs were unusually strong. His claws, occasionally exposed, were sharp and slender. His fur was shiny and bright, and his eyes lively. Looking at Night 7 and Night 8, his gaze seemed to look down on them or show a kind of condescension, as if saying, "Foolish humans, I remember you." "What's with that look?" "Be normal," Xiao Nian said irritably, patting Little Black's head. The cat always looked proud around everyone, and some might think he was the feline emperor. "Meow, meow, no hitting the head, or you'll turn stupid." Now, everyone knows about the rebellion. "Humph, there's no more delicious food today." "Meow, meow, meow." That coaxing and pleading meow made Yi Qi and Yi Ba shiver. This cat was surprisingly clever. They all wondered if Xiao He could understand human speech. Meanwhile, as Xiao Jinyu entered Huaizhou's territory, he received a message from Yi Qi. After reading it, he suddenly smiled. He remembered he had once said that if he wanted to find something later, he should ask the young girl first to see if she had any clues. That might save a lot of time and effort. Why had he forgotten this before? Ziyu Di Hua had saved their brothers' lives, and now she had saved Jing Er and taken good care of him. Perhaps they could only find the ghost grass with her help. Such kindness felt too great. No amount of gold, silver, or treasures could repay it. It seemed he could only offer himself in return. "Xiao Nian, no, I only want gold, silver, and treasures. Please set aside everything else." The smoke from the Qiao family's chimney finally stopped drifting after half a day. At noon, Huinyang cooked for the first time. The dishes weren't very fancy, but they all tasted good. Besides red braised chicken, roasted duck, steamed carp, and a hot pot, she also made brown sugar cake, butter cookies, red date rice cake, osmanthus pastry, and tofu pudding. Everyone praised Huinyang's cooking, saying it was very skillful. Xiao He also got a whole steamed carp without salt. After eating, he lay comfortably in the sun, showing his white belly, and soon fell asleep. After the meal, Qiao Nian went to the fields. Wang Tai-hai and Qiao Zhen happened to be bringing people to work. Wang Tai-hai greeted her with a smile from afar. "Second miss, have you eaten lunch? You're just in time. The melon seedlings are already bearing fruit. Come and give some advice on what to do next." "Uncle Wang, Uncle Qiao Zhen, and all the uncles and elders, thank you for your hard work. I'll take everyone to see the fields now," Xiao Nian said happily, then led everyone toward the fields. As they walked, she explained, "For vines with several melons on one stem, only keep the best one and remove the others. And these side branches should also be cut off to leave more nutrients for the main roots. The larger melons can be turned over a bit and covered with leaves to prevent direct sunlight. All these fruits are too close together. If left to grow naturally, they won't get big. So, we need to remove the excess, keeping only the best ones." "Yes, that's right. The spacing shouldn't be too far or too close." All afternoon, Qiao Nian personally taught the others in the field. Once they all understood thoroughly, it was getting late. Xiao Nian turned her head and went to check their wheat field. It was her first time visiting this land. She had been busy before and completely forgotten about this crop. Now, even if she wanted to use spiritual spring water, it was too late. She looked at the wheat, which was half yellow and sparse, with stalks only reaching her calves. She casually plucked a wheat ear, rubbed it in her palm for a while, then blew off the husks. Only 6 small, dark grains remained in her hand. "Second girl, you're in the fields," said the village chief, approaching from the small path at the edge of the land, his face full of deep worry. "Village chief, you came to see the wheat too," said Qiao Nian, stepping closer to the field. The village chief frowned deeply and sighed heavily. "This year's harvest probably won't even cover the taxes. If it doesn't rain soon, the sweet potatoes and corn in the fields will be ruined too. We might go hungry this winter." Qiao Nian didn't know what to say. She instinctively looked at the weather forecast in her space. Suddenly, she noticed that the sun icons, which had been showing clear weather for half a month, were gone. Now only today and tomorrow had small sun icons. The day after tomorrow showed a cloudy icon, and then 10 days of thunderstorms followed. The last 2 days turned back to clear skies. She was surprised, then her heart sank. The drought had lasted many days, affecting the entire Huai Prefecture's harvest, though there was still some hope. Besides the towns near the capital city, like Lianan town and two neighboring towns, the wheat was still half yellow, and they had to wait a few more days for summer harvest. If it rained now, especially with 10 days of continuous heavy rain, the wheat would mold and sprout in the fields. This year's summer harvest would be lost. Recently, because of Hua Guixiang's incident, Qiao Nian hadn't paid attention to the space or the weather forecast and didn't know when it was last updated. Now, what should she do? How could she warn everyone? She paused for a moment, then withdrew her thoughts and said, "Village chief, I heard some news when I went to the capital city. I was hesitant whether to say anything, because I wasn't sure if it was true. But after thinking it over, I believe I should warn the villagers." Seeing Qiao Nian's serious expression, the village chief also became more solemn. "What is it?" Apparently, this news came from a noble family. It says that in 3 days, Huai Prefecture will have a heavy, continuous rain for several days, she explained. When I returned, many people in the capital city were already harvesting wheat, worried that the rain would cause it to rot in the ground. Today, I looked at the wheat in the field. Although it still looks a bit green and yellow, the grains have already been dried by the sun and are almost ready. Even if we start the summer harvest now, it won't affect this year's yield. I think it's better to trust what I see. Harvesting now won't cause much loss, so I plan to gather the wheat at home tomorrow. If the village chief believes me, he can tell others in the village. If it really rains, we will have no harvest this year." When the village chief heard what Qiao Nian said, he broke out in a cold sweat.
He found it hard to believe.
He looked up at the sky, which had only a few white clouds drifting by. It didn't look like it would rain. But if Qiao Nian is right, the harvest this year will be lost. Qiao Nian returned home, slipped inside, and entered her space. She carefully checked the light screen above the space. Her last bit of hope was gone. She used her mind to gather all the mature wheat and rice in the space, then replanted some. Next, she picked the smallest ginseng plant and pulled it out. When she turned around, she saw many small buds growing next to the black grass. It seems that this grass, like the purple ghost emperor flower, can reproduce automatically. She decided not to bother with it and placed the ginseng on the living room table. She planned to give it to Manager Chun as a thank you gift for this time. At dinner, Qiao Nian shared her decision, repeating the same reasons she told the village chief. She said she would go to school with Xiao Jinghao after breakfast tomorrow. Hua Guixiang would rest at home, and Huinyang would take care of her and cook. She would take Shou Wang and Uncle Wang to harvest the wheat. Hua Guixiang trusted her granddaughter's decision completely. Since she heard the news in the city, she believed it was true. She immediately said, "I'll go too tomorrow." Harvesting wheat isn't tiring. Our land is big, and if we finish early, it can dry for a couple of days. Qiao Nian felt a little helpless and said, "Grandma, your health isn't fully recovered. Rest at home. If you're bored, you can help Huinyang make clothes. Anyway, you shouldn't go to the field. There's no use arguing." Hua Guixiang wanted to reply, but swallowed her words. Then she remembered that the wheat still needs to be dried after pulling it back. She could stay busy at home too, so she didn't say anything more. "Girl, tomorrow let Lao Ba send the young master and peaceful young master. We will go to the field to work," Yi Qi and Yi Ba whispered to each other. They decided that Yi Qi would stay tomorrow night, and Yi Ba would go to town with the young master. Qiao Nian said no need. "Tomorrow, you should also remind the two managers Chun that it will rain in 3 days. Tell them to prepare early. I also promise to give a thank you gift to shopkeeper Chen Chuan. Please help deliver it to him tomorrow, as I might not have time to go to town these days." Knight 7 and Knight 8 exchanged glances and nodded, replying, "Yes, we understand. Thank you, miss. The master has many properties in Huizhou Prefecture. If there are continuous heavy rains, preparations are indeed necessary. But now, since the master is not here, the managers are unsure if they should take action." At the village chief's house, he had already told his family about the news from Qiao Nian. Normally, he shouldn't hesitate. As Qiao Nian said, it's better to believe it than risk surprises. However, convincing the older villagers might be difficult. They've farmed all their lives and are very sensitive to weather changes. Otherwise, in recent times, many families wouldn't have secretly gone to town to buy grain. Everyone knows this year is a disaster year. If he asks them to harvest the wheat now, they probably won't listen. Dad, I think you shouldn't worry so much. Our family is willing to follow the Chiao family. Tomorrow, we'll start the summer harvest, which is only 5 or 6 days earlier. It's not a big deal. If anyone doesn't want to, they don't have to. Just inform them. If something happens later, they can't blame us. Yes, the eldest is right. Let's tidy up and go to sleep. We'll start harvesting early tomorrow. Tian sure sent away her 2 sons and their wives, then turned to the village chief and said, "Head of the family, don't overthink. The wheat in the fields is almost dry from the sun. Harvesting now is good. Even if it's the same in a few days, it won't yield more than 2 jin of grain. Worrying about rain is frustrating. If it rains, it's also a problem. Well, then let's harvest all the wheat. Tomorrow you can clear out the small barn in front. If it rains, the wheat needs a place to dry." In Wang Tiahai's house, Wang Tiahai's wife pushed the man lying in bed and said, "Husband, I want to send a message to my family tomorrow, asking them to harvest the wheat early. If it really rains, the grain will be spoiled. My family will be in trouble." Wang Tiahai turned around, staring at the dark roof, and said, "All right, you can go back tomorrow when you have time. But don't say it too firmly, or your eldest brother-in-law might blame us later." "I know what to say. Go to sleep quickly. We have to get up early tomorrow." In the second room, Wang Tinia's wife looked unhappy. "Do you think what that second girl said is true? It sounds so strange. If it doesn't rain and Dad has everyone harvest the wheat, won't we end up with complaints, since the message was brought back by second sister? Why didn't she tell the villagers?" "Quiet you. Who is second sister? Haven't you realized it yet? The things she sent you ate more than anyone when you ate them. Now you're doubting her? This is a big matter. Second sister wouldn't lie about something like this. If you don't believe it, don't tell your family. But I warn you, no more secretly helping your family in the future." Wang Tinia's wife pouted and muttered softly, "Got it," then lay down and said nothing. The next morning, Chun Chuan heard the news brought by Yi Qi and went to look at the sky outside the yard. After a long silence, he said, "I believe Miss Chiao wouldn't say such things lightly. I will take charge of the several villages in town. Today we start the summer harvest, and within 3 days, all the wheat will be gathered. I will send messages to the other towns soon. If there are any issues, or if the master blames us, I will take responsibility. This year's grain must not be lost." Yi Qi continued, "I've already sent a message to the master on the way here. According to the schedule, the master will arrive at Huai Prefecture tomorrow. If there are other arrangements, it will still be possible to adjust." Chen Chuan nodded and said in a serious tone, "I'll arrange everything immediately. Now you go buy some supplies to send to the Chiao family. I'll handle the master's side. As for Lao Er, I will go personally to talk to him. He has a cellar, so I'm not worried about the goods spoiling for a short time." Seeing that the matter was settled, Yi Qi took out an oiled paper package from her bosom and handed it to Chen Chuan. "This is a gift from Miss Chiao. She asked me to give it to you as a thank you. She's busy with family matters these days and can't deliver herself. She asked me to thank you on her behalf." Chen Chuan's expression softened a bit. He had only helped with a small matter and didn't expect Miss Chiao to send him a thank you gift. He felt unexpectedly touched. Gently opening the tightly wrapped oiled paper, a fresh scent of ginseng immediately wafted out. He looked carefully and saw that this ginseng had been dug up not long ago. It was intact, with a thick main root, complete root hairs, and a bright orange color. The aroma was rich, indicating it was top quality. Chen Chuan carefully examined it as if it were a rare treasure. His previous worries and doubts vanished. He exclaimed, "I've never seen such high-quality ginseng. This one, although less than 500 years old, with such quality, I believe it's even better than 1,000-year-old ginseng. Such a precious gift? Miss Chiao is too generous. She just gives such good things away easily." Knight 7 was a bit envious of Chiao Nian's luck. How could she find such good things? Chun Chuan was in a good mood and said, Miss Chiao's luck isn't something we can compare to. When the master arrives, let's give this ginseng to him. I'll also bring you 1,000 taels of silver. Whatever good stuff you find, buy it and send it all to Miss Chiao. Knight 7 replied, All right, bring the silver. The Chiao family's wheat field was only 3 acres. This year, they didn't plant sweet potatoes or corn. With 2 strong workers, Watchman and Uncle Wang, plus Chiao Nian's own strength and endurance, they managed well. Knight 7 also came back to help. In just one day, they harvested all the wheat and spread it out to dry in the open space in front of the house. That day, no one left the Chiao family's land, and the village was very lively. Some believed in Chiao Nian's character and knew she wouldn't joke about such things. Others didn't believe and came to ask where she got the news and if it was true. Most people just watched quietly, looking at the Chiao family, the village chief's family, and a few others close to the Chiao family, harvesting the slightly yellowed wheat with disdain and sneering without speaking. Honestly, Chiao Nian felt a bit frustrated. Everyone had been getting along well before, and she had helped them several times. She always wanted to help the village and taught them about herbs. They didn't hire workers or buy land, just hoping to make life easier. But this time, touching on everyone's interests, harvesting early was like threatening their lives. If they lost grain, she wouldn't compensate, so why should they listen to her? These old farmers had farmed all their lives and could see the weather changes. How could a young girl fool them? Now that the Chiao family's life was better, some people just wanted to show off their wealth. There were even worse words, but no one dared say them in front of Chiao Nian, since many still worked in her fields. She didn't want to bother with them anymore. She knew deep down that human nature was complicated. Only when her interests were touched could she see people's true attitudes. She had said everything she needed to. Whether others believed it or not was up to them. Feeling tired, Chiao Nian sat on a stone bench outside her house. Knight 7 and the others had already gone inside to wash up. Hua Guixiang brought her a bowl of water and said, Don't take it to heart. When you were rejected before, many gossiping women in the village talked nonsense. Later, our family got back on its feet. Many people seemed to have no issues on the surface, and when something happened, they would consider their own interests and help us. But this time was different. Everyone was working in the fields to earn a living, and no one dared to disturb their crops, as it was almost like threatening their lives. The hardest thing in the world is telling good people from bad people. People have different views and treat others differently. In the future, don't be so stubborn. Nothing stays the same forever. Chiao Nian understood these truths well. It was only because the villagers had shown her kindness first that she wanted to repay them. Now, she thought it was better to keep some distance for good relations. Mom, I didn't take it to heart. I've let it go. If this year's fruit planting is successful, next year I will hire some workers or buy a farm. Our life will definitely get better. Hua Guixiang smiled. You decide what to do. Mom will just follow you and enjoy life. Let's go home and eat. At night, the dogs at the village entrance and the end of the village were asleep. There were no more sounds of insects in the bushes. The village was quiet and peaceful. 2 figures silently jumped over the wall into Widow Lu's yard, then left shortly after. They went to Li Gosheng's house, then to Wang Suixia's house in the middle of the village, and later to Zhang's, Lu's, and Old Yu's houses at the back. Finally, they quietly entered the Chiao family's yard. Xiao He, with eyes shining like gold, watched the 2 go inside before turning around and jumping in through the window. He curled up next to Chiao Nian and fell asleep peacefully. The pale golden glow of dawn pushed away the last darkness from the sky. In the village, the sounds of dogs barking and roosters crowing filled the air. At 8 o'clock at night, Luoma and Zhao Jinghao were riding a mule cart, heading to school. After today's lessons, they would take a break for a while. Chiao Nian was worried that after the heavy rain, the town might be a little chaotic, so she decided to let them stay at home for now and see how things went later. After they left, the Chiao family also got busy. They first cleared all the wheat at the door, then turned it over to let the sun dry it. In the morning, Chiao Nian checked the weather forecast in her space again. Maybe it was her imagination, but she felt the gray cloud icon for tomorrow looked darker, and the heavy rain icon for the day after tomorrow was redder. Whether she was right or not, there was only today of sunny weather before the rain, so she had a lot to do. The wheat needed to be dried, clothes washed, and grains that could easily get damp needed to be wrapped in oilcloth. Everything in the yard that could be stored away should be put away. Today, there was no need to water the fruit trees, as everyone started digging drainage channels. 10 days of continuous heavy rain might not affect the fruit trees much, but the crops in the fields would definitely be flooded. This was an unavoidable situation. All they could do was try to drain the water out. How many would survive depended on fate. The drainage ditch was extended all the way to the reed marsh at the foot of the mountain. Originally, they planned to dig a pond here to raise fish and plant lotus flowers, but there wasn't enough time to tidy it up. For now, they would just drain the water and deal with other matters later. Busy Chi Nian didn't know that the village was becoming lively again. Early this morning, Widow Zhang opened her eyes and wanted her eldest daughter-in-law to bring her some water. After a night of sleep, she felt very thirsty and uncomfortable. But when she opened her mouth, she couldn't make a sound. She hurriedly ran out of the house in slippers, fetched a large bowl of water from the yard, and drank it. Her mouth felt better, but she still couldn't speak. Frightened, she wildly knocked on her two sons' doors and gestured for a long time. Only then did her two sons realize their mother couldn't speak. They hurried to invite Dr. Li from the village. Unexpectedly, Dr. Li had already been called away early by Old Yu's family. Anxiously, her eldest son went to Old Yu's house again. To his surprise, several families had gathered in Old Yu's yard, waiting for Dr. Li to check their pulses one by one. They found out that all these people, who had come early in the morning to have their pulses checked, couldn't speak either. Before long, news spread throughout the village. The people who loved to gossip the most couldn't speak anymore. Dr. Li couldn't find any obvious illness. He said the pulse was normal, but they suddenly lost their ability to talk. Everyone felt a strange sense of relief. These people often gossiped about others in the village, spreading rumors about neighbors. Now, they were getting their comeuppance. No one knew which divine being had done this good deed, but it was best if these people couldn't speak for the rest of their lives. Nightfall came around 7 or 8 o'clock. No need to thank me. It was an easy thing to do. When Wu Damao came to share this big piece of good news with Huagui Xiang, she happened to overhear it. Early in the morning, Xiaohei had already told her that last night, Night 7 and Night 8 had gone out. She didn't need to guess. They were definitely involved. Smiling, she felt very happy and went back to her chores. Later, she planned to ask the two of them if they could share some small items from their belongings or ask Chen Chuan to prepare some for her. She kept some in storage just in case. Xiao Jinyu rode quickly, hardly resting along the way, and finally arrived in Linen Town before noon. He had no time to rest and went straight to Jiren Hall to find someone, but from Laifu's mouth, he learned that Xiao Nian and the others had already returned. Yi Qi and Yi Ba also went to the Qiao family, and Chen Chuan had visited several villages. Now he was not there either. Master, you have been traveling day and night, hardly resting along the way. You should wash up and rest first before seeing the young master, Yi Yi respectfully suggested. Xiao Jinyu, in a hurry to get there, had not received Yi Qi's last letter and did not know that a heavy rain was about to arrive. They had indeed hardly rested on the way and needed to take a break. He nodded and said, "Let's go back to the house to wash up and change clothes." "You all should rest too." "Yes, master," Yi Yi and the others replied respectfully. Then they followed Xiao Jinyu to the side door of the backyard. Going out from here, crossing a street, they reached Xiao Jinyu's private residence in Linen Town. Chen Chuan knew Xiao Jinyu might arrive in town today. Early in the morning, before dawn, he hurriedly checked the villages, then rushed back without stopping. When he returned, Laifu told him that Xiao Jinyu arrived at noon and was resting in the back house. Chen Chuan didn't even have time to drink water. He held the ginseng given by Qiao Nian and hurried to the back house. Luckily, he was in good health. Otherwise, after a whole day, he would have collapsed. Just as he turned the corner, he saw 3 carriages parked steadily in the alley, with Yi Yi and Yi Er directing people to load things into the carriages. Yi is the master inside? Chen Chuan asked, catching his breath. The master is waiting for you inside. Hurry in, Yi replied. Chen Chuan nodded and strode inside. 15 minutes later, after Xiao Jinyu finished reporting to him, he almost didn't hesitate. He picked up a pen and started writing a letter, then called Yi. Send the letter quickly by fast horse. After that, he added, You and Yi Air and Yi Sen go personally to deliver it. If the weather changes, stay there and wait until it's safe before returning. Let Yi Si follow me. Yes, master, Yi obeyed, and quickly left. Xiao Jinyu was sitting in a chair, his face serious and stern, with a sharp, handsome face full of solemnity. His mind was full of many thoughts. If what Xiao Nian said was true, the grain supply this year might not be enough for the Southwestern Army. The court would surely find all kinds of reasons, even delaying the military pay. Most of the silver he earned over the years had been used to support the army, so his father had no worries and could focus on fighting the barbarian army. But even so, the emperor still harbored many suspicions about their duke's mansion. 3 years ago, my older brother was betrayed and fell ill in bed. My mother couldn't leave the capital city even for a moment. Every time he went out, he faced various assassination attempts, all connected to the emperor and several princes. Sometimes he felt very tired. He was moved by the sense of duty and loyalty that his father and older brother talked about, but for such an emperor, he felt it wasn't worth it. He also disliked the backstabbing smiles of the people in the capital since he was young. When his father and older brother learned about his feelings, they remained silent for a long time. After that, they no longer stopped his reckless behavior, nor did they ask him to study for the imperial exams or go to war. They did this just to keep him safe and leave a way out for the Duke of Zhangguo's family. Over the years, his father and older brother protected him from the front, allowing him to hide in the back, secretly build his influence, gather wealth, and handle some minor affairs for them. 3 years ago, his older brother was betrayed by his childhood sweetheart and fiancé, was seriously injured and poisoned, and almost lost his life. But the emperor only said, Roar is still young and naive, and let it go. Now, his older brother's poison has not been cured, yet Qi Minru has already become the wife of the Marquis of Liang, and her eldest sister died under mysterious circumstances. It's truly ironic. Master, are you all right? Chen Chuan saw Xiao Jinyu sitting silently for a long time, with an even darker expression, and cautiously asked. Xiao Jinyu withdrew his thoughts and said slowly, I'm fine. You handled things well. Make sure the grain supplies are safe. Also, speed up the storage of charcoal and firewood. If it rains, don't let the grain spoil. Report any issues at once. Yes, I'll take care of it right away, Chen Chuan replied, and was about to leave when Xiao Jinyu stopped him again. Since this ginseng was given to you by the young girl, keep it for yourself. My older brother's health will be fine within a year. Chen Chuan thought for a moment and said, Thank you, master. I'll keep this ginseng for now. If it's useful later, I'll take it out. After that, seeing that Xiao Jinyu had nothing else to say, he picked up the box again and left the study. Xiao Nian finished settling the household and spent the whole afternoon working in the melon field, digging drainage ditches nearly half a meter deep with everyone. This increased their workload significantly. They worked until nightfall, finally clearing the ditches in the melon field, while the orchard remained untouched. Everyone worked hard today. Tomorrow we only need to work half a day. Dig as much as you can. Wages will be doubled, and the work will be suspended the day after tomorrow, Xiao Nian said. Someone asked, Second miss, will it really rain the day after tomorrow? It's still bright and sunny today. Are all these efforts worth it? Yes, tomorrow I will get my wages. Will we still be able to come work here in the future? Everyone was talking loudly, and it gave Xiao Nian a headache. Seeing this, Wang Taihai loudly stopped the noise. What's going on? Didn't I tell you all yesterday? Why are you asking again today? Once you've taken your wages, just do the work as the owner asks. Why all the fuss? Xiao Nian looked around at everyone with a blank expression and spoke more seriously. Uncles and elders, whether you believe it or not, I do. That's why I do so much. As for whether I will come to work in the future, it depends on whether the heavens allow me to earn this money. If the rain destroys all the melon seedlings, even if I want to invite everyone, there won't be any work to do. All right, everyone has worked hard today. Go home and rest. As the crowd gradually left, Wang Taihai and Qiao Zhen comforted Qiao Nian and quickly went back home. Both families had helped harvest the wheat, and they still had busy work to do tonight. Qiao Nian was grateful to them. Her family was busy harvesting wheat, and they still came to work here. Although it was for money, the integrity of these two families was obvious. If they chose not to come at such times, she wouldn't say anything. Once everyone was gone, Qiao Nian returned to the field. She wanted to water the fruit seedlings with spiritual spring water. The watermelons in the field were about the size of fists, and the melons and strawberries were already bearing fruit. If they all died, she would be very upset. These were all money, and she hoped with the blessing of the spiritual spring water, they could survive. Big sister, we're going home. Just as Qiao Nian finished her last row of planting, she heard Ping and Zhao Jinghao. She quickly responded, coming. Don't come in now. It's dark, and it's hard to walk in the field. Meow Meow Little Black ran to her feet, nuzzling her head and asking why she wasn't home yet. Qiao Nian bent down, picked up Little Black, and headed out. She said as she walked, I'm watering the fruit seedlings. Did you tell Hua Hua? I've been busy these days. I'll go up the mountain to see her tomorrow afternoon. Meow. The big tiger knows about it. Qiao Nian carried Little Black to the edge of the field when she heard a familiar, yet annoying voice. Xiao Nian Nian, long time no see. Do you miss me? Why are you here? Qiao Nian asked suspiciously. She wondered how this person had come to her field. Xiao Jinyu was caught off guard by the question. She shrugged slightly, looking a bit wronged. Xiao Nian Nian, you really don't understand me. Are you not happy to see me? Qiao Nian felt awkward and a little embarrassed. I didn't mean that. I just didn't expect you to come looking for me in the field. When did you arrive? Why didn't someone come to call me back? After finishing everything, Xiao Jinyu realized it was getting late. When he arrived at the Qiao family, Ping'an and Zhao Jinghao had already returned from school. Zhao Jinghao saw Xiao Jinyu and started crying loudly. When he was kidnapped and taken away from the capital, he thought he would never see his grandfather and uncle again. A few days ago, he saw Yi Qi and Yi Ba, and he hoped his uncle would come soon, but he didn't want to go back to the capital so quickly. He was torn between hope and worry, almost twisting himself in frustration. When he finally saw them, his feelings of sadness and longing took over, and he cried uncontrollably. After comforting him, Xiao Jinyu asked how Zhao Jinghao was kidnapped in the first place. The two talked inside the house for a while. When they came out, it was already dark, but Qiao Nian hadn't returned yet. Hua Guixiang wanted to go to the fields to call her, but Xiao Jinyu stopped her. He asked Ping'an and Zhao Jinghao to lead the way, and they went together to find Qiao Nian. Xiao He was simply following Qiao Nian's scent. He didn't take the same path as Ping'an and the others. The four of them walked and talked, and soon they arrived home. When Qiao Nian learned that Xiao Jinyu would be staying at their house for a while, she felt stunned. Before she could refuse, Xiao Jinyu brought in 3 large carts of goods. To thank her for saving Zhao Jinghao, Xiao Jinyu also gave her a small box containing 20,000 taels of silver, 10 small gold ingots, and 5 taels of gold in small bars. Qiao Nian's expression immediately changed, and she smiled happily. Brother Xiao, just treat this place as your own home. Stay as long as you like and don't be polite. She couldn't refuse. Xiao Jinyu had given her so much that she couldn't say no, nor did she want to. Suddenly, Qiao Nian felt her yard was a bit too small. She thought she should have built a 2 or 3 entry courtyard from the start. If a wealthy guest came to stay again, there wouldn't be enough space. To make her guest comfortable, she decided to wait for the heavy rain to pass and then add an extension to the yard nearby. For now, Xiao Jinyu was staying alone in one room, and the 3 empty rooms could only be shared by Yi Si and the others. The next day, the sun didn't rise as usual. No, it didn't come out at all. The sky was covered with thick clouds, blocking all sunlight, making the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Many people started to panic. Early in the morning, they came to the Qiao family asking about the weather. Their anxious and helpless expressions made Xiao Nian feel so angry she couldn't speak. Uncles, aunts, and elder sisters, look at the weather today. Based on your experience, do you think it will rain? Heaven still gave everyone some time, so everyone should go home and get busy. That's all I have to say. Whether you believe me or not, I won't say more. Everyone, disperse. After Qiao Nian finished speaking, many people lowered their heads in guilt, said thank you, and then walked away quickly. A few others were still discussing what would happen if it was just cloudy without rain, whether they should harvest the wheat early, and who would compensate for the losses. They mainly wanted Qiao Nian to cover for them. After all, the Qiao family had money, and since she was the one speaking, she had to take responsibility. Qiao Nian, Hua Guixiang, Ping'an, and Zhao Jinghao looked grimly at the people still standing at the door who refused to leave. These people would never have dealings with them again. Even if they couldn't find workers, they would do the work themselves rather than hire them. Xiao Jinyu cast a cold glance over these people and signaled to Yesi and Yeqi. They immediately drew their swords and stepped forward, sternly warning, "If you don't leave now, we will report you to the authorities." Just seeing the long swords gleaming with a chilling white light made everyone feel weak in the knees. Hearing that they would be reported, they all ran away in fear. Lin Shi was hiding among these people. She came to ask if Qiao Nian had seen Qiao Hai recently. Over the past few days, villagers had been discussing whether to harvest the wheat. Hearing so much, she felt uncertain. Yesterday, she went to town to find Qiao Hai, but the manager of Xiangman Lo said Qiao Hai hadn't gone to work for several days, delaying their restaurant supplies. They had already found someone to replace him and told Lin Shi to take Qiao Hai's belongings. He hadn't received his wages this month either, so they considered it compensation for his delays. Before she could understand the situation, she was driven out. Qiao Hai's a few change of clothes were thrown out, and she was no longer allowed to enter. She wanted to see her son, but thinking it might delay his studies, she turned around and went to find Qiao Jiaojiao. Since getting married, Qiao Jiaojiao had to do all the chores at the Qin family's house, getting up before dawn to cook, feed the chickens and pigs, clean the yard, wash clothes during the day, go to the fields, and then cook again when she returned. Chunming, claiming to be studying, couldn't visit home once a month. Qiao Jiaojiao wanted to go out and find him, but was stopped by her mother-in-law. Her life was now full of hardship, far from the good days she had imagined. When Lin Shi found Qiao Jiaojiao, she was washing clothes by the river. Seeing Lin Shi, she started crying and complaining about her difficult days, wanting to go back to her parents' house and not wanting to stay in the Qin family, where she was constantly being scolded. She didn't notice the disdain in Lin Shi's eyes. This daughter had been a waste. She couldn't help the family and even wanted to go back and burden them. The Lin family only hurriedly said a few words and claimed they had other matters at home, then left without looking back. Only Qiao Jiaojiao was left there crying loudly, her face full of despair and her eyes filled with hatred, almost turning into tangible anger. Mrs. Lin searched everywhere she knew for Qiao Hai, but couldn't find him. Today, she wanted to ask Qiao Nian if she had seen him, but as she arrived, she saw the crowd gathered at the Qiao family's door. She hid among the people and realized it was all about harvesting wheat. She wanted to step forward to ask, but the sight of the sharp swords in their hands frightened her so much she forgot everything. She scrambled back and ran. When she got home, she remembered she still hadn't found out where Qiao Hai was. But just thinking of those fierce-looking people made her legs tremble. Since Qiao Hai often wasn't at home anyway, she figured he would come back in a few days. She decided to stay at home and wait. As for the wheat in the field, she hadn't been there since she married into the Qiao family and had ignored it completely. Meanwhile, on Qiao Nian's side, many families were busy harvesting their wheat today. Only Wang Taihai, Qiao Zhen, and the 5 people behind them came to work at Qiao's. Seeing this and the gloomy sky today, Qiao Nian decided to pay their wages for the month and let everyone go home, knowing there were still many things to do at home. Wang Taihai and Qiao Zhen wanted to say something, but Xiao Nian waved them off, saying, "Uncles Wang, Chao Zhen, and the other uncles behind you, I'm already grateful that you came at this time. When the rain stops, if you're willing, you can come back to work in my fields." Hearing this, everyone nodded happily and quickly agreed, "Yes, we're willing." After sending them off, Xiao Nian planned to do the work herself since she was strong enough, and it wouldn't tire her out. Just then, Xiao Jinyu appeared, dressed in a brand new bright blue short jacket, wearing black cloth shoes, with her hair tied up high and a faint smile on her face. She carried a hoe and was followed by a group of guards, walking grandly toward Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian couldn't help but smile warmly, like a gentle breeze in April, warm, bright, and dazzling. "Since everyone's here, let's get to work." That day, every household in Huaitree village was busy and worked tirelessly. Of course, a few families still relaxed on their beds or sat together, mocking those who were harvesting wheat, calling them fools. Whether it rained or not, if the wheat stayed in the ground for a few more days, they might even harvest a few more jin of grain. But they insisted on listening to the girl from the Qiao family. Now that the wheat was harvested, if they ran out of food in winter, they'd cry about it. Xiao Nian shows no concern for the thoughts of the villagers. Besides Hua Guixiang and Hui Nyang, who are busy at home, everyone else is digging drainage channels in the orchard. With Xiao Jinyu and a group of guards joining, each person is skilled in martial arts and much stronger than average, working quickly. The drainage ditches in this orchard are much easier to dig than those in the melon fields. By late morning, most of the work is done, and they even dig a large water pit in the reed marshes so water can flow directly into it. When filled, it can be reused later. After finishing, everyone else heads home. Xiao Nian takes Xiao Jinyu for a walk around the fields, introducing the fruits and vegetables she's growing. She asks, "How about it? Are you interested in cooperating? I can offer you the lowest price. Of course, if you're not interested, I can find someone else or sell it myself," she says, feeling a bit lazy. Currently, her only promising partner is Xiao Jinyu. If he refuses, it would just be a minor inconvenience. "Don't say that, little Nian Nian. I would love to work with such good products. If we send these to the capital, they might be snatched up by wealthy families. Remember, all the produce here can only be sold to me. Others can't buy it," Xiao Jinyu says with a roguish smile, which sounds a bit annoying, but Xiao Nian can tell he's serious. She replies, "Then we'll sign a contract when we go back. But I can't guarantee this year's yield. After heavy rain, some of the seedlings might not survive. It depends on the situation." "Deal." He agrees. After lunch, the sky darkens even more, as if hiding some terrifying monster ready to emerge and swallow the world. The Qiao family gathers the wheat drying at the door and brings it inside. Hua Guixiang and Hui Nyang stay at home, while the rest go up the mountain to collect firewood. Since there are many people at home, they use more firewood. The 2 storerooms are only half full, and they aim to fill both by the afternoon. At the mountain, Xiao Nian tells Uncle Wang and the guards that she will be careful and reminds Ping and Jing how to stay safe, then shoulders her basket and heads in another direction. Xiao Jinyu smiles casually and says, "If we're not back by evening, you can go down the mountain first. No need to wait for us." After glancing at Yi Si and the others, he also starts walking. Xiao Nian and Xiao Jinyu walk all the way to a mountain slope near the deep forest in the east. There, they see Yi Chi standing in front of a hill, with a person sitting on the ground beside him. It's Qiao Hai, who has been missing for a few days. He looks disheveled, with messy hair and eyes still clouded from just waking up. Yi Chi had already respectfully bowed to the 2 people, saying, "Greetings, master and young lady." Xiao Jinyu seemed very pleased with this greeting, smiling wider, and happily called out. Zhou Hating, who was sitting on the ground, watched the 2 approach calmly. In the past 3 days, he had been kept in a dark, sunless dungeon with no food or water and no sound around him, nearly breaking his mind. Today, finally, someone entered the dark cell. He was so excited he stammered and cried, begging for mercy. But in the next moment, he was knocked out. When he woke up again, he was here, and then saw Zhou Nian and the noble young master who had visited Zhou's house before walking toward him. Zhou Hai immediately shouted excitedly, "Second young lady, I know I was wrong. Second uncle knows he was wrong. Second uncle is a fool. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again." He tried to reach out and grab Zhou Nian's hand, but Yi Qi pushed him back firmly. Seeing him again, Zhou Nian felt anger rising in her chest, her heart full of rage she couldn't suppress. Her voice was cold as she asked, "Which hand did you use to push Grandma down the mountain?" Zhou Hai was frightened by Zhou Nian's fierce look and kept retreating, trembling as he said, "No, I didn't." "It wasn't me." Zhou Nian didn't waste words. She stepped forward and forcefully grabbed his right hand, twisting it outward. The sound of bones cracking immediately rang out, followed by Zhou Hai's pig-like screams. Then Zhou Nian kicked his left leg hard, another bone-breaking sound. Zhou Hai let out a sharp, agonized scream but soon fainted from the pain. Frustrated, Zhou Nian kicked him twice more. Seeing that he was truly unconscious, she suddenly didn't want to kill him anymore. Living like this, in pain and suffering, might be the best punishment for him. "Yi Qi, do you still have that kind of medicine that makes people unable to speak? Feed some to him. Then throw him down the hillside. Whether he can survive depends on his luck," she said. She wasn't afraid that Xiao Jinyu and Yi Qi would tell others or use this to threaten her later. She had her space, which was like a cheat device. Although she couldn't say she could travel 1,000 miles a day now, killing someone without their defenses was very easy. She hadn't avoided Yi Qi and Yi Ba before, and now avoiding Xiao Jinyu was almost impossible. Even if she managed to avoid them, if Zhou Hai got into trouble later, they would still suspect her. It was better to handle it openly. Yi Qi looked at Xiao Jinyu, who nodded. He took out a small bottle from his pocket, poured out a tiny black pill about the size of a fingernail, and fed it to Zhou Hai. Then he grabbed him and threw him down the hillside behind him. The movements were quick and precise, without any hesitation. This made Xiao Nian wonder if they often did such things. Xiao Jinyu seemed to understand her thoughts and smiled softly, saying, "When I was 8, I was surrounded by the eldest son of the Prime Minister's family and a group of people. I was beaten badly that time, and it was Yi Qi and the others who arrived just in time to save me. After that, I worked harder at martial arts. 2 years later, I found a chance to set a trap and made those who had beaten me leave the city. Like you, I broke their hands and feet and threw them down a hill. At that time, Yi Qi's actions were just as clean and swift as now." Yi Qi looked a little embarrassed and touched his nose. The master suddenly asked why he was talking about this. Xiao Nian looked at Xiao Jinyu with bright, curious eyes and blinked. Xiao Jinyu's handsome face lit up with a smile as he said, "I've told you my weakness now. The eldest son of the Prime Minister's family is now a cripple and still looking for the person who secretly hurt him. We both hold secrets about each other, so don't worry that I will betray you." Xiao Nian suddenly felt her chest tighten, a strange feeling of warmth and happiness spreading through her body. She smiled like a fireworks burst and softly said, "Okay, I understand." Just then, a loud tiger roar came from the forest, followed by the sound of rustling leaves as something ran through the trees. "Master, young lady, be careful. You go ahead, I'll cover the rear." Yi Qi almost immediately drew his sword when he heard the tiger roar, stepping in front of Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Nian. At the same time, Xiao Jinyu wrapped his arm around Xiao Nian's waist, lightly stepping on the ground, and they jumped onto a nearby tree. "Hold onto the trunk tightly."
"I'll go help Yi Qi," he said.
The movements were so fast that Xiao Nian almost couldn't keep up. Luckily, just as Xiao Jinyu was about to leap down, she grabbed his arm. "Don't worry, that tiger is my pet. It won't hurt us," she said. Suddenly, a large, colorful tiger about 4 meters long leapt out from the bushes, exuding a wild, fierce aura. It made a graceful arc in the air and landed under the tree where Xiao Nian was, its sharp eyes glaring at Xiao Jinyu standing beside her. "Roar!" came a low, dangerous growl from its throat. Yi Qi tightened his grip on his sword. This tiger looked extremely fierce, and he was ready to distract it so his master and Xiao Nian could escape. Just as Yi Qi was about to charge, Xiao Nian's anxious voice rang out, "Yi Qi, stop. Hua Hua, don't move. Big brother Xiao, please take me down. Hua Hua is here to find me. Night 7. Hua Hua is my pet tiger. Please don't hurt it. For a moment, Xiao Nian's heart raced, feeling that if she had been a little slower just now, Night 7 and Hua Hua might have hurt each other. At this point, Xiao Jinyu and Night 7 were both stunned. They looked at the large, strong tiger on the ground and then at Xiao Nian's small figure. Both of them swallowed hard at the same time. Xiao Jinyu asked, Xiao Nian, are you really sure this tiger is yours? It won't hurt you. Just then, Little Black also jumped out of the woods. It quickly climbed onto a tree and then, following Xiao Nian's dress, jumped into her arms. It let out a meow, as if asking why she wasn't coming down to see Hua Hua. At this moment, Xiao Nian no longer cared whether revealing her internal strength would be exposed. Anyway, these people would find out sooner or later. She slightly freed herself from Xiao Jinyu's big hand, then gently leaped down and landed steadily on the ground. Hua Hua, do you miss me? I miss you too. As soon as she landed, she hugged Hua Hua's big head, rubbing it for a while. The big tiger instantly looked like a meme, with a funny expression. Xiao Jinyu and Night 7 had never seen a tiger look so helpless and spoiled before. Roar. Hua Hua, acting cute, rubbed its big head against Xiao Nian. If it weren't for fear that the thorns on its tongue might hurt her, it would have licked her. Xiao Jinyu silently landed on the ground, watching the interaction between the girl and the tiger. He patted his head, thinking that this little girl was going to scare him to death sooner or later. He also wondered how many secrets she was hiding, considering she seemed to have used her internal strength just now. Night 7. Young lady, please accept the knee of your subordinate. Xiao Nian didn't forget there were two people behind her. She turned around with a bright smile. Big brother Xiao, Night 7, Hua Hua is very well behaved. Do you want to pet it too? Hua Hua immediately, from a hidden angle where Xiao Nian couldn't see, shot a fierce look at Xiao Jinyu and Night 7, clearly refusing. You better be sensible, or don't blame this king for being rude. Xiao Jinyu awkwardly chuckled. No need. Maybe later when we're more familiar. Night 7 also hurried to wave his hand, indicating he didn't want to pet it. Actually, he was just afraid. The big tiger wasn't friendly to them at all. Alright then, my Hua Hua is so comfortable. It would be a shame if you didn't pet it. Xiao Nian didn't notice that this cunning tiger posed a threat to the two of them. She was still thinking about how to send them away, as she planned to give Hua Hua some spiritual spring water later. Unexpectedly, Hua Hua couldn't wait anymore. It gently bit the hem of Xiao Nian's dress and pulled, heading in the direction of the deep mountains. Xiao Nian immediately understood and turned around, saying, Brother Xiao, you and Yiqi go back first. Hua wants to take me somewhere. I will definitely come down before dark. Xiao Jinyu wanted to refuse and said he would go too, but seeing that the big tiger clearly didn't like him, he could only nod and say, Be careful and don't come back too late. Don't worry, with Hua Hua here, there won't be any danger. Xiao Nian replied. Then she flipped onto Hua Hua's back, and Xiao He jumped into her arms. Soon, one person, one tiger, and one cat disappeared into the forest. Master, shall we go back? Yiqi asked cautiously, noticing that his master's face looked quite bad. Xiao Jinyu was upset. A tiger, had taken his wife. How could he be happy? He rolled his eyes at Yiqi and said in a bad tone, This place has bad feng shui. I'll wait up front. You look around for prey. We came out to hunt, so we can't go back empty-handed. As soon as Xiao Jinyu finished speaking, he had already leapt far ahead. Yiqi weakly responded and suddenly heard some movement from the hillside, but he didn't care. He used light skills and headed in another direction. Hua Guixiang kept glancing at the gloomy sky. Just now, Chun Chuan had brought people with supplies. 3 large carts filled with rice, flour, meat, eggs, birds' nests, shark fins, vegetables, dried fruits, and even oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. There was no chance for her to refuse. She put down the things and left, saying she was worried that rain might delay them on the road. She hadn't spoken much before she received a house full of food. Now, she was just hoping her granddaughter and Master Xiao would come back soon to see how to handle these supplies. Luckily, She didn't have to wait long. From the foot of the mountain, she heard voices. Soon, she saw Ping and Zhao Jinghao coming down the mountain, each carrying a bundle of firewood. Behind them were Shou Wang and Yi Si, each carrying a large bundle, and at the very back, Yi Jiu was carrying a withered tree. But she didn't see Qiao Nian or Xiao Jinyu. Hua Guixiang hurried a few steps and asked loudly, Ping'an, where are your sister and Master Xiao? Grandma, my sister and Master Xiao went hunting. They should be back soon. Don't worry, he replied. At this moment, Qiao Nian was indeed carrying a wild ox out of the deep mountain. The ox was recently caught by Hua Hua. It was small, still a calf that hadn't fully grown. Qiao Nian tried lifting it and felt she could carry it, so she carried it down the mountain. Inside her space, she had already prepared to slaughter the big wild ox with her mind, and she planned to take it out later if needed. Xiao Jinyu thought he was seeing things. He jumped down from the tree and saw the scene before him. His body moved faster than his mind, and he quickly stepped forward to try to take the wild ox from Qiao Nian's shoulders. How did you get it? Put it down quickly. Why haven't you come down the mountain yet? Are you waiting for me? Both spoke almost at the same time. Zhou not only didn't put it down but also nudged the wild ox gently, saying, Hua caught it. Don't move it now. You'll get your clothes dirty. I can carry it. Let's go back and talk. At this moment he had caught 2 rabbits, 3 wild chickens, and a roe deer. Knight 7 stood nearby, looking blank. He hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed to carry such small game outside. What's going on? Although the Zhou family now has many people, there are still plenty of workers. When Zhou and Xiao Jinyu arrived home, the 2 firewood sheds in the backyard were already full. They were covered tightly with oilcloth to keep rain out. Even the kitchen had a pile of firewood stacked half a meter high. Then, Yi Si and others put all the things Chun Chuan brought into the cellar, while Yi 7 took people to handle the game. Zhou changed into new clothes, preparing to cook herself tonight. She wanted to make a stew to reward everyone. Their water jar contained spring water she often added, making the food taste delicious. Eating it regularly could slowly improve health, as Zhao Jinghao's body was a good example. So Xiao Jinyu's over 20,000 taels gift was not wasted on her. Honestly, with so many people living in their house, she felt she was at a disadvantage. But that's not how the world works. Fairness doesn't always exist. Often, it's about mutual willingness. When a strong aroma wafted from the kitchen, everyone couldn't sit still. Xiao Jinyu, who wasn't very concerned with manners, followed the smell into the kitchen. Little Nian Nian, are you making braised meat? It smells so good. Qixingzhai had bought Zhou's braised meat recipe, which Xiao Jinyu knew. Many of their restaurants had already launched this dish, but he hadn't had a chance to taste it himself. Zhou was stirring the meat in the pot without turning around and said, Yes, braised beef and some roe deer meat I also braised. By the way, Qixingzhai bought my recipe. Do you know about it, Brother Xiao? Xiao Jinyu nodded. Yes, I know. I went to the capital recently and hurried back. I haven't had a chance to try what they made yet. Eat more today. I made a lot. The weather hasn't been hot these days, so we can eat for a couple more days. Because there were many family members, they sat at 2 tables for the meal. Everyone's first bite was of the neatly sliced braised beef, and an indescribable flavor spread in their mouths. It was so delicious that they almost wanted to swallow their own tongues. Knight 7 and the others didn't care about their image. They even used their martial skills just to get a piece of the braised beef. In no time, a large plate of meat was snatched away by them. Hui Nyang carefully savored the taste in her mouth. When Xiao Nian was cooking earlier, she watched nearby. She didn't expect the meat to be so delicious. No fishy smell, rich and fragrant, leaving a deep aftertaste. She had thought her cooking skills in the Qiao family farm were good enough, but now she realized she had seen too little. Watching Qiao Nian cook today gave her many new ideas. She planned to experiment when she had time, hoping to stay in the Qiao family for the rest of her life. Shou Wang and Uncle Wang ate very happily. Their former master was an official family, but they were just servants. Usually they ate coarse black bread and only saw some meat during festivals. Unexpectedly, in a farm family like the Qiao family, They could eat meat every day, and their daily meals were almost the same as the master's. The family was kind and friendly, without any airs, and they never scolded or beat the servants. This made the two very grateful that they had stepped forward to join such a family. They felt content for their whole lives. Compared to the warmth of the Chiao family, many households in Huai Tree Village were still in the fields, cutting wheat in the dark. As the sky darkened and a wind started to blow, it grew stronger quickly, making it hard for people to stand upright. The village chief braced himself against the wind and loudly rang the bronze bell, using all his strength to call everyone back home. Wang Taikai and Wang Tiniu didn't want the village chief to go alone. They followed behind, shouting to those still in the fields to hurry home. In a short while, the wheat cut in the fields was blown away by the wind, scattered in all directions. Some women and men wanted to chase after it, but the wind was too strong. The night sky was pitch black, with no light at all. They only cut wheat out of instinct. Soon, screams of pain echoed in the darkness. Someone had fallen and cut their arm with a sickle, crying out in pain. Others had fallen and hadn't gotten up yet, and in the chaos, someone else tripped over them. The scene was a mess in the fierce wind. Ding ding ding, are you all crazy? Hurry home. The sound of the bell and the village chief's shouts helped everyone regain some sense. They began helping each other and hurried back home. At this moment, even if I regret it, it's too late. I can only pray silently that the rain won't last too long. Slightly moldy wheat can still be eaten. Time slowly passes midnight, and suddenly the sky flashes with lightning and roars with thunder. The heavy rain seems to be summoned by the earth and falls all at once. In the blink of an eye, the rain forms curtains, pouring down like a vast wave. The cracking sound echoes across the sky and land, waking many people from their sleep. Tonight, Qiao Nian did not return to her own house. She is now sitting with Hua Guixiang at the window, looking outside. Hua Guixiang leans on the windowsill with one hand, holding her chest with the other, her heart trembling with each thunderclap. Luckily, our house is newly built. With such a heavy storm, many houses in the village probably can't hold up. Mom, stop looking. The more we look, the more anxious we get. Let's go to sleep. Everything can wait until morning, Qiao Nian says, pulling Hua Guixiang away from the window and toward the bed. The two take off their shoes and lie down but can't fall asleep. They start chatting casually. Xiao Jinyu also stands at the window, watching the rain outside.
He seems to think of something.
Usually smiling, his face now shows worry and anxiety. That night feels especially long. Before dawn, someone knocks on the Qiao family's door. Guardian, dressed in clothes, comes out to check. Who's there? What's the matter? He asks. Outside, Wang Tiehai's voice responds. Guardian, many houses in the village have collapsed due to the heavy rain. Some people are trapped underneath. We don't have enough hands. Can your family send a few people to help? Guardian opens the door, and Uncle Wang also comes out dressed. He says, wait a moment. We need to tell the girl first. Okay, you all go quickly. Qiao Nian, who has hardly slept all night, gets up when she hears the noise. She is walking from the corridor and overhears their conversation. Without waiting for Uncle Wang or Guardian to speak, she says, Uncle Wang, Guardian, go help. Wear your raincoats and be careful. If anything happens, take care of yourselves first. Hearing this, Uncle Wang and Guardian feel warm inside. They have been servants since childhood and have never been told to look after themselves first in trouble. Being cared for and watched over like this is something they have never experienced before. They lower their heads slightly, hiding their slightly reddened eyes, nod, put on their raincoats, and follow Wang Taihai into the rain. I'll ask Yi Si and the others to help too. Don't go out. Xiao Jinyu's voice comes from behind. Xiao Nian turns to look at him and replies softly, okay, thank you. In the face of life and death, she softens her heart and cannot remain indifferent. Moreover, their family plans to continue living in the village. During such times, those who can help should naturally lend a hand. At dawn, the heavy rain showed no signs of easing. In fact, it fell even more fiercely. Xiao Nian was dressed neatly and wanted to go to the village to check on things. Xiao Jinyu wanted to follow her, but she stopped him. I'm just going to take a look. If you come along, it might be dangerous. Stay at home. I'll be back soon. The rain had turned the ground's accumulated dust into thick mud. Xiao Nian walked carefully, but by the time she reached the end of the village, her skirt below the knees was soaked. Luckily, she wore straw sandals that were slip-resistant and not afraid of the rain. She could just wash her feet when she got back. When Xiao Nian arrived in the village, she understood why Wang Taihai said there weren't enough people. The storm had destroyed nearly half the houses, and many people were trapped underneath. The able-bodied villagers had all come, divided into two groups, calling out from house to house. If they heard sounds from a collapsed house, they would go in to help rescue anyone inside. If there was no sound, they moved on to the next house. Xiao Nian approached and heard women and children crying, along with the sounds of people digging with effort. The entire village was filled with despair and chaos. She handed her umbrella to an aunt holding a child and grabbed a hoe to join the effort. Yi Qi turned around and saw Xiao Nian vigorously swinging her hoe. He quickly put his straw hat on her head and said loudly, "Miss, what are you doing here? Go back quickly. You'll get sick standing in the rain." Xiao Nian adjusted her hat and replied loudly, "It's okay. Let's dig faster. The sooner we work, the more hope there is for those below." Seeing that she wouldn't listen, Yi Qi had no choice but to pick up his hoe and continue digging hard. At home, Xiao Jinyu waited anxiously for Xiao Nian but didn't see her return. Worried she might be in danger, he grabbed an umbrella and went out. Ping and Zhao Jinghao were closely watched by Hua Guixiang and couldn't leave the house. Hua Guixiang's injury on her head hadn't fully healed, so she wouldn't go out either. When Xiao Jinyu found Xiao Nian, she was covered in mud, her hair messy and stained with dirt. Her face was pale from the rain, lips colorless, but she still stubbornly swung her hoe. "Are you crazy?" Xiao Jinyu was furious. He grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Xiao Nian nearly lost her balance and almost fell. She was about to ask why, but when she looked into his angry yet worried eyes, she hesitated, unable to speak. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Xiao Jinyu suddenly embraced her. Xiao Nian was momentarily confused. What was happening? Why was he holding her? No, why was he holding her? "What are you doing?" "I'm trying to save someone," Xiao Nian said as she pushed him away hard. She didn't want to look into his eyes. She felt a bit anxious. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu also calmed down. Seeing her like that, his heart felt tight, worried she might be in danger. He couldn't help himself and acted on impulse. Luckily, she didn't get angry. "You hold the umbrella, I'll dig," he said. Without waiting for her agreement, he reached over and took the hoe from her hand and started digging. Except for Yi Qi and a few others, everyone else was focused on rescuing the people quickly. Since they all wore straw hats, most of their vision was blocked, so no one noticed what the two of them had just done. Seeing that he suddenly became awkward, Xiao Nian had no time to pay attention to him. She turned around and found another shovel, then started digging again. The heavy rain made rescuing more difficult, but luckily, the collapsed houses had roofs made of straw mats, and most of the buildings were low. Before nightfall, they managed to rescue everyone trapped underneath. The village chief arranged the rescued people at the old ancestral hall at the village entrance. In total, they saved 28 lightly injured people, 5 with leg injuries, and 13 who had already passed away by the time they were found. Without official help or government rescue teams, each family had to manage on their own. The villagers helped rescue the people, but beyond that, they were powerless. When Xiao Nian and the others returned home, it was already dark. Everyone looked exhausted. Their clothes were almost unrecognizable, covered in thick mud despite the rain washing over them. Hua Guixiang and Huinyang had prepared hot water and food early, as they hadn't eaten all day trying to save people. Now they were very hungry. They quickly took hot showers, changed into clean clothes, and ate eagerly. Afterward, they all sank into chairs, too tired to move. Xiao Nian suddenly felt her hands burning with pain, her 10 fingers trembling slightly. Her legs were sore and heavy. Overall, her whole body ached terribly. Xiao Jinyu's eyes showed concern as he tried to hold back his feelings, knowing he shouldn't be too abrupt with the young girl. He told himself to wait a little longer. She was still young, and he could wait. But their household helpers were too few. He needed to arrange more people to assist her. He was already thinking about who would be suitable to stay close to her. At 7 o'clock at night, the 7 people exchanged silent glances. Each of their minds was buzzing with restless thoughts, and the fire of gossip burned fiercely. They all wished they could gather together now and give their master some ideas on how to quickly win over Miss Qiao. Hua Guixiang smiled but said nothing. Xiao Jinyu was a good person, looked nice, and was kind to her granddaughter and to her as an old woman. It was just a pity that her granddaughter hadn't realized this yet. She sighed softly and said, Nian Nian didn't sleep well last night and has been tired all day. After drinking the ginger soup, she should rest. She then turned to Xiao Jinyu and said, Young Master Xiao, thank you for your help today. Your guests, and I still ask you to assist. Before Hua Guixiang finished, Xiao Jinyu waved his hand and said, When I can help, I will. It's nothing serious, Grandma. You don't need to be so polite. Nian Nian, who was full and starting to feel sleepy, looked at Xiao Jinyu's face after hearing him speak. Suddenly, she remembered how he had hugged her at noon. She couldn't sit still anymore. She picked up the ginger soup on the table and drank it quickly, then said, I'll go rest now. Sister, why is your face so red? Are you feeling hot? As soon as Qiao Nian stood up, Ping'an saw her slightly red face and thought she had caught a cold and was feverish. Her gaze immediately turned to Qiao Nian. You're mistaken. No, I'm in good health, Qiao Nian quickly replied and hurriedly left. Xiao Jinyu seemed to have remembered something and smiled happily. Ping'an, you don't need to go to school these days. There's nothing much to do at home. I can teach you and Jinger to read. How about that? Ping'an's eyes sparkled as if they had fallen into stars. Really? Thank you, Brother Xiao. Can I also learn martial arts from Yi Qi? You want to learn martial arts? Xiao Jinyu asked. Ping'an nodded quickly. Yes, I want to learn. Sister said that no matter what you do, you need a strong body. I also want to learn martial arts to protect Sister, Grandma, and Jinger. Xiao Jinyu replied, All right. Starting tomorrow, you and Jinger will wake up early to practice martial arts. We'll read in the afternoon, and you can arrange your own activities in the evening. That's great. Thank you, Brother Xiao, Ping'an said happily. Xiao Nian returned to her room, closed the door, and entered her space. After drinking a few sips of spiritual spring water, she felt her body improve. She then threw herself onto her soft, comfortable bed. Closing her eyes, she suddenly saw Xiao Jinyu's handsome face again. Frustrated, she turned over. I must be crazy. Have I really started to like him? Just because he hugged me once? No, I can't scare myself, she thought. She turned over again, tossing and turning most of the night without sleeping. Finally, she left her space. Listening to the sound of rain outside, my mood gradually calmed down. In a daze, I didn't realize when I fell asleep. For 7 days straight, the heavy rain showed no sign of stopping. Every day, Qiao Nian went to check the fields, sometimes clearing blocked drainage ditches filled with mud and branches. Xiao Jinyu naturally followed along. When working, he showed no airs of a noble young master. He rolled up his pants and stood in muddy water, working diligently and properly. Perhaps because he looks good, everything he does seems pleasing to the eye, making him look much more attractive to Qiao Nian. Yi Qi and Yi Si and others kept their distance, wisely going to another side to work. Ping'an and Zhao Jinghao changed their morning exercises to practicing martial arts with Yi Qi. When she had free time, Qiao Nian would also go to learn a few moves, but she always felt Yi Qi's techniques didn't quite suit her, preventing her from fully using her strengths. Since her space upgraded, she gained the carefree step, and she faintly felt that future upgrades might include even better techniques suited for her. Her current skills are enough to handle ordinary people, and if she encounters a master she can't beat, she can run away. So she didn't bother learning Xiao Jinyu and their moves in detail, only practicing a few self-defense techniques that were sufficient for now. To upgrade her space again, besides harvesting crops 100 times, she also needed to gather 3 kinds of spiritual herbs. Originally, Xiao Nian thought this world was just an ordinary place, but the last time she saw the purple ghost emperor flower and that black unknown grass, both were classified as spiritual herbs by her space. Maybe this isn't an ordinary world after all. Perhaps there are legendary spiritual energies, or even cultivators. She guessed wildly in her mind, but couldn't resist going to find Xiao Jinyu. Since he knew about the purple ghost emperor flower, he might also know more about spiritual herbs. Xiao Jinyu had just finished reading a letter from the secret guards when he saw Xiao Nian appear outside his window. A smile immediately appeared on his face as he said, "You came to see me? Come in and sit." This was the first time Xiao Nian proactively sought him since she arrived at this house. She nodded and entered, walking straight to the table and sitting down. "Am I disturbing you?" she asked.
No.
"Come whenever you want. I always have time," Xiao Jinyu said with a gentle smile, his eyes full of warmth as he looked at her. Xiao Nian wasn't stupid. Since the last time he hugged her, the atmosphere between them had become somewhat ambiguous and hard to describe. But since he didn't clarify, she just pretended not to notice. She also hadn't figured out whether she liked him or not. Gathering her thoughts, Xiao Nian asked the long-standing question that troubled her. "Last time, you mentioned that the purple ghost emperor flower is a spiritual medicine. How is it different from regular herbs? Also, besides the purple ghost emperor flower, are there other spiritual medicines in this world?" Xiao Jinyu knew she would ask this question eventually, and even if she didn't, he wanted to find a chance to ask her about the ghost grass she often saw during her walks in the mountains. He carefully replied, "Legend says that 100 years ago, cultivators appeared in our world. They could ascend to the sky or dive into the earth, move mountains, and overturn seas, things impossible for ordinary people. They could do these easily. Later, a great catastrophe targeted cultivators, and after that, all traces of them and their world disappeared. Ordinary people who survived only knew a few stories. But 10 kinds of spiritual medicines were passed down. For cultivators at that time, these 10 herbs were just slightly better than common herbs, but for us ordinary folks, calling them fairy medicines is not an exaggeration." He continued, "In Huai Prefecture, with its high mountains and dense forests, the 10,000 mountain range is the most likely place to find these medicines. I was poisoned back then, and if you hadn't found that purple ghost emperor flower, I might have already turned into a pile of bones. Also, my brother's poison was relieved thanks to that flower, easing his pain." He then revealed, "Later, I learned that Jinger was also saved by you. Do you know how I felt at that time?" Before Xiao Nian could answer, Xiao Jinyu spoke again. "I think I might never be able to repay your kindness in this lifetime." He didn't dare say more, worried that his words might scare the girl away and make her hard to win back. He quickly added, "You don't need to think about it. The purple ghost emperor flower was something you sold me. Our deal was clear. No need to call it a favor. And Jinger, he's like my younger brother. I treat him well, and there's no need for repayment." Xiao Nian paused and then asked, "Do you know what those 10 spiritual medicines are?" She didn't notice that Xiao Jinyu's way of addressing her had changed. Hearing her indifferent attitude, as if she was distancing herself from him, Xiao Jinyu felt a strange, bittersweet feeling inside but still smiled and said, "The 10 spiritual medicines are the purple ghost emperor flower, ghost grass, blue spirit grass, illusion confusion grass, lonely night orchid, drunken flower, love seed, 7-leaf begonia, ice soul snow lotus, and snowfield red lotus." After hearing this, Xiao Nian asked about the specific appearance and properties of these 10 herbs. She silently memorized the details, planning to take Hua Hua and Xiaohe to search for them in the 10,000 mountain range when she had time. She also realized that the unknown grass in her space was the ghost grass. To upgrade to a second-level space, she still needs to collect 3 more spiritual herbs. What about the 3rd and 4th levels? If this world only has 10 types of spiritual herbs, wouldn't her space be unable to upgrade beyond the 3rd level? As she was lost in her thoughts, Xiao Jinyu's voice came again, with a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Onion often walks in the mountains. Have you seen any traces of ghost grass? To be honest, my older brother still needs one ghost grass to fully detoxify. Besides looking for Jinger in Huai Prefecture, I also came to find traces of ghost grass. If Onion hasn't seen it, could you keep an eye out when you go up the mountain later? Xiao Nian didn't expect it to be so coincidental. She actually had ghost grass, unlike the other 8 herbs she didn't have. She smiled and said, I haven't seen the other 8 herbs, but I did see a red grass in a mountain stream. Flower took me there. Once the heavy rain stops, I'll pick it and bring it to you. Xiao Jinyu was surprised that Xiao Nian had really seen it. He stood up excitedly, took her hand, and said, Really? Onion has seen it. That's wonderful. I knew you are a lucky star. Thank you, Onion. He then wanted to hug her, but this time Xiao Nian blocked him with her other hand. Do you always need a hug when you're excited? Don't you know there are boundaries between men and women? Xiao Jinyu suddenly felt awkward. He was indeed too excited just now, but because he liked her, he couldn't help himself. He hurriedly explained, No, don't misunderstand. I only hugged you. I've never let my mother hug me since I was 3. Then, gathering courage, he said, Onion, can't you see? I like you. No matter how young he was or how much time he thought he had. He forgot all that now. The words almost slipped out of his mouth. After saying this, he became very nervous, silently watching Xiao Nian's reaction, afraid of hearing rejection. Her pretty face quickly flushed with redness, and her heartbeat became irregular. For the first time in her life, she was confessed to feeling anxious and flustered, but she kept a calm appearance and said, You're 18 this year, right? The second son of the Duke of Zhengguo's family, Xiao Jinyu didn't understand what Xiao Nian was trying to do. Why was her reaction so different from what he had imagined? Did she really dislike him? His heart fluttered with worry. He quickly nodded, afraid of being rejected if he hesitated. He didn't look like his usual clever and wise self. Instead, he seemed a bit silly and adorable in Xiao Nian's eyes. Far in the southwest, the Duke of Zhen. This son is too foolish to keep. Has your family ever arranged a marriage for you? Can you decide your own marriage? Would the Duke and his wife accept a girl like me from a farming family? Xiao Nian kept asking. Hearing this, Xiao Jinyu's usual cleverness finally returned a bit, and he smiled in a way that was not very convincing. I've never been engaged. I've never been close to any girl since I was young. My parents said that as long as I like someone, they won't oppose it, no matter the person's background. Also, our Xiao family has a rule. Men in the family are not allowed to take concubines for life. And Nian, I like you for real. Do you like me too? Xiao Nian heard the cautious tone in his words and felt a strange sweetness in her heart. But who said ancient people were not reserved? However, this person seemed a bit silly. She rolled her eyes at him and said, I understand, then turned and went back to her room. And Nian, do you understand what I mean? Explain clearly. Xiao Jinyu chased after Xiao Nian as she left the house. He bumped into Ping and Zhao Jinghao, who came to give him homework. They looked at Xiao Jinyu chasing Xiao Nian, confused, and in the end, Xiao Nian shut the door in their faces. Big brother Xiao, did you make my sister angry? Ping asked. Zhao Jinghao, looking like a little adult, twitched his eyes and leaned toward Xiao Jinyu, saying, Little uncle, do you like sister? Do you need my help? What? Big brother Xiao like sister. Ping En's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Jinyu, caught in his thoughts, didn't feel embarrassed at all. If he wasn't shy, how could he find a wife? He cleared his throat and said, Ping En, would you like me to be your brother-in-law? I will treat your sister well. From now on, I will listen to her in big and small matters. I will also hand over all my assets to her. He then deliberately raised his voice and said to the house, and I'm just the second son at home. I can't inherit the title, but I don't have to worry about household chores or go to war. If your sister wants to go to the capital, we'll move there. If she prefers to stay in the village, we can all live in the village. Living a simple life together isn't bad either. These were Xiao Jinyu's true feelings. He could see that Xiao Nian, like him, was easygoing and free-spirited. The city's scheming and intrigue didn't suit them. In the past few days, he had already chosen a place to build a house, at the foot of the mountain, on a flat area on the hillside. As long as they cleared the trees and rocks, they could build a mountain villa. Of course, if Xiao Nian wants to go to the capital to live, she can bring her along. After hearing her words, Xiao Nian's lips kept curling up, and she felt happy inside. He was somewhat aware and knew he should listen to her in the future. Since she also felt attracted, she decided to give it a try, as she isn't someone who can't let go or can't afford to leave. Suddenly, Xiao Nian remembered that he said he would let her manage all his businesses in the future. Over the past few days, she had unintentionally learned about some of Xiao Jinyu's holdings. She found that he was involved in many industries, including clothing, food, housing, and transportation. The Qixingzhai in Beishun Chao had over 100 branches, and Jirantang was even larger. The last time she visited the jewelry shop Jinbao Xian in the capital city, it was also owned by Xiao Jinyu. He also had farms, shops, and several trading caravans responsible for transporting goods across the north and south. There seemed to be some ships as well, but she didn't ask about them, and Xiao Jinyu only mentioned it briefly. It appeared that almost all the major regions of Beishun Chao had his businesses. The more she thought about it, the more she found him frightening. These days, he kept talking about his affairs, including his family situation. He even told her that his mother liked orchids, rarely went out, and enjoyed sweets, private details like these. She guessed that he had already started planning and was determined to win her over. Otherwise, why would he tell her all this and try to make her happy? She had unknowingly fallen into his trap, just like the first time they met. He was clever and annoying. Fuming, Xiao Nian opened the door and said angrily, "So much to do, and I have to handle everything myself. You're just relaxing and having fun. You think it's all so easy. Listen, I'm busy, so don't bother me." When Xiao Jinyu saw her open the door, he immediately rushed over and flattered her. "How could I let On Yen work alone? You just need to count the silver, and I'll handle everything else. I won't let you get tired." "Humph, that's more like it," Xiao Nian said proudly, unwilling to admit that her love for money had already shown. Ping'an, Wawa, sister is about to be taken away, but her opponent is Brother Xiao. It seems she can't beat him. Zhao Jinghao, great. She now has a little sister-in-law, and she's the one he likes most. Hua Guixiang shook her head and turned back to her room. An older daughter is hard to keep, but now that her granddaughter has a home, she can finally rest assured. Knight 7 and others, they said Miss Qiao will be the future lady of the house. This news must be told to Duke and Duchess as soon as possible. Xiao Nian blushed more as everyone looked at her with teasing eyes, but she had nothing to hide and said confidently, "For lunch, we're having barbecue. I want you to taste something different." "Oh, great. More delicious food." They all cheered happily. Huinyang and Shou Wang received Xiao Nian's orders and immediately went to the cellar to fetch fresh lamb, pork, chicken, duck, potatoes, and various greens and mushrooms. Unfortunately, the beef was already finished, so they would have to wait until next time. Xiao Nian directed everyone to wash vegetables and cut meat. Since there were no iron skewers, she decided to use wooden sticks, which she found in the wood storage, willow branches cut a few days ago. She demonstrated briefly to Yi Qi and others how to prepare the skewers, asking them to cut more. Then she returned to the kitchen, marinated the sliced pork, chicken, and duck, and taught Huinyang and Shou Wang how to thread the lamb onto skewers. They used silver wire charcoal sent by Chen Chuan. Without a proper grill, they built a temporary one with blue bricks, 3 stacks actually since there were so many people. It would be tiring for her to do all the grilling alone, and everyone was eager to eat. After preparing everything, Xiao Nian took some barbecue seasonings, cumin powder, and chili powder from the space and started grilling. She brushed oil on the meat skewers while grilling, and once they looked almost done, she sprinkled barbecue seasoning and cumin, adding chili powder last. She explained this process once, and everyone remembered. Xiao Jinyu took a skewer from Xiao Nian and told her to wait and enjoy eating while he handled the rest of the grilling. 2 other stoves were occupied by Huinyang and Shou Wang. Curious, Yi Chi and others also built 2 more stoves and wanted to try. They often went outside, camping and grilling game or dried food, but the outer layer of their meat was usually burnt black and had to be cut off, leaving the inner meat which didn't taste very good. When everyone took their first bite of the barbecue, they couldn't speak, only showing expressions that told how delicious it was. They all agreed that anything made by the girl was always tasty. It was a pity that Yi and the others weren't there on their mission. They would come back and show off their good food. Brothers should settle accounts honestly. If you want the recipe, I can tell you some better ways to run the business, but this time I want 10% profit. Otherwise, no deal, Xiao Nian said proudly, knowing that once the barbecue is ready, Xiao Jinyu would definitely be interested. 10%? That's too little. I'll give Anyan 30%. But if you come up with new ideas in the future, you can't hide them, share them with us, so we can all make more silver. Xiao Jinyu said. Xiao Nian looked at the man and thought that in their past life, when they just confirmed their relationship, he wouldn't have been so open and willing to share everything with her. Even if he didn't say it, from the bits of news she had gathered over the past few days, Xiao Nian knew that half of the money he earned over the years had been used to support the army led by the Duke of Zhenghua. If he gave her 30%, after covering the shop's daily expenses, he wouldn't have much left. In case of an emergency, he might not have enough money. Xiao Nian smiled and said, 30% is too much. 20% is enough. Once I come up with new recipes and add the various fruits and vegetables I grow, I think in less than 2 years I will be richer than you. Ha ha ha, alright, Anyan, you must take care of me then. I really don't have much silver. Xiao Jinyu laughed happily, not feeling bad about the woman being more capable than him. Okay, as long as you behave well, I will take care of you. Xiao Jinyu whispered softly. Anyan, don't worry. I promise to be good for my whole life. While Wixiang, sitting nearby, thought to herself that she was getting old. She really couldn't keep up with the young people's ideas anymore. She picked up a skewer of roasted meat again. It tasted very good. Then she called Huinyang to eat too, instead of just roasting. Meanwhile, not far from the Qiao family, the second branch of the Qiao family was shrouded in gloom, and faint sounds of crying could be heard. The day after the heavy rain, the villagers saw that the storm showed no signs of stopping. Many couldn't sit still, worried that the remaining wheat in the fields would rot. They decided to harvest the wet wheat in the rain and bring it back. Then they would dry it at home by fire, which was better than letting it spoil in the field. This also meant they ran out of firewood at home. Some thought that since it was raining, mushrooms on the mountain would be plentiful, and gathering more could save a lot of grain. So, despite the rain, many still went up the mountain. On the 3rd day of the rain, Qiao Hai was discovered by women collecting mushrooms on the mountain. At first, they thought they had seen a ghost. But at a critical moment, Qiao Hai lifted his hair and waved desperately at the women. Only then did they recognize him. They called some men from the village to carry him down the mountain. When Lin Shi saw Qiao Hai barely alive, she was so frightened she started crying, looking helpless. The village chief sighed and asked Dr. Li from the village to come. By then, 3 days had passed since Qiao Hai was injured. Surviving was already considered lucky. His broken leg and arm were useless. Even after healing, he couldn't do much work. Dr. Li prescribed a few medicines, and then left. Qiao Hai couldn't speak and no one knew why. Last time, Widow Lu and a few others couldn't talk, but they suddenly recovered after a few days. Qiao Hai thought he might also get better soon. Unfortunately, this hope was doomed to fail. At that time, Qi Yi and Ba just wanted to teach Widow Lu and others a lesson, giving them medicine that would make them silent for half a month. But the medicine given to Qiao Hai was one that could turn a person into a mute. He would never be able to speak again in his life. This outcome made Mrs. Lin feel like the sky was falling. She asked Qiao Hai how this happened, but he could only gesture and make sounds that couldn't be heard. She thought this was already bad enough, but today, Jiao Jiao ran back, crying in the rain. As soon as she entered, she burst into tears, saying, "Mother, Chunming is going to divorce me." Mrs. Lin was shocked and stood up quickly, spilling the medicine in her bowl onto Qiao Hai. "What? Why does the Qin family want to divorce you?" Jiao Jiao seemed not to notice Qiao Hai lying on the bed and kept crying as she told what had happened these days. Recently, Chun Ming hadn't returned home. Jiao Jiao was mistreated at home and couldn't take it anymore. She secretly ran to town in the rain to find Chun Ming, but she found out he wasn't living at the academy. Suddenly, Jiao Jiao thought of Widow Liang. She went to Widow Liang's house and saw Chun Ming was living there, and Widow Liang was pregnant with a month's baby. Jiao Jiao was struck like lightning and rushed madly at Widow Liang. She caused a big scene, but not only did she fail to find Chun Ming, Widow Liang also lost her baby due to the stress. Chun Ming slapped Jiao Jiao hard and told her to go home and stop causing trouble, or he would divorce her. Jiao Jiao cried all the way back to the Jiao family, hoping Qiao Hai would help her. She didn't want to stay with Chun Ming anymore. After she finished crying and explaining everything, Mrs. Lin didn't feel like comforting her. She also lay on the bed, sobbing. Her husband was disabled, her daughter might be divorced, and she wondered what sins she had committed. Why had her happy family become like this? At that moment, Jiao Jiao noticed Qiao Hai, who had been lying silently on the bed with an expressionless face. She wiped her tears, stepped forward, and asked, "Father, what's wrong with you? Woo-woo, your father was beaten on the mountain, breaking his legs and arms. He can't work anymore, and he lost his job in town. If Chen family divorces me, how will we survive as orphans and widows?" Mrs. Lin cried more and more sadly, feeling as if Qiao Hai was already dead. She had become a widow. Jiao Jiao simply couldn't believe what she was hearing. She kept asking, "How is that possible? How could it be? What will I do in the future?" Truly selfish parents raise selfish children. At any time, they think only of themselves. Soon, Qiao Jiao realized what to do and said, "I will ask Grandma. Our family is like this. Grandma can't ignore it." Without caring about anything else, she rushed into the rain toward the Qiao family. Lin Sure looked at Qiao Hai's current state, clenched her teeth, and chased after her. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Everyone eating barbecue looked up and heard the urgent knocking. The guard stood up hurriedly, wiped his mouth, and went to open the door. "Who is it? Come in." When he opened the door, he saw a woman he didn't recognize, soaked through by the rain. She asked, "Sister, who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for my grandma." "Who are you?" "Go away." Qiao Jiao pushed the guard aside and quickly stepped inside. The guard tried to stop her. "You can't just barge into someone else's house. Stop right there." Hearing the commotion, everyone sitting in the main hall and corridor looked up and saw Qiao Jiao rush in. Seeing so many people, she hesitated for a moment, but still walked forward firmly. Then she knelt straight in front of Hua Guixiang and said, "Grandma, my dad has an accident. He was beaten and broke his leg. Chun Ming wants to divorce me. Grandma, you have to help us." Before she finished speaking, tears fell heavily, and she looked very sad and wronged. If Hua Guixiang had been hurt before, she might have softened at her tears, but Qiao Hai was too terrible. He did something worse than an animal. Hua Guixiang saw the selfish and evil faces of this family and had already given up on them. She wouldn't care about their affairs anymore. Not only if Qiao Hai had been beaten, but even if he had died, she wouldn't recognize him as her son. "Qiao Jiao, you probably forgot. We are already estranged. Nothing to do with your family. Hurry up and leave my house. Stop crying here. If you want to cry, go back to your home." Qiao Nian, listening to Qiao Jiao speak, felt her heart tighten. Last time, she had Xie Yi capture Qiao Hai, and Hua Guixiang must have guessed that Qiao Hai's current state was her doing. Fortunately, Hua Guixiang showed no blame or softness, and her heart gradually relaxed. But after hearing these words, Qiao Jiao refused to leave. Why should Qiao Nian live in such a house while she suffered in the Qin family? No, she wouldn't go. She only hoped the old lady would soften her heart so she could stay, live in such a house, and be served by a group of servants. "Grandma, I know I was wrong. It was my mother who made me do those things before. I really didn't want to. Please don't refuse to forgive me." After saying this, she begged Xiao Nian again. Nian Nian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken your fiancé. Chun Ming is a jerk. Since I suffered so much because of you, please forgive me. Shou Wang and Uncle Wang, throw her out. If she dares to come back again, don't notify us. Just kick her out directly. Xiao Nian was truly disgusted by Jiao Jiao. This kind of person is so selfish. She never thinks she's wrong. When something happens, she just blames others. There's no need to waste words with her. Yes, young lady, said Shou Wang and Uncle Wang, both men. They couldn't physically pull Jiao Jiao away directly, so they could only speak to ask her to leave. Seeing Xiao Nian dare to speak to her like that, Jiao Jiao was so angry she threw a tantrum. She stubbornly refused to leave, saying, I won't go. This is my home too. Why should I leave? Grandma, you can't be so cruel. Look at them forcing me out. Everyone was speechless at her shamelessness. She was really pushing her luck. This is her home. But she acts as if the emperor's palace belongs to her too. She was really pushing her luck. Xiao Nian slapped her hard. I've wanted to slap you for a long time. Slap, slap. 2 more slaps. These 2 slaps are your own fault. We've already cut ties. Why are you crying and making a fuss? This is not your place to cause trouble. Slap, another slap. This slap is for your selfishness, your black-heartedness. Usually, you act like a proud rooster in front of Grandma, lifting your neck to the sky. Now you get into trouble and come back to find her. Where were you when Grandma was sick? Did you think about caring for her? Chun Ming was your choice, and now you're unhappy, but it's because you're suffering for me. You really know how to flatter yourself. Slap, another slap. You disgusting thing. Don't come to my house again. Even if you accidentally meet me outside, stay far away. Otherwise, I'll hit you every time I see you. Slap, slap. She kept hitting until her hand hurt. Get lost quickly. Jiao Jiao didn't expect Xiao Nian to slap her right away. She reacted quickly and tried to scratch Xiao Nian's face. But her strength was so weak she couldn't even move a finger, and she was slapped many times. Her cheeks were swollen, and her lips were a bit puffy. Moving even slightly made her feel sharp pain. She had tears in her eyes and looked at Hua Guixiang with a sad expression, trying to gain sympathy and make Hua Guixiang see how cruel the people she protected all day long really were. Unfortunately, Hua Guixiang turned her head away when she looked, not knowing that at this moment, Hua Guixiang only felt relieved. In the past, she was too kind, always trying to be good to others, which allowed these ungrateful people to bully her. Xiao Jinyu gently held Xiao Nian's hand and said, let others handle this kind of thing next time. Look, your hand is red. Xiao Nian didn't mind and said, when others fight, it doesn't feel as good as when I do it myself. It's just a little red, but it doesn't hurt. Xiao Jinyu was always kind only to the people he cared about. Seeing Xiao Jiao Jiao still unwilling to leave, he suddenly pulled out a dagger and threw it toward her. Xiao Jiao Jiao saw a flash of cold light, and a shiny dagger narrowly missed her foot, stabbing into the ground. At the next moment, Yi Qi and others also drew their swords, pointing at Xiao Jiao Jiao. She was so scared she kept retreating, sweating all over. This time, she really cried, shrinking back several times before gathering enough strength to stand up. She hurriedly ran outside in panic. Lin Shi, who had been secretly watching outside the Qiao family gate, saw her daughter not getting a good outcome and cursed her for being useless. She turned to leave, worried she might be seen inside, but suddenly slipped and fell into the muddy ditch behind her. Oh no, my waist, Lin Shi gasped as she fell, with cold water and mud splashing onto her face, and she swallowed a lot of dirt. When Xiao Jiao Jiao ran out, she saw her mother lying on the ground, crying out in pain. She hesitated whether to help, but Lin Shi saw her and said angrily, "You brat, hurry up and help me up." Xiao Jiao Jiao looked back and saw no one chasing her. Only the person who had just opened the door had closed it again. She then went over to help Lin Shi, and the two of them hobbled back home. The heavy rain lasted for 10 days before finally stopping. The next day, the sun shone fiercely, like a child who had been kept indoors for a long time, burning the earth with its heat. Most of the rice seedlings in the field were buried under mud washed in by the rain. Looking across the entire field, only the tips of some seedlings could be seen. They had to quickly remove the excess mud around them, or the seedlings would soon suffocate and stop growing, eventually dying. Xiao Nian and her family worked hard for 2 days and only managed to clear half of the field. Fortunately, she had watered the plants with spiritual spring water in advance, so the roots of the seedlings and fruit trees grew very strong. After the heavy rain, the crops in the fields are all doing well. However, many strawberries that had grown to finger size and watermelons and melons the size of fists were damaged and rotted due to the storm. The cherry tomatoes and blueberries, which had already set fruit, also mostly fell off. Once the seedlings fully recover and start flowering again, it will probably take longer than expected for the new fruits to ripen. But this is still good. At least there is a second harvest possible. Many families in the village who grow corn and sweet potatoes have either had their roots soaked and rotted or their seedlings washed away by the storm. On the 4th day, the floodwater on the road has dried up. Xiao Jinyu is also ready to leave. This year, the northern region faced a severe drought, and during the summer harvest, heavy rains caused a big drop in grain yield. He must hurry to Huai Prefecture and Jinzhou Prefecture to check on things and make arrangements, or else the soldiers in the southwest might go hungry this year. Anian, I'm leaving now. I hope I can take you with me next time. The people I arranged for you will arrive here in about 5 days. Please don't overexert yourself. Also, Big Brother and Dr. Liu, I'll trouble you. I'll try to come back as soon as I can. Remember to bring Night 7 and Night 8 when you pick the ghost grass. From now on, you will be their master. If anything comes up, just tell them what to do. Xiao Jinyu held Xiao Nian's hand with reluctance, chattering on for a long time, refusing to leave. Yes, I understand. You go ahead and don't worry. This is the first time I've planted fruit. When your people arrive, I'll teach them, and then I won't have to worry anymore. Xiao Nian looked at Xiao Jinyu's childish behavior with some amusement, feeling a bit disdainful, but also comforted by his clinginess. She reassured him for a long time before he finally turned around and left. Hua Guixiang smiled as she pulled Huinyang back home, slightly annoyed. These two are too clingy. We're all here, and they still don't know how to hold back. If the villagers see, they might start spreading gossip again. Huinyang looked at the old lady's smiling face, which didn't seem annoyed at all. She smiled and replied, I actually envy them. Our girl deserves to be valued like this. The old lady can just wait and enjoy her happiness. Ha ha ha, I'll take your good words. But I've already started enjoying my granddaughter's blessings. Look at the big gold bracelet on my wrist and all the things in my room. Nian Nian bought them for me last time she went to the city. Yes, I've never seen any granddaughter as filial as hers. The two people were talking when one of them picked up a small hoe and went back to work in the field. Xiao Nian watched the increasingly distant carriage, feeling a faint sense of reluctance. She turned to go work in the fields but saw Wang Taikai and Xiao Zhen arriving with a few others. Second girl, we're here to start work today, Wang Taikai said with a smile. The rain had just stopped, and each family had many things to do. Over the past 3 days, Xiao Nian had told them to focus on their own chores first. Once they finished, they could come to work. As for the others in the village, Xiao Nian refused their help in the fields because there wasn't much work, no need to water or fertilize. They just needed to clear the soil around the seedlings and level the land. Once Xiao Jinyu's people arrived, she could reorganize the work. Uncle Wang, Uncle Qiao Zhen, and the other uncles and cousins, have you all finished your chores? Xiao Nian asked with a bright smile. Yes, we're done. Thanks to second girl for not only letting us come to work but also for letting us finish our chores first. Uncles and cousins, no need to thank us. It's going to be hard work for you next, she replied. For now, the work in the fields was left to Wang Taikai and the others. Xiao Nian carried her basket and headed up the mountain. Before the rain, Xiao He had stayed on the mountain, saying he wanted to stay with the big tiger and would return home in a few days. But more than 10 days had passed, and Xiao He hadn't come back. Xiao Nian was a bit worried that something might have happened to the two of them. She told Hua Guixiang, and then went up the mountain. Night 7 and Night 8 wanted to follow her, but she made an excuse to refuse. She joked that if they followed her, how could she cheat? The continuous rain had made the plants in the forest look much greener. She often saw various mushrooms growing among the grass and trees. When she found some good-looking ones, she would stop and pick a few, putting them into her basket. She also met several women and ants who were mushroom picking. When they saw Qiao Nian, they didn't act as warmly as before, just nodded and went on their way. Qiao Nian didn't care about their attitude. If they weren't from the same place, there was no need to squeeze together. That was a lesson many had learned in her past life, and she strongly agreed. She strode quickly through the outer area into the inner circle. She looked around but didn't see anyone, so she used her carefree step to walk quickly. In less than 15 minutes, she reached the lakeside where she often played with the two of them. She took out her whistle and blew a few notes, waiting for a while. But neither Huahua nor Xiaohe appeared. Qiao Nian's heart tightened, and she quickly spun around, disappearing like lightning. She searched everywhere she had been before. Finally, when passing through a valley, she heard the sounds of tigers roaring and wolves howling. Sure enough, something was wrong. Qiao Nian swiftly entered the valley and saw from afar that Huahua and Xiaohe were surrounded by a pack of wolves. Huahua was bleeding, and Xiaohe was standing on Huahua's back, alert and fierce-eyed, watching the wolves carefully. Without hesitation, Qiao Nian suddenly appeared with a large sword she had bought at a high price during her last trip to the city. Moving quickly toward the wolves, she also observed their positions. Soon, she locked onto the alpha wolf, which was standing on a large rock and clearly bigger than the others. Huahua and Xiaohe saw Qiao Nian and growled softly, telling her not to come closer. They could handle it, but unfortunately, Qiao Nian's speed was too fast, and she ignored their warnings. Before the wolves could react, she rushed to the alpha wolf and swung her sword. The alpha wolf sensed danger, but only managed to tilt its head slightly. Qiao Nian's sword sliced along its neck. Blood sprayed out instantly, and the alpha wolf's neck was cut cleanly, causing it to fall to the ground and roll twice, still showing a look of shock. Seeing their leader killed, the wolves were frightened and retreated. But Qiao Nian wouldn't let them go. Wolves are animals that remember grudges, and if she didn't eliminate them all today, they would seek revenge later. Such a threat could not be left behind. Without hesitation, she attacked the nearest wolf again. Huahua and Xiaohe saw how swift Qiao Nian was and no longer hesitated. They joined the fight, fighting fiercely with the wolves. Qiao Nian's moves were simple, either chopping or slashing, sometimes kicking to send attacking wolves flying. Watching the wolves' movements, it was like watching slow-motion footage. She saw everything clearly and easily identified their weak points, making the fight almost effortless. Qiao Nian knew these changes were thanks to her practice of the carefree step. Her confidence and her speed allowed her to charge into the wolf pack without hesitation. She also wanted to test her current skills. She had trained in space for so long but never had a proper fight. Now, it seemed her hard work had paid off. In these deep mountains, she believed she could take care of herself. Soon, the wolf pack was completely dealt with. A few wolves trying to escape were caught and dealt with by Qiao Nian with a single strike. Huahua's wounds had worsened from the intense fight, the cuts opening wider. It was weak and leaning to one side on the ground, making a low whimper, with its eyes half closed and tired. Xiaohe anxiously meowed and jumped beside it, pacing back and forth, with worried golden eyes. After Qiao Nian finished dealing with the last fleeing wolf, she appeared instantly in front of Huahua. Seeing the large wound on Huahua's belly still bleeding, Qiao Nian felt a pang of pain and quickly used spiritual spring water to wash the wound. In the blink of an eye, the wound healed visibly, and Huahua's eyes regained their sparkle. After letting Huahua rest for a while, Qiao Nian took out 2 bowls filled with spiritual spring water. Watching them drink eagerly, she then ate more than half of the Wolf King's meat, restoring her strength. She stored the remaining wolves in her space. The wolf meat was a bit tough, so she didn't eat it all, but the wolf skins could be made into clothes and mats. When they reached the town, She planned to find someone to craft them into clothing and bedding for her family. Then she asked what had happened these days, how they got so battered and were attacked by the wolf pack. Xiao He immediately jumped into Qiao Nian's arms, meowing and gesturing, full of complaints and grievance. Hua also snuggled against Qiao Nian's head, looking like a mischievous child who had been bullied outside and came back to complain to the parent. It took a long time for Qiao Nian to understand the whole story. During the heavy rain, both of them stayed quietly in the cave. Hua even hunted a goat and several wild chickens for food. They lived a peaceful life until the rain stopped. They wanted to wait for the moisture in the forest to dissipate before going out to explore and see if Qiao Nian had come into the mountains looking for them. But just after leaving the cave, they heard a loud bear roar echoing through the forest, with a faint smell of blood in the air. The forest area where they were was Hua's territory, and usually no other large beasts would intrude. At this moment, hearing the bear roar was a challenge to Hua. Hua almost didn't hesitate and rushed out. Xiao He didn't want to fall behind. The two followed the scent of blood in the air and soon heard sounds of fighting from the forest. As they got closer, they saw a giant python fighting a black bear. Hua and Xiao He's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, and they jumped onto a low tree to watch the fight. However, they were soon spotted by the black bear. The black bear, trying to escape the tangled grip of the giant snake, angrily roared at the location where Hua and Little Black were, drawing the snake's attention to their presence. Soon, the fight shifted to where Hua and Little Black were. The black bear was very clever. It spotted Hua's position and hid behind her when the snake attacked. Hua was flicked by the snake's tail and instantly became furious. She slashed with her claws, causing the snake's skin to tear. The snake, in pain, retreated far away and then stared at Hua with a slow, menacing look. Hua took this chance to get revenge. Seeing the black bear hiding far away, she wanted to leave the fight. But the black bear kept provoking her from the side. In a moment of carelessness, Hua was caught by the snake's huge body. Little Black saw this and attacked the snake, but because he was so small, even with his strength, he couldn't loosen the snake's grip on Hua. At this moment, the black bear charged forward, slashing fiercely at Hua's belly. Then it struck the snake's vital spot and quickly ran away. Little Black was furious, but worried about Hua's injuries. He used all his strength to hit the snake's head, forcing it to finally let go of Hua. Hua was badly hurt by the snake's enormous strength, and her belly wound made her almost unable to stand. If she hadn't been drinking spiritual spring water regularly, her body would have already been too weak to survive this. Both Hua and Little Black hated the black bear's unfair tactics, but Hua was seriously injured now. They had to find Xiao Nian to help treat her wounds before they could go back and seek revenge on the black bear. Unfortunately, just as they were leaving the valley, they encountered a pack of wolves out hunting. The wolves had seen Hua from afar many times before, but never dared to approach. Now, seeing Hua injured, especially in such a deadly place on her belly, the Wolf King saw a chance to expand his territory. He gave the order, and the wolves surrounded Hua and Little Black. They didn't care much about Little Black, only wanting to kill the big tiger and take over its territory. Luckily, Qiao Nian arrived just in time. Without her, Hua and Little Black would have been in great danger today. Qiao Nian was so angry she almost exploded. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go. Sister will help you find that sneaky bear and get revenge." Hua and Little Black suddenly felt that their owner was a bit violent, but they liked her very much. What should they do now? A person and two fierce-looking animals headed toward another mountain range. Although they didn't know the exact location of the Black Bear Cave, with Hua and Little Black present, there was nowhere they couldn't find. They hurried for about an hour before leaving Hua's territory. Qiao Nian felt this was still too slow. It was getting dark and she couldn't go home, so her grandmother would definitely worry. She pointed Hua and Little Black in a rough direction, stored them in her space, and then used her carefree step to rush forward with all her might. After about half an hour, she didn't even need to release Hua and Little Black to confirm. She already smelled a faint blood scent and a foul odor in the air. She waved her hand, releasing the two animals from her space. As soon as they appeared, Hua and Little Black's aura became sharp and fierce. They had already sensed the smell on the black bear. Meow, master. That annoying fellow is just ahead. Howl, I want to bite it to death. Don't be in a hurry. Isn't it fond of playing tricks? Let's play with it too. Qiao Nian grinned mischievously, took out a string of firecrackers from her space, quietly approached the black bear's location, lit the fuse with a lighter, and threw it toward where the bear was lying. The black bear, already injured from fighting a giant python and having run so far, was exhausted and sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a loud crackling noise woke it up, startling it into a jump. The movement tugged at its leg wound, causing pain and panic. It had no idea what was happening. Seeing the noise and the white smoke and sparks coming from its original resting place, it was terrified and frantic, turning to run away. Unknowingly, Qiao Nian had already raised her big sword and stood in the direction the black bear instinctively tried to escape. The black bear was clever but lacked human thinking. When it saw a human blocking its way, it would normally charge forward without hesitation. But now, in panic, it instinctively tried to avoid where Qiao Nian was standing and just wanted to leave. Just as it adjusted its escape route, it saw a large tiger, injured and waiting, blocking its path nearby. Roar! A mighty tiger roar echoed through the sky, filled with anger and killing intent, causing small animals around to panic and run away. The black bear was also stunned by the roar and stopped in its tracks, staring fixedly at Hua as if unable to believe that the injured tiger had caught up so quickly. Hua let out another loud roar, its eyes fierce and commanding, gathering all its strength into its limbs, and suddenly leaping high. At this moment, the king of the forest displayed his dominance, attacking the black bear. Qiao Nian and Xiaohe stood nearby, closely watching Hua and the black bear fight. They believed Hua could defeat the black bear, mainly to prevent the bear from tricking them and escaping. Even if the black bear was unharmed, it might not be able to beat Hua, especially since it was already injured by a giant python. At this moment, Hua was almost overpowering the black bear, fiercely hitting it and shouting loudly. Qiao Nian could hear Hua swearing quite badly, but she thought that was normal. Her beloved Hua was good at everything, just a bit silly, and had been tricked by that nasty black bear. She also remembered how Boss Qiao had been injured by a bear before, and wondered if it was the same black bear now. Overall, Qiao Nian didn't like this black bear at all. Soon, the black bear was beaten so badly that it had little strength left. When Hua struck again with a paw, the black bear finally took its last breath. Hua had avenged herself and happily ran over to Qiao Nian, asking for praise. Of course, she loved her pet very much. Qiao Nian gently patted Hua's big head and smiled, saying, Hua, you're amazing. You even beat the black bear. She added, but you need to be smarter in the future. Being tricked by a weaker opponent and getting so badly hurt isn't good. It could damage your reputation as the king of the forest. After praising Hua, Qiao Nian also tapped Xiaohe's nose and said, and you, don't watch every commotion. Even if you do, stay alert. This time it was because you're small, and the black bear and the giant python didn't see you as a threat. If you meet someone stronger next time and I'm not around, you might get into trouble. Both of them hung their heads and looked sad after hearing this, which made Qiao Nian laugh softly and feel a bit helpless. It's okay, I'm not blaming you. I just worry about you getting hurt. I care about you, she said gently, comforting them by stroking their heads and fur. Hearing her say she cared made the two pets forget their sadness and start acting cute and playful around her, even smiling at her. Qiao Nian couldn't help but laugh happily. After playing for a while, she looked at the sky and decided to go home. She checked the black bear's body. It had many wounds, and its fur was probably not worth much. But bear meat and bear gallbladder were valuable and could fetch a good price. She stored them in her space, thinking that shopkeepers Chin would be very interested. On her way back, she stopped by the place where the giant python was, But unfortunately, some time had passed, and the python's body had been damaged by animals in the mountains. Xiao Nian took the snake gallbladder from the giant python, wrapped it carefully with 2 large leaves, and stored it safely in her space. She kept it for future use, feeling it might be useful someday. Nian Nian is back. The young lady is back. Older sister, you're back. After greeting each other, everyone looked toward the empty space behind Xiao Nian. The question in their eyes was clear. Has Xiao He not returned? Xiao He indeed hadn't come back. Although Huahua's injuries had healed, Huahua, a tiger, was very lonely in the mountains. Xiao He wanted to stay and keep her company for a while. Also, Xiao He preferred the freedom of the forest, feeling happy and free there. Xiao Nian didn't insist. If Xiao He stayed in the mountains, that was fine. She was busy every day and had little time to spend with Xiao He anyway. It was better for Xiao He to stay in the mountains. If they missed each other, they could visit any time. Xiao He didn't come back. He stayed in the mountains to keep Huahua company, Xiao Nian said as she put down her basket. Inside were mushrooms she had picked, which she planned to cook with chicken tonight. Who is Huahua? Ping'an asked curiously. Besides Yi Qi, everyone else looked at Xiao Nian with curiosity. Oh no, she seemed to have forgotten to tell her family about Huahua. Huahua is a tiger. I raised her for a while, but I haven't had a chance to tell everyone. Xiao Nian explained with a slightly awkward smile.
What?
You dare raise a tiger? That's a tiger. How bold are you? Did you get hurt? Hua Guixiang's eyes widened as she asked everyone's questions and worries. Yi Qi silently observed, feeling cautious. When the big tiger jumped out earlier, he was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. But the young lady went straight up and hugged the tiger's head, rubbing it. That didn't look like someone afraid. It was obvious she was very familiar with the tiger. Xiao Nian quickly explained and comforted everyone. Nai, Huahua is very obedient. She won't hurt anyone, and she won't harm me. She even helps me catch prey. The wild ox I brought back last time was hunted by Huahua. Usually Huahua protects me when I go up the mountain. Please don't worry. Next time I go up the mountain, should I let Huahua come out and show you? Hua Guixiang and Hui Nyang hurriedly waved their hands, not daring to look. They didn't want to face such a big tiger. They hoped to live a few more years. Only Ping and Zhao Jinghao were very excited. They kept asking Xiao Nian questions. Older sister, is Huahua big? Is she very fierce? Older sister, next time I go up the mountain, can I see Huahua? Just a quick look from afar. Xiao Nian, Huahua is a full-grown tiger. It is the king of the forest, so, of course, it's powerful. Next time we go up the mountain, I will take you to see it, and you can even touch Huahua's backside. Really? Sister, that's great. We can actually touch a tiger's backside. Hua Guixiang. Is this really safe? Night and day, I wonder if they can also touch it. Hui Nyang and others, what kind of master are they following? Morning light softly shines through the window. Outside, besides the sound of guards sweeping the yard, there are various bird calls, roosters crowing and dogs barking. And Ping and Zhao Jinghao are practicing horse stance in the backyard, with Night occasionally quietly correcting their posture. Hua Guixiang is pulling weeds from the vegetable seedlings she replanted, Hui Nyang is cooking, and Uncle Wang has carried back a big basket of grass, preparing to feed the mules. Xiao Nian stretches lazily. Recently, her senses have become more sharp. As long as she wants to listen, sounds within a few kilometers reach her ears. When she doesn't want to listen, she just ignores it and only hears the surrounding sounds. Getting up to wash up and leaving the house, Hui Nyang calls everyone to eat. Yesterday, Xiao Nian brought back many shiitake mushrooms. For breakfast, Hui Nyang cooked mushroom and mincemeat sauce, mixed with cornmeal and white flour, steamed into buns, along with salty tofu pudding, fried dough, and chicken shredded lean pork congee. Everyone eats happily. Before they get up from the table, a familiar voice comes from the door. Madam, Miss Chen Chuan is here to visit. Uncle Wang quickly stands and goes outside. He was supposed to be eating in the gatehouse, but the girl said no one would come early in the morning, so she told him to come here. Who knew someone actually did? Xiao Nian and Hua Guixiang go to the yard together and see Uncle Wang leading Qin Chuan and Zhu Daqiang behind him into the house. Master Qin and Uncle Zhu are here. Please come inside. Xiao Nian greets with a bright smile. Hua Guixiang also greets them, and the four walk to the main hall. Qin Chuan is much more respectful to Xiao Nian now. Before Xiao Jinyu left, he already said that Xiao Nian would be their future lady of the house. At this meeting, Xiao Nian still maintains a gentle attitude toward him, without any airs. He has already placed her and Xiao Jinyu on the same level in his heart. After everyone sits down, Xiao Nian learns the purpose of their visit. First, to repair the land Xiao Jinyu liked, and then to start building a house according to her wishes. The land deed has already been handled by Qin Chuan, so they can start construction directly. Furthermore, Xiao Jinyu assigned many people to Xiao Nian. Most of them were people who had retreated from the battlefield and had no homes. They had been arranged to farm on Xiao Jinyu's estate. About 30 people were expected to come this time, so accommodations needed to be prepared in advance. That's why Zhu Daqiang came along. Really appreciate Uncle Zhu and Manager Chen. I was worried about this yesterday, but today you've arrived. Let's build a row of houses over by the reed marshes. There's enough space and 30 people can definitely be accommodated. Also, I'll need Uncle Zhu's help to prepare the materials. Here is 100 taels of silver notes. Use it first. If it's not enough later, come find me for more. While speaking, Xiao Nian pretended to take a note from her sleeve, but actually pulled out 100 taels silver note from her space and handed it to Zhu Daqiang. Before Zhu Daqiang could speak, Qin Chuan interrupted. Miss, the master said when he left that you only need to make the decisions. You don't need to worry about silver or other matters. Xiao Nian replied. That's not possible. It's agreed that these people are here for me, so I will take care of everything. I must pay for the silver myself. Don't worry, Qin Manager, I'll explain everything to Brother Xiao so you won't be put in a difficult position. Qin Chuan wanted to say more but swallowed his words. Since he didn't need to pay the silver, he had already arranged other matters in advance, and the master probably wouldn't blame him. Once everything was settled, Xiao Nian took Zhu Daqiang to the reed marsh to inspect the site and discuss the details of building the houses. After a while, Qin Chuan decided to leave, as there were many other things to handle in town. Seeing him about to leave, Xiao Nian pulled him aside mysteriously. Manager Qin, do you want to buy a black bear? After the last time when she carried a basket full of venomous snakes, Qin Chuan was startled again. Miss, please don't go deep into the mountains. Even with Yi Qi and Yi Ba there, bears are not easy to deal with. Seeing his worried face, Xiao Nian smiled and comforted him. Don't worry. You'll find out the details later from Yi Qi. Just tell me now, do you want to buy the black bear? If yes, send a cart tomorrow. Our mule cart is too small to carry such a big bear. There are also about 40 wolves. You can bring them back together. Find someone to help process the wolf pelts. I want to make clothes and bedding for my family. I'll leave you a couple of wolf pelts too. They'll be warm in winter. Xiao Nian was straightforward and didn't hold back. She had already confirmed her relationship with Xiao Jinyu, so there was no need to be as polite as before. Otherwise, it would seem a bit fake. Qin Chuan swallowed hard, realizing that those chosen by their master were truly extraordinary. They were up against a bear and an entire wolf pack, yet Miss Qiao spoke about it so casually. Qin Chuan nodded mechanically, feeling shocked and unsure what expression to wear. He wanted to ask when Miss Qiao planned to hunt the bear and wolves, but the words changed in his mouth too. Miss, I understand. Tomorrow, at the same time, I will bring people over. Good, I'll wait for you, Qin shopkeeper, Miss Qiao said with a carefree smile, not noticing Qin Chuan's stiff face or his hesitation. The news about the Qiao family building a new house spread quickly through the village. This year's harvest was poor, and with the government about to collect grain taxes, everyone was eager to earn more silver to support their families. Recently, people from the mountains came in waves, just to gather more herbs or find more food. Last time, because of the early harvest, many villagers went to trouble the Qiao family, spreading rumors and speaking badly about them. Now, no one dared to approach Miss Qiao directly. Instead, They gathered at the village chief's house, hoping he could help them get work at the Qiao family's estate to earn some silver. The village chief was amused and angry at their shamelessness. He had worked hard to build a good relationship with the Qiao family because he knew they were grateful and kind. It was clear that being friends with them was beneficial. He only said a few words to help, and the Qiao family, especially Miss Qiao and the old lady, brought many gifts. They also offered to teach villagers about herbs and paid high wages for their work. Their kindness and generosity were obvious, and everyone remembered it. But what did they do in return? They only spread rumors and insulted the young girl, blocking her way and making the relationship tense. Now they wanted him to step in and mediate, acting as if they owed the Qiao family. But he didn't have the face to go to Miss Qiao. Village chief, even if the Qiao family is rich now, they shouldn't forget us villagers, someone said. Yes, when they split from the family, we help speak for them. Now that they're involved with important people and making money, they should help us too, another added. We're not trying to take advantage. We just want to work at their place. Isn't that okay? The village chief couldn't listen any longer. He looked coldly at the loudest people and said impatiently, the Qiao family's success is their own skill. It has nothing to do with you. Did you help them back then? No, you were just making trouble and watching the fun. It was because Qiao Hai did something too extreme that you only said a few words out of fear that your children might follow his example. Do you really think I don't see your true intentions? After hearing this, many people lowered their heads in guilt, and their arrogance faded. The village chief, feeling unsatisfied, continued. Do you dare to honestly say that the Qiao family never helped you? Who taught you about medicinal herbs? That's a skill that can be passed down to future generations. The Qiao girl only taught you, and what have you given in return? And Xiao Ming himself can go to the mountain to find pine needles. Any farmer can do that. Why pay high prices to hire you? It's because second sister and Aunt Hua are grateful and want to help the village. They turned their lives around and want to help others. Qiao Nian, that's not true. I'm just lazy and don't want to work, so I hired villagers. But what did you all do? You went to curse their family. Now you want to see more money-making opportunities. The big officials from town stayed at the Qiao house for over 10 days. You're jealous and envious, but too proud to ask for help. What? Do you think my face as village chief isn't important? Should I be shameless and speak for you? Someone in the crowd, lowering their head, added, You're the village chief. You should stand up for us. We're not stealing from the Qiao family. We work hard for our money. There's nothing shameful about that. Hearing this, the village chief snorted coldly. Tian Shi, who had been silent, finally couldn't hold back. If you're so ashamed, why don't you go to the Qiao family yourself? Why are you causing trouble at our house? If you're unhappy with me as the village chief, then leave the village. Huai Tree Village doesn't need your families. When everyone heard this, they scolded the person who had just spoken. Wang Ergui, leading the group, chuckled and interrupted. Village chief, don't be angry. We're just asking. We don't mean any harm. There's work at home, so I'll go back first. After saying that, Wang Ergui turned and left. Soon, the crowded house emptied completely. The village chief and his wife snorted in annoyance, muttered a few complaints, and then changed the subject. The next day, someone really came to find Xiao Nian. She simply said, The building project has been handed over to Uncle Zhu, and this time it's for the Jiren Hall owner. I can't make the decisions. She dismissed them. After hearing this, many people went to find Zhu Daqiang. Zhu Daqiang didn't refuse outright. He said that trees and rocks on the hillside and at the foot of the mountain needed clearing. All of this was hard work, so as long as someone was strong, they could earn 12 coins a day, and food was provided. This was almost half of the 25 coins Qiao Nian used to pay before. Some people were unhappy and wanted to argue with her. Zhu Daqiang smiled and said, Then go look for work elsewhere. Right now, everywhere in Huai Prefecture, there are people who can't find enough to eat. Even working in town for 10 coins a day, many are eager to do it. I only paid a little more because of Miss Qiao's favor. If you don't want it, please leave. I'm busy. In the end, Qiao Nian heard that half of the village's able-bodied men signed up to work with Zhu Daqiang, while the rest went to town to find work. She just smiled and said nothing. Of course, those were later stories. Early the next morning, Qiao Nian went into the mountains to find a hidden spot. She released the black bear and over 40 wolves. When she was leaving the mountain, Chun Chuan was already there with a widened, reinforced cart, followed by more than 10 carts, waiting at the foot of the mountain. Qiao Nian waved from afar. "Shopkeeper Chun over here." Chun Chuan looked up when he heard her voice and saw Qiao Nian smiling brightly and waving. He called out to the people behind him and said, "Miss, you don't need to come down. We're heading up now." To avoid attracting villagers' attention, Qiao Nian led her people around the usual activity area of the village. When Chun Chuan saw the pile of wolves and black bears as tall as a small mountain, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak clearly, even though he was prepared. "Miss, this is too many. How did you manage this?" he asked. Flower and Little Black did all the work. "Hurry and help move them. It's hot, and these meats won't last long outside." Qiao Nian didn't want to say too much and urged her helpers to move quickly. Chun Chuan wisely didn't ask more and directed everyone to carry the bears and wolves down the mountain. "Miss, I plan to send the black bears to the city. It will take some time to process the wolf pelts. Once everything is ready, I'll send the silver and the pelts together." Qiao Nian replied, "There's no rush. I trust Shopkeeper Chen. Just deduct the money for the wolf pelts from the payment for the black bears." Chun Chuan nodded and hurried back to town after the bears and wolves were taken down the mountain. Recently, the town has been quite unsettled. First, grain prices have risen. Millet has increased from 15 cents per jean to 20 cents. Brown rice has gone up to 10 cents per jean, and white rice is now only affordable for the wealthy. As food prices go up, other goods have also become more expensive. More people are coming to town looking for work, twice as many as before, and some with tricky intentions are also becoming more active. Everywhere looks chaotic. Qiao Nian only went to the town once and doesn't plan to go again soon. Her family's food supply is enough, so she relies on Yi Qi and Yi Ba to buy other things. There's no need for her to add more trouble. In the next few days, Qiao Nian will be running between the fields and the mountains, occasionally checking on the house being built near the reed marsh. This time, Zhu Daqiang brought many workers, and since they are building simple flat-roofed houses, the work is going quickly. In 5 days, all the beams are up, and in just one more day, the house will be finished. This is because Qiao Nian had each room separated with a washroom and installed underfloor heating, which took extra time. On the day the beams were completed, Xiao Jinyu also sent people to help Qiao Nian. Early in the morning, over 30 people suddenly rushed into Huai Tree Village and headed straight to the Qiao family at the end of the village. Curious villagers followed behind, wanting to see what these people were doing. Unfortunately, the Qiao family's yard is no longer surrounded by fences like before. After letting the visitors in, they closed the main gate, cutting off everyone's chance to watch. Xiao Jinyu sent 38 people to assist Qiao Nian this time. With so many inside, the others waited outside. Qiao Nian ordered everyone to stand in the yard and asked the leader to come forward and speak. A woman in a light blue dress, about 40 years old, and a burly man in a gray short coat stepped out. Both bowed and said, "Servant Su Lan and the mountain man Xue Dashan. Greetings to the young lady. No need for formalities. Please introduce yourselves and tell me about the others behind you," Qiao Nian said. Su Lan slightly bowed and replied, "Respectfully, young lady, I am Su Lan, and behind me are Lu Yun and Lu Zhu, here to serve you. I'm good at managing accounts and know some rules and etiquette from the capital. If you need to know anything later, just ask me," she added. Qiao Nian nodded, understanding that Su Lan was familiar with the capital's customs, noble family networks, and complex interests. Su Lan continued, "On the left is Lu Yun. She's skilled at hairstyling, matching clothes, and sewing. The person on the right is Lu Zhu. She enjoys studying various delicious foods and knows both northern and southern cuisines. She is skilled at making different kinds of pastries and also knows some medicinal dishes. From now on, you will serve the young lady. Please follow her instructions. Lu Yun and Lu Zhu stepped forward, knelt, and bowed. Please give your orders, young lady. Jiao Nian was very pleased with these three people. They looked honest and sincere, and she felt comfortable around them, showing no signs of disdain or arrogance toward these farmers. She then said, "From now on, just call me Mississippi. The only masters of the house are me and my grandmother, along with two younger brothers. There isn't much work for now. Su Momo will be the housekeeper in the future, responsible for daily chores and managing the storeroom. You three should listen to her instructions and divide the work accordingly." "Yes, miss," they replied respectfully, and then stepped back for now. Xue Dashan and the people behind him had simpler situations. They were all veterans who had left the battlefield. Some had minor injuries or scars, but it didn't affect their daily lives. They were good workers. At the back stood two maids. When they were at the farm, they were responsible for cooking, so they came along as well. After understanding the situation, Jiao Nian realized another problem. The house was supposed to be finished by tomorrow, but after it was built, it would need a few days to air out before anyone could move in. Where would so many people stay?
Their own house was too small now.
Luckily, they had left 2 acres of open land when building, so they could add 2 more courtyards behind the main house, which would be enough. Once the house in the Reed Marsh area was built, they should prioritize building a house for their family there. Xiao Jinyu's mountain villa could be moved further back. Jiao Nian thought for a moment and said, "There isn't much space in the current house. We'll have to ask Su Momo, Lu Yun, and Lu Zhu to temporarily squeeze in. Once the new house is finished, each of you will have your own room." They needed to leave a room for Xiao Jinyu's house, as he said he would return in a month or 2. 2 rooms should also be kept for Xiao Jinyu's older brother. It was probably already late enough that his caravan had left Beijing. Xiao Jinyu's health was poor, so he would travel slowly and take about 20 days to reach Huai Prefecture. He would stay at home when he arrived. There was also a doctor named Lu accompanying him, so those 2 rooms had to be prepared in advance. The gatekeeper's house had a small empty room, which was temporarily given to the 2 maids who cooked. Xue Dashan and his group could only come and go, staying in town at night and returning during the day to work. Since we are now together, we are like family. There is no need to be formal in daily life. If you have any needs or requests, feel free to ask anytime. I will do my best to meet everyone's needs. After a moment, Xiao Nian added, "These next few days it will be hard on Brother Xue and everyone else. In about 5 or 6 days, the house will be completely dry, and then you won't have to trouble yourselves with constant moving." She also said, "For now, accommodations are 2 people per room. If someone performs well later, they can apply for a private room. Those with special contributions will not only get double the monthly pay, but also receive some rewards." Xiao Nian plans to write specific rules for this, similar to reward and punishment systems in later times. With clear rewards and penalties, everyone will be more motivated to work and it will be easier to manage. Xue Dashan and others don't yet know what kind of master they are serving. Once they understand, they will be happy and grateful for their initial choice. They won't feel neglected or dissatisfied just because the Qiao family is a farming family. After a few days of busy work, everyone gradually adapted to the Qiao family's rhythm. Mammy Su, Lu Yun, and Lu Zhu also relaxed, seeing that their master and her family are kind. They no longer hold back and speak and act more freely. Only when facing Zhao Jinghao do they seem a bit reserved and show obvious respect that they can't hide. Xiao Nian chose not to point this out. Xiao Jinyu currently doesn't plan to send Zhao Jinghao back to the capital. When he grows older and can protect himself, they will find a chance to send him back. Since he stays in the Qiao family, Xiao Nian treats him like a younger brother. She will not think too much about it for now. One day, Xiao Nian went for a walk in the fields. Xue Dashan's people are really good at farming. In just a few days, not only did they remember what she taught, but they also did very well. Zhu Daqiang brought more workers from town and promised Xiao Nian that they would finish building the 2 courtyards she added within 20 days. Seeing that she didn't have much to do, Xiao Nian told Wagwixiang and Mammy Su that she needed to leave for about 5 or 6 days, maybe 10 at most, and would definitely return. Wagwixiang was worried when she heard she was going to the mountains to find herbs and that she would be gone so long. Nian Nian, can't you avoid going? The mountains are too dangerous. You're going deep into the mountains and I really don't feel at ease, she said. Xiao Nian held Wagwixiang's hand and said, Grandma, the flowers in the mountains will protect me. Little Black is very brave too. I will be safe. I promise I'll be back within 10 days at most. Wagwixiang still shook her head, worried. No, it's too dangerous. Grandma, Brother Xiao's older brother has been poisoned with a very dangerous toxin. Only I know where the antidote is. If I don't go, Brother Xiao's brother will be in great danger. Don't worry, Hua Hua is very strong. It even defeated the only bear in the mountains. I will be fine, Grandma. Xiao Nian pouted and playfully shook Wagwixiang's arm, looking very pleading. Wagwixiang asked, Do you really have to go? Xiao Nian nodded firmly. I promise I will come back safe and sound. This is what you said. You must come back completely safe. Wagwixiang sighed helplessly. Even if she didn't agree, the girl would sneak up the mountain anyway. It was better to let her go with peace of mind. Yes, yes. Thank you, Grandma. I knew you are the best. Xiao Nian happily hugged Wagwixiang, smiling happily. The number of times her space had been used was about to reach 100, but she hadn't found a single medicinal herb. The weather forecast showed clear skies, and the temperature was rising. Xiao Nian was eager to upgrade her space. After the upgrade, she might get the martial arts she wanted. If disasters or calamities came later, she needed to become stronger to better protect herself and her family. Miss, the deep mountains are dangerous. Let us come with you, said the old lady after much persuasion. Just as Xiao Nian stepped out of the house, Yi Qi and Yi Ba followed. Xiao Nian had told them everything, but they insisted on following her no matter what. Unable to persuade them further, she said nothing and let them follow. When they reached the mountain area, Xiao Nian turned around and said seriously, Yi Qi, Yi Ba, go back. You won't be able to keep up with me, and I need to focus on taking care of you. Go home and protect your family. If you don't want to, then leave the Qiao family. She looked at them deeply, then took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, she appeared over 100 meters away, her figure disappearing into the forest. Yi Qi and Yi Ba were stunned, but soon they realized she was right. With her skills, they would only hold her back. They shouldn't disobey her orders and follow her up the mountain. Such behavior was a serious mistake for guards or secret guards. When she returned, they would ask for punishment and promise to obey her commands in the future. They looked at the deep forest and then turned to leave the mountain. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinyu and his group had been in Jinzhou Prefecture for 2 days. Jinzhou is next to Huai Prefecture. This year, there was a drought, but the situation was better than in Huai. At least in April, Jinzhou received a heavy rain, and the crops were growing well. Recently, during a heavy rainstorm, the summer harvest in Jinzhou Prefecture was mostly finished, so it was not affected. This year's harvest is not as good as last year's, but farmers should still have enough to eat. Xiao Jinyu's purpose here is to collect grain. Normally, now is the time for new grain to be sold, and grain prices in Jinzhou are stable, so this should not be difficult. However, after 2 days of searching, they haven't received a single grain. Several familiar grain merchants all say the same thing. The grain has been sold, but they won't say to whom. Master, Yijiu just reported that they found the Crown Prince's people in the city talking to the Zhang family. Yi Shi has already gone to secretly check, Yi respectfully reported. Xiao Jinyu put down his brush and nodded slightly. It's probably more than just the Crown Prince's people. Keep a close watch. If they want to play games, I don't mind playing along. Remember, don't alert them. Let them trade, but we must find out where the grain is going. Yes, master. Yi received the order and prepared to leave but was called back by Xiao Jinyu. Send a message to Xiao Ming. Tell him to hold those people here and speed up the process. Within half a month, he must gather all the grain and supplies and wait for my orders. Yi respectfully agreed and went to make arrangements. Xiao Jinyu was playing with a small glass bottle in his hand. It was given to him by Qiao Nian before he left. Inside was something that could save lives, and he was told to keep it close. Thinking of that lively, charming figure, Xiao Jinyu's expression relaxed. After a while, he chuckled softly. How long will these people keep playing these tricks? It's all the same old game. I'm already tired of it. Anyan, if I just killed all those people, wouldn't I be done with all this trouble? At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted Xiao Jinyu's thoughts. Come in. The moment the person stepped into the study, Xiao Jinyu sensed something was wrong. He quietly put the glass bottle into his pocket. Master, the kitchen made mung bean soup. Have a bowl to cool off, the visitor said. As he spoke, he looked up. It was Sanfu, the person responsible for fetching water and chopping wood in the kitchen. His face, expression, voice, build, and appearance were exactly the same, no flaws at all. But Sanfu is cheerful and walks quickly, while this person's steps were steady and slow. Xiao Jinyu pressed his lips and said, Good for you. Sanfu grinned. Master, I already drank some in the kitchen. Try it. Today's mung bean soup is just the right sweetness. Xiao Jinyu smiled and slowly lifted the bowl of mung bean soup. The next moment, he poured it all over Sanfu's face. Sanfu instinctively dodged, and his gaze changed in that moment. He quickly drew a dagger from his sleeve and stabbed at Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu sidestepped and directly grabbed Sanfu's wrist, twisting it forcefully. There was a cracking sound of bones breaking, accompanied by the fake Sanfu's scream. You dare to try to stab me with such skills? Are you tired of living? While speaking, Xiao Jinyu punched him squarely in the chest. When the fake Sanfu tried to resist, he swung a hand knife down, causing the fake Sanfu to close his eyes in frustration and collapse. In just a few moments, any place splashed with the green bean soup was already emitting white smoke. At this time, Yi and others heard the noise and rushed in. Seeing the collapsed fake Sanfu on the ground, their faces changed. They immediately bowed and said, Master, this subordinate was negligent. Please punish us. Xiao Jinyu raised his hand to signal them to stand. This person is quite capable. He even fooled you. Take him to the secret room and see if you can find out Sanfu's whereabouts. Also, where did he get that human face mask? Yes. Should we ask him who he works for? Yi asked. Xiao Jinyu replied, If he wants to talk, let him. If he doesn't, I can guess. Go and invite the head of the Bai family to meet me later at Kixinghai. Since they are so eager to kill me, I will give them a big gift. That would be polite. Meanwhile, in a house on the east side of Jianzhou Prefecture, a man dressed in a green waist-cinched brocade robe looked fierce and full of anger, radiating an intimidating aura. He was Zhao Jingwen, the eldest prince mentioned by Xiao Jinyu. Even the Eagle's 6 cities have been infiltrated. Xiao Jinyu is really lucky. Did they find out how his poison was cured last time? The man kneeling at the lower left hurriedly replied. Your Majesty, we only found out that Xiao Jinyu seemed to have obtained a spiritual herb to cure his poison. We haven't heard anything else. Zhao Jingwen's eyes were fierce, and his tone was cold. We've been searching for over 3 years without finding this spiritual herb. Why is it so coincidental that he found it this time? Keep searching. Where exactly did he get that herb from? Once we find that person. The man immediately understood his meaning, respectfully acknowledged, and then left. Akiu, who's talking behind my back, Qiao Nian had just sat on a large stone when she sneezed loudly. She rubbed her nose, took out a bowl of meat sauce noodles from her space, and also handed a large piece of wild boar meat to Huahua and Xiaohei. Eat and rest a bit. We'll start searching from the valley in the west. Little Black Meow responded with a sound, then lowered its head to eat its portion. Huahua habitually rubbed against Qiao Nian, then also started eating. They had been traveling quickly through the deep mountains for half a day and were now fully deep inside. In the afternoon, they began to search for the traces of spiritual herbs. The lush valley to the west was their first stop. Xiao Nian had eaten and drunk enough. Seeing that Huahua and Little Black had finished their food, she relaxed and licked her paws. She put their bowls back into her space and called the two to set out. When they reached the valley entrance, Huahua suddenly stopped for some reason. It raised its head and roared loudly at the entrance. Little Black also became alert, staring tightly in the direction of the valley. Before Xiao Nian could ask, a spotted leopard of similar size to Huahua slowly appeared. Almost instantly, Huahua's aura changed dramatically, as if ready to attack. Since being tricked by a black bear last time, Huahua now instinctively wanted to rush at any animal it encountered, to knock it down first. However, this spotted leopard didn't seem to want to fight. It simply stared at Xiao Nian without paying attention to Huahua's provocation. Xiao Nian blinked, sensing no danger from the leopard, but unsure of its intentions. She tentatively said, "Brother Leopard, we mean no harm. We just want to find some herbs. Could you please move aside?" The leopard didn't understand what Xiao Nian was saying. It only thought that the scent on this two-legged creature was very pleasant and wanted to get closer. But the big tiger beside her didn't seem happy about it and kept provoking and threatening the leopard. Seeing that the leopard didn't respond to her words, Xiao Nian suddenly remembered how Huahua looked when it first saw her. She thought for a moment and took out a brand new wooden basin from her space, filling it halfway with spiritual spring water. She stopped Huahua and Little Black from approaching to drink and waved at the leopard, "Come and drink. We really mean no harm." After saying that, she and the reluctant Huahua and Little Black stepped back a little. The leopard was attracted by the strange, sweet smell. It hesitated for just 2 seconds before running forward, burying its head in the basin and drinking happily. Its joyful appearance made Xiao Nian want to go over and pet it. Huahua and Little Black were unhappy, circling around Xiao Nian and making low grumbling sounds, their eyes full of complaint and longing. Zhou Nian couldn't stand this anymore, so she quickly hugged the two and comforted them. "Sister doesn't like it. She just traded with it. Once it drinks the spiritual spring water, it can't block our way. Be good. Here, you two drink too." She then took out their food bowls and filled them with spiritual spring water. Huahua and Xiaohei finally looked happy and smiled at Zhou Nian, then happily ran to their bowls to drink. Soon, all three finished drinking the spiritual spring water. The spotted leopard, having tasted such delicious water for the first time, looked at Zhou Nian more kindly. Seeing this, Zhou Nian was pleased. She carefully took out a ghost grass from her space and approached the spotted leopard slowly. Seeing it had no intention of attacking, she said, "If you drink my spiritual spring water, you have to help me. Is there a plant with a similar smell to this grass in the valley behind you? If yes, take us to find it." The spotted leopard. What does this two-legged creature want to do? Feed it grass? Leopards only like meat. Seeing it still standing there blankly without response, Zhou Nian called Huahua and Xiaohei to translate. Soon, the leopard nodded, turned, ran a few steps into the valley, then looked back at Zhou Nian. Zhou Nian immediately understood and led Huahua and Xiaohei to follow. With the leopard and tiger clearing the way, their journey was very smooth. Not only other wild animals but even snakes, insects, rats, and ants all ran away in fear. As the scenery around them changed, the spotted leopard led Zhou Nian to a huge, unknown ancient tree. Zhou Nian only took a quick look and was stunned by the sight. She believed this was a 1,000-year-old tree, which was not an exaggeration. The trunk of this tree was at least wide enough for 30 or 40 people to hug together. Its branches and leaves were lush and complex. The leaves were oval, with smooth, thick edges. Even as an ancient tree, it looked full of life. Standing under the giant tree, Zhou Nian felt tiny, like an ant, and couldn't help but feel awe. The spotted leopard saw Zhou Nian standing still for a long time and let out a low growl, bringing her back to her senses. It stepped forward and circled halfway around the tree, where she saw a small hole in the side of the giant trunk. Inside the hole, there was a pink flower with 2 leaves. The petals were thin and strip-like, somewhat similar to the petals of a red spider lily, but more densely packed, wrapped in strips with only the outermost circle fully open. 2 large leaves beneath the flower made it look shy and delicate, like a young girl, a little cute. Phantom dream grass. Zhou Nian was very sure that this was the illusionary and mesmerizing herb that Xiao Jinyu had described before. At that time, she was curious because she thought it should be a flower, so why was it given such a name? Xiao Jinyu explained that it was because of the special nature of this spiritual medicine. It looked beautiful and harmless, but its effects were very powerful. It could confuse the mind, making people unable to tell whether they were dreaming or awake. After at most 3 days, if no antidote was taken, the person would never wake up again. Zhou Nian carefully observed her surroundings. There might be some dangerous things guarding this herb, but after looking around for a while and carefully checking the bushes, she found nothing dangerous. She looked at the 3 curious and puzzled eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed, and then she rubbed her nose with a smile, saying, "I was just checking if there's any danger nearby. Hee hee, little black. Meow meow, don't worry, master. With me here, any poisonous snakes or harmful creatures won't dare to come close. Yes, yes, with little black here, I feel completely safe. Just to be sure, I'll check again, hee hee." Zhou Nian smiled politely, but a bit awkwardly. Little black, as long as the master is happy. Hua Hua and the spotted leopard looked at Zhou Nian silently, obediently standing aside and waiting. It was 15 minutes later when Zhou Nian finally planted the illusionary herb into her space. The spotted leopard stared at her intently, clearly expecting praise. Zhou Nian couldn't help but give it a firm pat on the head, smiling and interacting with the leopard for a while. The leopard happily rolled over several times, while Hua Hua and Little Black turned their eyes away in disdain, thinking this creature was really annoying. The spotted leopard didn't even glance at Hua Hua and Little Black, then turned around and ran a short distance away, stopping to look at Zhou Nian, waiting for her to come over. "Do you know if there are other spiritual medicines somewhere else?" Zhou Nian asked, feeling a bit doubtful but still walking sincerely, thinking there might be more to find. Since Zhou Nian had already left, Hua Hua and Little Black naturally followed. This time, they headed toward the deepest part of the valley, where the grass was lush and thick, and various small animals occasionally made sounds in the bushes. Several times, Zhou Nian saw brightly colored snakes in the grass, some as thick as her calf. But whenever Little Black approached, these snakes seemed to encounter a predator and quickly fled in all directions. Finally, the spotted leopard stopped in front of a mountain wall, surrounded by tall grass and giant trees. Zhou Nian looked around but didn't see anything special. "Dian Dian, there's nothing here. Did you come to the wrong place?" Dian Dian is the name Xiao Nian gave to the spotted leopard. It has many spots on its body, so this name fits perfectly. Although Dian Dian still doesn't fully understand what Xiao Nian says, it doesn't stop it from wanting to take Xiao Nian to find something good. It walks straight into a patch of grass, still remembering to let Xiao Nian follow. "Dian Dian, there's no path ahead." Xiao Nian stretched out her hand, trying to call Dian Dian back. But after it disappeared into the grass, its figure suddenly vanished. In her past life, Xiao Nian would never have believed in ghosts or spirits. But now, after experiencing so many strange things herself, perhaps it's reasonable to think that ghosts might exist in this world. While she was lost in her wild thoughts, Dian Dian had already walked quite a distance ahead and didn't see Xiao Nian or the 2 others following. It turned back and let out a soft growl behind her. Xiao Nian reacted quickly, feeling annoyed with herself. She had been a ghost for 7 years. How could she still be afraid of ghosts? She looked up at the sun still hanging on the mountainside and immediately frowned. "Hua Hua, Xiaohei, let's go. We're going to see what's inside." Hua Hua and Xiaohei looked at Xiao Nian with complicated expressions, as if puzzled by her strange behavior today. Soon, the 3 of them pushed through the thick grass. Only then did Xiao Nian realize that inside was actually a natural mountain cave. It was hidden by tall trees and bushes, so from outside, it was impossible to see. She had been scared for nothing. As they entered the cave, it felt damp inside. The walls were lined with low-growing weeds, and among the plants, there were many common medicinal herbs. Xiao Nian kept walking, following Dian Dian deeper inside. The further in they went, the more humid it became, and a faint, fresh scent filled the air. As the smell grew stronger, the plants on both sides of the cave walls became even more lush. Xiao Nian even saw rare herbs like ginseng, lingzhi, polygonum, gastrodia, and yellow essence. Every few steps, she found a small pile of valuable herbs. She was overjoyed. She had struck it rich. How much silver could she sell all these for? Meanwhile, Dian Dian had reached the end of the cave and stopped in front of a strange, fragrant flower. This flower was one of the top 10 spiritual medicines, the drunken life flower. Its petals were pale yellow inside, with a light pink in the middle and a deep red on the outer edges. The entire stem had no leaves, only this single flower growing quietly in a crack in the mountain wall. Xiao Nian caught sight of Dian Dian stopping and saw Hua Hua and Xiao He rushing over. She looked up and saw the drunken life flower not far away. This is the intoxicating flower, Dian Dian. You are really amazing to find such a hidden place. Xiao Nian couldn't help but praise. Dian Dian understood that Xiao Nian was complimenting at this time, so it happily rubbed against Xiao Nian, acting cute and charming. Hua Hua and Xiao He looked at them with almost rolled eyes. Such a clever little leopard. It seems they haven't found any spiritual herbs before. Don't think you can steal the owner away just because of this. Xiao Nian clearly saw that Hua Hua and Xiao He were jealous. She hugged them both, told them everyone is friends, and they should get along well in the future. After calming them down for a while, she made sure they no longer looked at each other unfavorably and promised they would be good friends. Only then did Xiao Nian carefully dig out the intoxicating flower and plant it in her space. Then she started digging up various precious herbs from the mountain cave. She planned to store all the herbs in her space and plant them in the black soil with her mind. She would let them grow first, then take some out to sell. That way, she wouldn't run out of these valuable herbs. She didn't move the small seedlings of the herbs that had just sprouted. The cave was so magical, it would surely recover to its original state someday. After finishing harvesting the herbs, it was already dark outside. Xiao Nian decided to stay here tonight, but she didn't plan to sleep in the cave. She moved her thoughts and, along with the three of them, entered her space. Dian Dian was a bit stunned the first time it entered the space, not understanding why they suddenly changed places. Xiao Nian knew she probably couldn't explain it to Dian Dian now, so she asked Hua Hua and Xiao He to take care of it. She went inside to prepare dinner for herself and the three of them. She fried a steak from the fridge and paired it with some fruit wine, peach-flavored, since she didn't like red wine. After eating happily, she prepared a big bone soup for the three of them. She let it cool outside in the yard for a while before pouring it into their bowls. Then she took out some fruits and vegetables from her space to let them eat after the bone soup, helping them replenish vitamins. Meanwhile, in a hidden alley northeast of Jinzhou Prefecture City, Xiao Jinyu and the others behind him hurriedly arrived outside a small, inconspicuous courtyard. Ye and Yi stepped forward, first listening to the sounds inside, then leaping over the wall. The two guards inside, responsible for keeping watch, hadn't even made a sound before Ye and Yi cut their necks with a single stroke. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu and the others jumped into the courtyard as well. The lights inside had already been turned off, and if you got closer, you could hear the snoring inside. Ye took out a small bag from his pocket and sprinkled something through the window. After a quarter of an hour, the snoring gradually stopped, and there was no other movement. Master, all the grain is inside the house. Sanfu is locked in the firewood room, and he's still alive. Yi and the others had searched the entire yard and confirmed that no one else was nearby watching. Xiao Jinyu said, "Move all the grain out quietly. Yi, come with me." Everyone followed orders and immediately began to act. There was a cart in the backyard for transporting grain, which was perfect for use. They were confident they could move all the grain before dawn. Xiao Jinyu and Yi circled around the East City, then changed into night clothes, covering almost the entire face except for the eyes. The next morning, Zhao Jingwen was awakened by pain, feeling sore all over his body. "Come, someone," he tried to shout, but when he opened his mouth, the pain was so intense that he could hardly speak. It seemed he was missing a front tooth, and his speech was a bit slurred. His anger grew quickly inside. Who dared to secretly attack him? The servant on night duty was awakened by the noise inside. When he saw it was already bright outside, he was so frightened he scrambled to get up and tremblingly entered the room. Before he could speak, he saw Zhao Jingwen's swollen face, like a pig's head, and immediately knelt down, thinking, "Oh no, I'm doomed." He shouted, "Your Highness, spare me. I don't know why I fainted. Bring the doctor quickly." Zhao Jingwen was in so much pain, he couldn't care less about the servant. When he tried to move, his left leg felt broken, and the pain almost made him faint. The words came out with difficulty, through clenched teeth. After a chaotic scene, the doctor wiped sweat from his forehead and said, "The wounds on his body have been treated, but this leg might be, comma." "Tell us, what is wrong with our young master's leg?" the chief eunuch anxiously asked. The doctor shook his head and said again, "My medical skills are limited. This leg may be permanently disabled in the future." "What?" Zhao Jing went on the bed, and the chief eunuch both exclaimed in shock. "Disabled?" Zhao Jingwen, overwhelmed with emotion, tried to move his injuries, but the pain caused him to faint immediately. The wild boars, rabbits, pheasants, buffalo, mountain goats, and foolish roe deer have all been hunted and gathered in large numbers. There are also over a dozen baskets of various mushrooms and mountain delicacies. Sometimes, when they find medicinal herbs that look good and are of the right age, they stop to pick a few plants. On the seventh day, just as Qiao Nian was thinking about whether to go back, Xiao He found a blue spirit grass in a patch of weeds. The blue spirit grass looks very similar to ordinary wild grass, but its leaves are thin and long, and under the sunlight, the surface shows a faint blue color. If it weren't for Xiao He's sharp sense of smell, Qiao Nian thought she might never find this blue spirit grass herself. Suddenly, it seemed like their good luck had returned. Hua Hua, Xiao He, and Dian Dian each found a rare medicinal herb, the lonely night orchid, the longing seed, and the seven-leaf crabapple. Excited, Qiao Nian hugged all three and kissed them enthusiastically until she saw their faces turn shy and embarrassed. Then she finally let go. She rewarded the three with plenty of spiritual spring water and some fruits and vegetables from her space. She double-checked the number of harvests in her space. She only needed one more to reach 100. The Black Land was still planting wheat, and the latest batch would be ripe by tomorrow morning. That means tomorrow she could upgrade her space. Tonight, they would have a barbecue to celebrate this harvest and to reward everyone for helping find so many medicinal herbs. Qiao Nian's face was full of happiness. Her space now contained 8 kinds of medicinal herbs, and only 2 more remain. Those are only found on the highest snow mountain to the west. Time was limited this time. Tomorrow will be her 9th day of entering the mountains. She'd have to wait until next time to explore the mountain range in the west. Qiao Nian found a flat spot, gathered some stones to form a circle, and quickly started a fire among the abundant weeds and dry leaves in the forest. She placed a few pieces of charcoal from her space to let the fire burn slowly. She was in a very good mood. She took out her folding table from her previous life's homework days, along with a large knife, cutting board, bowls, and pots. She washed a large piece of beef hind leg, cut it into big chunks, and marinated it with salt and spices. She also prepared the lamb, washing and cutting it into pieces, then skewering them and setting aside. The mountain chicken in her space hadn't been processed yet, so she used a pre-slaughtered chicken she bought in the city. She cleaned it, dried it, and gave it a full-body spa with spices, finishing with a touch of honey before marinating it. Although she didn't have lotus leaves, her space had zongzi leaves, and it took some effort to wrap the marinated chicken inside. She dug some fine soil and added a bit of wine to sterilize it. After mixing into a paste, she coated all the wrapped chickens. Soon, she buried them in the fire to roast, ensuring they would come out with a delicious, fragrant flavor. During this time, the beef also finished marinating. Since it was for 3 animals, she cut large pieces, so it didn't take long to skewer them. Everything was ready. Quickly, the smell of grilled meat spread everywhere. The 3 animals lay lazily on the grass, watching Joe busy working. When they smelled the aroma, they couldn't resist and sniffed eagerly, then happily trotted over to Joe, eyes shining as they looked at the meat skewers in her hand. Joe could feel many small animals nearby attracted by the smell, hiding in the grass and peeking out. Probably because of Flower and Dot's presence, they stayed about 30 meters away, too afraid to come closer. The large pieces of beef and lamb sizzle as they cook. To make the flavor better, Joe added plenty of spiritual spring water while marinating the meat. Now, it smelled incredibly delicious. When the three animals took their first bites, they closed their eyes happily, chewing eagerly. Joe sprinkled some salt and chili powder on her own portion, which made the aroma even more tempting. She ignored the heat, blew on it a few times, then couldn't wait, and took a big bite. It was truly, truly delicious. Joe only tasted a bite of the roasted chicken, then shared the rest with the three animals. Not because she didn't want to eat, but because she was too full. Finally, she roasted a skewer of hazelnuts and beef liver for herself to help with the richness. The three animals, smelling the aroma, stared eagerly at the mushrooms in Joe's hand, their faces showing a big desire to eat. Joe had no choice but to roast some for them. After tasting, they looked happy and satisfied, each nudging Joe's hand with their heads, then finding comfortable positions to rest. She never expected cooked food to taste so good. Today, they ate very happily. Joe tiredly tidied up, extinguished the fire, and packed away the table and utensils into her space, planning to clean them later. She was exhausted and leaned against Flower, gazing at the mountain forest bathed in a faint red sunset. Suddenly, she felt a bit nostalgic for her grandmother. The grandmother from her past life, who had bent her back working hard to send her to school. Joe closed her eyes, letting 2 silent tears fall. "Grandma, I am doing very well here. I miss you." Before she knew it, Joe had fallen asleep. When she was woken by the mountain wind in the middle of the night, she and the three animals entered her space together. The next morning, Joe woke up early. Her first instinct was to quickly scan her space with her mind. I found that the wheat in the black soil was indeed ripe. After a quick wash, I hurried to the yard. With a thought, the wheat ears in the field quickly separated from the stalks, and the plump, round grains detached from the husks, automatically flying into a nearby storage. Even though Hua Hua and Little Black had watched this scene many times, they still found it amazing. Each time they saw it, their admiration for Qiao Nian grew. Didi was seeing this for the first time. His big, dark eyes were full of shock and disbelief. He instinctively moved closer to Hua Hua, seeking some safety. Is the owner really not a fairy? It's so magical. Soon, the wheat in the field was all harvested. The stalks and husks began to rot quickly, disappearing into the ground. The black land returned to its original state, soft, fertile soil. No tilling or fertilizing was needed for the next planting. Xiao Nian kept staring at the light screen above her head. The 2 tasks that had reached level 2 were all marked as completed. Suddenly, the screen flickered, and the word "space upgrading" appeared in blue. The next moment, Xiao Nian was pushed out of the space by an invisible force. She steadied herself and saw that 3 others had come out with her. She quickly used her mind to check the space. She found she could still enter and take things out and put things in, but her body couldn't enter for now. Last time, she was outside during a space upgrade, and she had already finished upgrading when she entered, so she didn't know that people couldn't stay inside during the upgrade. Since she couldn't enter the space for now and didn't know how long the upgrade would take, Qiao Nian decided to go home. "Didi, I'm going down the mountain. Do you want to stay and live with Hua Hua? You can keep each other company. Or, do you want to go back to the valley? I'll take Hua Hua and Little Black to visit you when I have time." Xiao Nian spoke slowly, carefully asking Didi's opinion, almost word by word. Didi quickly understood her meaning and didn't hesitate. He moved closer to Hua Hua and Little Black, clearly indicating he wanted to live with them. Hua Hua and Little Black had already accepted Didi. They gently touched heads, then looked at Xiao Nian at the same time, as if saying, "Let's go." A smile appeared on Xiao Nian's face, revealing a row of clean, white teeth. She said, "All right, let's go together." Zhou Nian's current speed is now fully capable of surpassing the speed of the 3 animals. To accommodate them, Zhou Nian lets them run ahead while she leisurely follows behind. Although it seems slow, her speed is so fast that only a blur of shadows can be seen. Such speed is the best light skill in this world, far beyond others. After half a day, Zhou Nian and the three animals arrive at Huahua's territory. She pats their heads and then lets them go play. She plans to visit them again in a few days. As they near the mountain's edge, Zhou Nian slows down her pace. She thinks for a moment, then takes out a wild goat and a basket of various mushrooms from her space, planning to bring them home for her family to try. When she arrives home, only Ping and Zhao Jinghao are reading. Everyone else is busy working in the fields. "Big sister, you're back." The two happily run out of the house and rush toward Zhou Nian. They surround her, showing concern and asking questions. Just as Zhou Nian is about to answer, a kind-looking old man in a light gray long robe walks out of the house. Zhou Nian puts her things down and straightens up. "Who is this old gentleman?" Ping'an asks. "Big sister, this is Master Xiao, who was invited by Brother Jing and me to teach us," Zhao Jinghao adds. Zhou Nian, hearing this, steps forward with a smile.
Hello, Master Xiao.
"I am their older sister, Zhou Nian. Thank you for teaching my brothers. Have you been comfortable staying here these days?" The old man strokes his beard and smiles kindly. "Miss, you don't need to be polite. I am very comfortable here. Ping and Jing are very smart, so teaching them is not hard. I also thank the Zhou family for taking me in." Nantingji was an imperial scholar who once served as the Minister of Revenue. Years ago, he was falsely accused of corruption after reporting the current Minister of Revenue's misconduct, but the evidence was insufficient, and he was framed. He was sentenced to exile 3,000 miles away. Until last year, during the Empress Dowager's birthday, the entire country was pardoned and Nantingji was included in the list. However, when Zhao's carriage appeared in the exile area, Nantingji immediately understood. Exiles are rarely pardoned so easily. When he was involved in the incident, it was through Zhao's grandson, Xiao Jinsheng, that he was ultimately pardoned from the death sentence and only exiled. Seeing the scene again, there is no doubt Zhao's family saved him once more. Nantingji respectfully bows to the visitor and says, "Master Xiao, I thank the young master for saving my life. From now on, my life belongs to the Xiao family. Master Nan, there's no need to be like this. My young master only doesn't want to see a loyal and righteous person like you fall." He said that in the future, you are free to choose whether to stay or leave. Nantingji was born poor, the only son in his family. After losing his parents, he observed a 3-year mourning period, then dedicated himself to serving the court. Without a wife or children, he was alone with nowhere to go. After a moment of thought, Nantingji refused the money offered by the visitors and decisively got into a carriage. He wished to repay the Xiao family's kindness twice over with his remaining life. He didn't expect that the Xiao family had arranged such a place for him, quiet, peaceful, full of a sense of calm and happiness. Everyone was kind and gentle. In just a few days, his heart, which had been dulled by countless hardships, began to beat again. After Xiao Nian learned about his situation, she treated him the same as others. She told him to settle in comfortably and to speak up if he needed anything. She would do her best to help. Inside, she was already shouting with excitement. This was a scholar, a successful candidate. In her previous life, she was just a beginner who didn't even graduate from a second-tier university. Now, she had no chance to study at all. Someone who was good at studying like him was a big shot in her eyes. After a short conversation, seeing that it was getting late, Xiao Nian planned to go to the fields to call people. Just then, Wagwixiang and the rest of the family returned. "Grandma, I'm back." Xiao Nian happily ran over to hug Wagwixiang and greeted everyone in the family. "That naughty girl, just 10 days away, and you couldn't come back a little earlier? If you don't come back today, I'll tell Shouwang to close the door and not let you in," Wagwixiang said sternly, but her eyes were red as she looked her over from head to toe. Seeing that she was well, she finally relaxed. Madame Su chuckled and said, "The old lady has been looking forward to the girl coming home every day." Early this morning, she told Lu Zhu to prepare the girl's favorite treats, liquid-scented osmanthus cakes and date paste cakes. How could she not let the girl in? Xiao Nian smiled happily, hugging Wagwixiang's neck and acting spoiled. "I knew Grandma loved me the most," Wabwixiang gently tapped her forehead and pretended to be annoyed. There's no girl like you, always thinking about running outside. If Jean Yu finds out, she'll be annoyed with you. I won't care. Qiao Nian really wanted to say that Xiao Jinyu is just a lively person and wouldn't dislike her. If he really dared to dislike her, she wouldn't want a man like that. But she obediently said, "Grandma, I won't." Flowing beads and drifting clouds both smile softly. Their young lady's cheerful nature. The master probably likes her even before realizing. How could she possibly dislike her? The Qiao family's dinner is always very rich, and today is no exception. Yi Qi and Yi Ba quickly cleaned up the wild goat brought back by Qiao Nian. Tonight, Lu Zhu prepared roasted lamb, grilled lamb chops, red braised lamb, stir-fried beef with vegetables, vegetarian abalone, and various snacks and treats that Qiao Nian liked. Hui Niang made mushroom chicken stew, braised pork, mapo tofu, steamed carp, fried oil cakes, fried oil pancakes, and vegetable porridge with mincemeat. The table was full of Qiao Nian's favorite dishes. Originally, she didn't plan to eat much, but she simply couldn't stop eating. Supporting her clearly swollen belly, Qiao Nian sat back in her chair and sighed. It's still better at home. Not long after dinner, Yi Qi and Yi Ba came to apologize. "Miss, we know we were wrong. We won't disobey your orders or act on our own again. Please forgive us." Xiao Nian hadn't paid much attention to that matter. She only said so to prevent them from following her, smiling as she helped them up. "You know I don't like kneeling and bowing. That's in the past. Let's not talk about it anymore." "I don't blame you." Yi Qi and Yi Ba looked relieved and bowed. "Thank you, Mississippi, all right, you've worked all day. Go rest now," Qiao Nian said, then went to Wabwixiang's room to whisper privately. Flowing beads and drifting clouds wanted to serve Qiao Nian for washing and changing clothes, but seeing this, they quietly withdrew. Sometimes, they had the illusion that they weren't here to serve, but to live and enjoy life themselves. 10 days after Qiao Nian left, everyone in the Qiao family continued their routine life. The only change was that the main courtyard of the Qiao house had expanded into a second courtyard, and construction on the third courtyard at the back had already started, expected to be finished in about 10 days. The original back wall had been torn down, redesigned with new shapes and a moon gate. Hua Guixiang planted peonies, aloe vera, roses, and orchids she occasionally dug up from the mountains in this area. It looked quite charming. The second courtyard's house was brighter and more spacious than the front yard, and the furniture inside had been tidied up, waiting for Qiao Nian's return to decide how everyone would live. Qiao Nian called Elder Ma Su and discussed with Hua Guixiang. They finally decided that Hua Guixiang would take Ping and Jinger to live in the second courtyard, and Elder Ma Su and Hui Niang would each have their own rooms. The large storeroom in the house was also placed in the second courtyard. Qiao Nian moved into a 3-room courtyard while waiting for the construction to be completed. Once finished, Lu Zhu, Lu Yun, and she would move in together. Shou Wang and Uncle Wang still lived in the gatehouse. Yi Qi and Yi Ba stayed in the front yard, and Xiao Jinyu's house remained unchanged for now, since his residence was already under construction, and he would definitely live there when he returned. Recently, Qiao Nian had been walking in the mountains during the day and resting in the space at night. Upon returning, she immediately felt a clear change in temperature. At night, she had to wave a fan for a while before falling asleep. As the temperature rose, the crops in the fields grew rapidly. The first batch of holy tomatoes, which had endured heavy rain, were changing color, with a few turning fully red. Many melon stems had already fallen off, and Xiao Nian picked all the ripe ones. She roughly counted about 20 or 30. The blueberries were also growing very well, densely packed with fruit, most of which were ripe. While explaining to Xue Dashan and others how to tell if the fruits were ripe, Qiao Nian also picked ripe watermelons. After inspecting the entire watermelon field, she had gathered a small pile of ripe ones, probably around 70 or 80, though she didn't count exactly. The reason these fruits grew so well was surely because they were watered with spiritual spring water. However, besides Qiao Nian, no one knew. They watched these fruits grow day by day and never thought of anything else. On the spot, Qiao Nian asked Xue Dashan to cut open a few watermelons for the workers to taste what they had been taking care of all these days. When the watermelons were cut open, a sweet aroma instantly filled the air, an aroma they had never smelled before. Many people's saliva started to flow uncontrollably. Here, everyone gets a share. You've all worked hard these days. Have some watermelon to cool off. Seeing everyone looking curiously, Qiao Nian spoke and took the first piece to taste. The sweet fragrance spread throughout her mouth, crisp and refreshing. One bite made her feel completely refreshed. It was better than any watermelon she had eaten in her previous life. Watching others, they no longer cared about talking, each eating without raising their heads. They held the watermelon in one hand and protected it with the other, licking up all the juice. It was simply delicious. Many of them had also stayed at Zhao's estate in the capital city, and they dared say that there were no fruits as tasty as these in the capital. The fruits were incredibly crisp, sweet, and juicy, so much so that they almost wanted to nibble the watermelon rind clean. At this moment, Hua Guixiang and Grandma Su came over, followed by Lu Zhu and Lu Yun. As they approached, a sweet, fragrant smell filled the air and reached their noses. Qiao Nian quickly asked Xue Dashan to open another jar and handed a piece to Hua Guixiang, saying, "Grandma, try this. Our watermelons and cantaloupes are ripe now and they taste really good." Then she gave a piece to Su Mama. Lu Zhu and Lu Yun had already helped themselves, and they didn't dare to let the young lady serve them. Hua Guixiang took a bite, her eyes brightening as she nodded and praised, "This watermelon is so delicious. I've never tasted such sweet fruit before." The others responded similarly. They usually stayed in the secret guard camp, so although they had seen many good things, this was the first time they had tasted such delicious fruit. Even the noble people in the palace probably hadn't tried it, Su Mama thought quietly. After eating the watermelon, they also tasted cantaloupe, cherry tomatoes, and blueberries. These fruits, while not as stunning as the watermelon, were still very tasty. The cherry tomatoes, with their sweet and sour flavor, won many hearts. Lu Zhu heard that cherry tomatoes could be cooked, so she picked a basket from the field, planning to try making scrambled eggs with cherry tomatoes, sweetened cherry tomatoes, and cherry tomato chicken soup, just as Qiao Nian had suggested. They packed some of the picked fruits onto a mule cart. Qiao Nian took Yi Qi to town to deliver goods to Qinxinghe, as the upcoming sales depended entirely on him. The new house of the Qiao family already had a road built around the village, and their mule cart often traveled to town, so no one in the village paid much attention to their movements now. The car was loaded with fruit, so it moved slowly. By the time they reached the town, it was almost noon. Recently, the town had seen an increase in beggars and some troublemakers from nowhere. The officials received reports and captured many, eventually sending them to work in the mines, which calmed the unrest. However, grain prices still hadn't dropped. This year, Huai Prefecture was hit by a disaster, and the court had not issued any tax relief, so life for the common people would remain hard. Hearing Yi Qi talk about these things, Qiao Nian thought of Xiao Jinyu. She wondered if his trip this time was smooth. With the court unreliable, almost all the grain supplies in the southwest depended on him. She instinctively looked at the food in her space. Even if she took it all out, it would only be a drop in the bucket for the tens of thousands of soldiers in the southwest. The space was still too small. She wondered if the Black Land would expand this time so she could contribute more. But how could she explain where the grain came from? She didn't want to reveal her space. "Miss, we've arrived." Knight Seven's voice pulled Qiao Nian's thoughts back. She looked up and saw the sign for Qixing Restaurant. It was mealtime, and the place was lively with people coming and going. Even Chen Xinghe was personally greeting guests. "Let's go through the back door." "It's not appropriate to enter through the main hall now," Qiao Nian said. "Yes, miss," Knight Seven replied, guiding the mule cart to the back door of Qixing Restaurant. Liuzi, who was responsible for receiving supplies in the backyard, immediately recognized the Qiao family's mule cart. Seeing Knight Seven sitting on it, he quickly approached with a smile. "Lord Seven, you're here," he said. Before he finished speaking, Qiao Nian lifted the curtain and gracefully jumped down from the cart. Liuzi's smile widened, and he showed a bit more respect. Miss Chow, welcome.
Please go inside first.
I'll go call the shopkeeper, Liuzi said. Xiao Nian smiled. No need to rush. Find someone to unload the things from the cart. I see shopkeeper Chen is busy. We can call him later. She then stepped into the back door. Liuzi responded with a smile, calling some people in the backyard to help unload, then hurried to the main hall to call others. Although Xiao Nian said there was no rush, the shopkeeper had repeatedly emphasized that anything related to her was a big deal. Now that people had arrived, if he didn't report to the shopkeeper, he would definitely be scolded badly. Chen Xinghe learned that Xiao Nian had arrived and immediately went to the backyard. He passed through the corridor between the kitchen and the main hall, turned a corner, and saw Xiao Nian instructing someone to carry baskets of round, juicy watermelons down the corridor. Miss, these matters can be left to them. The weather is hot now. You should go upstairs and have some cold tea to cool down, Chen Xinghe said with a smile, inviting Xiao Nian to the elegant room on the 4th floor. Xiao Nian shook her head with a smile. Shopkeeper Chen, I brought some fruits for my family today. Please have someone cut them open and taste them first to see how they taste. All right, Mississippi. Please wait a moment. I'll have someone cut them now, Chen Xinghe replied, not insisting. He was also curious about the taste of these fruits. He turned to Liuzi and asked him to cut the watermelons. Chen Xinghe and Chen Chuan had visited the Qiao family many times to deliver goods, and they had also seen the family's fields. Knowing the names of these fruits was not surprising. Seeing that Xiao Nian had no intention of going upstairs, Chen Xinghe invited her to sit in a small room in the backyard used for discussions. Soon, Liuzi brought over the sliced watermelons and fragrant melons, along with washed blueberries and cherry tomatoes. Shopkeeper Chen, please try, Xiao Nian said. Chen Xinghe smiled and nodded slightly, picking up a small piece of watermelon to taste. His eyes immediately lit up. Miss, this watermelon is incredibly delicious, he said. Xiao Nian smiled and said, Shopkeeper Chen, how should we price such delicious watermelons? Also, try the cantaloupe, blueberries, and cherry tomatoes. Chen Xinghe tasted the other 3 fruits again, and his eyes brightened more with each taste. All 4 fruits were new to him, each one amazing, and making him want to eat more. He immediately sensed a business opportunity. Miss, these 4 fruits are never seen in the market, and they taste so good. We must set a good price. Also, Linen Town is still small. We can send these to the capital city or even Beijing, and they will definitely sell well. Xiao Nian also had this plan, but transportation was a big problem. She then said, as long as you're careful on the way, delivering to the capital should be fine. But going to Beijing is another matter. Not only is the road bumpy, but the journey takes over 10 days. By the time the fruits arrive, they might be spoiled. Chen Xinghe replied, Miss, you don't know. Our master has several ships, and goods sent to Beijing are transported by water, which can cut travel time in half. Plus, if we put ice around the fruits, they will stay fresh when they arrive in Beijing. Xiao Nian didn't expect Xiao Jinyu's business to be so advanced. Her team was quick-witted, so she no longer needed to worry about transportation. After thinking for a moment, she asked, how much does the ice cost? The weather has been hot lately. Using a lot of ice to transport fruits, plus the losses on the road, manpower, and resources, won't the costs be too high? Chen Xinghe reassured her. Don't worry, Mississippi. The ice we have is stored ourselves, so we hardly need to buy any. Every year around this time, ice prices go up a lot. Outside, a block costs 300 to 400 coins, and each block is about a bucket size. All these costs will be included, so we won't lose money. Ice is so expensive. Xiao Nian was surprised. Chen Xinghe explained, to store ice, we first need to build an ice cellar, which costs several thousand taels. Plus, winter ice cutting is difficult, and transportation and storage also cost money. When you add it all up, the price isn't high at all. Xiao Nian nodded slowly. I know a simple method to make ice in summer, and it's very cheap. This can greatly reduce costs. Then, you won't have to worry about using ice anymore. Hearing this, Chen Xinghe was so excited he stood up quickly, looking eager. Is what you said true, miss? Though he asked, he already believed her and knew she wasn't joking about such matters. accidentally learned this method and haven't tested it yet, but if you have people try it several times, it should work. Then Xiao Nian carefully explained how to make ice with saltpeter. Chen Xinghe took out paper and pen to quickly write it down, feeling excited and happy. He decided to buy saltpeter from Jiren Hall to try it later. Next, they discussed the prices of 4 fruits. Xiao Nian offered watermelon at 200 won per jean, fragrant melon at 100 won, cherry tomatoes at 50 won, and blueberries at 60 won. Chen Xinghe nodded directly, and then asked Xiao Nian to set the selling prices for outside sales. Xiao Nian wanted to refuse, but Chen Xinghe insisted, saying it was a request from Xiao Jinyu before leaving. He said that if anything else came up, Xiao Nian could decide. Reluctantly, Xiao Nian discussed the selling prices with Chen Xinghe. They finally set watermelon at 500 won per jean, fragrant melon at 300 won, cherry tomatoes at 100 won, and blueberries at 150 won. These prices were for the town. In the city, they would add 30%. In Beijing, the prices could double or triple. So, buying a watermelon might cost 15 or 20 taels of silver. Xiao Nian thought this was a bit expensive. Chen Xinghe smiled and said, "Miss, people in the capital are used to these prices. The master probably still thinks they are cheap." Xiao Jinyu, yes, those people wouldn't care about the silver. Even if it were twice as expensive, many would still rush to buy. Xiao Nian felt reassured and mentioned that blueberries could be made into jam, cherry tomatoes could be cooked, and watermelons and fragrant melons could be arranged nicely. They could make fruit baskets with beautiful packaging, raising the price a bit, and sell them to wealthy and powerful people who don't mind paying more. Chen Xinghe nodded repeatedly and ordered someone to bring small plates of fruit to each private room on the 2nd and 3rd floors. He believed that after tasting such delicious fruit, they would want more. Soon, Liuzi came to deliver a message, saying that the guests who had tasted the fruit platter wanted to see the master and young master. "Manager Chen, you go ahead and busy yourself. I'll head back first. The fruits picked from my home will be delivered this afternoon. The ones brought in the morning are not included. Keep a portion for yourself and give each of the shop assistants one. The rest, Manager Chen can arrange as you see fit," Xiao Nian said with a smile. Chen Xinghe was touched inside, and Liuzi's happiness was obvious on his face. The two thanked Xiao Nian and respectfully saw her off before turning to attend to the guests. Xiao Nian asked Yi Qi to take the mule cart to Jiren Hall. Inside the cart were 2 watermelons and a basket of fruit, which were a gift for Qin Chuan. First, they would deliver the gift, then buy some more things before heading home. When the mule cart arrived at Jiren Hall, they unexpectedly saw a large, luxurious carriage parked at the gate. Yi Qi immediately recognized the person driving the carriage, Xiang Heng, who was close to Xiao Jinxing. The carriage was also guarded by Xiao Jinxing's secret guards. Xiang Heng saw Yi Qi too. On their way here, they received a letter from the 2nd young master. Knowing Yi Qi and Yi Ba stayed at the Qiao family, he whispered a few words to the people inside the carriage and made the horses stop. Yi Qi also told Xiao Nian about what was happening across. Xiao Nian raised an eyebrow, surprised that the young master arrived so quickly. She stood up, pushed aside the carriage curtain, and jumped down nimbly. This scene was just seen by Xiao Jinxing, who was helped down by Xiang Heng. Xiao Jinxing's lips curled slightly, his expression gentle. He thought to himself, "This girl is indeed as delicate and lively as Yuer said." Yuer's eyes were better. Xiao Nian didn't realize that just a glance from Xiao Jinxing could hold so much meaning. The man in front of her looked somewhat like Xiao Jinyu, about 4 or 5 parts similar. But this man seemed gentle, yet his eyes were sharp. He had an innate nobility and indifference. Xiao Nian smiled and stepped forward, asking, "I didn't expect young Master Xiao to arrive so quickly. Was your journey smooth?" Before Xiao Jinxing could reply, a slightly hoarse voice sounded. "This girl is quite to my liking. She speaks naturally, not overly soft. It's comfortable to listen to." Xiao Nian looked up and saw an old man with messy hair emerging from the carriage. His face was wrinkled from sleep, and his long robe was a bit crumpled. He looked at her with a smile. "Who is this old sir?" she asked curiously. The old man interrupted Xiao Jinsheng, introducing himself. My surname is Liu. People call me Dr. Liu.
Just call me that.
Xiao Nian smiled and liked this slightly boastful old man. All right, old sir. Xiao Jinsheng couldn't help but laugh. This girl was even harder to deal with than you were. Was this nickname something you were taught her? You little brat, why copy that little rascal? I am a doctor. Everyone gets sick sometimes. Don't worry, I might not want to help if I'm not willing. Dr. Liu puffed out his chest and glared. It's fine for Xiao Jinyu to call me that brat, since he can't beat me. But this young girl dares to call me the same way, and I simply can't stand it. Xiao Nian immediately understood who the brat was talking about and smiled, saying, It's just courtesy in return. Neither of us is losing out. If it really is as you said, we can talk about it when the time comes. She has quite a few good things, and who will ask whom in the future is still unknown. Dr. Liu really is just like that brat. When he needs to use me, he calls me Dr. Liu. When he doesn't, he's just an old man. He snorted, not wanting to bother with the girl, thinking she wouldn't need his help. Unfortunately, such wishes are doomed to fail. And I didn't expect the comeuppance to come so quickly. Chen Chuan quickly noticed the commotion outside and respectfully came out to greet the visitors, introducing everyone and exchanging pleasantries. Dr. Liu eagerly approached Xiao Nian and asked, Girl, did you really find the ghost grass? Where is it? Can you show me first? His messy appearance, combined with his curiosity and eagerness, almost made Xiao Nian laugh. Everyone inside looked at this quick-changing old man with a mix of speechlessness and helplessness, secretly thinking, can't you just be a little more reserved? Yes, I went into the mountains a few days ago and dug up the ghost grass. I didn't bring it with me because I didn't know you would arrive so soon, Xiao Nian said, holding back her laughter. If she showed the ghost grass now, it would be too strange. Sending someone to get it wouldn't take long. But she didn't expect Dr. Liu to be so anxious upon hearing this. He immediately stood up and urged, Then let's go to your house quickly. The longer we delay, the more the medicine's effect will diminish. We can't afford to waste time. Let's go, let's go. Xiao Nian looked at Xiao Jingsheng and saw his calm expression. He stood up solemnly, bowed, and said, Thank you, Miss Qiao, for the medicine you gave me multiple times. I am grateful for saving my life. If you ever need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. The Xiao family will do everything we can. Seeing his seriousness, she wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but she wasn't sure if Xiao Jinyu knew about her relationship with Xiao Jinyu. It wasn't convenient to clarify now, so she politely smiled and invited Xiao Jingsheng to her home. Xiao Jinyu had mentioned that his older brother would be staying at her house. Although she didn't understand why, she saw no reason to turn him away. What she didn't know was that Xiao Jinyu sensed something different about the Qiao family, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Still, every time he visited the Qiao family, he felt very comfortable. The food and even the water at the Qiao family's home make people feel relaxed and happy. That's why Xiao Jinsheng also chose to live there. If Xiao Nian knew, she would definitely scold him for being a cat lover. She would say he's too observant. The group only stayed at Jirintang for less than half an hour before heading in a grand procession to the Qiao family's house. Before leaving, Xiao Nian didn't forget to give Chen Chuan the watermelon and a basket of fruit, so he and the shop staff could enjoy the fresh taste. After Chen Chuan tasted the watermelon, he watched over the shop while Lai Fu went to Qi Xingjai. Such delicious fruit couldn't be sold cheaply by the second brother. Xiao Jinsheng's carriage was very flashy, so much so that people in Huaishu village couldn't help but notice. When they saw the noble guests arriving in such a tall, luxurious carriage, many people had never even heard of such a thing before. Now, many of them regretted their rash decision to cause trouble at the Qiao family's house. Seeing the Qiao family's days getting better and better, with waves of noble visitors coming, they wanted to get close and show off, but a group of guards with swords kept them outside. They weren't even allowed to speak loudly. Xiao Hai sat on his doorstep, watching the busy scene across the street. His eyes were dull, full of numbness. He had become useless now. Lin Sure used to take good care of him at first, but these days she was either fighting at home or rushing back to her mother's house, not returning all day. When Xiao Hai was hungry, he could only sip a little water to fill his stomach. The food at home had been hidden away by Lin Shi, claiming she was saving it for her son. She told Xiao Hai to endure it and promised to bring him a pancake at night, so he wouldn't starve. But they didn't expect that soon. Xiao Shunan would bring back a big surprise for both of them. Xiao Nian arranged a place for Xiao Jinsheng and Dr. Lu to stay. She herself moved temporarily with Lu Zhu and Lu Yun to the second courtyard, leaving the front yard entirely for Xiao Jinsheng and his people. Fortunately, Xiao Jinsheng knew the Qiao family's space was limited, so he sent most of the guards back to the town, leaving only 10 to guard the house. The front yard wasn't too crowded. Hua Guixiang exchanged a few polite words and then went to the kitchen to see how dinner was being prepared. With so many people in the house, she was worried about whether they had enough food. While Xiao Jinsheng and Nan Tingji were talking, Qiao Nian took a small flower pot from inside the house. It was planted with a ghost grass, which she had planted temporarily. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why the ghost grass looked so fresh. Dr. Lu had been staring at Qiao Nian's house eagerly. When he saw her come out, he immediately went to greet her. "Girl, I can't believe you really found it. This is a special medicine," and Dr. Lu spoke with some excitement. "The ghost grass is given to you. The person's health should be fine now." Qiao Nian slightly raised her chin and looked toward the room where Xiao Jinsheng was. Dr. Lu was still admiring the ghost grass in his hands. Hearing Qiao Nian's words, he nodded and assured her, "Don't worry. With this ghost grass, I guarantee the poison on the young master will be cured." "That's good to hear." Xiao Jinyu should also feel relieved. "I wonder where that guy is now." He said he would try to come back quickly after dealing with the poison. Suddenly, the space nearby shifted strangely. Qiao Nian immediately used her mind to check. "Congratulations. The space has been upgraded. Current level, level 2. Today, many people were eating together. Qiao Nian personally cooked a big pot of braised meat. This dish is almost the signature dish of the Qiao family. Whenever guests come, they always prepare this dish. Hua Guixiang also invited Aunt Wu and her daughter-in-law to help. Xiao Jinsheng didn't know how long he would stay. Preparing meals for more than 20 people was too much for Hui Niang and Lu Zhu to handle alone. Xiao Nian was busy every day and had no time to cook in the kitchen. Hua Guixiang wanted to help, but with all the servants in the house, it was impossible for her, as an elderly lady, to cook. Su Mama looked clever and managed things smoothly, but her cooking was truly unappetizing. Lu Yun's cooking was even worse. What she made could scare someone to death. However, her embroidery was incredibly lifelike, and the clothes she made for everyone were perfect and always praised for their beauty. Skill is specialized, and this was especially true for them. So it was very necessary to invite 2 more people to help wash and cut vegetables. In the afternoon, the entire Qiao family yard was filled with a strong salty aroma, and everyone's attention was drawn to it. When it was time to eat, Dr. Lu was the first to reach for the braised meat with his chopsticks. Xiao Jinsheng, due to health reasons, ate very lightly. After smelling the delicious aroma for so long in the afternoon, he also felt like trying a piece, so he reached out with his chopsticks. Nan Tingji saw everyone starting to eat, and he maintained a gentle and polite expression, but the speed at which he reached for his chopsticks betrayed his inner feelings. Xiangheng always waited for the master to eat first before he ate himself. Today, being forced to sit with the master, he thought he would just take a few bites symbolically and eat more later. On the table, each dish emitted an irresistible aroma, silently tempting him. Although Yi Qi and Yi Ba didn't eat badly, their speed of picking up chopsticks seemed like they were competing with someone. Xiangheng couldn't help but reach out and take a bite of the seemingly ordinary braised meat, which was simply placed on the plate without any fancy presentation. Just one bite, and the salty, spicy flavor made him feel energized, and his eyes widened in surprise. It was so delicious, more tasty than any fine dish he had ever eaten. Looking around, everyone else also looked very satisfied. Before he could even speak, the plate of braised meat was almost finished. Without thinking, he quickly picked up another chopstick and chewed faster. This meal successfully won everyone's hearts. Dr. Lu declared he would stay at the Qiao family from now on, no matter if he returned to the capital or not, since Xiao Jinxing's poison was cured. Xiao Jinxing was a bit full and, aside from the 3 years bedridden, he rarely felt overly full before. Maybe it was just his feeling, but after eating at the Qiao family, he felt very refreshed, and the usual weakness that sometimes appeared seemed less noticeable. He also noticed Zhao Jinghao, who had a rounder face, not only hadn't fallen ill again, but had also grown taller. It seemed he understood why Yue wanted him to stay at the Qiao family. At first, he thought it was a bit of an inconvenience and planned to leave after a few days. But now, it seemed he could stay longer, and there was no rush to return to the capital. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms. Tonight, Dr. Lu would detoxify Xiao Jinxing, and Zhao Jinghao, worried, stayed in the front yard too. Xiao Nian sensed that besides the 10 guards who stayed, there were many other hidden presences surrounding the entire Qiao family. Knowing they were all Xiao Jinxing's people, she instructed Lu Zhu and Lu Yin to listen for any movement in the front yard, and told her to call her if needed. She turned around, closed the door, and slipped into her space. During the day, there were too many people, so Qiao Nian had no time to check her upgraded space. Finally, she endured until now. As soon as she entered, she eagerly looked at the light screen above her head. Level 2 space, land area times 10, weather forecast within 30 days reward, dragon technique, medical classics reward, infinite warehouse times 1 upgrade to level 3 space conditions, plant and harvest 1,000 times, collect 10,000 spirit crystals. Qiao Nian had just finished reading the information on the light screen when a white light shot straight into her forehead. A strong dizziness almost made her lose her balance, and it took a while to process the information in her mind. Originally, this space was created by a space spirit tool. Its former owner died and, to prevent enemies from obtaining their treasure, threw all their belongings into a space-time crack. By chance, Qiao Nian was chosen by the space spirit tool. At that time, Qiao Nian was only a soul body, and the spirit tool needed to take her across time and space to find a suitable body. It used most of its energy, and then fell into deep sleep. Additionally, the world they arrived in has very little spiritual energy. The space is limited by the world's rules and can only recover slowly by absorbing crops grown in space or by absorbing large amounts of spirit crystals, which helps it recover quickly. However, finding many spirit crystals in this world is almost impossible. Xiao Nian was able to find 8 medicinal herbs, which was already an incredible luck. To find more, she could only hope for the 2 herbs growing on the snowy mountain. The other herbs she wanted to find simply weren't available in this world. The cultivation techniques given by the space are suitable for ordinary people. Powerful cultivation methods are restricted by rules and levels, so she can't access them now. Qiao Nian feels a bit down. In her previous life, she loved reading cultivation novels. Everyone dreams of becoming a cultivator, soaring through the sky, and exploring the earth freely.
Who wouldn't want that?
Unfortunately, her current world can't support her cultivation dreams. Even with the space, a powerful cheat device, she can't realize such grand and beautiful dreams. Forget cultivation. Even upgrading the space seems impossible now. Where could she find 1,000,000 spirit crystals? She doesn't even know if people in this world are aware of spirit crystals. When Xiao Jinyu returns, she plans to ask him carefully. If he doesn't know either, then it might be hopeless. But for now, she is quite satisfied with her second-level space. The black land of the space has expanded to 50 acres, almost reaching the horizon. The weather forecast can predict the weather for a month ahead, so she has time to prepare for any natural disasters. She can also practice the Xiaorao step to cultivate internal energy and the Shenlong technique for body movement techniques, including fist, palm, and sword techniques. She hasn't had time to check all of them yet. If she masters these and combines them with her internal energy, she will be hard to defeat in the future. This gives her some self-protection. The medicinal classics contain over 1,000 prescriptions, and she casually looked through a few. There are remedies for external injuries, such as hemostatic powders, pain relief powders, blood stasis ointments, and fracture plasters. For internal injuries, there are rejuvenation pills, chi-boosting pills, and vitality pills. These alchemical recipes are simplified versions based on those from the cultivation world. The ingredients used are from the mortal realm, but their effects are far beyond ordinary medicine. There are many recipes targeting various illnesses, which seem to be all stored in Xiao Nian's mind. When she wants to check them, she can just recall the memories directly. After organizing the information in her mind, Xiao Nian feels a strong headache at her temples, probably because her mental strength is still too weak. Receiving so much information at once is a bit overwhelming. She dares not use her mind again and walks to the side of the spiritual spring water, cupping some to drink. Feeling better, she drinks a large cup, and the pain begins to ease. After resting for a while, she remembers that the space also rewarded her with an infinite storage. She looks around and notices a new small building beside the house, made of an unknown material. Xiao Nian walks over. It looks ordinary from the outside, and not very big. When she enters, she finds a surprising space. It's empty and boundless, with no visible edges. She senses that her mental power cannot even reach the boundary of this storage. She steps back out, and her head no longer hurts. Using her mind, she transfers all the food stored in the warehouse and several rooms into this space. The warehouse can also keep things fresh, so she's not worried about the food spoiling. Don't ask how she knows. It's because the white light had already transmitted all the space-related information to her. At the same time, Physician Lu removes the last silver needle from Xiao Jinxing's head. Soon after, black blood beads slowly seep from all his pores. About 15 minutes later, Physician Lu brings over a bowl of thick medicinal liquid and hands it to Xiao Jinxing, saying, "Drink this." Zhao Jinghao, standing nearby, frowns. The smell alone makes the medicine seem extremely bitter. Xiao Jinxing endures desperately, not letting himself spit it out, and drinks the bowl in one gulp. After finishing, he feels so bitter that he can't even open his eyes, his eyebrows furrowing into a chan shape. No one speaks in the room. Physician Lu checks Xiao Jinxing's pulse every 15 minutes. Xiao Jinxing silently endures the intense, cramping pain that feels like his bones are being dug out. His forehead veins bulge, and large drops of sweat roll down. He bites his lip tightly, refusing to make any sound. This is a punishment from heaven. After today, he will be completely separated from his past. The woman who had been part of his life for 20 years will be erased forever. From now on, he is only the eldest son of the Xiao family, the heir of the Marquis of Zhenghua. Xiao Jinxing. In a dark, unknown corner, a beggar was curled up against the wall. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, waking her instantly from sleep. The pain came quickly and went just as fast. She took deep breaths but couldn't make a sound, and silent tears slid down her face. She closed her eyes. "Brother Sheng, will I ever see you again in this life?" The next day, Xiao Nian left the house feeling refreshed. Last night, she had been practicing in her space until midnight before going to sleep. Her body didn't feel tired. Instead, she felt much more energetic. With just one thought, she could clearly hear the rooster crowing from the village entrance. The village chief's wife was calling everyone to eat, and soon they would go work in the fields. Li Gousheng was still sneaking around somewhere, and now he was quietly sneaking back home. Xiao Nian sighed. Even the cultivation techniques from the immortal world were so powerful that even those meant for ordinary people were incredibly effective. She didn't realize that her possession of a space and spiritual spring water to improve her body made her training twice as effective, and her senses far sharper than normal. Although spiritual energy was thin in this world, and there were no more cultivators, there was still a faint amount of spiritual energy. Luckily, by chance, Xiao Nian had exploited the laws of heaven, which allowed her to grow so quickly. After breakfast, Xiao Nian gave Yi Qi some silver coins and asked him to take people to the town to buy a carriage and 4 mules. From now on, The family would use the carriage for outings, and the 4 mules along with their existing mule cart would be used to transport fruit to the town. Today, there were still many ripe watermelons, blueberries, and cherry tomatoes in the fields, ready to be picked and sent to the town. Xiao Nian went to the fields to work with everyone until she was sure that Xue Dashan and the others had learned how to tell when the fruit was ripe. Only then did she feel at ease. She turned around and wandered near the strawberry field close to the orchard. The strawberry plants were short, and the last heavy rain almost flooded this part of the land. The first batch of strawberries and flower buds had fallen off, so there were no ripe strawberries to pick yet. However, the second batch was turning color and would be ready for harvest in a few days. Xiao Nian thought about the price of strawberries. They were truly precious, and even the slightest bump could ruin them. She remembered that in her previous life, strawberries cost over 30 yuan per jean, about 500 grams, which she couldn't afford to buy. She never expected that after crossing over, she would actually have free access to fruit. She felt that the price shouldn't be too low. After some thought, she decided to set the same price as watermelons, 150 coins per jean. Chen Xinghe could decide the selling price for the outside market. Actually, Xiao Jinyu's business interests, she now has no desire to interfere. She only takes 20% of the profit from her own recipes at the end of the year. Or she sells fruit to Xinghai, earning whatever profit they make. It's their business, and she only takes her fair share. She thinks this is good enough. She and Xiao Jinyu just recently confirmed their relationship. They haven't reached the point of promising lifelong commitment. She doesn't want to get too involved. Maybe Xiao Nian is naturally a bit cold-hearted. Even if she likes someone, she keeps her basic clarity and knows what she wants. She's only 14 this year, and their future is still long. Who knows what will happen? As for Xiao Jinyu's family background, will his parents really allow him to marry a girl from a humble farming family? Xiao Nian has never liked to suffer or feel wronged, but she can't make Xiao Jinyu do something against his parents just because of her. She can only wait and see, hoping for endless possibilities in the future. If those possibilities don't exist, she might feel sad for a while, but it won't affect her life or the people who truly care for her. Pulling her thoughts back from afar, Xiao Nian also took a walk around the orchard. When these fruit trees were planted, they were only knee-high. They won't bloom or bear fruit this year. But they are growing well. The apple and pear trees have already started to sprout new shoots and many side branches. Xiao Nian called Wang Tiejia, who was in charge of the orchard, and taught him how to tie the branches and do some simple pruning. But now isn't the time for pruning. When autumn comes and the trees go into dormancy, they will prune some unnecessary side branches. After about a week or so of busy work, Xiao Jinyu still hadn't returned. However, Chen Chuan sent a letter to Xiao Nian saying everything was ready, but some other matters needed to be handled, so there was a delay. At the end of the letter, he wrote in slightly larger characters, "Nian, I miss you." It was straightforward but made her feel happy. Xiao Jingsheng's health improved day by day, and Dr. Lu looked even healthier, with a rosy complexion. Every day, he would go for a walk in the fields and pick a watermelon to eat himself. Sometimes he would head into the mountains and not come back for a day or two. He kept bringing back various herbs, which he washed, dried, and processed. He even asked Xiao Nian to set up a small pharmacy for him, showing he might not leave anytime soon. Xiao Nian, Ping'an, and Zhao Jinghao would help whenever they had free time, unknowingly learning more about herbs. Recently, the fruit from Qiao's family has been so popular in town that people are almost going crazy for it. Chen Xinghe raised the prices by another 10%, and following Xiao Nian's advice, he limited the purchase of each type of fruit. Even so, it still made the people in town and passing merchants go crazy. Every day before dawn, someone was already lining up outside the shop next to Xinghai. Yes, right next to Xinghai. The line of people buying fruit was so long that it seriously affected the customers eating inside Xinghai. So, Chen Xinghe took over the neighboring shop to sell fruit exclusively. Everyone at Xinghai was so busy they were running around nonstop. Every time Chen Xinghe opened the door, he was annoyed by the noisy queue outside, but he still had to smile and greet everyone politely. Still, he earned a lot of money. In just a few days, he made nearly 3,000 taels of profit, both painful and happy. Meanwhile, the top officials of Huizhou Prefecture were also discussing the new fruits appearing in the city. Wang, the shopkeeper of Qixinghai, never planned to sell these fruits to ordinary people. The wealthy circles of the city were quite large, and such precious fruits were meant only for the upper class, who could sell them at higher prices. Over these days, the stewards of the major mansions in Huizhou Prefecture had almost broken down the door of Qixinghai, just to let their masters, madams, young lords, and ladies taste the sweet, juicy watermelons. That day, Chen Xinghe came cheerfully to the Qiao family. He was there to deliver silver to Qiao Nian. Shui Dashan only needed to send the picked fruits to town daily, weigh them, and record the quantities. Every 10 days, Qixinghai would pay Qiao Nian her silver. Today was exactly the 10th day, and after arranging the restaurant matters, Chen Xinghe personally brought the silver to the Qiao family. Although Xiao Jinsheng was not his master, he was still a servant of the Xiao family. When Xiao Jinsheng came to Linen Town, he should have come to visit. But Xiao Jinsheng had ordered them not to disturb the quiet of the Qiao family, so they had to hold back their plans. Today, since he was delivering silver to Qiao Nian, he also wanted to take the opportunity to meet Xiao Jinsheng, especially since it was important to show himself in front of his master. Manager Chen, you're so thoughtful. You're busy, yet you personally come to deliver the silver. Next time, just have Brother Shui and the others bring it back, Qiao Nian said. Chen Xinghe smiled and pushed over a small box, saying, "It's only right, young lady. All the silver from the fruits over these 10 days is in here. The total is 1,430 taels. Please count it." Qiao Nian casually opened the box, which held a stack of silver notes worth 100 taels each, with the rest in scattered silver coins. She smiled, very pleased with the thoughtful gesture. "No need to count. I trust Manager Chen." The two exchanged a few more polite words. Qiao Nian knew that Chen Xinghe's visit this time wasn't just to give her silver, so she didn't stay long and told him to go see Xiao Jinsheng. Qiao Nian stored away 5 banknotes and left 200 taels of silver, giving the rest to Hua Guixiang and Elder Su. Elder Su now helps manage the household affairs, including shopping and errands, usually consulting her first. After discussing with Hua Guixiang, she would take the silver and record the expenses. At the end of the month, she would review the accounts with Qiao Nian, and for big matters, she would also ask her opinion. Xiao Jinsheng, who had been staying at the Qiao family recently, still remained an outsider and had never entered the inner courtyard. Qiao Nian and he rarely met or talked. Was he about to leave? Xiao Nian wondered, but quickly adjusted her expression and took Lu Yun to the front yard. When they entered the main hall to meet guests, they exchanged a few polite words. Xiao Nian asked directly, "Today, young Master Xiao came to see me. Was there something you wanted?" Xiao Jinsheng's stern expression softened slightly, and he spoke calmly. "Today, I came to say goodbye. I apologize for disturbing you these days. I plan to leave for the capital tomorrow to thank you, Miss Qiao, for saving me and for your family's warm hospitality." He signaled to Heng to put the items on the table. "This is a gift for the ghost grass plant. Please kindly accept it." Xiao Nian didn't want to refuse. Rare medicinal herbs could be hard to find no matter where they were kept. Although Xiao Jinsheng was Xiao Jinyu's brother, it depended on the situation. "All right, I will accept it," she said with a smile. Then she asked, "Young Master Xiao, won't you stay a few more days? Are you waiting for Brother Xiao to return?" Xiao Jinsheng shook his head. "I've been away from the capital for many days. Now that I am fully recovered, I should go back." He wanted to meet with the demons and spirits, and it was time to settle the accounts of the past 3 years when they had wronged the Duke of Zhengguo's estate. He couldn't let Yuer bear all the burden. "By the way, Jinger is coming back with me this time. You probably know Jinger's identity. He can't stay outside for long." Qiao Nian was shocked and said, "Brother Xiao said Jinger would stay with us temporarily. Why is he going back so soon?
He's so young."
What if something happens again? She truly regarded Jinger as her own younger brother. Jinger was only 5 years old, and she was very worried about him returning home like this. "In the past, because of my mistakes, I failed to protect him. Now that I am fully recovered, I will never let Jinger face trouble again. I know Miss Chiao is worried about Jinger, but he is a prince. From birth, he is not an ordinary person and must face his responsibilities. Only after returning home can he receive better education, grow faster, become stronger, and take on his rightful duties. At the Chiao family, they will only treat him as an ordinary child. For someone of his status, this isn't really good. Has the eldest young master talked to Jing about this? Xiao Nian no longer resisted, but she still felt a little reluctant. At that moment, Zhao Jinghao suddenly ran inside from outside and threw himself into Xiao Nian's arms, crying loudly, "Sister, I can't bear to leave you. I can't bear to leave Big Brother or Grandma."
Boo-hoo.
He also couldn't bear to leave his friends here, the mountains, and everything else. He was very sad. "Jinger, be good, don't cry. When we go back, Uncle will protect you. Sister will take time to bring Ping'an and Grandma to the capital to see you." "Really? Sister will really take Big Brother and Grandma to the capital to see me?" Zhao Jinghao looked up, tears still in his eyes. His small face was covered with tears and snot, making him look like a little kitten. Xiao Nian took out a handkerchief to wipe his tears and said, "Yes, Sister hasn't been to the capital yet. When there's time, I will definitely go." Jinghao still looked teary-eyed. He knew he wouldn't see Sister, Big Brother, or Grandma for a long, long time. Although he was only 5, his childhood experiences helped him understand many things. He knew he couldn't stay in the Chiao family forever, as that might ruin their happy life or even harm them. He wiped his tears and hugged Xiao Nian again, saying, "Sister, I will wait for you in the capital. I will wait forever." Xiao Nian felt a little sad but tried to keep her voice steady.
Okay, Sister understands.
I will go see Jinger as soon as I can. Ping'an quietly hid outside, trying to lift his head so tears wouldn't fall. No matter how high he tilted his head, tears still fell like broken beads, big and heavy. Seeing Zhao Jinghao step out of Xiao Nian's arms, Xiao Jinxing stepped forward to pat his head gently and said soothingly, "All right, don't cry anymore. Uncle promises you. We will leave the day after tomorrow. I will tell Mr. Nan that there's no need for classes these 2 days. Just go and have fun." Zhao Jinghao quickly wiped his tears again, his eyes shining brightly. "Thank you, big uncle." After saying that, he turned to Xiao Nian and said, "Sister, my older brother said he wants to take me to catch cicada monkeys, but he hasn't had time. I'm going to find him now. Be careful, and don't climb too high when you're in the trees." "Yes, I understand." As he finished speaking, he ran out quickly. Xiao Nian smiled gently, feeling that he's really just a child. Emotions come and go quickly. Xiao Jinxing felt that the gift he gave was a bit too small. Both Jinger and I were saved by Xiao Nian, and such great kindness made him unsure what to give in return. After a moment of hesitation, he looked up at Xiang Heng and said, "Go bring me the sandalwood box on my bedside table." Xiang Heng wanted to say something but followed the order and left. Not long after, Xiang Heng returned with a small red sandalwood box. Xiao Nian was curious about what Xiao Jinxing wanted to do, but she didn't ask and just waited for him to speak. Xiao Jinxing took the box, pressed somewhere on it, and it made a bang sound. Only then did he open the lid. Seeing what was inside, Xiao Nian almost stood up excitedly, clutching her hands tightly to keep herself from losing composure. "Miss Chiao, if you can find the spirit medicine, you've probably heard the legend from 100 years ago. This stone, which looks like jade but isn't, was used by those immortals. It's a spirit crystal. I don't know exactly how to use it, but if you keep it on your bedside or carry it with you for a long time, it can make your body lighter. It can help with minor illnesses or even cure some ailments without medicine. Like I did before, it can at least reduce some pain." Xiao Jinxing didn't mention that it was because of this spirit crystal that he could hold on for 3 years until Xiao Nian appeared and completely removed the poison from his body. Xiao Nian suppressed her excitement. The image of the spirit crystal transmitted by her space was identical to the one Xiao Jinxing held. However, this crystal seemed to have lost some energy and looked a bit dim, but it was definitely a spirit crystal. "Young master, may I ask where you got this spirit crystal?" Xiao Nian calmed herself. Since there was a spirit crystal here, there must be a second, third, or even more. Her space might be able to upgrade. Xiao Jinsheng didn't notice her eagerness. When she asked, he only thought she was curious and replied lightly, "Yuer went through great trouble to find it for me." He didn't say where exactly. When he returns, you can ask him. Xiao Nian felt a sudden joy and calmed down completely. Since Xiao Jinyu found it, she should be able to learn some clues about the spirit crystal. At this moment, she heard Xiao Jinsheng speak seriously. "Miss Qiao, you have done great kindness to the Xiao family. Ordinary gold and silver are not enough to express my gratitude. I give you this spirit crystal. I hope you won't dislike it. Also, I promise today that the Xiao family owes you 3 conditions. No matter what your relationship with Yuer is in the future, these 3 conditions will still be valid." Qiao Nian's lips moved slightly. She thought he didn't know about her relationship with Xiao Jinyu. Turns out he knew all along. Now that he had made such a promise, was he afraid she might threaten his heir's position in the future? The Xiao family could raise such honest brothers, so their parents' character was probably good too. Also, the family rule that prohibits taking concubines made Qiao Nian feel even more satisfied with Xiao Jinyu. She smiled slightly and said, "This item has special meaning for the eldest young master. I can't take what belongs to others. Besides, I prefer yellow and white objects. The eldest young master should take it back. She would find what she wanted herself, and she had spirit spring water." This spirit crystal was of little use to her. Today, learning about the existence of spirit crystals in this world was already a big gain. Xiao Jinsheng was slightly stunned. He had never seen anyone so openly admit to liking yellow and white objects. Suddenly, he smiled. Such a woman was indeed worth Yuer's attention. Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, since he had made his decision, he wouldn't turn back. But he truly felt happy for Xiao Jinyu. Finding such a woman was his blessing, and his parents would probably like her too. "Miss Qiao, you may not know the value of this spirit crystal. It is even rarer than medicinal herbs." Before he finished, Qiao Nian interrupted. "The eldest young master should take it back. Your poison has been cured, but your body is severely weakened. Keeping this spirit crystal with you will help it work better." Xiao Jinsheng was silent for a moment, then no longer refused or persuaded. He smiled lightly and said, "Thank you, Miss Qiao." As lunchtime approached, Ping and Zhao Jing had gone out to play but hadn't come back. Xiao Nian planned to go look for them, as only she knew where they might have gone. Just as she stepped out of the courtyard, she saw the two rushing home with bulging pockets of jingling items, their clothes and pants covered in dirt, their hair messy, but their faces beaming with big smiles. "Sister, we're back. Did you go climbing trees or digging holes?"
"Look at you," Qiao Nian said.
Zhao Jinghao ran ahead to Qiao Nian and opened his coat to show her. "Sister, look. We caught many cicada monkeys. Big brother and brother Zhuzi took me to the valley over there. There are so many cicada monkeys there. You all are so great. I will find a wooden basin to put them in. Are you going to roast and eat them?" Qiao Nian said as she walked, then went to the kitchen to get a clean wooden basin. Ping and Zhao Jinghao poured all the cicada monkeys from their pockets into the basin, filling it completely, with many still alive and trying to climb out. Ping and quickly covered the basin with another wooden lid. The 3 of them discussed how to eat so many cicada monkeys. Others also gathered around and talked about roasting cicada monkeys. Except for Xiao Jinsheng and Nan Tingji, everyone else remembered the roasted meat Xiao Nian made before. The taste was so good that just thinking about it made people swallow their saliva unconsciously. Yi Qi said, "Miss, Yi Ba and I will go hunt mountain goats this afternoon. The cicada monkeys alone won't be enough to eat. Okay, we'll go up the mountain together this afternoon. It's a good chance to take Ping and Jinger to see the big tiger," Qiao Nian said with a smile. Ping and Zhao Jinghao were almost bursting with happiness. Sister was finally going to take them to see the big tiger. They thought she had forgotten about it. "That's great. We're going to see the big tiger." Zhao Jinghao jumped and bounced happily, looking like a real child. Everyone already knew Zhao Jinghao was leaving, so they let him laugh and play freely. Hua Guixiang wiped tears from her eyes. with her sleeve. She had raised this child for so long, and now he was about to leave. She felt a deep sense of reluctance. Did Xiao Jinsheng? Are they talking about the tiger I know? Does the Qiao family still keep tigers? Nan Tingji had heard Xiao Nian mention tigers many times. At first, he couldn't believe a young girl could raise a tiger. But she didn't seem to be lying, and Yi Qi later confirmed it. He had to believe it was true. As a scholar, climbing the mountain required strength, so he decided not to join in the excitement. Suddenly, Dr. Lu appeared from his private medicine room loudly. What big tiger? Are you going hunting? Then I'll go too, just to find some medicinal herbs. All right, I'll take you along, Qiao Nian said with a bright smile. After lunch, everyone set out. Because Xiao Jinsheng and Dr. Lu joined, Xiang Heng and several guards also went up the mountain. The group marched steadily toward the mountain. When they passed the foot of the mountain, they saw Zhu Daqiang already working with his team. Qiao Nian's third courtyard is almost finished, just missing the wall. Yesterday, Zhu Daqiang moved most of the people over here, and Xiao Jinyu's house construction officially started. On the second day after Xiao Jinyu arrived, he learned that Xiao Jinyu planned to build a house here. He had visited once and secretly cursed the brat, thinking he really didn't intend to return to the capital. He had no interest in the Duke of Zhangguo's estate. Uncle Zhu, when it gets too hot at noon, don't let everyone work. Be careful not to get heatstroke, Qiao Nian warned from afar. Hearing Zhu Daqiang respond, she lifted her foot and continued walking up the mountain. Big sister, where is the big tiger? Zhao Jinghao eagerly asked as soon as they entered the deep mountain area. Qiao Nian relaxed her senses and checked around, confirming there were no other people besides them. She took out a whistle from her sleeve and blew a few notes. Hua Hua and the others were nearby. Hearing the whistle, they immediately responded and ran toward the sound. Everyone heard the roar of a tiger and the growl of a leopard, making them feel nervous. Dr. Lu stepped closer to Qiao Nian and said, "Girl, those are two different sounds. Are other wild animals coming here too? One roar is Hua Hua's and the other is Dian Dian's," Qiao Nian explained. "She's a spotted leopard I met in the mountains not long ago." Now, they lived together with Xiao He. While everyone was still processing her words, the tiger's roar sounded again. Suddenly, everything blurred before their eyes. A black figure darted into Qiao Nian's arms. Before they could see clearly what was in her embrace, a colorful tiger leapt out of the grass, followed closely by a sleek, yellow-black leopard. In an instant, the tiger and leopard appeared in front of Qiao Nian, rubbing against her affectionately. Their obedient and cute behavior stunned everyone into silence. "Hua Hua, Dian Dian, Xiao He, do you miss me?"
"Ha, so itchy, stop it."
"I miss you too," Qiao Nian said softly. Everyone was so shocked they felt numb. Was this really happening? How could they be so startled? They weren't prepared for such a thrilling scene. Was the tiger acting cute? Was it smiling? Oh my God, what had they just seen? Dr. Lu's legs trembled. He didn't believe Qiao Nian's claim that she wanted to show them the big tiger. A young girl daring to get close to such a big tiger? She probably had only seen one from afar in the mountains. They didn't want to ruin her fun, so they followed her quietly. But can anyone tell him what is happening right now? There's not only a big tiger, but also a leopard. As for Little Black, because it is small and harmless like a little cat, he automatically ignored it. Besides Yi Qi, who has seen Hua Hua, Anping, and Zhao Jinghao blindly trust Qiao Nian, believing she really raised a big tiger. Others mostly share Lu Shini's opinion. Xiao Jinsheng looked at Qiao Nian with complicated eyes. This girl is like a mystery. How many secrets does she still hide? It's beyond his imagination. Xiao Jinyu said, "Big brother, the person I like is so special. Please understand. Ping and Jinger, come over quickly. This is Hua Hua and Dian Dian. Little Black, you all know them." Seeing everyone standing there in a daze, Qiao Nian called out. Then she said to the three animals, "They're my family and friends. They came to see you. You must not hurt them." Seeing Ping and Zhao Jinghao still a little nervous, Qiao Nian stood up and took their hands, placing them on Hua Hua and Dian Dian. "Come on, don't be afraid." Hua Hua and Dian Dian are very well behaved. Feel free to pet them. Everyone listening to this wondered if this was human language. But these are tigers and leopards. How could they be well behaved? However, around Xiao Nian, they seemed quite calm. Are their fur very soft? Xiao Nian asked. Ping An and Zhao Jinghao felt the warm, soft touch, and their courage grew. They carefully petted a few more times, smiling more and more. Sister, Huahua's fur is so soft it feels so nice. Dian feels so comfortable too. We actually touched tigers and leopards. They spoke excitedly, forgetting their fear, eager to pet Huahua and Dian all over. Huahua, these two little humans, how long will they keep petting? They are the younger brothers of the owner, so they can't resist. Dian, a human cub with no sense of boundaries. Where should I pet? Disapproving eyes shot over. Little Black curled up in Xiao Nian's arms, meowing happily. Everyone else also wanted to pet the tigers. Could they also have a turn? It seemed Xiao Nian heard everyone's thoughts and turned around. Do you want to come and pet Huahua and Dian too? Luciani couldn't hold back and excitedly ran over. Let me pet the big tiger's butt. From now on, he could brag about having touched a tiger's butt. Huahua, what are you thinking? Humans shouldn't touch tigers' butts, don't you know that? Well, big tiger, just let me touch it. Just a moment, big tiger, flower. Young girl, why did it run away? Lu the healer ran around but couldn't catch Flower, looking sad and regretful. Does the big tiger not like him? Xiao Nian laughed loudly. Old man, you said you wanted to touch its butt, so it's no wonder it ran away. Ping An and Zhao Jinghao also laughed so hard they couldn't straighten up. Can it understand what we're saying? Xiao Jinxing asked, full of curiosity and doubt. Xiao Nian replied, many animals are smart and can understand some human words after being around people for a long time. It's not strange. Xiao Jinxing thought that made sense, so he didn't ask further. Everyone played for a while. Each person got to pet Flower and Dian just once though. With so many people, if everyone tried to pet them like Ping An and Zhao Jinghao, the animals might lose a layer of fur. Alright, you can play by yourselves now. I'll come back in a few days to see you, Xiao Nian said. Since there were many people, she couldn't bring out spiritual spring water for them to drink. The three animals understood that others were around, so they nuzzled Xiao Nian's hand and reluctantly said goodbye before disappearing into the deep forest. Ping An and Zhao Jinghao still felt a bit sad, but Xiao Nian took everyone to the lake where she had caught fish for Xiaohe to distract them. They played most of the afternoon and caught many fish and shrimp. Yi Qi and the others also had a good haul, a wild mountain goat, 2 roe deer, a wild boar and about a dozen wild chickens and rabbits. When they got home, Huinyang and Lu Zhu had already cleaned all the ingredients they could use for grilling, skewered them, and prepared the barbecue stove and charcoal. Yi Qi and Yi Ba were now very skilled at processing the game, and with Xiao Jinxing's guards helping, they quickly prepared all the hunted animals. The last time Xiao Nian made a delicious beggar's chicken in the mountains, and today they had 8 wild mountain chickens and 7 rabbits. After cleaning and marinating all of them, they were ready to cook in large quantities. They dug a small hole outside, placed the wrapped chickens and rabbits inside, covered them with soil, and then cooked them over firewood, simple and quick. The skewers were prepared together by everyone, and the cooking went smoothly. After enjoying so many delicious meals at the Qiao family, tonight's barbecue once again pleased everyone's taste buds. Xiao Jinxing's guards even felt a bit jealous of Yi Qi and Yi Ba. They could stay at the Qiao family and enjoy so much good food every day. It was truly enviable. The guards exchanged secret glances, and in the next moment, the freshly grilled meat in Yi Qi and Yi Ba's hands was snatched away. The two people couldn't resist fighting each other, but unfortunately, the other side had many people and was very strong. They could only shout a few words, exposing their jealous and ugly faces, then sat down to continue roasting. Dr. Liu had already decided that he would stay in the Qiao family for the rest of his life. Where could he find such delicious barbecue and tasty dishes elsewhere? Xiao Nian didn't mind. Her family wasn't lacking food anyway. Hua Guixiang was actually hoping Dr. Liu would stay, repeatedly saying, "It's our family's honor to have such a great doctor stay. In the future, if anyone in the family got sick, they wouldn't need to go out. A doctor could come to see them. Xiao Jinsheng was a bit distracted. Such days were truly memorable. Thinking of Xiao Jinyu, he cursed the brat, feeling truly lucky. After 3 rounds of wine and plenty of food, the night was especially bright. They all went back to their rooms to sleep late. During the silent night, a faint sound suddenly came. Xiao Nian suddenly opened her eyes. Under the bright night sky, several dark figures silently jumped over the Qiao family's wall. Xiao Nian's senses had long surpassed those of ordinary people. Even in sleep, she could easily detect faint sounds, especially with such intense murderous intent. She quickly sat up, casually put on a coat, took a large knife from her space, and tiptoed to the front yard. She could feel those presences in the front yard. Her family didn't have such powerful enemies. It was clearly aimed at Xiao Jinsheng. Miss Danger. You should go back. Night 7 and Night 8 were already blocking the archway into the backyard. Seeing Xiao Nian come out, both felt tense. They instinctively thought that her coming out couldn't be a good sign. Sure enough, Xiao Nian said, "It's okay. You forgot I also know martial arts. I'll leave this to you. I'll go help in the front." She rarely had a chance to practice her skills, so she wasn't afraid. In fact, she felt a faint excitement. Night 7 and Night 8 almost panicked, wanting to chase her but worried someone else might break into the backyard and harm Hua Guixiang and the 2 young masters. They also didn't dare disobey Xiao Nian's orders. But having her go to the front to fight didn't seem right. Xiao Nian didn't have time to consider their thoughts. She was fully alert, wanting to train herself but also ensuring Hua Guixiang and their safety. At this moment, she had her entire senses covered by her spiritual awareness. Any movement would be detected immediately, and she would use her agile steps to rush over. When Xiao Nian arrived at the front yard, Xiao Jinsheng's guards had already acted, and the sound of swords clashing filled the air. Xiao Nian looked around and then grabbed her sword to fight. Her moves were a bit clumsy at first, and she handled them awkwardly. But in just 2 rounds, with each move powerful and sweeping, her sword cut through the air with a sharp wind, knocking down a black-clad man each time. She had no guilt about killing these people. They had come to her home, so she couldn't be soft. Everyone was shocked, but they still had to deal with many black-clad enemies. Only Xiao Jinsheng, standing under the corridor, looked increasingly serious. At that moment, 3 more people jumped over the Qiao family wall. Under the moonlight, Xiao Nian saw clearly that Xiao Jinyu was leading Yi Yi and Yi Er to arrive. "And Nian, go back quickly," Xiao Jinyu shouted anxiously, fighting off the black-clad man blocking his way with all his strength, while Yi Yi and Yi Er cleared the path for him. Next, Xiao Nian fell into a warm, wide embrace. "And Nian, are you okay?" he asked. He looked her over from head to toe, noticing her loose hair and slightly messy clothes. Aside from that, she seemed fine. His black eyes sparkled with surprise, and only now did he relax a little, his worried heart finally easing. He held her tightly, breathing in her unique sweet scent. Xiao Jinyu felt that he could not live without this woman. "Big brother Xiao, why are you back now? Are you alright?" Xiao Nian pushed him gently. Shouldn't he be dealing with those black-clad enemies first? How could he fight while holding her? Xiao Jinxing coughed lightly, turning his face away in slight disgust. That brat dared to be so flirtatious with a girl. Looks like he should discuss marriage plans soon. When they got back, he would talk to his mother about proposing marriage to the Qiao family. Xiao Jinyu seemed to realize their situation and released Xiao Nian, pulling her back to Xiao Jingsheng's side. He asked, "Big brother, are you okay?" Xiao Jingsheng still cared about him. Forget it. He wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. "I'm fine," he said, then focused on dealing with the black-clad enemies. Xiao Nian was eager to join the fight. Strictly speaking, this was her first real combat experience. She hadn't had enough of it yet. But this man pulled her away from the battlefield before she could fully enjoy it. Seeing his strong hand around her waist, she decided to give up. She guessed he wouldn't let her go back into battle. Although there were many black-clad enemies, Xiao Jingsheng's guards were all skilled fighters. Those hiding in the shadows also appeared, and the enemies were no match for them. Soon, all the enemies were defeated. Yi and N.E. find a place to bury the bodies and clean up the yard, Xiao Jinyu ordered. N.E., the leader of Xiao Jingsheng's secret guards, nodded in agreement.
Yes.
Yes. Xiao Jinyu turned to Xiao Jinsheng and said, Big brother, Anyan, let's go inside to talk. You go ahead and chat with the eldest son. Grandma and the others must be woken up. I'll go see how they are, Qiao Nian said. Okay, don't worry about Grandma and the others. I'll visit her tomorrow morning. Qiao Nian nodded and turned back to the backyard. Dr. Liu, seeing everything was fine, went back to sleep. After Xiao Jinyu and his brother entered the house, Xiao Jinyu asked, Big brother, how is your health? Are the remaining toxins completely gone? Xiao Jinsheng replied, I'm fine now. Not only has my inner strength recovered, but it's also slowly increasing these days. He paused and then asked, Why did you come back so late? Did something happen? Xiao Jinyu poured himself a glass of water before saying, Tonight, the attack was by the Crown Prince's men. They've been trying to find out who helped us find the purple ghost emperor flower. They traced it back to the Qiao family. Since they couldn't target me directly, they wanted to strike at the Qiao family. When I heard they were planning to act, I hurried back. Luckily, you hadn't left yet, or I can't imagine what would have happened. If I had returned a little later, how would An Yan deal with so many loyal guards? Xiao Jinsheng wanted to rub his forehead. His younger brother was probably a bit naive. When he jumped into the yard, he didn't see Qiao Nian just finished dealing with a man in black, did he? Her quick and skillful movements showed she was definitely a master. Do you really understand Miss Qiao? Does she know martial arts? Xiao Jinsheng frowned. He admired Qiao Nian's character and morals, but he didn't want his brother to get hurt. Even though Qiao Nian had done great favors for him and the Xiao family, he wouldn't allow her to be harmed. Xiao Jinyu smiled slightly. Big brother, I understand what you mean.
I know An Yan knows martial arts.
I saw it just now. I believe she truly cares for me and can feel her sincerity and her intolerance for injustice. I only feel proud such a woman likes me. Don't you think that makes you happy for me? Xiao Jinsheng was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit tired. Well, he used to be the same. When he liked someone, he was resolute. He hoped Qiao Nian and Qi Minru wouldn't be the same. They should keep that honest heart forever. In the backyard, Grandma, it's okay now. The men in black have left. It's probably because Xiao Deji's whereabouts were exposed. After they left, our family is safe. Qiao Nian comforted the old lady. Hua Guixiang nodded and asked, Did anyone get hurt? Do you have any leftover medicine? Send some to them. Qiao Nian replied, No one should be hurt. Grandma, don't worry. I'll go out and check again. If anyone is injured, I'll give them some medicine. After speaking, she urged Mistress Su and Lu Zhu and Lu Yun to go back and rest. An Ping and Zhao Jinghao had already been sent away to sleep. Xiao Nian returned to the front yard, where only Xiao Jinyu was waiting inside the main hall. Did the eldest son go to rest? Xiao Nian asked. Xiao Jinyu replied, Yes, big brother has already slept. An Yan, did you miss me? As he spoke, he reached out and held her in his arms. Xiao Nian softly responded, feeling safe in his embrace, and she wrapped her arms around him too. Was your trip smooth this time? You haven't told me why you came back now, Xiao Jinyu said, releasing her and pulling her hand to sit down.
Nian, I'm sorry.
I caused you trouble. Did you go out flirting? Xiao Nian could only think that was the problem. Xiao Jinyu said, Dan Yan, do you really have so little confidence in me? His tone was full of sadness. What trouble are you talking about? Tell me, Xiao Nian said, holding back her smile. Tonight's men in black were from the Crown Prince's people. Xiao Jinyu repeated the story, carefully watching her expression, afraid she might ignore him because of it. Xiao Nian was indeed angry. But her anger wasn't directed at Xiao Jinyu, rather at the Crown Prince, whom she had never met but who showed such disregard for human life. She was even tempted to kill him. She thought those men in black were after Xiao Jingsheng, but it turned out they were after their family. In this world, power is everything. The lives of ordinary people are truly worthless to those in power. If someone simply dislikes you, they can crush you like an ant. Suddenly, she felt it wasn't worth being angry. Survival of the fittest everywhere. Xiao Nian had always wanted to live quietly, but offending such a powerful figure meant that if she failed once, countless assassinations would follow for her and her family. She never liked to wait passively. Only by eliminating all future threats could she live peacefully. Tell me about the power distribution in the capital and about the crown prince's influence. What grudge does your Marquis of Zhenghua have with him? Xiao Nian asked. She also wanted to find Lingjing to upgrade her space and explore this world later. To do that, she had to first deal with the hidden threats so she could leave without worries. Xiao Jinyu's tone was filled with guilt and concern. On Yen, I will handle this. Don't worry. Tell me more. I can't always hide behind you. I want to stand beside you and face everything together. If you want someone to stay at home taking care of the family, then we might not be a good match. I am not that kind of person and cannot be that way. I like to be free and explore the world in the future. If you accept me like this, then we can be together. However, Xiao Nian's words were interrupted by Xiao Jinyu, who hurriedly said, Nian, I like you. No matter what kind of person you are, I like you. You won't be able to leave me in this life. Wherever you want to go, I will go with you. Xiao Nian felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze, as if she were a woman who had abandoned her family. This man was very good at sweet-talking, like honey on his lips. She couldn't help but smile slightly, and her bad mood eased. She said, Let's first deal with the current matter, or rather, the entire Prince Zhen's estate. Only when we have no worries can we live the life we want. After her space was upgraded, Xiao Nian gained a lot of confidence. She was now somewhat skilled and improving quickly, with her space as a backup. If she had faced such a situation when she first traveled here, she might have been more cautious, maybe moving somewhere else or hiding in the mountains. Now she dared to speak like this, which made her feel proud. Xiao Jinyu smiled knowingly and said, All right, Nian and I truly understand each other. Xiao Nian rolled her eyes at him, feeling annoyed. This guy always had a way to make her want to kick him. The Xiao family had been soldiers for 3 generations. Xiao Jinyu's grandfather had contributed to defeating Nancheng and was granted great honors, including the title of Prince Zhen after the emperor's ascension. For a time, the Prince Zhen estate was highly respected in the capital, and it flourished for decades. Soon after the previous emperor died, Nancheng violated the treaty and launched another war. The old Prince Zhen was ordered to defend, but died on the battlefield. In that war, several generals from Beishun died, including Xiao Jinyu's 2 uncles and several cousins, all killed in action. Finally, Xiao Jinyu's father, Xiao Hongyuan, went to the southwest to stabilize the situation and spent 3 years pushing back Nancheng. He inherited the title of Prince Zhen and guarded the southwest, only returning once every 3 years. When Xiao Jinyu was 13, the Prince Zhen returned to the capital to report. The emperor hosted a banquet, but unexpectedly, Xiao Jinyu's eldest sister appeared on the dragon bed, confused. The emperor was furious, scolding the Prince Zhen for failing to educate his daughter and daring to climb onto the dragon bed. Even though the Prince Zhen knew this was a trap set by the emperor, he couldn't explain himself in front of everyone and voluntarily gave up his military power to save his daughter's life. He was stripped of his military authority and spent a year in seclusion to reflect. The eldest daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, Xiao Yena, was carried into the palace in a small sedan chair and became a consort of the emperor. The same year, she gave birth to the 9th prince, but Xiao Yener died from postpartum hemorrhage. When the Duke of Zhenggua's family learned the news, it was during a time of renewed warfare in Nancheng. The emperor issued a decree, ordering the duke to quickly ride to the southwest to fight. Xiao Jinyu, speaking here, choked up a little. My eldest sister was so gentle. At that time, our mother was already thinking about her marriage. How could she have gone to bed with the emperor? It was clearly a conspiracy, but we couldn't save her. I remember that when my sister entered the palace, she cried for a long time. Later, I found out she had already had someone she loved, but she was torn apart like this. Not long after Xiao Yener entered the palace, she discovered she was pregnant. During that time, there were many plots and poisonings, but the emperor did not protect her, and the empress deliberately turned a blind eye. If it weren't for the nursemaid and a skilled maid protecting her, Zhao Jinghao wouldn't have been born. Sadly, something went wrong in the end. Xiao Yener suffered postpartum hemorrhage, and the maid and nursemaid were falsely accused of bumping into the noble consort and were executed on the spot. The lady of the Duke of Jinghua, holding an imperial amulet that granted immunity from death, stormed into the palace and saved Zhao Jinghao's life just in time. Although the emperor did not blame her, the amulet was confiscated, and the lady of the Duke of Zhenghua was forbidden from entering the palace again. After that, Xiao Jingxing secretly placed his people in the palace and finally uncovered those responsible for harming Xiao Yener. Not only the empress, but also the mother of the crown prince, Consort Shu. The most surprising was Consort Li, who was kind-hearted and friendly with all the concubines, and the mother of the second prince. She was the most ruthless. Over the years, the crown prince, the second prince, and even the third son born to the empress had caused trouble for the Xiao family. The political factions in the court also gradually increased pressure on the Xiao family. Especially during the 3 years when Xiao Jingxing was bedridden, the supply of grain from the southwest was almost a myth. The officials did not mention it, and the emperor pretended not to see. Only Xiao Jinyu was holding everything together, trying to navigate between various factions and avoid assassination. This time, the crown prince went ahead to Jincheng early, collecting most of the grain, aiming to prevent Xiao Jinyu from buying supplies for the southwest. Unfortunately, Xiao Jinyu outsmarted him, losing not only the grain but also becoming a cripple, no longer able to dream of that position. Frustrated and unable to vent, he learned that the Qiao family was very close to Jirenhal. There was no proof that the Ziyu Emperor flower was found by the Qiao family. It was purely for revenge, which caused this disaster. Qiao Nian sighed inwardly. It's all caused by power struggles. The Duke of Zhenghua was willing to give up his military power back then, probably because he saw that the emperor was wary of his family. Sadly, he still lost his eldest daughter's life. If he had retreated further, his whole family might have been in danger. Political conflicts are not just personal grudges, they are more like deadly rivalries. Anian, I don't plan to hold back anymore. My older brother probably feels the same. The Duke of Zhengua's family has no more room to retreat. If we don't fight back now, our future will be very bleak. Xiao Jinyu looked at Qiao Nian with regret. Sorry for involving you and Grandma. I should have just revealed his name then, so you and Grandma and Ping'an wouldn't be exposed. Qiao Nian smiled and said, he is a prince. He wouldn't risk coming out alive if he was caught. It's not as simple as just killing him. I understand, so don't blame yourself. She then asked, has the eldest prince already returned to the capital? Xiao Jinyu nodded. I might have to go back too. I don't trust my older brother to go alone. I'll go with you to the capital, Qiao Nian offered.
What?
You're also going to the capital. Hua Guixiang felt she must have heard wrong. Her granddaughter was going out again, and to such a far place. Xiao Nian quickly helped the old lady sit down again, poured her a glass of water, and said, Grandma, I've always wanted to see the capital. It's a good chance to travel with Xiao Ge and the others. We can look out for each other. Isn't that right? Don't interrupt me. Are we talking about the same thing? I'm asking what you're going to do in the capital. Grandma has never been there, but she knows there are many important people you shouldn't offend. Your personality is too reckless. What if you accidentally offend someone? Nian Nian, can we not go? Hua Guixiang earnestly advised. Grandma. Qiao Nian was about to whine and plead, but Xiao Jinyu came in. Anian, let me talk to Grandma for a few words. Uncertain what Xiao Jinyu said to Hua Guixiang, she left the room. Although her face still looked a bit upset, Hua Guixiang didn't stop Qiao Nian from going to the capital. Ping'an also wanted to go, and after thinking for a moment, Qiao Nian agreed. Ping'an had only been to the town, so going to the capital would broaden his horizons and help him learn more. In this era, a woman's reputation was very important. She wasn't engaged yet, so there were many inconveniences outside. Bringing Ping'an along would avoid some trouble, and he could keep company with Jing'er on the way. Since Hua Guixiang agreed to Qiao Nian's trip and Ping'an wanted to go, everyone else also agreed. Originally, Nanting was supposed to stay at the Qiao family to continue Ping and studies. But now that most students had left, he still had some old friends in the capital, so he decided to take this chance to visit them. Good girl, I and Lu Yun, you can bring someone along. When you're outside, it's not good to be alone without anyone to serve you, especially in a complicated place like the capital. Lu Zhu was almost shaking Qiao Nian's arm, begging earnestly. Elder maid Su also helped by saying, Miss Lu Zhu is right. The capital is not like home. If you take Lu Yun with you, she is clever and knows many things in the city. She can help you a lot. Qiao Nian smiled gently and said, Since you all say so, how can I not bring her? Then it's hard for Lu Yun to go with me. Go pack your things. Lu Yun immediately happily replied, It's not hard for me. I'll go pack now. She turned around quickly, as if afraid Qiao Nian might change her mind. Maiden Lu Zhu, I leave the house to you. Yi Qi and Yi Ba will stay at home to protect everyone. If anyone causes trouble, tell Boss Chen for help. If he can't handle it, first protect yourselves. I'll be back soon, miss, we understand. In the afternoon, Qiao Nian went alone to the mountains, leaving plenty of spiritual spring water and some space-grown corn, potatoes, and fruits for the three of them. Be good, don't go fighting other fierce beasts. If you get hurt, it's very dangerous. I'll come back to see you. After repeatedly reminding them, she reluctantly hugged each of them. Then, with their equally reluctant gazes, she left the mountain. Early morning, the first lazy sunlight spilled across the land. The wheels of the carriage crushed the golden glow as the large team set out from Huaishu village. Xiao Jinyu rode ahead on horseback, with Xiao Jinxing's luxurious carriage close behind. In the middle carriage sat Qiao Nian and Lu Yun, followed by Ping'an, Zhao Jinghao, and Nanting. The last carriage carried supplies for the journey. Nearly 50 guards, dressed in armor, holding swords, riding tall steeds, formed the entire convoy, always alert to their surroundings. Such a team, even ordinary people would give way from afar. At noon, everyone ate braised meat sandwiches brought from the Qiao family, resting only half an hour before setting off again. By late morning, the convoy entered Huaizhou Prefecture. They stayed in a two-courtyard residence, a street Qiao Nian passed by last time she visited the city. It seemed to be in the wealthy district, close to the busiest market street. After settling her belongings, Ping and Zhao Jinghao came over. Big sister, it's still early. Do you want to go shopping in the streets? Ping'an asked, her excitement clearly visible. Qiao Nian said, Sure, I've been riding in a carriage all day. It's a good idea to go out for a walk. Let's ask Brother Xiao if he wants to come. Just then, Xiao Jinyu happened to find Qiao Nian to invite her to dinner. Where are you going? Brother Xiao. Uncle, we want to go for a walk outside. Do you want to come along? After they finished speaking, all three looked at Xiao Jinyu with bright eyes, as if they had tails wagging wildly behind them. Xiao Jinyu smiled more warmly, went over and gently patted Ping and Zhao Jinghao's heads. Let's go. I'll take you out for a walk. It's a good way to have dinner too. What about the eldest young master? Qiao Nian asked. Xiao Jinyu said, Don't worry about him. He's with Mr. Nan. Only Lu Yun, Yi Yi, and Yi Er followed behind the four of them. They happily talked and laughed as they headed toward the busiest street in the east. They crossed a alley and turned a corner, and the lively scene suddenly appeared. On this street, the right side was lined with vendors selling stalls, while the other side had many shops. It was dinner time, so the street was crowded with people. The sounds of shouting, chatting, and various noises mixed together, filling the air with lively human activity. Ping and Zhao Jinghao couldn't hold back anymore. They held hands and rushed to a stall selling red sugar rice cakes. Qiao Nian also followed and asked, Boss, how much for the rice cakes? Miss, 2 coins each. My rice cakes are made with lots of sugar, guaranteed to be delicious, the tall, thin vendor said with a smile. Okay, give us 10 to try, they replied. Hearing they wanted so many, the vendor grinned widely, showing his teeth. Lu Yun stepped forward to pay, but Xiao Jinyu quickly took the lead, accepting the rice cakes from the vendor. Everyone shared a piece. They tasted pretty good, though a bit too sweet. After eating one, Xiao Nian didn't want more. They continued exploring, buying tasty or unfamiliar foods to try. After walking through the entire street, Xiao Jinyu led them to Qixinghai in the city. "Miss Jiao, is that really you?" Just as they were about to go upstairs, a surprised voice came from behind. Xiao Nian turned around and saw Li Qingyan and several young men entering Qixinghai together. Li Qingyan said again, "I just saw your back and thought I was mistaken. I didn't expect it really was you. You came to the city, and you didn't even say hello? I'd like to show you hospitality." Sadly, her sister had already returned to the capital, or they might have met today. Xiao Nian smiled and said, "Young Master Li, I just arrived in the city today too. What a coincidence to meet you here." Ye leaned close to Xiao Jinyu's ear and revealed Li Qingyan's identity, learning that he was the grandson of old Marquis Li. His hostility in his eyes lessened slightly, but it was only a little. Xiao Jinyu silently held Xiao Nian's hand, silently asserting his dominance. Xiao Nian immediately understood Xiao Jinyu's intention and cursed him inwardly for being childish, but she didn't pull away, allowing him to hold her hand. Li Qingyan, even if slow to notice, saw Xiao Jinyu beside Xiao Nian and felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. However, he didn't take this feeling seriously at the moment. By the time he realized it, it was already too late to regret. Both sides had friends present, so it was awkward to gather closely. After exchanging a few polite words, Xiao Nian followed Xiao Jinyu upstairs. The blue-clad young man beside Li Qingyan stepped forward and said, "Qingyan, who is that girl? You probably like her, right? With your status, if you like her, just take her. Why are you just staring at her so eagerly? Don't talk nonsense. She's our brother and sister's savior, and did you see the young man in the dark robe beside her? He definitely isn't an ordinary person," Li Qingyan said loudly, as if trying to hide something. "Fine, I won't say more." The blue-clad young man smiled and lowered his head, though he was actually hiding his disdain. If Li Qingyan weren't the eldest grandson of the Marquis's house, he wouldn't bother with someone who liked to show off. Others around them also smiled silently. Li Qingyan didn't want to make things too tense, so he smiled and said he would treat everyone to dinner before leading his group upstairs to the second floor. In the elegant pavilion on the fourth floor, Xiao Nian briefly mentioned how she had saved the Li siblings when she last visited the city, and then lightly changed the subject, not dwelling on it. Xiao Jinyu saw she truly didn't care and attentively served her dishes. "Anyan, try this braised pork knuckle. It doesn't quite match the taste of homemade food, but it's pretty good," he said. Xiao Nian picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, nodding. Tender and flavorful. The chef here is skilled, and the marinated dishes are authentic. Half of the dishes on the table were recipes she provided, and she tasted each one. Honestly, without the spiritual spring water, she couldn't have made such delicious food. She knew her cooking skills were ordinary, suitable for home cooking, but thanks to the spring water, even simple dishes tasted extraordinary. Xiao Jinyu commented, "It's still a bit different from what I make at home." He always felt it lacked something, a flavor that was hard to describe but irresistibly tempting. Pinyin also nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's different from home, but still very tasty, and very delicious." Zhao Jinghao hunched over his bowl of rice, occasionally responding with a sound. For him, anything outside was delicious. After finishing his meal, Xiao Jinyu sent Xiao Nian and the others back home, then turned around to leave, saying he needed to handle some matters. Xiao Nian lay on the bed and stretched lazily. On her first day of travel, she already felt a bit bored. There were at least 10 more days on the road. "Miss, are you tired? I'll go prepare some hot water so you can wash up and rest early," Luyan said as she entered, thinking Xiao Nian was tired from sitting in the carriage for so long. Xiao Nian sat up slightly and shook her head. "I'm not tired. Go find some sturdy paper and boil some batter with hot water. Bring it all here. We can make something fun to pass the time on the road." "Yes, miss," Luyan replied. That's right, Xiao Nian wanted to make playing cards. Everyone was bored during the journey, and reading was too tiring for the eyes. Playing cards would be perfect. Soon, Luyan brought in a tray. "Miss, Does this kind of paper work? If not, I can look for some outside, she asked. Xiao Nian took a look. The paper was just a bit stiffer than the paper they used for writing. The paper here couldn't be as hard as in later times. She asked Lu Yun to prepare the batter, intending to glue multiple sheets of paper together. Once dried, the batter would harden inside, creating the effect she wanted. Just this one, but I need to process it a bit, Xiao Nian said, spreading the paper on the table. She coated a layer of batter on one sheet, then placed another on top, repeating the process. After about 6 sheets, the thickness was just right. Lu Yun understood immediately. The two of them worked quickly, making 20 such thick sheets before stopping. They laid them out to dry overnight, so they could start making playing cards the next day. The next morning, they set out again. Xiao Nian spent the morning busy inside the carriage. By lunchtime, her playing cards were finished. Ping and Jinger, after we finish eating, I'll teach you a fun game, Xiao Nian said. Ping and Zhao Jinghao looked at her at the same time. Sister, what fun game? They asked. They were both bored to death. The carriage was a bit bumpy, and their teacher hadn't given any lessons. They went to the older brother's carriage to play chess. They had been looking at the scenery all along and couldn't sit still anymore. Just wait and see. I promise you won't be bored on the road anymore, Xiao Nian said with a hint of mystery. Lunch was still buns, steamed bread, and meat sandwiches. They stopped briefly to let the horses rest, so it didn't take long before they set off again. The 4 of them got into Xiao Nian's carriage. Xiao Nian explained the rules of poker and carefully demonstrated how to play. Ping'an and the others quickly understood. That afternoon, the sound of 4 people playing cards filled the carriage. Xiao Jinyu was curious and joined in. 5 people took turns playing, and whoever lost would sit out. Pair of 8s, pair of jacks, pair of 2s, pass, pass, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 0, I win. Sister, you actually saved your consecutive cards for last. I still have a bomb card to play. Who told you to be so reluctant? When I played my 2s earlier, you should have played your bomb card. Then I definitely wouldn't have won. Let's go again. I will definitely win this round. You lost. It's my turn now. Wait and see. That was Xiao Jinyu's voice, followed by Ping'an's displeased cry. The guards listening inside were very curious. What game is this? A pair is easy to understand, but what is a bomb? And what are consecutive pairs? Xiao Jinxin lowered the curtain, smiling as he said, Since my eldest sister's incident, father has gone to the southwest again. Yue has not been this happy since. The second young master, Nantingji, with a kind and clever nature, spoke softly. His words were gentle but insightful. His hand then dropped a white stone onto the chessboard with a snap sound. Xiao Jinxing saw he had lost again and threw down his chess piece. I give up. The poker game is more fun. Tomorrow we should make a set too, to pass the time, Nantingji chuckled softly. Who would have thought that the noble heir would also cheat sometimes? Xiao Jinxing looked outside again, silent. With poker to pass the time, he was tired of sitting and wanted to learn horseback riding. The days quickly passed. We're almost at Yongla town. Tonight, we'll rest here, and by noon tomorrow, we'll arrive in the capital, Xiao Jinyu said, urging the horses to keep pace with Xiao Nian's carriage. Xiao Nian half leaned out of the window, pushing aside the curtain, and looked at the 3 large characters, Yongla town ahead. She sighed. Finally, we're almost there. After a few more steps, as the carriage entered the town, Xiao Nian's eyes met a pair of dark, bright eyes from a corner wall. The person was covered in dirt, sitting among a group of beggars. Their loose clothes hid their figure, but Xiao Nian immediately recognized her as a woman. Just as she was about to pull her head back, the woman suddenly ran toward Xiao Jinyu like crazy, her mouth and eyes wide open, but she couldn't make a sound. Who is that? Knight 1 and Knight 2 instantly drew their swords and held them in front of the woman. The woman shook her head wildly, gesturing with her hands, tears filling her eyes. She opened and closed her mouth, staring intently at Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu's expression suddenly turned cold. He swiftly dismounted from his horse and quickly approached the woman. His deep eyes flashed with anger, then quickly shifted to confusion and doubt. After a moment of hesitation, he said in a low voice, "Yi, take her." Yes. Yi used the hilt of his sword to push the woman back toward the rear of the group. The woman cried and tried to pull at Xiao Jinyu's clothes, but he sidestepped her. "Be good and stay quiet, or I will kill you right now," Xiao Jinyu said with a tone full of deadly anger. Anyone hearing this would believe he was serious about harming her. Inside the large carriage, Xiao Jingsheng withdrew his gaze, clenched his fists tightly, pressed his lips together, and stared at a certain point, silent for a long time. His trembling hands betrayed the storm of emotions inside him. Jiao Nian lowered the curtain and shook her head at Lu Yun, signaling her not to ask questions now. Once everything was settled, Xiao Jinyu would definitely tell her. The group quickly passed through half the town. They stayed in a quiet little courtyard. Today, no one felt like going out, and the food was brought back by Yi and his team. At dinner, Xiao Jinyu still hadn't come. Jiao Nian ate with Enin and Zhao Jinghao first, then told them to rest early. It wasn't until just before sleep that Xiao Jinyu slowly came over, looking a bit unwell. Lu Yun saw this, nodded in agreement with Jiao Nian, and quietly stepped back. "On Yen, can I hug you?" Xiao Jinyu looked like a sad, wronged dog, desperately needing comfort and a hug from his owner. Jiao Nian simply embraced him, patting his back to soothe him. After a while, Xiao Jinyu let go, smiled faintly, and said, "Sorry to make you worry." Jiao Nian pulled him to sit down, poured him a glass of water, and asked, "Did you have dinner? If not, I saw a stove in the yard. I can cook you some noodles." "No need. I'm not hungry and don't want to eat right now." Xiao Jinyu drank the water in one gulp, feeling a bit better. He was worried about Xiao Jingsheng and truly had no appetite. That's not acceptable. "Come on, you help me light the fire. It'll be quick to make a bowl of noodles." Did the eldest son not eat either? "Make him a bowl too," Jiao Nian said, getting up and pulling Xiao Jinyu outside. Xiao Jinyu felt a slight pressure in his chest, but the smile at the corner of his mouth silently grew wider as she pulled him along. Their carriage was well stocked with rice, flour, and seasonings. Jiao Nian moved quickly, kneading dough, rolling it out, boiling water, and cooking the noodles. Soon, 2 bowls of vegetable and egg noodles were ready. Xiao Nian secretly added a few drops of spiritual spring water into the noodles. As long as someone was near the kitchen, they could smell the rich aroma. Xiao Jinyu brought a bowl to Xiao Jingsheng and said it was specially made by Qiao Nian, and he must finish it. Ignoring Xiao Jingsheng's unhappy expression, he strode back to the kitchen, picked up his own bowl, and ate more and more happily. Before long, the bowl was empty. After eating, he still felt unsatisfied. If Qiao Nian hadn't stopped him, he would have gone to see if Xiao Jingsheng had finished his noodles. If he didn't eat, he would give him some. He could still eat. Xiao Jingsheng thought, this younger brother can't be kept. Whoever wants him, better take him quickly. Xiao Nian asked, "Aren't you afraid your older brother will hit you?" At this moment, Xiao Jinyu's frustration had disappeared. He said mischievously, "Big brother probably isn't in the mood to eat now. Leaving it would just be a waste." Xiao Jingsheng asked, "Is it because of that woman?" Now, Xiao Jingsheng sat alone in a dark room, lost in thought. The bowl of noodles on the table had cooled, and he had no intention of eating. Until dawn, a deep, low voice came from outside. "Master." Xiao Jingsheng's eyes gradually focused as he looked toward the door and said calmly, "Come in." Ye had hurried back to the capital yesterday. Now that he was back, he should have received definite news. Ye reported, "Master, our people checked and found that the lady has been staying at the Liang Marquis' residence and hasn't gone out or had any special events." Xiao Jingsheng asked, "Did you see it with your own eyes?" Ye replied, "Yes, I saw her at the Liang Marquis' residence." The room fell silent again. Ye thought Xiao Jingsheng had no other orders and was about to leave when he heard him say, "Go bring her here." Ye responded, "Yes." Since arriving yesterday, the woman had been locked up. Someone brought her food and water during the day, but no one had spoken to her. The woman was Qi Mianru, the young lady of the Qi family, whom Xiao Jingsheng once wanted to protect for life. Suddenly, There was a loud bang as the door was forcefully pushed open from outside. Iya stood at the door and said coldly, "Master wants to see you." Chi Mianru's tears immediately spilled over her scarred face as she struggled to stand up. She followed Iya to meet the only person who had supported her to survive. When they reached Xiao Jingsheng's room, Iya announced himself, pushed the door open, and signaled for Chi Mianru to go in. She immediately saw the man sitting at the table. Tears streamed down her terrifying scarred face like a flood. She opened her mouth but could only make a faint sound. Her steps seemed frozen, unable to move forward. In extreme pain, she truly felt like she couldn't breathe. Yet, she still had many words she wanted to tell him. Tell him that she has never hurt him. It was that woman. They replaced her identity, torturing her into her current state. They also used their feelings to poison him and sent assassins to kill him. Xiao Jinxing finally lifted his eyelids and looked at the woman he loved and hated at the same time. The last time they met, they only exchanged 2 words, Chi Minru, and she handed him a cup of tea. That scene often appeared in his dreams over the past 3 years. Every time he woke up, he was covered in sweat and couldn't sleep again for a long time. He had suspected her, whether it was him or Xiao Jinyu's people, secretly investigating if Chi Minru was impersonated. The results were the same. Her face was real, with no mask, and her actions showed no signs of deception. They stopped watching her 2 years ago. But suddenly, a woman appeared who looked exactly like her. Her figure, the red mole on her wrist, all identical. Xiao Jinxing looked up, and in just one glance, his heart felt like it was being torn apart, hurting so much he crushed the cup in his hand. The shards pierced into his flesh, which helped him regain some reason. His instincts told him that this woman was the one he loved for 10 years. The woman from the capital was fake. "Rower, is that you?" Xiao Jinxing's voice trembled, cautious, but full of hope. Chi Minru closed her eyes, nodded, tears streaming down her face. Unable to bear the deep pain in her heart, she suddenly coughed up blood, her body softening as she fainted. Almost at the moment Chi Minru collapsed, an arrow flew past her shoulder, heading straight for Xiao Jinsheng inside the house. His mind was entirely focused on Chi Minru. When he saw the arrow coming, he instinctively dodged to the side, but he couldn't avoid it completely. The arrow cut a wound on his right arm and sank deep into the wall behind him, making a loud bang. The force behind the arrow was terrifying. "Master," and he immediately stepped in front of Xiao Jinsheng, while an heir, and San, and others hidden in the shadows rushed toward the direction of the arrow. Unfortunately, the person who shot the arrow had already disappeared. "No need to chase," Xiao Jinsheng said, ignoring his injured arm. He quickly stepped forward, carried the bloodied and unconscious Chi Minru horizontally, and turned to walk briskly toward the bed. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Nian and others arrived after hearing the noise. After settling Chi Minru and Xiao Jinsheng, half an hour had passed. Master Lu did not come this time. Yi invited the town's doctor, but Xiao Jinsheng's wound was very deep, with some bones in his arm dislocated. He couldn't use his right arm for at least 2 months. Chi Minru's condition was so bad that words couldn't describe it. Her face was completely ruined, 10 fingers broken by force, with multiple whip and burn scars. Some wounds had scabs, but many were already rotting and oozing pus. Her throat was corroded by medicine, so she couldn't speak. She also had a chronic poison called flowers blooming step by step inside her. The doctor had only heard of this poison and couldn't cure it. He only prescribed some medicine to reduce swelling and relieve pain before leaving. The atmosphere in the room was very heavy. Xiao Jinxing sat by the bed, staring tightly at the sleeping person, not speaking no matter how Xiao Jinyu called him. "I have a way to save her." When Xiao Jinxing, who had been lost in endless guilt and pain, heard this, he looked at Xiao Nian with a hoarse voice as if he had walked through a desert for days. "Do you really have a way? What is it?" Xiao Jinxing had been bedridden for 3 years, but he had read many books about medicine and poisons. He had seen flowers blooming step by step in an ancient book. This poison can hide inside the body for up to 3 months, starting from the soles of the feet, then spreading to the legs, and eventually rotting the whole body. The process is extremely painful. Before death, the flesh and blood quickly rot, leaving only an empty skeleton. Remembering what the doctor said, Chi Minru had been poisoned for at least 2 months. Xiao Jinxing almost couldn't think clearly, overwhelmed by intense emotions. If he still had a shred of rationality, he might lose control and do something reckless. I know a detox pill that should be able to cure the poison on Miss Qi, Qiao Nian said. Just now, she and Lu Yan helped treat Chi Minru's clothes and injuries. Seeing such terrible wounds, both of them trembled badly. What kind of hatred could cause someone to be tortured like this? Qiao Nian considered herself not a kind person, but she wanted to help with this matter. Moreover, this person was closely related to Xiao Jinyu and his brother. She had a space upgrade reward for a medicinal book, but she hadn't had time to study it. Just now, she looked through her memory and found that the book contained a detox pill that could cure all poisons. Based on the description, the poison inside Chi Minru should be removable, and maybe even the poison in her throat could be cured. There was also a face rejuvenation pill, which, as the name suggests, could restore appearance. Its main ingredient was Bingpa Snow Lotus, one of the 10 spiritual medicines, but she didn't have it in her space. However, that doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. Once Chi Minru's body recovers, she will find a way to restore her appearance. Xiao Jinxing's injuries can be healed within 7 days with a rejuvenation pill and some discontinuation ointment. If he adds some spirit spring water or spiritual herbs, the recovery might be faster. After hesitating for a moment, Qiao Nian decided to act. She had no reason, but she wanted to save them, just as a favor to Xiao Jinyu. Give me 1 day. Don't disturb me, and I will definitely prepare a detoxification pill, Qiao Nian promised calmly. The contents of her medicinal book were almost imprinted in her mind. Although she hadn't personally made pills before, those ingredients were like her practice of the divine dragon technique. Once she trained, everything else came naturally. So far, she hadn't hit any major obstacles. Last time, she collected many herbs from the deep mountains, and luckily, the ingredients for the detox pill and rejuvenation pill were stored in her space. The only missing main ingredient for the discontinuation ointment was a herb called bone-connecting wood. Xiao Jinyu immediately sent Yi to buy it himself. If he couldn't find it locally, he would buy it in the capital. To avoid revealing her space, Qiao Nian prepared a bunch of herbs for Xiao Jinyu to gather, and she also took a small bundle from her carriage, her stored herbs, just in case outsiders found out. Within less than an hour, Yi and Yi Er brought back most of the herbs. Precious herbs like century-old ginseng and lingzhi were impossible to find quickly. Qiao Nian reassured everyone, I have all these rare herbs in my bundle, no need to look further. After closing the door from inside, she confirmed no one was watching her, then entered her space with her mind. In the yard, Xiao Jinxing patted Xiao Jinyu's shoulder and said softly, if Miss Qiao really can save Rower, then my life will belong to her from now on. No matter what conditions, as long as she asks, I won't refuse, big brother. Xiao Jinyu wanted to say something but didn't. He watched Xiao Jinxing's figure disappear at the archway. In the capital, at the Qi residence, Qi Chongping was furious, almost smashing the inkstone on the table onto the head of the man in black. But this man was from the Xie family, and he had no right to punish him. I understand. Go back and report this to your master. See what he can do to fix it, Qi Chongping said in a calm voice. The man in black nodded and left. The study fell silent. After a cup of tea, Qi Chongping swept everything off the table, venting his frustration and a deep-seated fear. The princess heard the servants report and hurried to the front yard. She stepped into the study and saw it in complete chaos. She softened her voice and said, Master, what is wrong? Why are you so angry? Qi Chongping replied, It's because of your good daughter. We wanted to have her killed long ago to prevent future trouble, but you refused. Now someone has escaped. Just now, we received news that she found Xiao Jinxing. Are you satisfied now? The princess suddenly looked very upset, her sharp nails digging into her flesh without her noticing. After a moment, she managed to find her voice again. She can't speak at all, and her hands are disabled by her child. Besides, she won't live much longer. Rest assured, I will have Lord Luo personally handle this. I will make sure she doesn't ruin your plans. That's best, said the Grand Tutor's residence. When Master Xie learned that Qi Minru was alive and had found Xiao Jinxing, he was so angry he threw a fine white porcelain teacup across the room. Qi Chongping is such a fool. He left such a big mistake and let her escape. Prepare the carriage. I need to go to the palace. At this moment, Zhao Jingwen, who had his leg disabled by Xiao Jinyu, was crying out loudly in the palace of Consort Shu. After returning to the capital from Jinzhou, Zhao Jingwen went straight into the palace. He couldn't become a useless person, or all his years of planning would be ruined. He was unwilling. As a prince, who wouldn't want that position? If he was disabled, the mother and son would face a terrible fate. Consort Shu refused to watch her only son become useless. She knelt outside the imperial study for hours before the emperor finally agreed and rewarded the eldest prince with a box of ointment. With this ointment, the court doctors believed they had a 70% chance to cure the prince's leg. At this moment, Zhao Jingwen was being repositioned after dislocating his bones, held down by several eunuchs. His body instinctively resisted, sweating all over as if he had just been pulled out of water. With another force from the court doctor, Zhao Jingwen let out a scream. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the pain. In the space, Qiao Nian was carefully working with her herbs. Although she had failed twice before, she finally felt she was getting the hang of it. Yes, it was a feeling. Now, whenever she started, her mind could automatically judge the right amount and method of using the herbs, even how to proceed next, as if she had done it thousands of times. She was becoming more skilled. With the addition of the last herb, the potion grew thicker and thicker. She still added 2 drops of spiritual spring water to enhance the effect. Finally, she used a special technique to shape the brewed medicine into pills. 1 restorative pill was completed. Qiao Nian continued to work hard and successfully made 10 rejuvenation pills. These pills not only strengthen the body but also help heal internal and external injuries quickly. They are suitable for people who have lost blood or are weak. For Qi Minru, after taking the detox pill, her body was definitely very weak. Just 1 rejuvenation pill would help her recover to the best condition. After successfully making the rejuvenation pills, Qiao Nian felt more confident and decided to make the detox pills next. She took a new clay pot. Unlike others who use alchemy furnaces, she used a clay pot. Suddenly, she realized that brewing medicine was similar to making soup. Once she found the right feeling and ratio, she could brew a good batch of medicine or soup. This time, everything went smoothly, and she succeeded on her first try. The aroma, color, and shape of the pills were almost identical to her memory. She made 5 detox pills, which should be enough. Finally, she brewed the continuous ointment. Since elderberry was not from the space, she worried about its effectiveness and added 2 drops of spirit spring water. She was cautious about adding too much, fearing it would be too strong and hard to explain later. The ointment was a paste, so she put it into a small ceramic jar, filling only half of it. She thought that would be enough, and the rest she kept in her space, thinking it might be useful later. Qiao Nian wrapped the rejuvenation and detox pills in simple oil paper because she didn't have suitable bottles for storing pills. After this busy period, she planned to prepare more small bottles to store pills in her space. She had grown fond of making medicines and planned to produce more pills in her free time so she could use them directly when needed. Ideally, she could sell some too. With her current small fortune, she couldn't even compare to the wealth of Beijing or Huai Prefecture. She glanced at the clock on the wall. She had been in her space for nearly 8 hours. She had been so focused that she didn't realize how much time had passed. She stood up, stretched her limbs, and took a small cake from the fridge. She hadn't eaten it in a long time and missed its taste. After a few bites, she closed her eyes happily, feeling that eating sweets really made her mood better. Her stomach just felt a little full, But Xiao Jinyu was probably preparing dinner, so she wouldn't eat too much and spoil her appetite later. When she stepped out of her space, she sensed that Xiao Jinyu was waiting in the yard. A smile appeared on her face as she opened the door and went outside. Onion, you finally came out. Xiao Jinyu immediately came over and looked carefully at Xiao Nian's face. Seeing she wasn't too tired, he softly said, "Are you hungry? I'll have someone bring the food over first." Xiao Nian smiled brightly and said, "I am a little hungry, but let's first deliver the medicine to the eldest young master. We can eat afterward. I know I shouldn't say this, but I still want to thank you. There's no need for us to be so formal. Let's go to the eldest prince's courtyard." When they arrived at Xiao Jinsheng's front yard, Qi Minru was already awake. Xiao Jinsheng was feeding her porridge spoon by spoon. Although each swallow made her throat hurt like being cut with a knife, Qi Minru still smiled gently. When the bowl was empty, Xiao Jinsheng wanted to have someone bring another, but Qi Minru shook her head to show she was full. Seeing Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Nian come in and knock on the door, Qi Minru tried to say something. Her face showed worry, but she couldn't make a sound. Her fingers were deformed, and she couldn't even hold a pen. She didn't know how to tell them that the Duke of Zhen was about to face trouble. Xiao Jinsheng saw her so upset and, ignoring the matter of Xiao Nian's antidote, hurried to comfort her. "Rower, don't worry. Miss Qiao has a way to detoxify you. You'll get better soon. And there's Dr. Liu. He's with the Qiao family. We're not returning to the capital. I'll take you to find him. He can definitely cure you." He didn't doubt Xiao Nian, but Qi Minru's wounds were too many and too serious. Only Dr. Liu might have the confidence to treat all of them. If Xiao Nian's detox pill could at least reduce or suppress some of the poison, they would have more time. Xiao Nian opened the paper wrapping her detox pill and took out one, handing it over. "This is a detox pill. I'm not completely sure, but it can definitely reduce some of the poison in your body." She believed in her space's products. They weren't ordinary. But she hadn't tested it herself, so she didn't want to speak too confidently. The world had many strange poisons. If the pill couldn't fully detoxify her, she'd be embarrassed and delay others. Besides, she wasn't a doctor. Xiao Jinsheng was right. Finding Dr. Liu was the safest choice. Xiao Jinsheng didn't hesitate. He took the pill, said thank you, and handed Qi Minru some water from the small table. "Roa, Miss Qiao is trustworthy. Her medicine will work. Come, I'll feed you." Qi Minru nodded slightly to Xiao Nian to thank her, then took the detox pill and water to drink. As soon as the pill went down, she felt a warm flow rise inside her. Soon, this warmth spread all over her body. She wanted to smile at Xiao Jinsheng, who was nervously watching her, but suddenly her chest felt a burning pain. The next moment, she spat out a large amount of black blood.
Xiao Jinsheng hurriedly supported her, panicking.
Xiao Nian knew the detox pill was working, but she couldn't check her pulse. She could only ask Xiao Jinyu to call a doctor. Xiao Jinyu said, "The doctor is right next door." This afternoon, they brought the person back. "I will go call him now." Before finishing her words, she had already gone out. Soon, the senior doctor was almost dragged inside by Xiao Jinyu. "Doctor, please check her pulse again and see how she is doing. Has the antidote worked?" When Qi Minru woke up in the afternoon, the senior doctor was called back. At that time, everyone knew they shouldn't defend this group. Xiao Jinyu pulled him over, and he didn't dare resist, nodding repeatedly. Got it, got it. Please let go of the doctor now. Brother Xiao, don't worry. Let the doctor catch his breath first. Only then can he check Miss Qi's pulse," Xiao Nian said, pulling Xiao Jinyu's hand to signal the doctor to quickly check her. The doctor didn't dare delay. He took a few steps over, trying to ignore Xiao Jinsheng's anxious and intense gaze, and began to check her pulse. After Qi Minru coughed up black blood, she felt much lighter. But she was too weak to say a word, and quickly fell back into sleep. "Doctor, how is she?" Xiao Jingsheng couldn't help asking when he saw the doctor frowning and gasping in amazement. "Don't worry, I will check again," the doctor replied. 15 minutes later, the doctor finally raised his hand, looking excited. "This is truly miraculous. The poison inside this girl's body has been cleared." Aside from her external injuries and weakness, there is no residual poison. The doctor wanted to ask which divine doctor created the antidote, but seeing the people in the room, his excitement eased a bit, and he swallowed his words. He secretly regretted not being able to meet the divine doctor or see such a miraculous medicine. Yes, this kind of medicine that can instantly remove toxins must be a spirit medicine. His master had told him about legends from 100 years ago, mentioning that such spirit medicines existed, but unfortunately, ordinary people like them could never get access to it. Doctor, is her poison really gone? Is her throat better? Xiao Nian asked, as if confirming. She felt a little excited inside. What was going on? Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Jingsheng also looked at the doctor with some disbelief. Even if Dr. Liu had taken action, detoxification would take several days. Residual poison wouldn't be cleared in just 1 or 2 months. Their own toxins weren't completely removed in one go either. They had taken medicine for a long time afterward. But Xiao Nian didn't know this. The doctor said, I may not be a divine doctor, but I can tell if someone is poisoned. The poison in this girl's body has indeed been cleared. Her throat just needs some medicine to protect it, and after resting for a while, she will be able to speak again. During this time, it was best to have her speak less to avoid further strain on her throat. The old doctor kept nagging and gave many instructions, then rewrote the prescription, which Xiao Jinshin carefully noted down. He paid the old doctor 100 taels as consultation fee and sent him away properly. When only the 3 of them remained in the room, and Qi Minru was still unconscious on the bed, Xiao Jinxing bowed to Qiao Nian. Startled, Qiao Nian quickly dodged back. Young master, what are you doing? You still have an injury on your arm, and my medicine is quite expensive. Just remember to pay the silver. I can't accept such a grand gift. As long as they paid, everything could be discussed. Not paying? Then they might not get help in the future. The serious atmosphere was broken by Qiao Nian, who then smiled for the first time in days and said, All right, when we return to the capital, I will give Miss Qiao a fair price. That's good. These 2 pills, Hua Yuan Dan, one for you and one for Miss Qi, can restore vitality and speed up healing. The ointment can be applied to the wound, and within 7 days, your arm should recover. Qiao Nian handed over the other 2 medicines she had prepared, adding, These medicines use some of my rare and precious ingredients. Remember to pay the silver. The Hua Yuan Dan used half a millennium-old ginseng, and the Duanshu Gao is mixed with plenty of spiritual spring water, making it quite valuable. She was surprised that her first batch of pills worked so well, which boosted her confidence in her medicinal recipes. She thought about having Xiao Jinshu promote her medicines casually, selling them at Jiren Hall, and she wouldn't need to work so hard farming. Selling pills alone could make her the richest person in Beishun. Qiao Nian already saw the shining silver coins calling her. However, she hadn't yet realized that the ingredients in her medicinal formulas were all common herbs from the mortal world. To achieve such good effects, besides the spiritual spring water, the quality and age of the herbs were crucial. Otherwise, the medicine brewed would be no different from ordinary ones. Xiao Jinshu smiled again, no longer doubting the medicines Qiao Nian produced, but when he saw the paper-wrapped packages and ceramic jars used for storing the medicines, his eyes twitched. Such spiritual medicines being treated so casually, if others saw them, they wouldn't believe these were rare and precious elixirs. Xiao Jinshu also looked helpless. He was anxious earlier and didn't think much, but after witnessing the detox pill's effect and seeing the simple packaging, he couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Why are you 2 just standing there? Hurry up and feed the medicine to Miss Qi, and get someone to apply medicine to the young master. Are you not hungry? Have you all finished eating? I haven't eaten all day. No, I am hungry too. Big brother, I will go with An Yen to eat first. Let Annie come in to help you apply medicine. After saying that, Xiao Jinyu pulled Xiao Nian and headed outside. Xiao Jinxing didn't care about eating. He carefully fed Qi Minro a health pill, then swallowed one himself and drank a glass of water. He stayed by Qi Minro's bedside, letting an come in to apply medicine to his arm. In the capital, at the Qi residence, Qi Yujiao entered the princess's courtyard surrounded by maids and nannies. She was met by the nursemaid of the princess. Before she could speak, the nursemaid simply bowed and then waved her hand, signaling everyone behind her to leave. She led a confused Qi Yujiao into the inner room. Suddenly, a crisp slap sounded. Qi Yujiao was slapped so hard she opened her eyes wide, looking at her mother in disbelief. "Mother, why did you hit me?" The princess was furious, her chest rising and falling heavily. Through clenched teeth, she said, "You fool, do you know Qi Minro ran away? She's already found Xiao Jinsheng. Why do you think I hit you?" Qi Yujiao's small face instantly turned pale, her eyes filled with panic. She still dared not believe it and quickly grabbed the princess's hand, saying, "Mother, this isn't true, right? That wicked girl is still at the estate. I had people watching her. How could she have run away?" At this moment, the princess even felt some disgust for her once beloved daughter. She shook off her hand and said, "You can't handle things properly. Didn't you promise to deal with it thoroughly? I already asked someone to check. She's been gone for nearly a month. How come you still don't know what's been happening during this time?" Qi Yujiao lowered her head. She dared not say that Zhao Zhan had lied to her. They had only been married for 3 years, yet he broke his promise to her. Recently, the old maid found out that Zhao Zhan had entered a remote alley. When she followed him, she discovered he was hiding a woman there. Qi Yujiao found out and caused some trouble, secretly dealing with that woman. Zhao Zhan didn't say anything, but his attitude toward her had clearly cooled. During this time, she kept thinking about how to please Zhao Zhan and make him focus on her again. She ignored that wicked girl, but unexpectedly, she ran away. At the estate, only a few maids knew Qi Minro was there. The one who let Qi Minro escape was the old gatekeeper, Yu Tu. Qi Minro had saved his life once and arranged for him to work at the estate, giving him a way to earn his living. When Yu Tu accidentally found Qi Minro locked in the dungeon, he secretly planned how to rescue her. By chance, he saw a few women often gathering together to drink wine, so he bribed a young servant in the kitchen to put medicine in the food. Old Yu bought a common sleep-inducing drug. When the women woke up, they planned to go see Qi Minro in the dungeon, but she was already gone. Old Yu also disappeared without a trace. The women knew Qi Minro's identity, and they couldn't survive if they lost her, so no one dared to report it. That night, they packed their things and fled far away. Others on the farm didn't know there was a dungeon, let alone that someone was kept inside. The women weren't under the farm owner's control. He thought they had been transferred away. He scolded Old Yu for several days. Old Yu was arranged by the lady of the household and had no formal agreement, so when he left, the farm owner could only curse him and had no other options. By a twist of fate, Qi Yujiao still hadn't received any news, and because she was busy with Zhao Zhan's affairs, Qi Minro's escape went unnoticed for a long time. "Mother, what should we do now? If my identity is revealed, the Marquis's residence will definitely divorce me. Mother, please help me." Qi Jiaoer finally became afraid. She and Qi Minro were twin sisters. When she was born, her grandmother had just passed away, and her father saw her as a bad omen. She was sent to the farm when she was only a month old. They never acknowledged her existence publicly, claiming the princess only gave birth to one girl that day. Perhaps out of guilt, the princess often secretly visited the girl at the farm. Over time, she grew to like her more, but her attitude toward Qi Minro was always indifferent. Deep inside, she believed Qi Minro had already enjoyed enough privileges as the legitimate daughter of the Qi family, protected by her status as the princess. Qi Yujiao had nothing, and everything she had was taken by Qi Minro. She owed Qi Yujiao a lifetime of debt. So, her mother's love for Qi Yujiao was only natural. But it was not Qi Minro who decided whether Qi Yujiao could stay or leave, and it wasn't Qi Minro who was unlucky. She didn't even know she had a twin sister. What had she done wrong? When they were 10 years old, Qi Yujiao learned that her mother was actually the current princess, and her father was the eldest son of the official's family, Qi Chongping. One day, while the maid was not paying attention, she secretly ran away. She begged passers-by to take her into the city, acting cute and clever. From overheard conversations, she learned that the Qi family's eldest son had only 2 sons and 1 daughter. The youngest daughter was Qi Minru, who had been pampered at the Qi residence her whole life and was not her at all. When the maid and servant found her, she was almost bullied by a smelly beggar. Since she was young, she knew how to make her mother happy and get more benefits. After returning home, she was sick for several days. When the eldest princess came to see her, she kept crying and apologizing, saying she shouldn't have gone out. She thought she would never see her mother again, but she was wrong. She didn't mention anything else. Sure enough, the eldest princess became even more fond of her. During that time, good things were sent to her like flowing water. Not long after, she was suddenly taken back to the mansion, but she couldn't see anyone and was placed in the most remote courtyard. She learned etiquette and rules, wearing maid's clothes every day, secretly observing Qi Minru's every move. They were twin sisters and looked very similar. Her every action, even her voice, tone, and expression, she could imitate perfectly. The eldest princess was very pleased and told her not to worry. Their father had sided with the crown prince, and Qi Minru's fiancé from the Xiao family was a political rival the crown prince wanted to eliminate. The princess wanted her to replace Qi Minru and marry Xiao Jinsheng, then secretly kill Xiao Jinsheng. If she succeeded, the Xiao family would be left with only an idle second son, who was not a threat at all. Unfortunately, their conversation was overheard by Qi Minru, who also learned of her existence. She still remembered how Qi Minru was shocked and helpless when she saw her face. Qi Minru was very clever from a young age and quickly reacted. Instead of questioning or getting angry, she turned and tried to run outside. She wanted to tell Xiao Jinsheng about the plan of the eldest princess and Qi Yujiao. But her bad luck struck when she bumped into Qi Chongping, who had just entered the courtyard. Qi Minru, the fool, actually reported her to her father. She didn't realize that in her father's eyes, she was just a disposable pawn. Since she was disobedient, she would be replaced with someone obedient. Qi Minru was taken away. Qi Yujiao, for the first time, dressed in the same clothes as Qi Minru, styled her hair identically, and her speech, gestures, walking style, even her expressions, were exactly the same. Qi Chongping nodded with satisfaction. From now on, you will be my obedient daughter. Remember what to do and what not to do. She accepted everything from Qi Minru. In exchange, Qi Minru handed over her to deal with, and after hiding for 16 years, it was time for her to taste that feeling. A few days later, Qi Chongping arranged for her to meet Xiao Jinsheng and planned to poison him in his wine. Xiao Jinsheng was indeed a good man. She almost had a crush on him, but unfortunately, Xiao Jinsheng was too suspicious. In just a few words, he started to test her. Men who can't be controlled are only lovable when they are dead. Besides your identity, have you revealed anything else to that fool? The princess's voice made her dare not think too much. However, when she remembered what she had said during her outburst, she didn't dare to admit it. She quickly shook her head and said, "Nothing, I didn't say anything. Mind your words. If you say something you shouldn't and it gets out, no one can save you. Go back now. Until this matter is settled, don't go out." As for Zhao Zhen's situation, she knew he wasn't fooling around. As the daughter of the princess, she should tell him. If he dares to flirt around again, don't blame me for being harsh. "Yes, I understand. Thank you, mother," she replied. Meanwhile, Qi Minru, after taking the rejuvenation pill, woke up shortly after. When she realized she could speak again, even though her throat was very dry, she hoarsely told Xiao Jinsheng everything she knew. "Brother Xiao, Qi Yujiao's words are probably true. There must be spies in the army. They want to frame Uncle Xiao, betray the country, and if there's no proof, everyone in the Xiao family will be in danger. Quickly send a message to Uncle Xiao so he can watch out for those around him. My body is fine now. You should go quickly." Qi Minru finished, pulled back the blanket, and prepared to get out of bed, showing she was truly okay. The medicine from Miss Qiao was really powerful. She now felt relaxed all over, and the pain disappeared. "Rower, don't move. I believe what you say. I'll go tell father right away," Xiao Jinxing said. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door, followed by Xiao Jinyu's voice. Big brother, I brought some food for you. Xiao Jinxing opened the door and outside, sure enough, were Xiao Jinyu, Qiao Nian and Yun, carrying a tray. Qiao Nian said, Young master, I came to see if Miss Qi has woken up and to change her dressings. Roa has woken up. Come in, Xiao Jinxing said, stepping aside to let them in. Qi Minru had already stood up and respectfully bowed to Qiao Nian. Thank you, Miss Qiao, for saving me. If there's anything I can do in the future, I will do my best. Qiao Nian smiled and helped her up. It's good you're okay. The young master has already promised to pay you, so there's no need for anything else. Qi Minru looked at Xiao Jinxing in a dazed way, as if asking whether her life-saving grace could be paid with money. Qiao Nian pulled her to sit down again and said, Don't doubt. I like money. Just consider it as buying medicine from me. No need to think too much. The three of them looked at each other and smiled, feeling even more fond of Qiao Nian's open-minded personality. Xiao Jinyu looked a bit proud as he glanced at Xiao Jinxing, clearly saying, How about that? I found a good wife, right? Xiao Jinxing directly pulled him out, worried about his father, and not wanting to see this brat showing off here. Miss Qi, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Should we have the doctor come to check? Qiao Nian said. Qi Minru shook her head. I feel fine now and the pain is gone. Your medicine worked very well. Thank you. And if you don't mind, just call me Roer. Is it okay if I call you Nian Nian? Qiao Nian smiled and nodded. Yes, I think calling each other by our names makes us less distant. After a few words, Qiao Nian had a good impression of Qi Minru. Usually, when a girl faces such trouble, she would hide away, cry all day, and be afraid to see anyone. But Qi Minru was confident and open-minded, not caring about others' gazes. Such a strong, optimistic, and cheerful girl is truly worth cherishing. She changed the bandage on Qi Minru's wound. Since her fingers were inconvenient, Luyan helped her change clothes and politely left the room. Xiao Nian glanced briefly at Qi Minru's fingers. They were severely bent, and since a long time had passed, the wounds had already healed. Applying ointment wouldn't help anymore. Xiao Nian knew that the proper treatment for such injuries involved breaking the healed fingers again, realigning the dislocated bones, and using special ointment, which could restore them quickly. Only a highly skilled doctor could do this. Xiao Jinxing hadn't said anything, but she suspected he had already asked the famous Dr. Liu for help. Anian, I need to discuss something with you. Xiao Jinxu's voice came from outside the room. You mean that Qi Minru in the capital is actually Qi Yujiao? She replaced Roer's identity, poisoned the young master, and married the Marquis of Liang's son? Roer's injuries were also caused by her, and her parents were involved in this too. Qiao Nian found it hard to believe. She had thought it was some serious grudge that drove a girl to such extremes. She never imagined that close family members could be the ones stabbing you in the back. She quickly asked, Did you not realize at the time that Qi Minru was fake? She poisoned the young master. Why did you still keep her around? Xiao Jinxu replied. My brother and I both suspected her. After that incident, all her maids and servants were replaced. We tracked her for half a year, but she never showed any signs of suspicion. Later, my older brother kept getting poisoned, and the emperor and officials were watching everything in the house. I left the capital to find an antidote, so the matter was put on hold for a while. I didn't expect that I would cause Qi Minru so much suffering. Xiao Jinyu knows that Xiao Jinsheng has been overwhelmed with guilt and regret these past 2 days, and he feels the same. Qi Minru has loved coming to the mansion since she was young, and he liked to follow his older brother. The three of them grew up together, but they lost her and hated her for 3 years. Xiao Jinyu now feels afraid to look at Qi Minru, thinking it was their brother's fault for not protecting her, which caused her current state. Xiao Nian notices Xiao Jinyu's self-blame and holds his hand, saying, As long as we find the Ice Soul Snow Lotus, I am confident we can restore Ruer's appearance. The scars on her body can also be hidden. Don't blame yourself too much. Who would have thought she was betrayed by her own parents and tormented by her sister? Xiao Jinyu's eyes brighten with excitement. He says, Anian, really? Ruer's face can be restored? That's great. I'll send someone to find the Ice Soul Snow Lotus right away. Don't rush. First, tell me about the eldest prince's plan and what you want to discuss, Xiao Jinyu says with a shy smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yes, that's even more important, he admits. When Qi Yujiao last tormented Ruer, she mentioned that the Marquis of Zhengguo's estate would soon fall. Their father secretly colluded with Nanqing, and everyone in the Xiao family would be executed. They suspect spies have infiltrated the army to frame their father for treason and selling out the country. His older brother has already sent a message to their father, warning him to be careful of those around him. But they're still worried about their father's safety. He needs to go quickly to the southwest to help solve the military problems, while his older brother returns to the capital to deal with the people there. That's his specialty. So, you want me to go with you? If something happens there, the medicine I have could save many people. Is that right? Qiao Nian adds. Xiao Jinyu nods shyly, but then shakes his head. I mean, can you prepare more antidote pills and rejuvenation pills for me? This trip will be dangerous, and I don't want you to take risks. You and your older brother should go back to the capital first. I'll come back later. Qiao Nian gives him a look that says, you still have a conscience, and asks, when do you plan to leave? Tomorrow morning. Tonight, I need your help to prepare the medicines, he says. He also plans to return to the capital first to help Ruer recover some of her owed interest. Qiao Nian's eyes turn, and she says, the distance to the capital is less than half a day. If we move quickly, could we make a round trip in one night? Xiao Jinyu feels his plan is seen through and helplessly nods. Then let's leave now, return by tomorrow morning, and I will go with you to the southwest. Qiao Nian finished speaking and pulled Xiao Jinyu to leave. She didn't plan to stay in the capital city. It was too strict, and staying too long would make her feel uncomfortable. Tonight, she wanted to settle everything, deal with the crown prince, and then their family would be safe. Xiao Jinyu was momentarily shocked and was about to speak when suddenly a figure appeared on the wall. The person casually said, Second young Master Xiao, where are you going? Why not stay and chat? Instantly, Xiao Jinyu's face turned serious, and he looked deeply at the person on the wall. Old servant Luo, long time no see. Why are you suddenly here? Do you have any advice for me? At this moment, all the hidden guards and secret guards inside and outside the courtyard were tense, drawing their swords and quickly approaching. Old servant Luo chuckled lightly, showing no respect for anyone below him, as he saw them as already dead. I dare not. But isn't your Xiao family proud of your loyalty? Today, I will send you down to serve the late emperor. You don't need to worry. I will see you all off. Old servant Luo, that's a bit much. Do you really think you're invincible? Xiao Jingsheng's voice came from the archway, and he appeared with some guards. Seeing this, old servant Luo raised an eyebrow and said, the heir's injury is actually healed? Who healed you? That old man Lu Daxian really has such skills? Looks like I need to visit him soon. Good things should be shared with everyone, that's more fun. Xiao Jinyu said, I think you're the really old one, and you're a dead eunuch with no descendants. You're so old. Why don't you just die? That would make things more interesting. They all wanted to kill him, so why be polite? Xiao Nian took the chance to hide behind Xiao Jinyu. She noticed that the moment he appeared, he was definitely a tough expert. She was quickly using her mind to coat the big sword in the room with snake poison, but she was worried, so she added a layer of arrow poisonwood juice. Both poisons she collected during her last trip to the deep mountains, and she didn't expect to use them so soon. Old servant Luo didn't have many enemies in his life, because he killed anyone he didn't like. But this second young Master Xiao had escaped from him twice, slipping through his fingers each time. Now he was determined to see how he would escape again. As his thoughts raced, old servant Luo's expression became a little wild as he lunged toward Xiao Jinyu. Just as Xiao Jinyu was about to strike back, Qiao Nian suddenly darted out from behind him at lightning speed, leaving only a shadow. Before anyone could react, she had already cut across Luo Gonggong's neck with her knife. Truly, in the world of martial arts, speed is unbeatable. If I had known he was so weak, I wouldn't have wasted so much poison on him. As Qiao Nian turned around, Luo Gonggong's body fell to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, and his eyes wide with disbelief. Xiao Nian almost carried her big sword on her shoulder and walked toward everyone. Her expression was calm, but her proud attitude surprised the crowd. Luo Gonggong, the top expert in the palace, once alone wiped out half the martial world, Xiao Jinxing said with difficulty. Xiao Nian replied, "He is already dead." Luo Gonggong practiced a very dangerous martial art that can kill instantly. His inner strength is deep. Since he became famous 15 years ago, no one has been able to defeat him. Xiao Jinyu mechanically recited what everyone in the capital and the martial world knew. Xiao Nian said, "He is already dead. If you don't believe it, go and see for yourselves." At this moment, a few people swallowed nervously. The guards and secret guards all felt that the world had become mysterious. What had they just seen? It turned out that the true expert had been right beside them all along. From shock to numbness, everyone only took a few moments. Because Xiao Nian had brought their consciousness back. "Why are you all just standing there? Are you scared? Haven't you killed anyone before?" Xiao Nian said, with a look of disbelief, shaking her head. She muttered softly, "I don't believe it." Everyone was speechless. Seriously, after she scared everyone, was there a need for another shock? Xiao Jinyu suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ignoring everyone present, he hugged Xiao Nian and spun around, showing off. "Ah Nian, you're so amazing. I didn't even see how you made your move just now. Can you teach me that move? Then we'll be truly unbeatable." Xiao Jinxing's face was truly hard to look at. How could he be so happy about being a kept man? It was embarrassing. He decided to go home and tell his mother he didn't have such shameless younger brothers. Everyone touched their noses and rubbed their eyes, avoiding eye contact to lower their presence. Xiao Nian really wanted to cover her face. Honestly, everyone who time-traveled found cool, aloof male gods or powerful CEOs. Why did she end up with this silly dog? Her strange thoughts were hopelessly naive. To ease the awkwardness, Xiao Nian hurriedly threw Xiao Jinyu onto her back. With her current strength, carrying him was effortless. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from everyone's sight. Many years later, everyone still remembered their masters and mistress's brave deeds today. As the last light disappeared from the sky, Xiao Nian carried Xiao Jinyu and reached a forest 5 miles outside the capital. What should we do? The city gates are definitely closed. How do we get in? Xiao Nian, out of breath but not red in the face, gently put Xiao Jinyu down. Xiao Jinyu, already numb from the excitement, had traveled for half a day, but Xiao Nian finished the journey in less than an hour, even while carrying him. Xiao Jinyu looked defeated and sat heavily on the ground, weakly saying, "When it gets completely dark, I'll take you another way into the city." Xiao Nian kicked him lightly and said impatiently, "Why do you look like that?" "I'm just trying to save time. We need to enjoy a good walk in the city tonight." "It would be a shame if we don't have enough time," she then said. "Come on. I'll teach you my internal energy technique." Xiao Jinyu immediately jumped up, his eyes shining brightly, like a little black cat being spoiled after drinking a lot of spiritual water. He happily asked, "Really? But won't your master mind?" "My master?" Xiao Nian almost said she had no master, but without a master, how could she explain her martial arts skills? She scratched her head in frustration. "Yeah, I guess Ah Nian has been practicing martial arts since she was young. That master is quite eccentric and doesn't want others to know he exists, right?" "Stop joking," Xiao Nian snapped, annoyed. "You've read too many storybooks. I don't have a master. I accidentally entered a cave in the mountains and found a martial arts manual inside. I was curious, so I opened it and read it. But just after I finished, the manual disappeared. I trained according to the method above for a while, and that's how I got my current skills." Xiao Nian spoke naturally, as if she wasn't lying. Teaching Xiao Jinyu the carefree step was something she had long planned. Only by progressing together could they go further. She took this chance to say it now, so she wouldn't need to make excuses later. Of course, she wasn't afraid that Xiao Jinyu might turn against her in the future. Having lived again, if she still hesitated and worried about everything, what was the point? This time, she wanted to enjoy life freely, doing everything she had once wanted to do but never did, falling in love, getting married, and experiencing life fully. If Xiao Jinyu showed signs of turning against her, she wouldn't hesitate to stop him early. Xiao Jinyu suddenly felt a chill on his back, but the feeling disappeared in an instant, and he didn't think much of it. Still analyzing Qiao Nian, she might have found a cave left by a fairy. Rumor has it that the jade slips left by the fairy disappear after others see them. Qiao Nian's martial arts and agility are so impressive that they must be from a cultivation technique of a fairy. I didn't expect him to be partly right. Qiao Nian agreed a few words and also asked a question she had been curious about but was afraid to ask. Where did you find the spiritual crystal you gave to the eldest son? Xiao Jinyu replied, I stole that spiritual crystal from the palace. That was also the first time I exchanged hands with Lord Luo. I almost got caught by him. Luckily, I had the special sedative made by Dr. Lu. It didn't knock him out, but it slowed him down enough for me to escape. The palace? Do you know if there's still spiritual crystals inside? Yes, but probably not many. Rumor has it that 100 years ago, some princes and princesses entered the fairy realm and became cultivators. These crystals were left by them. But only the emperor of each dynasty knows the full story. Others are just guesses. Qiao Nian paused thoughtfully and said, Let's go into the city now. I want to visit the palace. Those crystals are useful to me. Even the smallest mosquito is meat. Maybe I can find more clues about the crystals. Okay, I'll take you through the secret passage into the city. Xiao Jinyu didn't ask what Qiao Nian wanted the crystals for. He sensed she was hiding something, but since she didn't want to say, he wouldn't ask. As long as Qiao Nian wanted something, he would do his best to get it for her. On the way, Qiao Nian first asked Xiao Jinyu to memorize the internal skill of the carefree step, then demonstrated the movement to him. Once Xiao Jinyu fully remembered it, they hurried on their way, planning to practice it more slowly later. Xiao Jinyu led Qiao Nian around half the city wall and finally found a hidden entrance in a common patch of weeds. About half an hour later, they crawled out of a dry well inside the city. The exit here is too unsafe. Although it's remote, someone might pass by. What if they find us? Qiao Nian said as she jumped out of the well and brushed off some dust. Xiao Jinyu replied, All the houses around here are bought by me. The people living here are trustworthy. They look just like ordinary citizens, so others won't notice anything unusual. Qiao Nian nodded without asking more and quickly left. Their first destination was naturally the Qi family. On the way, Qiao Nian was troubled. She didn't know much about others in the capital, but since the crown prince had sent people to assassinate her family based on just an unconfirmed rumor, she saw no reason to be polite to him. The prince's residence must have many valuable things, but with Xiao Jinyu nearby, she can't freely take whatever she wants. Should she tell her about her space ability? Xiao Nian plucked a few hairs, still undecided about revealing it. Suddenly, Xiao Jinyu spoke, pulling Xiao Nian back from her thoughts. And Nian, the Long Princess, has a magical device left by an immortal. What kind of device? Xiao Nian became curious. Something that makes objects disappear and reappear. I researched ancient books for a long time and found out that it's a space device used by immortals. It can store things inside and retrieve them easily. Xiao Jinyu said seriously. Xiao Nian stopped in shock. Could there be other space devices in this world? She always used her space carefully, so she probably hadn't been discovered. Are you sure it's a space device? Seeing Xiao Jinyu nod, Qiao Nian's mind raced. Why would he tell her such an important and secret thing so openly? After thinking for a long time, though it was only a few breaths, she decided to tell him about her space ability. This world once had cultivators, and many things from the cultivation world remain. Her space could be linked to cultivators. If she could get the Long Princess's space device, their future actions would be much easier, definitely more than what she could achieve alone. Plus, they needed to find spiritual crystals, and she couldn't explain where they went. Unless she and Xiao Jinyu parted ways completely, wandering aimlessly to search everywhere. What's the difference from fishing in a sea? To get more, she must pay a price. But she still had to be careful. If this secret leaked, they would become targets. Even with strong martial arts, they couldn't oppose the whole world. Seeing her stop, Xiao Jinyu also paused. When he saw her face full of shock and hesitation, he found her utterly adorable. He couldn't help but ruffle her hair and smile. When I first learned about this, I was also shocked. But since she's Ming Ro Jie's mother, I didn't act on it. Now, there's no need to hold back. Qiao Nian composed herself and smiled sweetly at him. Suddenly, a shiny apple appeared out of nowhere in her hand. She saw Xiao Jinyu's face also show surprise. Playfully, she held the apple in front of his eyes, and it disappeared instantly. After flipping her hand, a potato and some green vegetables appeared. Then everything suddenly disappeared again. This. Space, On Yen, you also have a space, Xiao Jinyu stammered in shock. Now I suspect you are a fairy, here to undergo a trial in the human world. No wonder you have so many spiritual herbs and can make antidote pills and return pills. I've only read about these two kinds of pills in ancient books. You know about antidote pills and return pills? Then why didn't you ask me? Qiao Nian asked suspiciously, realizing she had already revealed her secret. Xiao Jinyu suddenly smiled again, a sincere smile that seemed to touch people's hearts. If On Yen doesn't say, it's always a secret. I won't be curious or investigate. I believe you will never hurt me. Qiao Nian showed a knowing smile, feeling warm and deeply touched. She pulled his hand and said as they walked forward, Now you know, let's go quickly. If we delay any longer, we won't have enough time. Xiao Jinyu pulled her back firmly, looking very serious. On Yen, promise me not to tell anyone about the space. If someone notices something strange in the future, just blame me, understand? Seeing how serious he was, Qiao Nian nodded in agreement, thinking she would be extra careful when using the space from now on. Xiao Jinyu was very familiar with the layout of the capital city. He took Qiao Nian along the shortest routes. When they arrived at the Qi residence, it was still early, and the house was brightly lit. They found a hidden spot, changed clothes, and covered their faces and hair, leaving only their eyes visible. Qiao Nian even added a bit of height to herself and widened her shoulders, making her back look more like a man. Only then did they climb over the wall into the Qi residence. Since the princess had married Qi Chongping, she refused to live in the official's residence, and Qi Chongping didn't want to stay in the princess's house, feeling it would damage his dignity as a man. Eventually, the princess used silver to buy a new house, and they moved out. So, besides the princess and her husband, only their 2 sons and their wives and concubines lived in the house. Xiao Jinyu was familiar with the layout of the Qi residence. He led Qiao Nian past patrolling guards and quickly reached the back courtyard. They each took care of 4 hidden guards in the shadows. The maids and servants in the yard didn't notice anything unusual and were knocked out with sleeping powder. Inside the main house, the princess was being served by a maid and a lady-in-waiting, removing her hairpins. Maid, the master went to that fox spirit's room again. Why don't you let me get rid of her? She only knows how to seduce the master all day. Standing behind the princess, the maid carefully placed a small red gold phoenix hairpin into a box. Then she said, Princess, men are never completely faithful. If you deal with this one, there will be another. Since she can't have children, keeping her is better than Lord going out to find those charming women. Don't you think? You are the princess and have the eldest and second sons. There's no need to bother with someone so lowly. She doesn't even have a proper status, so she can't surpass you. The princess wanted to say more but suddenly felt dizzy and lost consciousness. The maid and 2 maids serving her also fainted and slumped to the ground. Qiao Nian and Xiao Jinyu confidently pushed open the door and quickly searched every corner of the room, gathering all the valuable items onto the table. Xiao Jinyu even dismantled the princess's bed and found a hidden compartment in a corner, which held a small sandalwood box about the size of a palm. We found it, Xiao Jinyu whispered, calling Qiao Nian over. They opened the lid to reveal a green gemstone ring. The gemstone looked very valuable, but the ring's material was unclear. At that moment, Qiao Nian's face slightly vibrated. She tried to sense it more carefully, but felt no further change. Xiao Jinyu examined the ring carefully, but couldn't see anything unusual. Nian, how did you open your space before? How do I use this? Xiao Nian had already prepared her explanation. She said, I accidentally dropped blood on a jade bracelet, which opened my space. But if someone else has bound the space, dropping blood on it won't work. Xiao Jinyu's face, hidden under black cloth, showed an expression of understanding. Then he said, it probably wasn't bound. When the dark guards checked, the princess was actually worried about how to open the space inside this ring. Besides Nian, no one else knows the secret of opening a space like this. He handed the ring to Xiao Nian to keep. Xiao Nian was confused. Why are you giving this to me? Since the ring isn't bound to anyone, just make it recognize its owner. I already have my own space, so this won't help me. Xiao Jinyu paused thoughtfully. He really needed this space. On his trip to the southwest, he planned to bring many things. With this space, he could store everything without attracting attention. A dagger slid over his finger, and a drop of blood fell onto the green gemstone. The blood was instantly absorbed, leaving no trace. Xiao Jinyu felt confused as Yao Yao touched his head. He didn't notice any change. Xiao Nian asked him to drop 2 more drops to try again. These drops were quickly absorbed. Suddenly, Xiao Jinyu felt a strong dizziness wash over him. Soon, the feeling disappeared, and a bright space appeared in his mind. The space was empty, about 20 feet high and 50 feet long and wide. He could clearly sense every part of it. So this is a space, Xiao Jinyu said excitedly. Nian, I also have a space now. It's very empty, and I can store many things inside. His eyes were full of joy and amazement as he seemed to remember the strange feeling in his mind. Xiao Nian told him to try putting things from the table into the space and see if a person could go inside. Xiao Jinyu focused and silently thought, store. The jewelry on the table vanished instantly. When he looked at the ground inside the space, he saw a pile of items, which were the jewelry from the table. He took the items out and put them back in many times, trying again and again. He also tried to enter the space himself, but failed. The space didn't have land, so it probably couldn't be used for farming. It was just a storage space. They still needed to test if it could keep things fresh. Seeing his excited and silly look, Xiao Nian smiled slightly. All right, put everything away. These are too fancy, and they've been used by others. I don't like them. Store them and find a chance to exchange everything for silver or grain. And what do you plan to do with that woman? Xiao Jinyu looked at the still unconscious princess. He took out 2 pills from his pocket. These are bone erosion pills made by Dr. Liu. They can make someone wish they were dead. She and Qi Chongping each take 1. The rest will be given to my older brother and sister Minru. They want to take revenge themselves. Xiao Nian took the pills and went over to open the princess's mouth to feed her. She thought it was a bit too kind to her. She also saw a pair of scissors on the dressing table and suddenly smiled mischievously. She believed that when the princess woke up tomorrow morning, she would be very surprised. When they left the princess's courtyard, they saw only a few servants lying on the ground. The trees in the yard couldn't be moved. Everything else was stored in Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Nian's space. They hurried and found Qi Chongping in another quiet small courtyard. As they approached the house, they heard a woman's soft calls and a man's heavy breathing inside. Xiao Jinyu quickly pulled Xiao Nian back a little, telling her to stay still. He stepped forward and used a sleeping drug to blow inside. Quick-moving Xiao Nian barely had time to react before Xiao Jinyu was back by her side. In her past life, Xiao Nian had never even touched a man's hand, let alone experienced such things. She had never seen them before. As she turned her head away, she didn't notice Xiao Jinyu's ears turning red enough to bleed. Soon, there was no sound from inside. Xiao Jinyu quickly entered, and just as Xiao Nian was about to peek at the door, Xiao Jinyu, who had already come out, caught her. Embarrassed, she rubbed her nose and was about to say something when she heard Xiao Jinyu's voice. Let's go to Qi Chongping's study and storeroom. He may not have real power in the court, but as a prince consort, he has plenty of good things in his house. Xiao Nian nodded. Both of them remembered to search the small courtyard thoroughly and quickly disappeared into the night. They moved fast. In less than an hour, the Qi family estate was completely emptied. All unmarked gold, silver, jade, pearls, fabrics, brocades, herbs, delicacies, and other valuables were stored in Qiao Nian's space. Perhaps due to her small-town mindset, Qiao Nian even took the unused smokeless charcoal, fruitwood charcoal, and silver thread charcoal from last year's storeroom. Their destructive power was comparable to locusts passing through. Items with royal or major city shop marks, jade ornaments, antiques, red jade money trees, jade cabbage, white jade qilin, jade rui scepters, fine rosewood furniture, antique stands, double-sided embroidered landscape screens, marked gold and silver jewelry, were all collected by Xiao Jinyu, who had ways to handle them. While on the move, Qiao Nian also counted her gains. Excluding other items, she had about 15,000 taels of silver, 70,000 taels of yellow silver, countless gold and silver seeds, at least several thousand taels, and 58,000 taels in banknotes. If her face hadn't been covered with black cloth, she would have shown her bright white teeth in excitement. They had made a fortune. She never expected a princess's residence to be so wealthy. Unfortunately, they only had one night, and time was tight. Otherwise, she would have forced those corrupt officials to return all the military funds embezzled over the years from the Southwestern Army. The Marquis of Liang's residence was conveniently on the way to the palace. They passed by and cut a hairstyle for Qi Yujiao, matching that of the princess. Qi Yujiao liked to torment others, so now she could experience what it felt like to be tormented. After obtaining the medical texts, Qiao Nian became familiar with the properties of various spiritual herbs. Just a little potion made from illusionary ghost grass was enough to make her lose consciousness, unable to distinguish reality from dreams. Meanwhile, her malice and deepest fears were amplified infinitely. She would sometimes be clear-headed, sometimes go mad. Watch her try to maintain her gentle and kind persona. Once the Marquis of Liang knows she is not truly Qi Minru, it will surely be very interesting. The Marquis of Liang is considered neutral in court, always cautious and avoiding conflicts, so Xiao Jinyu only took the items from Qi Yujiao's private treasury. If possible, she will return these to Qi Minru and let her decide what to do. The Marquis of Liang's residence is just 2 streets away from the Crown Prince's palace, but in less than 10 breaths, they are already standing outside the Crown Prince's residence. Xiao Jinyu feels more skilled at her light steps, moving faster than before. When they arrive, she learns that the Crown Prince is resting after an injury and hasn't returned to his palace, but that doesn't stop them from clearing out the palace. To save time, they split up. Qiao Nian goes to the storeroom, backyard, and kitchen, while Xiao Jinyu heads to the front yard and study. Qiao Nian is quick and unnoticed by the guards, knocking them out almost without resistance. This is the Crown Prince's residence, so Qiao Nian is even less gentle. She takes everything, whether she needs it or not. She quickly empties the backyard and fills boxes with gold and silver from the storeroom, almost blinding herself with the shine. She knows the amount is definitely more than what the Princess Chong has. Most of the remaining items bear royal seals, which she also stores in her space, planning to give them to Xiao Jinyu later for him to handle. They do not touch the courtyards of the 2 concubines and several maidservants, as the Crown Prince is not yet married, and Qiao Nian doesn't know their characters, so she leaves their belongings alone. When they arrive at the front yard, Xiao Jinyu just comes out, but his expression is unusual, like he's just experienced a storm, fists clenched, muscles tense, giving the impression he's about to fight someone. Xiao Nian steps forward to ask, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Xiao Jinyu's face is still cold and hard, but when he sees Qiao Nian, he instinctively softens his tone. "Luckily we came tonight. Or who knows when my Xiao family would be accused of treason and executed. Did you find anything?" Xiao Jinyu's voice carries a hint of sadness. "I found a letter in the Crown Prince's study's hidden compartment. It's enough to send everyone in the Xiao family to the guillotine. The letter is from the Duke of Xingua to the 5th Prince of Nanqing. It states that the Duke is willing to exchange 5 southwestern cities for the 5th Prince's trust and the position of Grand General of Nanqing, pledging loyalty to the 5th Prince and aiming to overthrow the entire Beishun dynasty. Xiao Jinyu saw the content above, and his eyes seemed to burn with fierce fire. His hands trembled slightly and uncontrollably. Do the Xiao family, who have served the Northern Shan royal family for generations, really have to face such an end? The letter was written in the same style as the Marquis of Jinghua, perfect and flawless, so no one would suspect it was fake. But the Marquis of Jinghua has a habit. When writing his mother's name, he would leave out a stroke to show respect for his late mother. Only Xiao Jinyu, his brother, and the Marquis's wife knew about this habit. The character Hui in this letter was written normally. Even without this flaw, Xiao Jinyu wouldn't believe his father, who swore loyalty to the court, could have written it. Moreover, the fifth prince of Nanqing had a deadly grudge against the Xiao family. It was impossible for such a thing to happen, yet they still wanted to frame them. Xiao Jinyu found it extremely funny. And why? The Xiao family has guarded the border for generations and has never had any rebellious thoughts. Why are they so suspicious? Why would they want to kill us? Xiao Jinyu's voice grew more sorrowful. Power really can turn people into such villains. Xiao Nian gently hugged him. It's okay. We found this early, and we still have time and opportunity. They won't succeed. Xiao Jinyu seemed to make a firm decision. Since their father wouldn't make that choice, let their brothers take the lead. Anian, let's go to the palace. After that night, the capital was in chaos, with rumors flying everywhere. Did you hear? The crown prince died suddenly last night. Someone scoffed. He didn't die suddenly. Someone sneaked into the palace and assassinated him. Not only that, I heard the palace was emptied by a group of thieves. The emperor's throne and the jade seal are gone. Quick, tell us more. Those thieves are so bold. They even dared to move the throne? You can't tell anyone. My sister-in-law's cousin's wife's younger brother, who works as a minor official in the palace, brought back this news. It's definitely true. Last night, the entire palace was robbed. The emperor's private treasury and the harem's chambers were emptied. They say some important items were stolen. The emperor is furious. This morning, all the ministers were kneeling outside the main hall. The leader of the imperial guards was imprisoned by imperial decree, and the chancellor and ministers were involved. If a few princes hadn't intervened in time, who knows what chaos might have happened. Hearing this, another person anxiously asked, "What important things? Tell us. Are they more important than the throne and the jade seal?" The person speaking earlier looked mysteriously. Are you crazy? Do you dare to ask about that? He didn't really know what it was. The message only said it was extremely important, and no one except the emperor knew what it was. The Princess Chong sat up stiffly, her whole body aching. She was still trying to understand what was happening. After sleeping all night, why did her body feel so sore? She opened her eyes and saw the nanny lying at her feet, along with two other maids who were leaning to the side. She was also on the ground. Panicking, she looked around the room. Besides the broken bed, the room was empty. For a moment, her mind went blank. Then she hurriedly ran to where the bed used to be, only to see the hidden compartment open and empty. Her belongings had already vanished. A loud, sharp cry echoed through half of the Qi residence. Her space magic device was gone. Someone catch the thief. Quickly catch the thief. I've lost something very important, she shouted. Her cry woke the nanny and the two maids. When they opened their eyes, they were stunned by what they saw and trembled uncontrollably. Why are you just standing there? Go call the master. There's a thief in the house, she ordered. Princess, your hair. The nanny hesitated, trembling. What hair? I told you to call someone. Are you all useless? The princess shouted angrily, instinctively trying to pull her hair. She couldn't grab it and frantically touched her head. Suddenly, her scream was even sharper and louder than before, echoing throughout the estate. Her once well-maintained, attractive hair was gone. Instead, she felt uneven, short hair that was a bit prickly. The normally elegant princess was now frantic, acting like a madwoman, sometimes trying to find the thief who cut her hair to get revenge, sometimes trying to hide herself with something. She couldn't let others see her like this. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt her skin, flesh, and even bones start to ache little by little. Ji Changping woke up to find himself lying on the floor completely naked. His concubine beside him was tightly covered with a blanket. Just as he was about to scold her, he suddenly sensed something very wrong in the room. He called the servants, asked about the situation, and put on his servant's clothes to go out. But then, a wave of intense pain shot through him, causing him to curl up in pain. The servants saw this and panicked. With no one in charge, the steward ignored the two young masters and hurried back to the official's residence to ask the steward to take charge. Qiyu Jiao was luckier than her parents. She woke up in her own bed, but suddenly felt dazed, as if she had returned to that small room in the countryside. Today, the lady refused to go out again, saying that a noble person was coming to the estate and she couldn't risk offending them. No, she has already returned to the Qi residence. No, she is already married. This is the Liang Marquis' residence. Come, bring the servant girl to dress me. Today is my return visit, and I want to wear that big red embroidered peony dress. Hurry and find it for me. The maid trembled as she entered. Last night, thieves broke into their yard, and all the items in the storeroom were stolen. They didn't know how to report this. Suddenly, they saw Qiyu Jiao with messy hair, and the maid fainted in fright. Useless thing, it's already so late, and you're pretending to faint. I told you to pretend. I told you I looked down on you. Qiyu Jiao seemed to have gone mad, tearing at the person on the ground. The maid, hurt and in pain, was awakened and unprepared, and Qiyu Jiao kicked her hard. She screamed loudly. The servants in the yard were attracted by the noise. They saw the usually gentle and kind young lady, the wife of the heir, acting like a madwoman, hitting and kicking the maid. When they saw Qiyu Jiao's disheveled hair, everyone was so frightened they backed away. Some hurried to inform the heir. In the end, Qiyu Jiao was confined in the yard. The Liang Marquis' estate claimed that the young lady had gone mad and couldn't see anyone. The palace was in chaos. The imperial seal was stolen, the dragon throne was missing, and the emperor's private treasury was completely emptied. The empress, noble consort Xu, concubine Li, concubine Da, and several high-ranking consorts' palaces were left empty. The crown prince suddenly died without cause. These incidents touched the emperor's bottom line. The thieves seemed to know royal secrets well. 40 spiritual crystals passed down through generations of emperors had vanished without a trace. The dignity and face of the royal family were trampled on, and the entire palace guard and imperial guards failed to notice anything unusual. The emperor, furious, felt a cold chill deep inside. His hands clenched tightly, his gaze sharp but unfocused. Seeds of suspicion kept growing in his mind. Everyone in the imperial city was on edge. The streets and alleys were filled with guards, and anyone suspicious was arrested. The noble families feared the fire would burn to their own doors. They kept their gates tightly shut every day, only leaving a small side door for servants. The princess's petition to see the emperor couldn't even be delivered. She was so angry she trembled all over but could do nothing. She had to return to her residence in frustration, planning to come back in a few days to see the emperor. The two people stirring up storms in the capital had already mounted their horses and were heading southwest. Peace and Zhao Jinghao watched their departing figures with reluctant eyes. Both knew that Qiao Nian and Xiao Jinyu had important matters to attend to. Despite their reluctance, they did not ask to go with them. Only when they could no longer see their figures did Xiao Jinxing speak, telling everyone to head back. They also needed to leave for the capital. The day after the royal city was robbed, the crown prince's son Xiao Jinxing returned with the missing 9th prince, who had been gone for many days. This again caused a stir in the court. The next day, news spread that the 9th prince's disappearance was deliberate. He was knocked out and secretly taken out of the city. 2 days later, the person responsible for kidnapping the 9th prince was caught. Unexpectedly, this led to the queen's maternal family, the Su family of the Shangshu residence. All evidence pointed to the second young master of the Su family, who had conspired with criminals to kidnap the 9th prince and intended to harm him to pave the way for the queen's third son. At the same time, someone accused the eldest son of the Su family of bullying and harming several noble women. The Shangshu's wife and her brother secretly collected debts, harming many common people. To cover their crimes, they killed several witnesses overnight, but were caught on the spot by officials from the Dali court. Everything happened suddenly. Su Shangshu had no time to react as his wife and children were already imprisoned. The common people discussed eagerly, their interest in the story growing. The emperor was furious again and ordered the Dali court to investigate thoroughly. Su Shangshu was confined in the Shangshu residence, not allowed to leave until the case was resolved. The queen and the third prince knelt outside the imperial study for 4 hours, but could not persuade the emperor to change his mind. Since losing the eldest son, noble consort Shu had been pretending to be ill and staying indoors. Hearing that the queen's maternal family was rejected by the emperor and that even the third prince's pleas were useless, her spirits, which had been low for days, greatly improved. Having fought with the queen for many years, her son was gone, and she believed the queen's son would never take that position. She immediately sent a message to Grand Tutor Xie, instructing him to push and step on whoever was responsible. Absolutely no chance for the Su family to rise again. Unaware to noble consort Shu, since the death of the eldest son, the Xie family had decided to support the second prince for the throne. Although the third prince was the legitimate heir, the queen's family and the Xie family had long-standing grudges from their secret struggles, now reaching a point of irreconcilable conflict. The fourth and fifth prince's mothers were from foreign tribes and held low status, making it impossible for them to inherit the throne. The sixth prince was born disabled, and the seventh and eighth princes were still young, with weak maternal clans, so they could not compete with the grown second prince. Although the ninth prince has a powerful family like the Xiao family, Xiao men are mostly foolish men who care only about women and not about the throne. They are not capable of taking on great responsibilities. Moreover, the ninth prince is only 5 years old this year. The Xie family cannot wait for him to grow up slowly. Almost immediately after hearing the news of the crown prince's sudden death, the Xie family prepared to support the second prince. The second prince's maternal grandfather is the Marquis of Jinbei, who commands an army of 200,000 in the northwest. With the support of the entire Xie family, it is believed that the second prince's rise to power is only a matter of time. When the Grand Tutor Xie learned about the emperor's attitude toward the Su family, he personally went to visit the second prince's residence. They talked for a long time until nightfall, and only then did the Grand Tutor leave. Half a month later, the court's verdict was announced. Lady Su and her brother were accused of harming others and secretly amassing wealth. They were fined and sentenced to death after autumn. The eldest son of the Su family was guilty of bullying boys and girls and harming innocent young women. He was exiled to the cold northwest. The second son of the Su family harmed the prince and was sentenced to death, with the entire family confiscated and exiled 3,000 miles away. The empress was reprimanded by the emperor, who took back her authority over the harem and restricted her from leaving for a year. When the third prince heard the news, he showed no reaction and did not go to plead with the emperor. He stayed behind closed doors every day, drowning his worries in wine. Many in the palace said he was cold and unfeeling. When the Su family was powerful, he was fully loyal to them. Now that they are in trouble, he remains silent and only cares about protecting himself. The emperor originally did not want to hear anyone plead for the Su family, but since the third prince did not come, he felt a bit disappointed and even somewhat upset with his son. Recently, the ninth prince has been the most visible in front of the emperor. Now that he has recovered, his face is fuller and round, very cute. Every day, he runs to the study to recite what he learned that day. His head-shaking manner reminds the emperor of his own childhood, which lifts his spirits. Since the ninth prince was kept in the study by the emperor several times, the atmosphere in the palace changed immediately. Now, with the empress restricted and the third prince giving up, the crown prince's sudden death, and the only other heir, the second prince, staying low profile and rarely appearing in front of the emperor, the most favored person is the ninth prince. The chaos in the capital is ongoing, but Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Nian, who are on their way, are unaware of it for now. They left the capital with Yi and others. Whenever they reached a prefecture, a group of people would come to join them, ranging from 500 to 1,000, carrying large supplies of grain and materials. Until half a month later, Xiao Jinyu's team had grown to over 8,000 people. These soldiers were not as skilled as Qiao Nian and Xiao Jinyu, but they could fight 10 to 1 and were all elite fighters. They had also reached the southwestern border. That day, Qiao Nian and Xiao Jinyu pretended to be a young married couple, with Yi and Yi Lu as their guards. The group moved confidently into the border town, Suicheng, without attracting any attention. The temperature here was 6 to 10 degrees higher than in the capital. Yesterday, Qiao Nian felt the heat in the air, and the weather forecast showed the temperature reaching 40 degrees Celsius. At the hottest part of the day, it was about 45 degrees outside. The people here seemed used to it. Daily life was not affected. The city was busy with people, and although there were fewer green plants, it looked similar to other provinces on the surface. Xiao Nian didn't expect there to be a 7 stars in here. When they approached, a middle-aged man warmly greeted them. "Young master, madam, you've finally arrived. The family has been waiting for your visit." They sent a message saying the young lady was coming. "We've waited many days, and today we finally see you," Xiao Jinyu, impatient, replied. "Enough talk. Quickly arrange a nice room for me. It's so hot here. I don't understand why my father insists on doing business here." He looked annoyed, waving his hand and fanning himself, acting like a spoiled young master. The middle-aged man was Xiao Jinyu's former servant, Xiao Ming. The Xiao family had been serving the Xiao clan for generations. Since Grandpa Zhao's time, they had changed their surname to Xiao. The group went up to the 3rd floor of the 7 Stars Inn, which had only 3 floors. Inside a private room, Yi and the others surrounded the area. Xiao Ming then said, "Master, Miss Qiao, you've traveled far. Please have some tea." Qiao Nian was indeed thirsty. She picked up the tea and took a sip, but a bitter taste quickly spread in her mouth, making her frown. Xiao Jinyu hurriedly took the cup from her hand and said, "I forgot to tell you. The water here is a bit bitter. Don't drink it for now. We'll get you some normal water later." Xiao Nian waved her hand and said, "It's okay. Let's get to the main matter." Xiao Jinyu then signaled Xiao Ming to continue. Xiao Ming nodded and continued. "As the master suspected, there is indeed a traitor around the Duke. Our people have been investigating for several days and found that Vice General Wei, who is close to the Duke, has frequent contact with the owner of a tavern in the city. The other day, this tavern owner went out of town for business. We followed him and discovered that he is from Nancheng. The person secretly in contact with him is a deputy general close to the 5th Prince of Nancheng. That person had previously gone to Nancheng with their master, so they are very sure about it. Actually, it was Wei Xiao. He has followed his father for many years, but we can't find out why he betrayed us," Xiao Jinyu said, tapping the table unconsciously. Xiao Ming shook his head slightly. "Vice General Wei is very cautious. His family is also in the capital. If we hadn't been tracking him indiscriminately, we wouldn't have suspected him. Have you informed his father? Let him be careful of Wei Xiao." "Yes, it's been done. This is a letter from the Duke to the master," Xiao Ming said, pulling out a letter from his pocket and handing it to Xiao Jinyu. After reading it, Xiao Jinyu raised his hand to let Xiao Ming come closer. He whispered a few words, and Xiao Ming immediately stood up. "Understood. I'll have my men make arrangements." He then bowed to Qiao Nian and turned to leave. Qiao Nian took out normal water from her space and poured a cup for both of them. She asked, "Why does the water taste bitter here? Has it always been like this?" Xiao Jinyu picked up his cup and took a sip. "When I came here a year ago, it only had a faint bitter taste." Xiao Ming and the others pretended to be traveling merchants and came twice a year. They said that since last year, the water has become unusually bitter. "The water we drink is filtered and mixed with tea leaves, but for ordinary people, it's even harder to swallow. If this continues, it will be very hard for the common people to survive here." "What about the Southwestern Army? They can't just withdraw, right? Also, hasn't anyone checked the water source?" "What exactly went wrong?" Xiao Jinyu replied, "The army is stationed 50 miles away, where the streams are fine. There are mountains nearby, so their water supply isn't affected for now. When the water quality changed here, my father personally went to check, but found no problems. No one was poisoned after drinking the water, so the matter was put aside. Xiao Nian asked again, "What about the local governor? Doesn't he care either? He's someone loyal to the crown prince. He's here only to monitor my father's actions. As long as the people's issues don't become a big problem, he rarely pays attention. The emperor is really getting senile. Besides caring about his power, he likes to pretend he doesn't see anything. He lets these people act recklessly." Qiao Nian suddenly found the emperor's behavior very intolerable. This year, during the drought in Huai Prefecture, the court did nothing. When it was time to pay taxes, they were completely indifferent, ignoring the lives of ordinary people. The environment here is so harsh, the weather is hot, yet people can't even drink normal water. With such a court, it's no wonder loyal officials and brave generals are not tolerated. Xiao Jinyu smiled softly and said, "I'm afraid only you would dare say that. He is the mighty emperor and no one dares to speak against him. Even his father, despite how the court treated the Xiao family, still upheld the family tradition of loyalty passed down through generations, with no intention of defiance. I wonder if he will continue to hold on this time. Since we have some free time now, take me to see the water source," Qiao Nian said. "Okay, but let's eat first. The weather outside is too hot now. We'll go when it cools down later." Xiao Jinyu agreed. Xiao Nian nodded. Xiao Jinyu took out many prepared dishes from his space and placed them on the table. His space could keep food fresh through experiments. Along the way, they stocked up on a lot of food at each place they passed, spending nearly half of their money from the capital. Anything that couldn't fit in Xiao Jinyu's space was stored in Qiao Nian's space. Qiao Nian felt the weather was a bit strange. The space weather forecast changed in real time based on her location. They traveled through 4 major provinces and over a dozen towns. None of these places were raining, and the temperature kept rising. She was worried about home. How was the old lady doing? Were the strawberries in the fields ripe? Were the watermelons sold out? Having been away for just a month, she already missed home. She realized she was more suited to a simple life, living quietly and peacefully. She wondered if she could ever return to the calm life she once knew. "Anya, and you like donkey meat buns, cured meat rice, chilled bayberries, and lychees. I'll bring them out after we finish eating. It's too hot now, and they won't stay cold once taken out." Qiao Nian's thoughts were pulled back. She smiled sweetly at Xiao Jinyu and said, "Okay, you eat too." After they finished eating, yeah, and the others had also eaten next door. Everyone went together to the place where the townspeople usually fetch water, a river not far outside the city. The people here have used water from this river for generations. The river is close to the city, making it easy to fetch water. Over time, the villagers got used to coming here, and few wanted to spend money to dig their own wells, thinking it unnecessary. Near the river, many villagers were drawing water. Downstream was where women washed clothes, and the upstream was the area for sedimenting the water. The river was visibly murky, and people carried 2 wooden buckets, one for drawing water, one for sedimenting. After letting the water sit for a while, they would carry away the sedimented water. Qiao Nian wanted to explore further upstream. She walked for about an hour, but didn't find the river's source. However, the water here was clearly much muddier than below, several times more turbid. Both Qiao Nian and Xiao Jinyu tasted the water. It was bitter and astringent, not fit to drink. Xiao Nian had a suspicion but needed to verify it before being sure. "Yi, fetch a few buckets of water here, I need it," she ordered. Yi and the others trusted her deeply and would follow her commands without question. Xiao Jinyu didn't mind and even rewarded each of them with a pill that could boost internal strength. From now on, Qiao Nian's orders became his commands. This showed how much Xiao Jinyu loved her and cared for her. Qiao Nian was speechless, but used the time to refine many pills. The herbs in her space had ripened again, so she didn't worry about running out of ingredients. Their space now held over 1,000 pills of various kinds, ready to be used without any regret. Their actions only drew attention when the first batch of pills was sold. Divine Dr. Liu came to visit, distressed and scolding them for wasting resources, which made the two spenders tone down a bit. Back at their temporary residence, Qiao Nian started working. She instructed Yi Yi and the others to pour all the water into a pot, bring it to a boil, skim off the foam, and then filter it repeatedly through clean cotton cloth. After filtering, she continued boiling the water until most of the moisture evaporated, leaving a white crystalline layer at the bottom of the pot. She scooped out the crystals, tasted a bit, and was pleased to find it salty, without any bitterness. She smiled happily. She succeeded. Xiao Jinyu felt the substance looked familiar. He also tasted some, and suddenly widened his eyes. Onion, this is salt. Is this really salt? Xiao Jinyu was once again shocked. His onion could make salt. Yes, this is salt. I guess there's a salt mine beneath that river, washed out by the water, which is why the water is muddy and bitter. Xiao Jinyu calmed down a little and considered this possibility. He looked excited. Before he could speak, Qiao Nian added, "We can't let the common people keep drinking this river water. Long-term drinking it could cause various diseases and is very bad for health." She couldn't explain with modern terms, but she understood that excessive salt intake was harmful, especially since this muddy water was barely even coarse salt. But I believe Xiao Jinyu understands her meaning. In ancient times, salt was very precious. Once she learned about the salt mine, Xiao Jinyu would never ignore it. Sure enough, when she saw his serious expression, she nodded and said, "I know. I will go to discuss this with my father tonight." 3 days passed quickly. During these days, Qiao Nian hardly left the house. The weather here is extremely hot, and she wishes she could spend every day soaking in an ice basin. Whenever she is alone, she hides in her space to stay cool. Xiao Jinyu only knows that her space can grow plants, but he doesn't know that people can also enter it. There are many modern things inside, which are her secret cards she will never reveal. So, she only plans to enter her space when she is alone and sure that the surroundings are safe. The 40 spirit crystals she received from the palace have been absorbed by her space. Although the space itself hasn't changed much, the crops grow faster now. Wheat, which used to take at least 7 days to mature, now only takes 5 days. It can be harvested sooner. Vegetables like bok choy and spinach, which have short growth cycles, can mature in half a day. The land inside her space is never empty. She keeps 5 acres for various medicinal herbs, and the rest is planted with grains, wheat, corn, dry rice, sweet potatoes, millet, and various vegetables and fruits. She also collected fruit trees during this time: lychee, bayberry, mango, orange, and sugarcane, planting some of each. Qiao Nian plans to keep 5,000 jin of each grain in her space, and the rest will be mixed into the grains and vegetables bought on the road, to help strengthen the soldiers guarding the border. This is her way of doing something for those soldiers risking their lives to defend the frontier, without exposing herself. During these 3 days, Xiao Jinyu has been very busy. Without resolving the traitor issue, no one can rest easy. On the 5th day after arriving at Sui City, Xiao Jinyu took Qiao Nian again to Qixingzhai. This time, they went to meet Xiao Jinyu's father, Duke of Zhenghua, Xiao Heng. Qiao Nian was not very nervous. When they arrived in the southwest, she had already prepared herself to meet her future family. After they entered the private room, not long passed before noisy footsteps sounded outside. Soon, a middle-aged man who resembled Xiao Jinyu by about 60 to 70% appeared at the door. He wore a dark blue embroidered brocade robe with bamboo patterns, with simple cloud motifs embroidered with gold thread on the cuffs and collar. A high-quality mutton fat jade pendant hung at his waist, and he wore a gold-threaded jade crown, with his hair neatly combed. His skin was slightly tanned from the sun, and his black eyes shone with sharpness, looking both fierce and deep. Her lips pressed tightly together, one hand behind her back. As she walked confidently, she exuded the aura of someone in a high position. Xiao Jinyu smiled and said, "Father, you've arrived. This is Anian." Then she turned to Qiao Nian and said, "Anian, this is my father, the Marquis of Zhenghua." Qiao Nian smiled gently and bowed slightly, saying, "Nice to meet you, Marquis." The Marquis quickly examined Qiao Nian, nodding secretly. He thought to himself that his son had good taste. For the first time, a girl was not frightened by his imposing presence and remained calm and natural. She was clear-minded, graceful, respectful but confident, and very beautiful. No wonder his son had written to her first, saying he liked her. Ha ha, no need for formalities. Miss, please sit down, said the Marquis with a relaxed expression. His voice was a little loud because he was used to speaking loudly from years in the army. When he saw them sit down, he took his seat again. Miss Chiao, I must thank you for saving my 2 sons' lives. Without you, I might have lost them, said the Marquis, bowing to Chiao Nian. She sensed his sincerity and smiled softly, replying, You're too kind, Marquis. I just happened to find some healing herbs. Big brother Xiao and the eldest son gave me many things, which balanced out the favor. The Marquis nodded, his smile becoming more genuine. He then changed the subject and said, In that case, let's not talk about it. Don't be so formal, just call me Uncle Xiao. I heard your family only has your grandmother and younger brother. Xiao Nian nodded, and they started talking comfortably. Xiao Jinyu occasionally joined in, making the atmosphere warm and friendly. Xiao Nian then placed several bottles and jars on the table, saying, This is a recovery pill for internal injuries, and this one boosts internal strength. These are detox pills and ointments. These are my gifts for Uncle Xiao. The Marquis's lips twitched with excitement. He had heard from his second son how precious these medicines were. He didn't expect Xiao Nian to be so generous, giving him so many at once. Having fought many battles, he had many hidden injuries. These pills could help heal his wounds and save his life in emergencies. If not for his status, he would have stood up to thank her properly. I didn't expect that the next moment, Xiao Nian took out a gift again. These are prescriptions for discontinuation ointment and hemostatic powder. They are my gifts to the Southwest Army. The battlefield is dangerous, and you have protected the country and people for many years. I can't do much, but I hope these prescriptions can save the soldiers' lives in times of crisis. This time, even Xiao Jinyu was shocked. He had no idea that Xiao Nian had prepared these prescriptions. He had seen the effects of the discontinuation ointment before, and the hemostatic powder was probably a rare and powerful medicine. The value of these 2 prescriptions was beyond measure. She actually gave them to the Southwest Army. Xiao Jinyu felt a wave of emotion. How could there be such a woman in the world? She clearly said she liked silver, but when raising supplies for the army, she didn't hold back at all. She spent hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, without hesitation. In their first encounter, she bargained fiercely over only 800 taels, not giving an inch, as if silver was her life. But for such precious medicines that couldn't be valued with silver, she just gave them away. Was she foolish, or was she really foolish? His silly girl, such a her made his heart fill with joy and pride. Even the Duke of Zhenghua, who had experienced many storms, was shocked. He quickly realized the situation, stood up, and solemnly bowed to Xiao Nian. Miss, I thank you on behalf of 15,000 soldiers of the Southwest. Startled, Xiao Nian hurriedly helped the Duke of Zhenghua to his feet. I can't accept this gift. Uncle Xiao, you truly flatter me. Compared to your efforts, what I have is nothing. Xiao Jinyu also stood up and said, Father, you frightened An Yan. The Duke of Zhenghua knew he had lost his composure and quickly made amends. Haha, I was out of line. It's my luck to have someone like Nian Nian with such grace and broad mind in the Southwest Army. I won't be polite anymore. If this brat dares to bully you in the future, just come find me. I'll break his legs. Wow, 2 prescriptions and their titles even changed. Xiao Jinyu, perhaps he's not her real father? Could he be an adoptive father? Xiao Nian caught a glimpse of Xiao Jinyu's gloomy face, and she smiled happily, feeling she had found a protector. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Several men in black broke through the window and drew their swords, attacking the 3 of them. Zhou Nian's appearance is surprisingly deceiving. She has a small figure, moves lightly, and speaks softly, with every gesture showing feminine grace. She looks like a gentle, delicate girl, making anyone want to protect her. However, her actual fighting skills are probably stronger than everyone present. She has practiced the second level of the Divine Dragon technique and combines it with the agile Xingyao step, making her a walking weapon. Before she could think too much, Yi Yi, Xiaoming, and others rushed in, and a fierce battle broke out. Zhou Nian almost easily defeated a black-clad enemy with each move. Soon, all the black-clad enemies around her were taken down. She turned her sword and charged at another group of enemies. Suddenly, a black-clad person on the upper floor noticed her actions. Originally aiming at the Duke of Zhen, the arrow shifted direction and shot toward Zhou Nian. Everyone felt the sharp killing intent and the incredible speed of the arrow, much faster than normal. Xiao Jinyu's eyes widened with worry, and he shouted, "Be careful, Onian." He was held back by enemies and was too far away to help. Yi Yi swung his sword to defeat the enemy holding him back and quickly stepped forward, intending to protect Zhou Nian with his body. Zhou Nian sensed his move and used her internal energy to push him away swiftly. In everyone's shock and concern, her sword aimed at the arrow at a tricky angle. The arrow brushed past Zhou Nian's clothes and deeply embedded into the floor behind her, with its tip still trembling violently. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and resumed fighting fiercely. They could handle sneak attacks, but daring to attack Zhou Nian, the girl, who gave them such courage. The enemies on the other side didn't expect Zhou Nian to dodge, and as they prepared to shoot a second arrow, they saw that today's chance was rare. If they missed it, they didn't know when they'd get such an opportunity again. Zhou Nian's expression grew serious. She dared to come back for a second shot. In an instant, she stepped out and appeared outside the window. When she reappeared, she was already on the other side, her sword stabbing straight at the enemy. With just one move, the enemy realized he wasn't Zhou Nian's match. He began to retreat, his attacks seeming fierce but actually slowly backing away. Zhou Nian saw through his plan. She was eager to fight someone who could match her a few moves, but she didn't expect him to be so timid. No longer holding back, he swung a powerful sword strike. The man in black was greatly startled, overwhelmed by an unprecedented fear. His eyes showed panic, and he instinctively tried to block with his sword. A clear clang sounded. The sword in the black-clad man's hand broke instantly, and a deep wound, exposing bone, appeared on his chest. Blood gushed out like a fountain, soaking his clothes. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his handsome face instantly turned pale. He supported himself with his short sword, half kneeling on the ground, refusing to fall. He still couldn't believe that the proud fifth prince of Nancheng, who had fought many battles, would be defeated by a young girl today. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu and the Duke of Zhenguo rushed over from behind. Xiao Jinyu quickly stepped in front of Qiao Nian, full of worry and concern. "Hey Nian, are you okay? Are you hurt? Next time, don't be so impulsive," Qiao Nian pouted. "He ambushed me and I couldn't fight back." Xiao Jinyu wanted to explain but saw the fifth prince's condition and thought of Granduncle Luo, feeling helpless. "Be more careful next time." The Duke of Zhenguo's eyes showed some complexity, and he felt a bit regretful that Qiao Nian was not a man. With such skills, if she were a man, she could definitely fight bravely on the battlefield and serve the court well. "Xiao Jinyu, you really are a good father to me." Just then, hurried and chaotic footsteps came from downstairs. He turned to look out the window and saw a large group of armored soldiers rushing in from all directions, quickly surrounding the street. Xiao Jinyu turned around, snatched the fifth prince's sword, and found 2 daggers on him. He pressed on a few vital points to ensure the prince couldn't escape, then returned to the window to observe. "Tiesesfe, father, I never thought you'd be surrounded by your own soldiers one day. You must tell big brother and mother about this when you go back," Xiao Jinyu said mischievously. The Duke of Zhenguo was so angry he kicked him. "You brat, dare to mock me? If you dare to talk nonsense when you get back, I'll skin you alive." At this moment, a person on horseback slowly emerged from the crowd. He looked up and loudly addressed the Duke of Zhenguo. "Duke, surrender now. Since you've been kind to us over the years, I won't take your life." Xiao Jinyu made a few more teasing sounds, but the Duke of Zhenguo shot him a furious glare. "Haha, father, please, I won't say a word," the mischievous guy said, making Qiao Nian want to kick him. The Duke of Zhengua snorted, clearly not wanting to pay him any attention. He turned to the people below and said, Wei Xiao, since you know I have treated you kindly, why did you collude with Nancheng? Why did today's events happen? No. The one colluding with Nancheng is your grace, the Duke. I am just here to catch the traitors who betray the court, Wei Xiao quickly replied. Then he turned to the person behind him and said, Lord Wang, isn't that right? Wang the prefect stepped out from the crowd, smiling flatteringly. General Wei is right. Today, we are only here to catch the traitors working with Nancheng. Upstairs, Xiao Jinyu's face darkened. He turned around, picked up the bow and arrows of the fifth prince, and moved to the window. He drew the bow and aimed an arrow. In the next moment, an arrow shot straight at Prefect Wang's chest. Wang's smug smile faded as he looked down at the arrow piercing his chest. Before he could say a word, he fell backward, lifeless. Chaos erupted below. Wang the prefect was a court official, and now he had been shot dead. Wei Zhao's face turned extremely grim, his eyes cold and sharp like poison. He looked toward Xiao Jinyu. In this game of winners and losers, whoever could walk out today would hold the power. With 3,000 soldiers facing only a few dozen enemies, Wei Xiao believed he would win. The Xiao family had held the position of Duke of Zhengua for too long. It was time for a change. Whoever catches the thief Xiao today will be my frontline general, and I will reward him with 100 taels of gold, Wei Xiao declared. The soldiers cheered loudly, shouting, "Charge," as they raised their swords, ready to fight their enemies. Suddenly, a louder and more commanding shout came from behind them. The soldiers paused and turned around to see a much larger force approaching rapidly to attack them. Wei Xiao recognized the leader at once. It was Xiao Ming. Wei Xiao, you traitor, colluding with outsiders, blocking and attacking the Duke of Zhengua. Now the evidence is clear. What do you have to say? Wei Xiao's gaze hardened as he saw Li Sheng step out from the crowd. He tightened his grip on his sword. How did Li Sheng appear here? In the next moment, Wei Xiao understood everything. Haha, I didn't expect today's setup was all for me. You've all acted so well. Li Sheng, the heir of the Pingwu Marquis, and a loyal general personally appointed by the emperor, said with a mocking smile. He was second only to the Duke of Zhengua in military prestige. With him here, today's plan was doomed to fail. Speaking of acting, who can compare to Deputy General Wei? You've played the loyal and brave for so many years. Why stop now? Xiao Ming's sarcastic voice rang out, making Wei Xiao and his men grimace. Wei Xiao looked around his surroundings, feeling a wave of frustration and determination. He finally decided not to give up. He slowly raised his long sword and loudly declared, "Brothers, today we can only find a way out by fighting our way through." Before he finished, an arrow shot swiftly toward him. Wei Xiao didn't have time to turn around. The arrow pierced his heart. His body fell heavily from his horse, and he lost all breath. The soldiers around Wei Xiao were suddenly panicked, their faces full of fear, and they hurriedly retreated closer together. At that moment, a loud voice from the Duke of Zhengua, Hong Liang, came from above. "Everyone, if you put down your weapons, I, Xiao Heng, promise not to kill those who surrender." The crowd trapped in the middle became restless again. They looked at each other, unsure. Soon, one person panicked and threw away his sword. He didn't want to die. His family, including parents and children, was waiting for him at home. Then, the sound of swords clashing filled the air around them. This long-planned internal conflict was finally brought to an end. Xiao Jinyu quickly resumed his busy work. The 8,000 secret guards he brought quietly withdrew and returned to their original positions. Anyone who had seen these guards before didn't ask where they came from. They simply pretended not to see anything. Even General Zhongyong, Li Sheng, was among them. He was actually the father of Li Qingge and Li Qing'an, the eldest son of the old Marquis Li. At this moment, Qiao Nian didn't know this part of his identity. The Duke of Zhengua and Li Sheng took this opportunity to thoroughly reorganize the southwestern army before dealing with the matter of the 5 princes of Nancheng. After the military doctor treated the 5 princes' injuries, he recovered well, but his internal energy was completely shattered by Qiao Nian. From then on, he was no longer considered a martial expert. However, his hands and feet were fine, so he could still go back to compete for the throne. Nancheng valued this fifth prince very much and sent envoys to negotiate. Although Xiao Jinyu didn't hold an official position in the army, everyone in the southwestern army knew that their supplies came from him. Moreover, he was the legitimate second son of the Duke of Zhenghua. With this status, he could participate in negotiations without anyone objecting. Xiao Jinyu listened to their casual chatter for a while before finally speaking about the main matter. He placed the teacup heavily on the table and said calmly, "You want to take your fifth prince back for 10,000 taels of gold? Are you joking? The fifth prince was caught by my wife. I have the final say on this. I want a city, 500 warhorses, and, oh yes, the 10,000 taels of gold you mentioned, plus some jewelry and ornaments." That's all for now. Once these words were spoken, the scene fell silent for a moment. Then, the envoy from Nancheng nearly jumped up, angrily accusing Xiao Jinyu of being shameless. But as he stood up, he realized this was not their territory. His face turned bright red with frustration, and he couldn't say a word. He looked at the Duke of Zhenghua, hoping he would speak. But the Duke was only drinking tea and didn't look at him. The other generals all turned their heads away, staring at the sky and the ground, giving him no attention at all. The envoy's heart broke, and his face twisted with emotion. If he agreed to these terms, the officials back home would eat him alive. But if he couldn't save the fifth prince, the emperor of Nancheng would cut off his head. Compared to that, his head was less important. No, saving the fifth prince was more important. In the end, the envoy used his quick tongue to negotiate, sacrificing 500 taels of gold and 100 warhorses. He signed a contract with the Duke of Zhenghua, promising to bring all these items and the fifth prince back in 3 days. After sending off the envoy, Li Sheng patted Xiao Jinyu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You're impressive. A city and 600 warhorses. Those are conditions I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Yet you managed to get them. Remember, the gold and jewelry are for my wife." "You can't change your mind," Xiao Jinyu said proudly. The Duke of Zhenghua walked over and gave him a light tap on the head. "You little rascal. How can you ruin a girl's reputation like this? When we go back, your mother and I will visit the Qiao family ourselves to settle your marriage. Until then, no more nonsense." "Really? You're willing to go back to the capital with me?" Xiao Jinyu was excited and surprised. His father agreeing meant he finally understood. "Lord Duke, what will you do here when you leave?" Li Sheng asked hurriedly, wanting to persuade him. But the Duke waved his hand to stop him. "The Southwestern Army will be handed over sooner or later. Better to give it to someone trustworthy, like you, than to others. When I return to the capital, I will ask the Emperor to issue an order. From now on, the lives of 150,000 soldiers are in your hands." That after the negotiation, Xiao Jinyu turned to work on the salt mines. Over the past few days, 4 deep wells had been dug in the city. After 2 days of sedimentation, the water became clear, with a faint sweet taste at the entrance. When the people heard the news, they burst into tears of joy. They were happier than during the New Year. After more than a year, they finally drank water without a bitter taste. They no longer had to leave their homes to find a way to survive. The river outside the city was guarded by 2 trusted groups sent by the Duke of Zhenghua, who forbade anyone from approaching. They secretly refined salt in the dense forests upstream. When to report this to the court depended on the Duke of Zhenggua's return to the capital, the situation there, and the emperor's attitude. Time flew by quickly amid the busy schedule. Xiao Nian and Xiao Jinyu had already stayed in Sui City for over a month. The Duke of Zhenghua had arranged everything, and they could leave for the capital at any time. Li Sheng took people to take over the city, exchanging the fifth prince in Nancheng, and also stationed troops there. The gold and 5 large boxes of jewelry had already been stored in Qiao Nian's space. Before leaving, Qiao Nian and Xiao Jinyu found a secret place to release a large amount of food from the space. After they left, Xiaoming would send a message to Li Sheng to tell him where the food was. On the way back to the capital, everything went smoothly. They didn't need to stop often to gather or buy food. It usually took nearly 20 days, but this time it only took 12 days. They arrived in the capital quickly. Older sister, you're finally back. Ping-an was overjoyed. He had missed his sister and grandmother so much during this past month. If it weren't for the manners he had learned, he would have run up to hug Xiao Nian's arm and act spoiled. Xiao Nian also had to be careful about propriety, even with her brother. After all, siblings shouldn't be too close after the age of 8. She smiled and rubbed Ping-an's head, noticing he had grown taller and his skin looked fairer. It seemed he had been living quite well these days. Before they could exchange more words, the Duke's wife, who came out to greet them, smiled and said, "That's Nian Nian, right? She looks so pretty. You've had a tough journey. Come on, let's go inside. Don't stand outside." Then she led Xiao Nian into the house. The Duke of Zhenghua and Xiao Jinyu, ignored by his wife, their mother, looked at each other with some resentment. Did they not see how big they had grown? Xiao Jinyu, smiling, stepped forward and said, "Father is back. Was the journey smooth? The meals are ready. Let's go inside." The Duke of Zhenghua snorted, thinking, who wants to see you? Stop showing off." As Xiao Jinyu said, the Duke's wife was indeed cheerful and straightforward, not at all the proud manner typical of noble families. She was easy to get along with. Most importantly, she didn't mind Xiao Nian's background as a farmer's daughter. Instead, she was happy that Xiao Nian didn't dislike her son's unruly nature. As she put it, "It's good enough if that brat has someone. We wouldn't dare to criticize each other's status." She was very thoughtful and caring, worried that Xiao Nian had traveled hard. She asked about their journey and then let her go wash up and rest, planning to call her for dinner later. After more than 10 days of fast riding, Xiao Nian still felt good mentally, but her body was very tired. When she reached the temporary rest yard, she quickly took a shower, had a nap, and felt like she was alive again. Hearing movement inside, Lu Yun softly asked, "Miss, have you gotten up? Are you inside? Come in," Xiao Nian replied. She put on a pink embroidered dress, casually tousled her messy hair, and saw Lu Yun come in. She asked with concern, "Lu Yun, have you been doing well in the capital these days? Are you used to the food and living conditions? Has anything happened?" Lu Yun smiled softly and said, replying to the young lady, "I am fine. Madame Gua has taken good care of me. Every day, I only need to look after young Master Ping-an and nothing else has happened." As she spoke, she walked behind Xiao Nian, took a comb from the table, and started to comb her hair. "That's good. By the way, I haven't seen Sister Ro. Did she go back to the capital with you?" "A few days ago, Miss Qi returned to the Qi residence," Lu Yun replied. Xiao Nian was surprised and looked back at Lu Yun, asking, "Why?" "The Qi residence is a dangerous place. Why did Sister Ro go back?" Lu Yun continued. "It was Miss Qi herself who wanted to go back. Half a month after Xiao Jinsheng and his group returned to the capital, Qi Minru had recovered completely except for the scars on her face and body. She wanted to go back to ask her cruel parents why they treated her so badly. Was it just because she was a girl? She also wanted to go back and take revenge herself. Xiao Jinsheng couldn't persuade her, so he agreed and personally took her back to the Qi residence. At that time, Princess Chong and Qi Chongping were almost broken from the poison they had been subjected to. Seeing Qi Minru return safe and sound, with Xiao Jinsheng beside her, they immediately suspected that the poison must be related to Qi Minru. They felt deep hatred but pretended to be pitiful, begging Qi Minru to spare them, even kneeling and crying, pleading for an antidote. They didn't mention how they had treated Qi Minru before. Now, seeing her disfigured, they acted as if they saw nothing. Qi Minru was no naive girl who didn't understand tricks. She knew their act. Pretending to cry and beg was just a way to threaten her as parents. In the world, parents kneeling to their children was unheard of. If they truly kneeled, it would bring disaster upon them, possibly even shortening their lives. This time, they were mistaken. Qi Minru didn't dodge or hide. She looked coldly at the two acting fake. Her tears had long dried up over the past 3 years, and she no longer felt anything for them. She wouldn't care if they were struck by lightning. If there were truly gods in this world, Shouldn't the punishment fall on these two cruel people? She just wanted to ask why they treated her this way. Since they are twins, why don't they dare to admit it? Why must one hide in the dark? Seeing how miserable they looked and still thinking about how to manipulate her, Chi Minra suddenly lost interest in knowing the answer. These selfish and wicked people, what they say might not even be true, and hearing it could just pollute her ears. Chi Minru didn't want to watch their hypocritical act anymore. She directly stated her demand. Chi Chongping must admit his true identity and tell everyone that she is Chi Minru. The one who married the Marquis of Liang is Chi Yujiao. No matter what reasons he gives, she wanted to live openly and honestly. For noble families that care about reputation, this was almost like throwing their dignity on the ground to be trampled. The entire Qi family, even the Marquis of Liang's household, would become the joke of the capital, a topic for gossip among common people. When Qi Chongping and the princess heard Qi Minru's words, their faces immediately changed. There was no trace of the pitiful look they had before. No, you can't do this. We are your parents. Doing this would ruin everything. How can I face people in the future? It would damage the royal reputation. The emperor wouldn't agree. I won't allow it, the princess hurriedly objected, her anger spilling over, making her look almost crazy. Qi Chongping wished he could strangle this rebellious girl right now. His eyes flashed with hatred as he looked at Qi Minru, his tone icy. You are going to ruin everyone. With how you look now, who would still recognize you? The Qi family can only have one legitimate daughter. She's already married and will never have another daughter. Qi Minru's face, scarred and terrifying, stretched into a faint smile. She said softly, not admitting it is fine. I can move back home, right? I don't need to explain anything to outsiders. Just pretend that the princess and the deputy commander are kind-hearted and took in a homeless orphan girl. Rower, you still have me. If living in the Marquis residence makes you uncomfortable, I can. Brother Sheng, can you arrange for a few skilled maids and servants for me? I want to wait until I truly marry you before going back with you. Is that okay? Xiao Jinxing gently hugged her, nodding. All right, I won't let you wait too long. When father comes back, he'll arrange our marriage.
Good.
Qi Minru had tears in her eyes, but still smiled very brightly. The eldest princess and Qi Chongping almost ground their teeth in anger. They dared to behave shamelessly in front of them, and secretly, they had done many dishonorable things. Yet, they didn't dare to stop her openly, and even when Qi Minru wanted to return home to live, they could only accept it. The imperial doctor diagnosed that both of them had been poisoned. Every 3 days, their bones would ache as if cut by knives, but no antidote could be found. The pain relief soup was almost useless, and they were close to going crazy from the torment. As long as they didn't force them to admit Qi Minru's identity or make her stay in the mansion, it would be fine. As long as she returned, they thought they could control her easily. Unfortunately, their plan backfired. Within just a few days of Qi Minru returning to the mansion, she had taken control of half of the household staff. The eldest princess and Qi Chongping suffered more frequent poisoning attacks, leaving them no time to care for anything else. In less than a month, both of them could only lie in bed all day. Although the Qi family was emptied once by Qiao Nian and Xiao Jinyu, their status remained. They still owned many farms and shops, and the eldest princess had 5 royal estates of over 100 acres each. Qi Minru gradually gained control of everything. The shopkeepers and farm managers were replaced with her people. When there weren't enough staff, she bought more. The original clerks and servants who disobeyed were sold off. Now, the entire Qi mansion was under Qi Minru's control. As for Qi Yujiao, Qi Minru hadn't taken much action yet. She believed that the Marquis of Liang already knew that the Qi Minru was fake. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept her locked up. Perhaps she wouldn't even need to act. Qi Yujiao would get the punishment she deserved. Xiao Nian was somewhat impressed with Qi Minru. Once she returned to the mansion, regardless of whether Qi Chongping admitted it or not, gossip-loving people would find out her true identity. With Xiao Jingxing secretly pushing, the scandal involving the Qi family's twins would become known throughout the capital. As Xiao Nian suspected, The story about the twin heirs of the Qi family had already spread in the city half a month ago. During this time, Qi Minru checked the accounts at the Qi shops and farms every day. Her actions were too obvious, and she didn't hide her whereabouts. It was hard to prevent others from finding out. Of course, Xiao Jingsheng's hand was involved in this. If his woman was bullied like that, it was natural for him to act. There was nothing wrong with that. In the palace's Grand Council Hall, the emperor rubbed his forehead in frustration. He felt that recent events damaging the royal image kept happening one after another. The chief eunuch carefully handed him a cup of tea. "Your Majesty, have some tea and rest a bit. Be careful of your health." The emperor took a sip, looking tired. "I'm a little exhausted. Help me lie down for a while." "Yes, Your Majesty." The grand eunuch spoke, then reached out to help the emperor. However, he saw that the emperor had already lost consciousness and was lying weakly on the dragon throne. He was immediately alarmed and shouted, "Someone, quickly summon the imperial doctor." Jao Nian had just finished tidying up when Ping'an arrived. "Older sister, have you rested well? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" "No, I was just a bit tired on the way. A good sleep will help me recover." "Let's go. Don't keep the Duke and his wife waiting." The siblings talked about their recent experiences as they headed to the front courtyard. They coincidentally met Xiao Jinyu and his brother also coming over. The four exchanged greetings. When they reached the main hall, the Duke and his wife were already there. "Good day, Duke and Duchess." Jao Nian and Ping'an bowed in greeting. "Jao Nian, Ping'an, no need for formalities. Just treat this place as your home. Come, sit down," the Duchess warmly invited. The Duke nodded and invited them to sit. They enjoyed a happy meal together. The Duke's household was not strict, and they often chatted about family matters or funny stories at the table. Jao Nian and Ping'an felt more relaxed, especially with Xiao Jinyu lively and cheerful and the Duchess constantly serving dishes. In the end, both of them ate until they were full. Compared to the warm atmosphere at the Duke's house, the palace was tense and strange. The emperor had fainted, and all the imperial doctors were summoned to check his pulse. However, none could find the cause after half a day. The grand eunuch had no choice but to go and ask the empress. The emperor's illness was a serious matter. If something went wrong, he, as a eunuch, dared not make any decisions alone. Soon, the women in the harem heard the news and gathered outside the hall with worried expressions. Consort Shu, relying on her high rank, asked a nearby eunuch, "How is the emperor? Why did he suddenly faint?" The eunuch, frightened, immediately knelt down and replied, "Your Highness, I don't know, useless." Consort Shu snapped, then dismissed the eunuch. Even though she was arrogant, she dared not be too bold here. The empress, annoyed by the noise outside, sent a maid to chase everyone away so the emperor could rest peacefully. Just then, the chief doctor of the imperial hospital came out. "Your Majesty, may I speak with you privately?" The empress nodded and signaled the maid to step back. She took a few steps forward and asked, "Tell me, what caused the emperor to faint? What is his condition?" The chief doctor lowered his voice respectfully. "Your Majesty's pulse is weak and floating. It appears to be caused by overwork, leading to dizziness." The ministers He-chun, Lin, and Wang, along with several imperial doctors, discovered a type of slow-acting poison inside the emperor's body. Although it is not deadly, this poison gradually weakens the emperor's health, making him increasingly frail. Over time, no one knows exactly when he might lose consciousness forever. The empress was instantly shocked. Her long fingernails pressed into her flesh to keep herself from losing composure. After calming down a little, she asked, "Can we find out when the emperor was poisoned? Is there a way to cure it?" The chief doctor bowed even lower, almost kneeling. "Your Majesty, the emperor was likely poisoned about a month ago. We will do our best to develop an antidote, but there must be a cure." "No, but the emperor cannot be harmed. Lord Shui, you should know that if anything happens to the emperor, you will be the first to be blamed." "Yes, Your Majesty. I will do everything I can to save him," Lord Shui replied respectfully, though he felt deep sorrow. He regretted not listening to his young grandson's advice to retire early and go back home, which might have prevented today's dire situation. He remembered reading about this poison in an ancient book. It was hard to detect in the early stages. When the victim first faints, the poison has fully taken hold. After that, the person will faint every 3 days and grow weaker each time. Within 3 months, the victim will spend most of their days in a daze, hardly ever awake, until one day they never wake up again. This is the strange and powerful effect of the poison. As for the antidote, the ancient book did not mention any cure. With his current medical skills, he could not develop one. Lord Shui had already judged that the poison could not be cured. He also felt like he was sentencing himself to death. As the head of the Imperial Medical Office, he had always cared for the emperor's health, but he had failed to notice the poisoning in time. If it weren't for the need to find a cure, he might already be dead to atone for his failure. News of the emperor's fainting spread quickly through various channels. Princes, relatives, and officials hurried to the palace to visit, making the palace gates busier than a marketplace. When the Duke of Zhenghua received the news, he had just sent away his 2 sons and was about to relax with his wife. He was interrupted by a secret guard who came to report. Reluctantly, he stood up, changed his clothes quickly, and hurried into the palace. His memorial to return to the court had been sent a few days earlier, and he was supposed to attend the morning court tomorrow. But he never expected the emperor to fall ill at this time. When the Duke of Zhenghua arrived outside the emperor's sleeping quarters, most of the princes and relatives had already gathered. Zhao Jinghao was standing in a corner. Seeing the duke, he quickly approached. "Grandfather, you've returned to the court." During the conversation, Zhao Jinghao tried to suppress the smile that was about to form on his face. His father, the emperor, was still asleep and unresponsive. As a prince, he must not show any happiness at this moment. Being caught with a mistake could lead to a big or small trouble. "Your Majesty, I humbly greet the 9th prince," said the Duke of Zhenghua, bowing in a respectful royal salute. No one could mistake his gesture. Then, in a quiet voice only the 2 of them could hear, he added, "Please be very careful. Recently, the food and sleeping quarters must be checked carefully to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Grandfather, rest assured, Jing'a knows," the 9th prince replied calmly. After their brief exchange, they continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. The Duke of Zhenghua and the other princes and officials exchanged respectful greetings and whispered a few words before standing aside to wait for news from inside the palace. The 3rd prince secretly glanced toward the Duke of Zhenghua's direction, then looked at the Minister of Revenue on his right rear. The minister nodded slightly and signaled to the nearby officials, who began to subtly move closer to the Duke of Zhenghua. Since the Su family's incident and the Queen's confinement, the 3rd prince had kept to himself, not appearing to interact with officials publicly. However, privately he was active. According to the investigation by Guangxiao Jinsheng, many officials secretly supported the 3rd prince, officials from the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Justice, Dali Temple, even the Ministry of War, and nearly half of the royal relatives. The emperor had not yet named a crown prince. If something happened suddenly, the 3rd prince, as the emperor's only legitimate son, was the first in line to inherit the throne according to tradition. Many officials had realized this and kept glancing between the 2nd and 3rd princes, quickly shifting their gaze to avoid suspicion. Their faces appeared calm, but inside, they were full of complex thoughts and calculations, filling the air with tension. Amid this brewing atmosphere, the Grand Eunuch finally appeared. "The Emperor has issued an order. Everyone may leave now. His Majesty is in good health." The crowd first bowed to receive the order, then asked various questions directed at the Grand Eunuch. "Grand Eunuch, how is the Emperor? Why did the Emperor suddenly faint? He seemed fine during the morning court." "Grand Eunuch, please inform me. I wish to see the Emperor. I am worried." The Grand Eunuch was overwhelmed by the questions, but knew he must not offend anyone. He unconsciously gestured with his hands and looked helpless. "The 2nd and 3rd princes, esteemed officials, His Majesty has just awakened and needs rest. Please return for now. I will convey your concerns to him." When the Duke of Zhengguo returned home, it was nearly midnight. He had only slept for less than 2 hours before it was time to go to court. When they arrived again at the palace gate, another close attendant hurried out to deliver the emperor's order to halt court sessions for the day. The officials looked at each other, shook their heads, sighed, and whispered a few words before gradually dispersing. This happened for 5 consecutive days, and the atmosphere in the city grew tense again. The Duke of Zhen and Xiao Jinxing spent their days either receiving visitors or going out to meet people. Sometimes they went out at night, so busy they hardly touched the ground. All of this did not affect Xiao Nian's mood for fun. During these days, Xiao Jinyu took her to explore almost every part of the city. They tried all kinds of delicious food and saw many beautiful sights. Xiao Nian also saw watermelons and strawberries brought from Huai Prefecture. One watermelon sold for as much as 50 taels of silver, which shocked her and broke her understanding of prices. She couldn't help but admire that the wealthy people in the city had a lot of money. What made Xiao Nian happy and surprised was that they hadn't met any young masters or misses from noble families trying to strike up conversations. Maybe it was because the city was tense lately, and people didn't go out much. Or perhaps they looked down on Xiao Jinyu, a spoiled rich kid, and on her, a simple country girl with no background. Since no one bothered them, they played freely for several days. Xiao Nian felt relaxed and happy, even though she was a little sad to leave Xiao Jinyu so soon. Still, she planned to go home. She had been away for a long time and missed her grandmother, her family, and her 3 pets, Xiao He and the others. She wondered how they were doing, whether they had gone out to fight other wild animals. Xiao Nian called Ping An to ask his opinion first. In the bustling city, Ping An could see things he never could in the village. If he wanted to stay longer, she would have to make other plans. But she couldn't leave him alone in the city, especially since he was only 9 years old. Ping An heard her plan and shook his head like a rattledrum. "Sister, I've wanted to go home for a long time. No matter how good the city is, it's not as good as home. I miss Grandma and I miss Shou Wang and Uncle Wang." "All right, I'll tell Xiao, go first. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to say goodbye to the Duke and his wife," she said. While they were talking, Xiao Jinyu came in holding a rectangular jade box, looking excited. "Anyan, I found the Bingpa snow lotus." "Really? Let me see," Xiao Nian said happily, standing up and signaling Xiao Jinyu to open the box. Xiao Jinyu carefully placed the box on the table, opened the lid gently, revealing a pure white flower that looked like a lotus. The flower radiated a cold, icy aura, and just being close to it made people feel the chill. "This snow lotus is so beautiful, and it has a faint, fresh scent," Ping An said in wonder. After the 3 of them finished, Xiao Nian covered the lid back on the container and said, "I will start making the rejuvenation pill now. The longer I delay, the faster the snow lotus's effects will fade, which will affect the pill's effectiveness. Okay, Anyan. Do you need anything else?" "I'll go prepare," Xiao Jinyu asked. Xiao Nian shook her head. "No, I have all the herbs here. Remember not to disturb me. If it gets late, you don't need to wait. Come back early tomorrow morning." Both nodded and agreed, reminding Xiao Nian not to overwork herself before leaving together. Xiao Nian used her spiritual sense to check the entire yard, ensuring it was safe, then quickly entered her space. The main ingredient for the rejuvenation pill is the petals of the ice spirit snow lotus. This snow lotus has a complete root system, but it was dug out at least a week ago. She wasn't sure if the space's soil could make it grow again. Xiao Nian took the best petals and planted the snow lotus in the herbal planting area. She poured some spiritual spring water on it. Whether it survives depends on the fate of the snow lotus. Next, she prepared to brew the pill. Besides the ice spirit snow lotus, she needed over a dozen herbs like danshin, dangui, and baiji. She had all of these herbs growing in her space and quickly gathered everything needed. To completely remove the scars on Qi Minru's face, Xiao Nian used only spring water from the spiritual spring. She also planned to make a whitening and yellowing removing medicinal mask for internal and external use. The effect would be even better than expected. This mask could be used by ordinary people and would make a perfect gift for the Princess Dowager. Recently, she had been very kind to their family, sending jewelry and clothes constantly and personally checking on their meals every day. Xiao Nian felt a little embarrassed. Later, she would make a few rejuvenation pills to improve health and give them along with the mask as a gift to the Princess Dowager. While busy in her space, Xiao Nian didn't realize the weather outside had already changed. Third Prince, what does this mean? What crime did I commit? Why is the Third Prince personally leading troops to surround my residence? The Duke of Zhengu stood at the gate with his hands behind his back. Behind him were Xiao Jingxing and a group of armed guards and protectors. Opposite them, the Third Prince sat on his horse, wearing armor and holding a long sword. Behind him were countless imperial guards, surrounding the entire Duke of Zhengu's estate. The Duke of Zhen, Xiao Jingxing, intends to rebel. He, along with the Ninth Prince, poisoned the Emperor. The evidence is solid. I have been ordered to arrest the rebels. Everyone in the Duke's residence will be taken to the Dali Temple and await the Emperor's decision, the Third Prince declared righteously, as if delivering a righteous judgment, raising his hand to signal the Imperial Guards to move forward and arrest the people. Wait a moment. The Third Prince is very eloquent. The Marquis of First Rank, do not have a royal decree. Do you think you can break into the Crown Prince's mansion without permission?
Who dares to do so today?
As the Marquis of the State spoke, everyone behind him drew their swords, their fierce aura on full display. Marquis, are you openly rebelling? Third Prince, since you have no royal order, how dare you lead troops to surround my mansion? I want to go to the palace to see the Emperor. You falsely accuse loyal subjects. What are you really trying to do? The deputy commander of the Imperial Guard saw the tense situation and stepped forward quietly to the Third Prince, saying, Your Highness, if we don't take the Marquis's mansion today, there may be trouble later. Why not Russia now? As long as we control this big threat, the rest is not so hard. The Third Prince kept looking toward the Marquis. The palace was already under the control of the Empress Mother. If he made a move, it was a matter of winning or losing, there was no turning back. Without hesitation, he ordered loudly, Everyone, attack. The Marquis's mansion is suspected of rebellion. Kill anyone who resists. Xiao Nian had spent nearly 2 hours in her space refining the Huanyan pill and the Huichun pill. The process was simple. During the break in refining the Huanyan pill, she also brewed the Huichun pill. She quickly stepped out of her space and felt Ping'an still in the courtyard. She opened the door and asked, Ping'an, it's so late. Why aren't you resting? Big sister, you finally came out. The Third Prince has surrounded the Marquis's mansion with soldiers. They're already fighting. Brother Xiao asked me to stay in your courtyard. There are secret guards in the back, and he went to help in the front. Since learning about the chaos outside, Ping'an had been pacing anxiously, wanting to help but knowing his limited skills. He was worried that if he went, others would have to worry about him. When Zhou Nian finally came out, he was so nervous he could hardly speak properly. Hearing this, Zhou Nian didn't hesitate. She loudly ordered toward the southwest corner, Yesher, take Ping'an to the ladies' courtyard. Stay there and protect her. I will go to the front to help. Then she added to Ping'an, Ping'an, follow Yesher. Stay in the ladies' courtyard and wait for me to come back. Big sister, be very careful. When you return, we will go home. Ping'an looked worried and uneasy. The capital was too dangerous. He desperately wanted to go home. Okay, I promise, big sister. As soon as Zhou Nian left her courtyard, she heard the loud sounds of fighting outside. She moved quickly and appeared on a wall in the front yard. Below, the scene was a bloody mess, chaotic and violent. The Imperial Guard clearly had more than twice the number of guards compared to the Duke of Zhengu's residence, but each guard in the Duke's estate was highly skilled. The Imperial Guard was no match for them. They could only rely on their numbers to fight the Duke's guards, and for a while, neither side could determine a winner. Xiao Jinyu, Xiao Jinsheng, the Duke of Zhengu, Yi Yi, and other secret guards were all fighting fiercely. Zhou Nian still saw the man riding a horse at the back of the crowd. If she guessed right, he was the Third Prince, the mastermind of tonight's plan. Jiao Nian held an ordinary stone from the roadside, which she had carefully collected and stored in her space. With her current inner strength, one stone was enough to be a deadly weapon. She hesitated for a moment and then retracted her hand. This was the Imperial City. If she openly killed the prince, regardless of the reason, she would face endless trouble. She moved quickly, jumped down from the wall, and struck a palm to push back a guard of the Imperial Guard, then seized his long sword. At this moment, Jiao Nian seemed to transform into a ruthless killing machine, cutting down enemies one after another, killing as easily as chopping vegetables, constantly taking lives. Soon, a sea of corpses lay around her. The three Xiao Jinyu father and son had already noticed Jiao Nian. Their brows furrowed deeply, worried not that someone might hurt her, but that her appearance would drag them into trouble. If things didn't go as they predicted, Jiao Nian's family might have to run for their lives with them. Just then, a large army rushed toward the Duke of Zhengua's residence at top speed. Leading the charge was Wu Pingho, dressed in official robes and holding a bright yellow imperial decree. The imperial decree has arrived. Stop all actions. Summon the third prince, the Duke of Zhengua, and his heir to the palace for an audience. Behind Wu Pingho were many imperial guards, their commanders, and the grand eunuch close to the emperor. These two were fiercely loyal to the emperor. Their appearance here, along with the decree in Wu Pingho's hand, confirmed it was genuine. The real decree had arrived, meaning the emperor was now awake. The crowd that had almost gone mad with rage stopped their actions. The guards of the duke's estate quickly retreated behind the duke, and the guards accompanying the third prince stood there in fear and confusion, waiting for his orders. The third prince's face turned pale in an instant, and his heart sank deeply. How could Wu Pingho enter the palace? How could he have the decree? Had the emperor already woken up? Had the empress lost control? No, it was fake. It had to be fake. Wu Pingho, how dare you fake the imperial decree? Li Difu, Wang Zhan, you're not guarding the emperor properly. Do you also want a rebel? The third prince struggled to stay calm. He hadn't reached the final moment and hadn't lost yet. Marquis Wu Ping raised his imperial decree again and loudly said, "Third prince, are you defying the order? This is an imperial decree written by the emperor himself. Put down your weapon and come to the palace to report. Anyone resisting will face life or death." As Marquis Wu Ping finished speaking, thousands of imperial guards behind him drew their swords almost at the same time. The clash of metal sounded like thunder, ringing in the third prince's ears. The scene suddenly fell silent. In just a moment, someone's sword dropped to the ground with a sharp noise. "I don't want to die. I was deceived by the deputy commander. I didn't know," a trembling voice from the Imperial Guard said. Fear overwhelmed him like a tide. His actions today were just a thin cover for rebellion. Once uncovered, he would surely die and might even endanger his family. No one in the Imperial Guards was foolish. Even if some didn't understand the third prince's purpose at first, now there was no confusion. Fear and panic spread quickly among the crowd. Crackling sounds continued, and it was clear tonight's plan would fail. The third prince had lost. If he didn't surrender now, they would only be surrounded and defeated. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards turned around sadly and said to the third prince, "Your Highness, Sun Hu thanks you for saving his life back then. He will leave first today. I hope you will take care in the future." After speaking, Sun Hu raised his sword and cut across his neck, ending his reckless life. The third prince only glanced at him briefly and then looked away. Sun Hu was just a pawn to him. His death was not a loss. This death made many things easier. Crying and making a scene might buy some time or create a chance for negotiation. Moreover, the ninth prince was still in his hands. If the Duke of Zhengua wanted the ninth prince safe, he wouldn't dare speak out. "All right, I will go to the palace with you," Xiao Jinyu said, stepping closer to the Duke of Zhengua and Xiao Jingsheng. "Father, elder brother, be careful. If anything unexpected happens, don't hold back. I will be outside to support you. Don't worry, we will be careful," Xiao Jingsheng replied. He then followed Marquis Wu Ping into the palace with the Duke of Jinghua. As Marquis Wu Ping turned to leave, he glanced toward Xiao Nian and even gave her a friendly smile, which left Xiao Nian feeling puzzled. Big brother Xiao, I don't know Marquis Wu Ping. Why is he smiling at me? Xiao Nian walked to Xiao Jinyu's side, and they watched the departing group together. Xiao Jinyu turned around and smiled at Xiao Nian, saying, "He is General Li's father, the grandfather of Li Qingyan and Li Qingge. You saved Li Qingyan and his sister, so the old master probably knows about this and is showing you kindness." Xiao Nian looked surprised and then glanced at the messy ground, whispering, "We killed so many imperial guards. Will the Duke and the eldest son really be safe when they go to the palace?" "Oh, Jing'er. The third prince claims that Jing'e harmed the emperor. Could he be in danger?" "Don't worry. Wu Ping Marquis bringing the imperial decree shows Jing'er is safe now. My older brother gave him half a detox pill to quietly go and wake the emperor. There are also people arranged by my older brother and father in the palace. The third prince's people can't do anything to Jing'er. Plus, my older brother has already caught the doctor who poisoned the emperor. Neither the third prince nor the empress can escape this time. Since Xiao Jinxing returned to the capital, he activated all the secret plans he had laid out earlier. The second and third princes and their forces are almost all under Xiao Jinxing's surveillance. He even knew about the emperor's poisoning half a month ago. He waited patiently to let the third prince and the empress reveal their true intentions. 10 days ago, a half-detox pill was delivered to Zhao Jinghao. The day after the emperor was poisoned, the third prince and the empress were busy controlling the palace. Zhao Jinghao sneaked into the emperor's sleeping quarters and fed him the detox pill. However, the poison was too strong in the dream, and half a pill only woke the emperor. His body would need 5 to 10 days to fully recover, and all actions had to be done secretly to avoid the notice of the third prince and the empress. This timing was carefully planned by Xiao Jinxing. The emperor was critically ill, and the empress was controlling the palace, so the third prince would reveal his true ambitions. The longer it took, the more exposed he would be. All of this was meant for the emperor to see. The real power hunters were not the Xiao family, but your good son. The Xiao family, on the other hand, was willing to give their hard-earned, precious medicine to the emperor, showing absolute loyalty. Xiao Nian almost wanted to applaud Xiao Jinxing, along with the Duke of Zhen and Xiao Jinyu. They seemed to do nothing, but every step was perfectly coordinated. It sounds simple, but it requires extremely careful planning. They had to navigate among many forces, making sure not to make a mistake, or the entire Xiao family would face disaster. Once the matter was settled, it not only exposed the third prince's wild ambitions, but also weakened the emperor's suspicion of the Xiao family, giving them a chance to breathe. The ninth prince is still young, and if they push him to the throne now, even with full support from the Xiao family, the situation might not be as good as it is today. It's better to wait and see. When the ninth prince grows a few more years, with Xiao Jinxing's methods, helping him ascend the throne will be easy.
You really planned this well.
A half dose of the antidote, and you came up with it? We've been together every day these days. How come I didn't notice you helping the heir so much? Xiao Nianjin truly admired their cleverness. She was just out to have fun, but it turned out she was on a hidden mission. She even went out at night to gather and pass on messages. Xiao Jinyu chuckled and said, "Onion also helped. You provided the antidote, and we went out every day to distract the third prince's attention. Our father and elder brother went out to make him relax, so he wouldn't be suspicious. We didn't mean to hide anything from you. We just didn't want to involve you. Those people seem kind on the surface but are actually dark inside. If they use tricks against you, we might not be able to defend against them. That's why we didn't tell you about elder brother's plan earlier. Onion, don't overthink. Right now, they only need to take the final and most crucial step, the emperor's attitude. This is the biggest uncertainty. The second prince's willingness to pretend to be deaf and mute is partly to test the emperor's stance. Also, the second prince is smarter than the third prince. Without full confidence, he wouldn't take such a risky step. To create the illusion that everything was under the third prince's control, The father and sons put in a lot of effort, which led to today's situation. They didn't expect the third prince to be so impatient that he led troops to besiege the Marquis of Zhangguo's residence. Luckily, Marquis Wu Ping arrived just in time, or they wouldn't know how today's ending would turn out. Xiao Nianjin truly didn't want to get involved, but her relationship with Xiao Jinyu made it impossible for her to stay out. She smiled at him and said, "I know you want to protect me. But in the future, if such things happen again, I don't want to be the last to know. Trust me, I can fight alongside you. We should move together, step by step. What do you think?" Actually, Xiao Jinyu didn't tell her this time because the main decision was made by Marquis Zhanggua and Xiao Jinxing. Xiao Jinyu was just helping. Besides, they didn't even have formal titles, so it was normal that he didn't tell her. Xiao Jinyu nodded. He always knew that his girl could stand on her own and was even more capable than him. This time, he simply didn't want to worry her or let her fall into danger, so he didn't say anything. In the future, I won't do that. If there's anything, I will talk to you first, and I won't let you be the last to know about my affairs. Xiao Jinyu really wanted to hug her, and he did. At this moment, his heart swelled with love, quietly growing and spreading. Why is his Anna so good? Even knowing the danger, she still goes forward bravely. Suddenly, Qiao Nian was hugged by him and almost didn't react. She was a little stunned but quickly pushed him away. "Everyone's watching. What are you doing?" Xiao Jinyu looked around at Yi and others who were looking this way, reluctantly releasing Qiao Nian. He wished he could go to the Qiao family tomorrow to ask for her hand in marriage and get married quickly, so he could hold his wife every day. Before Xiao Jinyu could speak, a cough came from behind them. Turning around, they saw Granny Tian, the maidservant of the Duke of Zhenghua. Granny Tian bowed and smiled, saying, "Second young master, Miss Qiao, the madam asks you to come over." "Okay, tell mother I will go after I finish arranging things in the front yard," Xiao Jinyu replied. The two of them seemed to talk for a long time, but it was only a few words. Meanwhile, Yi and the others began to tend to the wounded and clean up the signs of the fight. Xiao Nian first returned to her courtyard, took some healing pills and hemostatic powder, and handed them to Yi, asking him to treat the injured. Xiao Jinyu arranged the guards for the night, and only then did they go to the back garden. As soon as they stepped into the flower hall, Ping and the Duke of Zhangguo's wife came forward at the same time. "Nian Nian, are you both okay? Are you hurt?" they asked. "Older sister, brother Xiao, are you both all right?" they asked. Both shook their heads. Xiao Nian smiled and said, "We're fine. Sorry to worry you, madam." She then gently patted Ping An's head, reassuring him that everything was okay and telling him not to be afraid. Seeing that neither of them was hurt, the Duke of Zhangguo's wife relaxed a little. She took Xiao Nian's hand with a worried look and said, "Nian Nian, you saw what happened tonight. While everyone's attention is on the palace, you and Ping An should leave quickly under the cover of night and stay in the house in Yu Er's dark corner. If you get through this safely, you can come back." Qiao Nian looked at Xiao Jinyu and shook her head with a smile, refusing. She was here, and if something happened, she could help a lot. She didn't want Ping An to stay outside alone. It was better to stay together. When it was absolutely necessary, she could knock him out and hide him in her space, which was the safest place. The lady of the Duke's mansion tried to stop Qiao Nian, but couldn't. Ping An said that wherever his sister was, he would be there too. Xiao Jinyu just looked at Qiao Nian and smiled like a silly person. The lady of the Duke's mansion couldn't bear to watch anymore. Luckily, this young man's unruly behavior was not shown outside. Their family didn't care much for rules, or else they might have broken this girl's legs for such treatment. It's a pity that Qiao Nian is such a good girl, and she liked such a careless person. Realizing that her son was the careless one, the lady of the Duke's mansion quickly stopped her wandering thoughts. Her face looked a bit unnatural as she politely told Qiao Nian to sit down and rest, then ordered someone to prepare some food. Before news from the palace arrived, they shouldn't rest. They needed to regain strength to face whatever might happen next. At this moment, Yi hurried in, looking flustered. Before anyone could speak, Qi Minru asked first, "Madam, Nian Nian and the second young master, "Are you both okay?" She received the news late and hurried over, only to learn that Xiao Jinsheng and the Duke had already gone into the palace. "Rower, we're fine." "It's so late. You shouldn't have come," said the lady of the Duke's mansion with concern in her eyes. Xiao Nian and Xiao Jinyu also looked disapproving. At this time, she shouldn't have gone out, especially not to the Duke's mansion, as it would only cause trouble for her. Qi Minru didn't care and said, "Something so big happened. I was worried. As long as you're safe, that's enough." Meanwhile, in the palace, in the imperial study room, the emperor looked at the crying third prince kneeling on the ground as if he were a fool. The emperor suddenly realized he had been blind all these years. "Father, your son was deceived. I only wanted to protect your safety. I never targeted the ninth prince or the duke. Please believe me." The third prince sobbed loudly, ignoring his image. If people didn't know the truth, seeing him like this would make them soften and believe what he said was true. The empress, kneeling nearby, also cried like a flower in rain. She quickly agreed with the third prince, saying, "Your Majesty, this mother and son would never have such thoughts. Everything we do is to catch the real culprit and find the antidote. We hope you will wake up soon. If you don't believe us, I am willing to die to prove my innocence. Since the empress asks for this, I will grant her wish," the emperor said coldly, his voice emotionless and distant, before the empress could move. His eyes showed no warmth, only the indifference of an emperor. The empress thought she had heard wrongly and looked up at the emperor in disbelief. Suddenly, it felt as if a heavy hammer struck her heart. She couldn't tell if it hurt. An overwhelming sense of suffocation swept over her, making her use all her strength to slowly say 2 words, "Your Majesty." The third prince wanted to argue, as the empress was his greatest support and he couldn't be abandoned by the emperor. If they could get through today, there might still be a chance for their mother and son to turn things around. But unfortunately, the emperor didn't even glance at them and signaled the Marquis Wu Ping to bring the person forward. The Marquis Wu Ping nodded respectfully and turned to give an order. Soon, a disheveled man was brought in by the imperial guards. "Empress, third prince, may I ask if you recognize this person?" Both of them slightly turned their heads at the Marquis Wu Ping's words. When they saw the kneeling man, their faces changed almost simultaneously. They stiffened, and their hands clenched tightly at their sides. Everyone saw their expressions clearly, and the emperor's eyes flashed with killing intent. This man was Dr. Zhang, who had poisoned the emperor's calming potion. When the third prince sent someone to silence him, Xiao Jinsheng saved and protected him. Moreover, this man held many pieces of evidence of the empress plotting to harm the heir and the consorts. All of this evidence was now placed on the emperor's desk. When the Duke of Zhenghua and Xiao Jinsheng left the imperial study, they both let out a deep breath and bowed to the Marquis Wu Ping. "Thank you, Marquis, for your help this time." Marquis Wu Ping helped them up and said calmly, "Duke Zhenghua and the heir, there's no need to thank me. Everything I did was for the emperor and what I should do. From now on, the Duke's residence will be fully in the public eye. I hope you both will be careful." The Duke of Zhenghua and Xiao Jinsheng nodded seriously. After exchanging a few words, they parted ways. Zhao Jinghao, who had been left behind by the emperor to speak, just came out of the imperial study. Seeing that the Duke of Zhenghua and Xiao Jinsheng hadn't left yet, he quickened his steps and approached them, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. "Grandfather, uncle, father asked me to start walking in the imperial study tomorrow. He wants to personally teach me." The Duke of Zhenghua patted Zhao Jinghao's head and smiled gently. "Grandfather knows." "Are you afraid of what happened today, Jinghao?" Without hesitation, Zhao Jinghao shook his head. "I'm not afraid," Sister said. "People don't hurt me, I won't hurt others. They started it, and I'm just protecting myself. Plus, I have my grandfather and uncle with me. There's nothing to be afraid of." The Duke of Zhenghua happily patted Zhao Jinghao's shoulder, saying nothing more, just reminding him to be very careful and always protect himself first. The next day, the Grand Eunuch announced the decree that the third prince was demoted to a commoner. At the same time, a royal edict removing the queen was spread throughout the 6 palaces. The queen was deemed unworthy, her royal seal and badge were taken back, and she was sent to the cold palace. All her maids and nannies were punished, and the entire faction of the third prince was eliminated. Some were exiled or had their homes confiscated, and those with serious crimes were scheduled for execution. For 3 days, soldiers raided homes and arrested people all over the royal city. The common people were eager to see what was happening but couldn't keep up. Today, it was Zhang's family, tomorrow Li's. The most talked about story was the demotion of the third prince, who was soon to be exiled to the cold and harsh northwest. Less than half a month later, the queen, who had been sent to the cold palace, was found hanging there. Zhao Jingxing, a commoner, was attacked by a wolf pack during his exile and died on the spot. Of course, these were later events. That day, Qi Minru entered the Duke of Jinggua's residence, wearing a new, delicate lotus-pink floral dress with a light white gauze shawl and a feather hairpin. She was accompanied by maids and servants, walking lightly. Xiao Nian heard the report from Lu Yun and thought that the effects of the Huan Yen Dan and medicinal mask had taken hold, which was why Qi Minru was so eager to find her. I never thought Sister Ro could be so stunningly beautiful. With you looking like this, not only the young master, but even I am enchanted by you, Xiao Nian said as she entered the flower hall, amazed by Qi Minru's bright and elegant appearance. The duke's wife was smiling so happily at Qi Minru's face that she couldn't close her mouth. Things had been busy lately, and Xiao Nian hadn't yet used the medicinal mask she gave her. She was surprised at how well it worked. She decided to have someone prepare some for her when she returned. Nian Nian, you always tease me. Without your medicine, my face wouldn't have recovered, and that mask even erased my old acne scars. When I washed it off this morning, I almost couldn't believe the person in the mirror was me, Qi Minru said with a bright, confident smile on her small face. This scene was just seen by Xiao Jinsheng, who entered at that moment. At that moment, everything around seemed to disappear, leaving only the two of them, gazing at each other, full of words that couldn't be spoken, ending only in a shared smile. The next day, the Duke and Duchess personally went to Qi's residence to propose marriage. The eldest princess and Qi Chongping pretended to be ill and couldn't meet. Qi's steward accepted the betrothal gifts, and both sides exchanged the wedding date, set for 3 months later. In the past few days, Xiao Nian had been busy making various medicinal masks, as well as some of her own creations, fragrant balms, essences, lip balms, and face creams. Since Qi Minru's appearance recovered, news spread that the Duchess of Zhenghua had become at least 5 or 6 years younger overnight. As a result, they received almost endless invitations, either to banquets or visits. Both women understood the true intentions behind these gestures. After discussing with Xiao Nian, they immediately decided to open a shop selling skincare and beauty products. With their reputation, no advertising was needed. Money would come naturally. Xiao Nian only needed to focus on making the products, while Qi Minru and the Duchess of Zhenghua handled everything else. In the end, Xiao Nian would take 60% of the profits, and each of the other 2 women would get 20%. The 3 women were so busy that they paid no attention to anything else. Their 3 husbands had been neglected during this time. Although they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do, so they decided to join in. They chose a shop location, decorated it, and prepared staff. The men took care of errands, eager and diligent. However, the Duke of Zhenghua and Xiao Jinxing still considered their status and acted modestly. Xiao Jinyu was less cautious. Since Xiao Nian needed bright, colorful flowers for making lip balm and fragrant paste, Xiao Jinyu gathered all the fresh flowers available in Beijing and nearby areas. They also bought many flower seeds and seedlings. Xiao Nian designated a space in her storage to grow flowers and herbs needed for creams and serums. Xiao Jinyu owned several farms in Huai Prefecture suitable for planting flowers and herbs, so sourcing raw materials was no problem. With the help of the 3 men, the Duchess of Zhenghua finally had time to prepare items for Xiao Jinsheng and Qi Minru's wedding. She was busy every day like a spinning top. Qi Minru was not much better off. Her dowry, part of which was from the Shirling residence, still needed to be prepared mostly by herself. The items Qi Yujiao had taken earlier were returned to her by Qiao Nian when she found the opportunity, but Qi Minru chose not to use them. Instead, she sold everything and prepared a new, suitable dowry for herself. Xiao Jinsheng felt sorry for her, lacking elder support, and unable to visit often due to needing to avoid suspicion. He specially sent 2 trusted maidservants to deliver her items. For 10 days straight, Qiao Nian stayed mostly in her room, working in her space to produce medicinal masks and creams. Making fragrant paste was simpler. She had already given the recipe to Xiao Jinyu, who arranged for someone to produce it. Xiao Nian aimed to prepare enough stock for 2 months of sales. The rest would be shipped to Beijing via Xiao Jinyu's merchant ships. Once everything was settled, the turmoil in Beijing gradually calmed. Xiao Nian and Anping bid farewell as they prepared to return home. Jinger, don't cry. Your older sister isn't going to Beijing forever. If you miss home, just write us a letter. When we have time, your sister and brother will come to see you in Beijing again. When you grow older, you can come back to visit us. The Qiao family will always be your home. Qiao Nian gently wiped Zhao Jinghao's tears and smiled softly, patiently comforting him. Zhao Jinghao sniffled a few times before finally stopping his tears. He reached out to hug Qiao Nian's neck, voice hoarse, saying, "Older sister, remember to miss me. I will think of you, brother, and grandma every day. When I grow up, I will come to see you all. Good. Your sister will wait for you to grow up. When you return, I will take you to see Huahua and the others." After comforting Zhao Jinghao, Qiao Nian and her brother bade farewell to everyone before turning to get on the carriage. On the way here, they had a guard team led by Xiao Jinsheng, which was very grand. On the way back, Xiao Jinyu personally escorted them, and the team was just as large. Notably, the emperor, upon learning that Zhao Jinghao was saved by the Qiao family, rewarded them generously. They received several boxes of gold, silver, hairpins, and fabrics, enough to fill 5 large chests, and a plaque inscribed with words about virtue and kindness, written by the emperor himself, which was packed into 2 carriages. Additionally, the Marquis of Zhenghua prepared various gifts, filling 3 carriages. Qi Minru gave Qiao Nian seasonal clothes, shoes, and small clever items, filling 1 carriage. The Marquis and Xiao Jinsheng presented books, brushes, ink, and paper, along with a long spear, a sharp sword capable of cutting through iron, and 2 blood horse steeds. Xiao Jinyu selected servants and managers to stay at the Huai Tree Village estate. Qiao Nian, Xiao Jinyu, Ping'an, Nantingji, and Luyan traveled in 2 widened and extended carriages. The last were the guards, including Yi Yi and others, along with provisions and gifts for the journey. The returning team was just as grand as the one they arrived with. Half a day into the journey, Qiao Nian took out a finely crafted set of mahjong tiles. A few days earlier, she had given the design to Xiao Jinyu to have them made. The wealthy young master ordered a set made of high-quality jade, smooth and textured to the touch, with carved floral patterns on the back, surrounded by 2 clouds, both grand and delicate. Qiao Nian loved the set so much, she almost didn't want to put it away, finally understanding the collector's obsession from her past life. On the first day, Nantingji sat calmly in the back carriage. Qiao Nian, Ping'an, Xiao Jinyu, and Luyan played together. That evening, Ping'an excitedly explained the rules of mahjong, which made Nantingji a little restless. When going to the capital, Xiao Jinsheng accompanied him. When he returned, he sat alone, feeling a bit bored. He found a good excuse for himself, and the next day, when Nanting joined, everything seemed natural and casual. Qiao Nian found it funny, but didn't reveal it. This was a game praised as a national treasure in her past life, and few could resist it. 5 people took turns playing, occasionally switching to a game of do diju, with the loser accepting a small punishment. The group laughed and chatted happily all along the way. By the 13th day, they arrived at Huai Prefecture. When they entered the city, it was already late in the day, so they couldn't return to Huai Tree Village that night. They stayed in the city for rest and planned to leave early the next morning. Xiao Jinyu happened to inspect all the shops in the city. The fruit at the Qiao family was almost finished. Only a small amount of blueberries was left to sell each day. Watermelons, cantaloupes, and strawberries had all been harvested in the last batch. Xiao Nian also collected the profit from the fruit sales in the city over the past half-month, totaling 1,838 taels. The rest was sent back to the Qiao family every half-month. They had agreed to give her 27% of the profits from Star Pavilion, which would be calculated at the end of the year. Xiao Nian didn't lack silver now and had no objections. She handed over her meal plans and jewelry designs she had thought of during the rest stops to Xiao Jinyu and then stopped caring about the bookkeeping. She found it boring and preferred to practice her cultivation. The next day, everyone set out again at dawn. When they saw the old locust tree at the village entrance, Xiao Nian's smile kept widening. Even seeing the gossip-loving ant sitting under the tree made her feel very close. Aunt Hua, Nian Nian, and Ping on her back, Hua Guixiang was sitting at the door with Su Mama, making autumn clothes. It was already mid-September. Here, near the mountains, it was cold quickly and they had to wear extra clothes in the mornings before leaving. As they talked, they heard someone calling her from afar. Hua Guixiang looked up and saw Zhuzi. She said, "Zhuzi, run a bit slower." "What did you just say?" Zhuzi, panting and excited, caught his breath and said, "Auntie Nian Nian," and Ping on her back. They've already entered the village and there are many carriages. Hua Guixiang didn't hear the rest and, feeling excited, grabbed Su Mama's arm. "Did I hear right? Nian Nian and Ping on her back." "No, you heard right. It's the young lady and the young master. Look, the one riding at the front of the carriage is young Master Ping'an." At this moment, the convoy had reached the end of the village. Hua Guixiang and Su Mama stood at the door, just able to see the slowly approaching carriages. Ping'an rode his horse at the front, excitedly waving to Hua Guixiang. "Grandma, we're back." Qiao Nian pushed aside the car curtain, her smile brighter than today's sunshine. As soon as the carriage stopped, she eagerly jumped down, rushing into Hua Guixiang's arms, happily saying, "Grandma, I'm back. Little brat, you've been gone so long. Grandma missed you," Hua Guixiang said, hugging the siblings with tears in her eyes. She looked at each of them, happy to see they were safe and had grown taller. She sighed contentedly, saying, "It's good you're back." She then called out to Xiao Jinyu and Nan Tingji, "Quick, Jinyu and Mr. Nan, you've traveled hard. Come inside and sit." Luyan had already run over to Su Mama and Lu Zhu, smiling and exchanging greetings. Just as everyone was about to go inside, someone suddenly burst out from the crowd watching the scene, rushing quickly toward Xiao Nian. In the moment Xiao Jinyu turned around, his gaze swept the crowd. Seeing the figure flash by, he stepped forward and kicked the person away. Everyone then saw that the person being kicked was Qiao Jiao. After Xiao Jinyu forcefully kicked her, Qiao Jiao flew through the air, landing on the ground and sliding 2 meters before stopping. She was in pain but didn't make a sound, curling up like a shrimp, her face twisted in pain. Why did she come out? She wanted to hurt second young lady. She really doesn't know her place, someone whispered among the crowd. Such bad luck. She did something shameful and damaged our village's reputation, yet she still dares to come out. Qiao Nian heard the whispers and glanced at Hua Guixiang, who instantly looked grim. She wondered what Qiao Jiao had done this time to cause such anger. Was she causing trouble again after just returning? Could it be related to her? Hua Guixiang hesitated for a moment, but couldn't bear to see her granddaughter upset. She said to Xiao Jinyu, "Jinyu, for my sake, forgive her this time. Let someone send her away." Xiao Jinyu looked at the disheveled Qiao Jiao on the ground and then nodded. "Listen to Grandma." He secretly moved closer to push her away. Seeing him approach, Qiao Jiao shrank back, enduring her pain as she struggled to stand, glaring venomously at Xiao Nian. She turned and pushed through the crowd, her steps unsteady as she left. This small incident didn't affect everyone's mood. At noon, to save time, they ate their lunch on the carriage, waiting to go home for a good meal. Inside the cellar, there were wild boar and rabbits hunted the night before by Yi Qi and Yi Ba. A traditional barbecue was essential, with Lu Zhu and Hui Nyang preparing various dishes in the kitchen. Lu Yun and Grandma Su also went to help. Yi Qi and Yi Ba quickly processed the prey, cutting the meat into small pieces. Xiao Nian, Ping En, and Xiao Jinyu started skewering the meat. Yi Yi and his group prepared other items. Everyone got busy. During their busy moments, they learned from Yi Qi and Yi Ba about recent events at the main house. Since Jiao Jiao caused trouble at Widow Liang's house, Chen Ming completely disliked her. The Chen family also looked down on her. She had endless chores and endured her mother-in-law's constant scolding. Without Chen Ming's big plans, and now that Chen Ming refused to return even when living in town, Jiao Jiao couldn't bear such days. Finally, after being pulled by her hair again by her mother-in-law, she caused a big scene in town, ruining Chen Ming's reputation. Chen Ming was expelled from school, and his former friends and teachers no longer supported him. He couldn't take the imperial exams, and his future was ruined. The Chen family's years of effort were gone. It broke Jiao Jiao's heart, and she was beaten daily. Her mother-in-law even demanded Chen Ming divorce Jiao Jiao. But Chen Ming still cared about his last bit of pride. If he divorced her now, it would confirm the rumors that he had wronged his first wife. After some time, Chen Ming lost his chance to study, and the family stopped giving him money. Widow Liang refused to support him and forced him to find work, threatening to abort his unborn child. Filled with resentment, Chen Ming wandered around the town and then returned to Qinjia village. Unexpectedly, he saw something unforgettable. His older brother was actually having an affair with his wife. Chen Ming's blood boiled with anger. He grabbed a broom from outside and rushed over. The two people who had been arguing didn't react in time when Chen Ming burst in and were hit twice. Only after feeling the pain did they panic and dodge, hurriedly putting on their clothes and running out. Just then, Chen's father and mother, busy in the fields, returned home. Seeing their two sons fighting in the yard and the second daughter-in-law who had come back early to cook, they felt a sudden shock. "Father, mother, why are you standing at the door? Why is the house so noisy?" Chen's eldest daughter-in-law also returned at this moment. She spoke and then stepped into the yard. "The scene before you is a chaotic scene of chasing and fleeing. Xiao Jiao Jiao's hair is messy, her clothes are disheveled, and she has buttoned her top incorrectly, with a hint of a red undergarment visible underneath. Chen Laoda is only wearing a pair of loose shorts, and his shirt is also hanging loosely on his body. When he sees the three people returning, a guilty and uncomfortable expression appears on his face. He no longer runs but stands there, receiving a firm slap from Chen Ming. Chen Laoda's wife has long suspected that these two are involved, as they often exchange glances. Today, she even lied, saying they came back to get something but they actually went to the bed. Soon, the incident at Chen's house caused a stir throughout Qinjia village. Chen Ming wanted to divorce Jiao Jiao and split from the main family. The matter became very serious, and the village chief of Huaishu village, Qiao Hai, Lin Shi, and several respected uncles from the village were all summoned to Qinjia village. When the people of Huaishu village learned what happened, they felt ashamed and couldn't argue. In the end, Qiao Jiao was only given a divorce paper, and she couldn't take anything with her. The village's reputation was ruined because of such a scandalous woman, and in the future, young men and women in the village would be more cautious when choosing partners. Back in Huaishu village, some families were discussing marriage proposals for their daughters and were demanding that Qiao Jiao be drowned in the pond. Qiao Hai and Lin Shi wished they had no daughter at all and didn't even try to stop her. The crowd was furious. They believed such a shameless woman who didn't respect her morals should not stay in the village. As someone stepped forward to seize Qiao Jiao, she was so frightened that she immediately ran to the village chief, crying and kowtowing. She begged not to be killed and promised to do anything in the future to avoid bringing shame to Huaishu village. Seeing that the crowd was still not convinced, Qiao Jiao, in her panic, thought of Hua Guixiang and Qiao Nian. She pleaded, "You can't kill me. I am from the Qiao family, and I am Qiao Nian's cousin. Even if we are no longer related, the blood ties remain." If you really drown me, Qiao Nian's reputation will also be affected. She knows about this, and she definitely won't want to carry the burden of earning money with you anymore. She won't think about the village when good things happen in the future. Please let me go, and I promise I won't leave the village. Qinjia village doesn't want to make this matter worse. Soon, everyone will forget about this. The angry crowd suddenly quieted down. Qiao Jiao was not wrong. She was a member of the Qiao family, with Qiao blood flowing in her veins. If she were truly dealt with today, Qiao Nian and Qiao Ping'an might not care, but the old lady would definitely feel uncomfortable. This year, Qiao's family grew a lot of fruit and sold many silver coins. The villagers are all waiting for Qiao Nian to come back, hoping she can help them out, even if it's just sharing some soup. The village chief finally had to step in and calm everyone down. He was angry earlier and thought scaring Qiao Jiao a little might help. She had once insisted on marrying Qiao Nian, and before getting married, she was involved with Qin Ming. Now she's done something shameful, making the whole Huai Tree village lose face. The chief scolded Qiao Hai and Qiao Jiao harshly, telling Qiao Hai to take her home and watch her carefully. No matter what, Qiao Jiao is not allowed to leave the village again. Before this was settled, some gamblers from the town came to the village with Qiao Pingshan, who was badly beaten and bruised. They demanded, "Who is Qiao Hai? Come out and talk. This kid owes us 60 taels of silver. Today he must pay us back, or we will break his arms and legs." A tall man with a full beard threw Qiao Pingshan to the ground. Lin's mother saw her son was hurt so badly and cried out loudly, rushing to hug him and crying, "My dear boy, how could they hurt you like this?" She glanced at the bearded man's muscular body and was too angry to speak properly. She said, "Gentlemen, is there some misunderstanding? My son is a student at Songha Academy, studying there all the time. He could not owe money to the gambling house." Qiao Hai stepped forward and said, "I've seen these men before when I worked in town. They are ruthless, but I've never failed to get what I was owed." The bearded man snorted and showed him an IOU, with Qiao Pingshan's name written clearly and a red thumbprint on it. It was impossible to deny. Qiao Hai was stunned, feeling like he'd been struck by lightning. He couldn't believe it. His one hand was disabled and he was now a cripple. His daughter was abandoned by her husband. His only hope was his son studying in town. He dreamed that his son would become a successful scholar and a high official, so he could enjoy a good life. He wanted to make Hua Guixiang regret her choice that day. One day, he planned to kill Qiao Nian himself, cut her into pieces, and make her pay for what she did. But now, everything was over. Qiao Hai couldn't accept this truth. His head buzzed, and he felt dizzy, as if the world was spinning. Suddenly, he burst out laughing wildly. "My son has passed the imperial exam and become a top scholar. Are you here to bring good news? Rewards, I want rewards." Then he shouted, "I want that useless Qiao Nian dead. Let her die. Kill her. Ha! My son has become the top scholar." Everyone was stunned by Qiao Hai's sudden action. Lin Shi also forgot to hold her son and cried, quickly standing up and grabbing Qiao Hai's arm carefully. "Master, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Qiao Hai ignored her and kept smiling foolishly at the crowd. "My son is the top scholar. Rewards. My son is going to be an official. Is Qiao Hai crazy?" Qiao Nian couldn't help but interrupt Yi Qi's story. Xiao Jinyu and Ping and looked at Yi Qi with curiosity. Yi Qi nodded and continued, "I and Yi Boss secretly observed for a while. It doesn't seem like a lie." Qiao Nian was silent for a moment, feeling little inside. She remembered how her original self had been bullied. If she hadn't traveled here, her original self, being immortal, would have been sold long ago. The outcome would have been even worse than the current second wife's. "Did the people at the gambling house just leave like that?" Ping'an asked curiously. Actually, he wanted to ask about Qiao Pingshan. He was almost like a nightmare from Ping'an's childhood, often bragging about reading and mocking Ping and his father for being uneducated farmers. Sometimes he would write a few random characters on the ground, deliberately telling Ping the wrong way to read them, or leave out strokes to show the correct way. He did this partly to show off that he could read, but more to embarrass Ping-en outside. Ping-en and his father were only fit to farm in the village all their lives, supporting their family. Because of this, Ping-en often ran to play in the village, avoiding farm work. Old Xiao thought his son was still young and let him play freely, not realizing that the real reason was that he felt inferior for not being able to read and wanted to escape farm chores. Yi Qi finished cutting the last piece of meat, put down his knife, and said, Lin Shi returned the silver to save her son. Xiao Pingshan was expelled from the academy and is now resting at home. Ping-en couldn't quite understand his feelings. He felt a bit dazed, but he didn't forgive. The harm had truly happened. Just because their situation was miserable now, it didn't mean they deserved forgiveness. This world isn't about who is more pitiful, and just because someone is pitiful doesn't mean they are right. Young master, young lady, the fire is ready. You can start grilling the meat, Yi Zhao called out, bringing everyone's thoughts back. Xiao Jinyu said, coming. Hua Guixiang just came out of the kitchen, her face gentle. The dishes inside are almost ready. Hurry up with your hands and we can eat soon. Got it, Grandma. Xiao Jinyu, Qiao Nian, and Ping-en all responded at the same time. Then one of them took a skewer of meat, ready to show off their skills. The lively atmosphere at the Qiao family's house lasted for a long time. After eating and drinking enough, Qiao Nian lay on a lounge chair in the yard, looking at the stars. Xiao Jinyu sat beside her. Seeing that she hadn't spoken for a long time, he asked, Nian, what are you thinking about? Xiao Nian turned her head and smiled at him. I really enjoy days like this. It feels so good to be home. If you want to stay in the village forever, then we can live here. My house is already built and just waiting for its owner, she said suddenly, sitting up with a hint of confusion. Oh right, your house is finished. Why are you still living at my place? Xiao Jinyu hesitated. Was he talking about that? Xiao Nian was busy with her return home. The next morning, she went up the mountain to see her 3 cute pets. When Hua Hua, Dian Dian, and Little Black saw her, their faces looked sad and wronged, with pleading and helpless eyes. They made soft crying sounds, like they were crying, which made Xiao Nian feel heartbroken. She hurriedly comforted each one with hugs and kisses, apologized many times, promised to bring plenty of spiritual spring water, and assured them she would take them out next time. Only then did the 3 pets reluctantly forgive her. After drinking the spiritual spring water, the 3 obediently snuggled close to her, seeming afraid she would run away again. Xiao Nian's heart was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. How could they be so adorable and clingy? Her space was now very large, so next time she went out, she planned to put them inside her space and never be apart from them for so long again. She spent most of the day playing with the 3 pets on the mountain. Then she carried Hua Hua, who had brought her a plum blossom deer, down the mountain. That night, Qiao Nian entered her space as usual. She habitually checked the weather forecast in the sky, but this time, the display was different. She blinked and looked again. She wasn't mistaken. On the 29th day, the forecast showed cloudy weather with strong winds. On the 30th day, there would be a blizzard and strong winds, with temperatures dropping to -18 degrees Celsius. Since the last heavy rain, it hadn't rained again. Today was already mid-September, and a month later, a heavy snowstorm was expected. The temperature would drop sharply. If the storm was as severe as the last rain, people could freeze to death. For now, she could only see the forecast for the 30th day. She hoped it would be delayed by one more day tomorrow. She wondered how long this snowstorm would last. No matter how long it persisted, such a cold and heavy snowstorm would be a disaster for the people. Xiao Nian calmed herself down. The only thing she could do was to share this news with Xiao Jinyu. There was still time to tell the Duke of Zhen and the eldest son, and perhaps save some people. What could be done beyond that was not within her power to consider? She was not a saint. Since she lived in this era, she didn't want chaos to break out. She didn't want to flee famine, move to another place, or experience war. Only if the court was stable could she and her family live better. If she only cared for herself and the capital fell, where would her home be? This was also a kind of selfishness. Xiao Nian believed that as long as she felt at peace, that was enough. Her strength was limited, and once the message was sent, her only wish was to protect her family. The next morning, Xiao Nian opened her eyes and immediately focused her consciousness on her space. Sure enough, days 29 and 30 turned into violent snowstorms, with the lowest temperature dropping to minus 22 degrees. She quickly got up and dressed properly. In this era, most people used cotton clothes for warmth, while wealthy merchants and officials used animal fur. With these conditions, many people froze or were injured by the cold. She quickly reviewed the medical texts for frostbite remedies and found a recipe for frostbite ointment. She went to the desk, copied the recipe quickly, and waited for the ink to dry. Then she slipped into her space to wash up. After coming out, she took the recipe and went to find Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu was practicing a sword technique in the yard. Just as he was about to rest, he saw Xiao Nian approaching and greeted her with a smile. Nian, why are you up so early today? Are you hungry? Let's go have breakfast. Xiao Nian said, I have something to tell you. Let's go inside. Seeing her serious expression, Xiao Jinyu knew she wasn't joking. He put away his smile and nodded. The two went inside, leaving Yi Yi and Yi Er to guard the yard. Nian, what happened? Sit down first and tell me. Xiao Jinyu poured her a cup of hot water and handed it to her. Xiao Nian took a sip, looked up at Xiao Jinyu, and said, Do you remember the heavy rain in May? You were at our house then. Xiao Jinyu nodded. That was when he expressed his feelings to Xiao Nian and received her response. He would never forget that moment. Now, I want to tell you that there will be a snowstorm in a month. Would you believe it? Xiao Jinyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded without hesitation. I believe it. As long as you say it, Nian, I believe everything you say. Xiao Nian's lips curled into a slight smile, and she was very pleased with Xiao Jinyu's answer. She continued, to be precise, in 28 days, there will be a heavy snowstorm, and the temperature will drop sharply. However, the duration is still uncertain. Xiao Nian had no further explanation. Her space was full of mysteries she hadn't fully explored yet. She decided not to explain and let Xiao Jinyu imagine on his own. Hearing this, Xiao Jinyu's face grew serious. He didn't doubt whether Xiao Nian's words were true. He had believed unconditionally in the heavy rainstorm before, and now he believed even more. He wouldn't question where the news came from. Since Xiao Nian had inherited the teachings of the immortals, she must have many extraordinary abilities. His thoughts remained the same. If she didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask. The two began discussing what to do next. Xiao Jinyu needed to leave today. His business spread across the entire Beishun dynasty, and without preparation, the coming snowstorm would cause great losses. He planned to send a message to the capital first, asking the Duke of Zhenghua to prepare quickly. As for the source of the information, Xiao Jinyu would explain everything in person after returning to the capital. He wouldn't reveal Xiao Nian's identity. He would make some arrangements in advance, divert attention elsewhere, or blame it on the immortals. Since it couldn't be verified, those who believed would believe. The most important supplies for the snowstorm and cold weather were food, warm clothing, charcoal, and medicine. Many people usually prepare extra of these items in winter. With their reminder, they believed this would help reduce casualties. After their discussion, Xiao Nian didn't bother to eat much. She ate a few bites casually, then went into her room to make frostbite ointment herself. She used herbs grown in her space, which were far more effective than ordinary herbs. She tried to make as much as possible to carry with Xiao Jinyu, just in case. She copied the prescription for the ointment and gave a copy to each Jurin Tang in every prefecture. The ointment would be sold at low prices to ordinary people, which should help ease some panic. After lunch, Xiao Jinyu and the others said goodbye. He hugged Xiao Nian reluctantly and whispered, Nian, when I return, let's get married next year, okay? Xiao Nian's body stiffened slightly. She hadn't thought about marrying so early, but refusing him now might make him feel uneasy. Her heart softened, and she blurted out, okay. After Xiao Jinyu left, Xiao Nian suppressed her faint feelings of reluctance. There were still many things waiting for her at home. She called Shwe Dashin, since there wasn't much work in the fields at this time. She arranged for him to take a team to the county town to buy a large amount of charcoal. The remaining people, including the more than 20 servants brought by Xiao Jinyu, stayed behind to make cotton clothes and quilts. They also needed to pickle vegetables and prepare dried foods later. Everyone else went up the mountain to chop wood, aiming to fill all the empty rooms in front of the two houses. Both the Qiao and Xiao Jinyu houses were newly built, with firewalls around each room, including the houses where Shwe Dashin and his group lived. With so many people and rooms, the amount of charcoal and firewood needed was not small. Because of the cold weather, the consumption of firewood and charcoal would increase, so they had to prepare extra to keep everyone warm. The food supplies were to be bought in batches by Yi Qi and Yi Ba. Chun Chuan and Chen Xinghe, the brothers, definitely knew the best routes. She just needed to arrange this. There was little to worry about. Once the food was bought, she planned to secretly add some to her own space to boost everyone's health without raising suspicion. This season was perfect for buying cabbage, radishes, beans, and eggplants. They could be made into dried dishes, pickles, and also some cured meats and dried meats. With many people, their strength was greater. Xiao Nian planned to divide the current workforce into small groups, so even with large preparations, there was plenty of time. There were also some scattered but very important items like salt, lard, and animal pelts, which needed to be bought quickly. As for medicinal herbs, her space already had enough, so no more needed to be purchased. She issued orders one after another. Though everyone was a bit confused, no one asked questions and simply followed her instructions. Hua Guixiang took the opportunity to hand over the account book and silver. This year, the family earned over 5,900 taels from fruit sales. After paying for work wages, the remaining expenses were 5,148 taels. Xiao Nian tried to refuse, but it was no use. Hua Guixiang was very satisfied with their current life. Holding so much silver made her feel uneasy, and giving it to Xiao Nian made her just want to be a happy old lady. She didn't ask about or stop the large purchases Xiao Nian made. She handed over the silver and the house to her, implicitly trusting her to manage everything as she saw fit. Ping'an went to Beijing for a trip and had a lot of work to catch up on. When she returned, Nan Tingji ordered her to stay in her room to review her lessons from this period. She didn't ask for her opinion or even inquire about her. The grandfather and grandson fully demonstrated their trust and dependence on Xiao Nian through their actions. Xiao Nian wanted to say that her space probably now contained mostly gold and silver, but she couldn't or wouldn't say it, as she couldn't explain where all the gold and silver came from. She simply accepted the silver and gave Elder Su 500 taels for household expenses, while Shwe Dashin used 1,000 taels to buy charcoal. On nights 7 and 8, another 1,000 taels were spent on food, vegetables, and meat. They went shopping in batches. Only after bringing back the items would they go out for the next batch. If the silver ran out, she could always withdraw more. Overall, they didn't mind spending money or having many things. For items that were hard to store, Xiao Nian first kept them in her space and would secretly take them out later. She also specifically told them to be careful when bringing things back to avoid attracting attention, including from villagers. This time, Xiao Nian didn't go to see the village chief herself. Soon, Xiao Jinyu's people would spread the news that there would be a heavy snowstorm this year in the city and county. After the lessons from the last heavy rain, she believed the villagers would be more alert, so she chose not to interfere. If there were still foolish or troublemakers, she didn't want to be responsible if something went wrong. The days passed quickly in their busy lives. 20 days flew by. Xiao Nian finally confirmed the duration of the snowstorm, 10 days, longer than the previous rainstorm. The temperature was also frighteningly low, between -25 and -30 degrees Celsius. With the current heating measures, such low temperatures were deadly. She sent Xiao Jinyu a letter, explaining how long the snowstorm would last and strongly advised him to prepare more warm supplies. She told him seriously that once his work was done, he should stay in the capital and not rush back or go elsewhere. If he encountered heavy snow on the way, it would be extremely dangerous. Recently, Many villagers were preparing winter supplies, chopping firewood, and repairing houses. The whole village was unusually busy. The news about the snowstorm was brought back by the village chief's eldest son. That afternoon, the village chief went to the town and confirmed the report. Remembering the heavy rain in May, he returned and rang the bell to gather everyone. The villagers' reactions were surprisingly unanimous. They all chose to believe it. The next day, they formed teams to buy grain and supplies in town, leaving no room for Qiao Nian's plans. The Qiao family also brought back several carts of goods openly and helped villagers dry vegetables and chop firewood, not missing a single step. In reality, the Qiao family had already prepared enough supplies. Xue Dashan bought about 30,000 jin of charcoal, all stacked in Xiao Jinyu's house. The dried firewood filled 4 storage rooms and 15 empty houses. Not only is there enough charcoal for this year, but also for next year. There are 3,000 jin of various grains, 2,000 jin of vegetables and meats. Every family member has 2 new sets of leather clothes and shoes, along with new cotton quilts, which look warm and cozy. On October 10th, there are only 2 days left before the predicted snowstorm. Early in the morning, the sky looked like it was covered with a black cloth. Even during the day, it was dark and oppressive, very frightening. It was very similar to the scene before the last heavy rain. Qiao Nian took advantage of the early time to go up the mountain. She found 3 animals, Hua Hua, Dian Dian, and Xiao He, and wanted to bring them home to stay safe. After snowing, the mountain temperature would drop even more, and food would be harder to find. Unexpectedly, all 3 shook their heads and then led Qiao Nian to their new mountain cave. Inside, there was a natural hot spring, warm and spacious enough for all 3 to move around. At the back of the cave, they had stored the prey they hunted in the past 2 days, enough for them to eat for a while. Animals are much more sensitive to weather changes than humans and start preparing early. Qiao Nian gently petted their heads and said, "If the mountain gets too cold in a few days, don't force yourselves. Come down to our house and wait until the temperature rises again, then go back, okay?" The 3 animals nodded together and nuzzled her hand affectionately, showing they understood. Qiao Nian also left some space for planting vegetables and fruits and filled 3 wooden buckets with spring water. Then she quickly went down the mountain. As noon approached, a strong wind suddenly blew and the temperature dropped noticeably. Qiao Nian glanced at the current temperature on the space screen, -8 degrees Celsius. This was about the lowest temperature she remembered from her previous life's hometown. Everyone had already changed into cotton clothes and shoes. Their hands outside would freeze in just 3 minutes, making them want to pull back immediately. "Nian Nian, come inside quickly. Why are you standing on the porch? You'll catch a cold." Hua Guixiang's voice pulled Qiao Nian out of her distracted thoughts. She rubbed her hands and replied, "Coming, Grandma. Was it this cold when it snowed in previous years?" It was cold then, too. Snowing was about the same as now. Back then, Yu and Ping'an stayed inside, kept warm by the stove, and didn't want to leave the house. Now that it's warmer, you still stand on the porch and need to be called. "Look, your hands are already red from the cold," Hua Guixiang said, grabbing Qiao Nian's hands and rubbing them a few times until they didn't feel so cold, then let go. Qiao Nian smiled a bit foolishly. She was dressed warmly, and the fire in the house made it quite hot. After only a short while inside, she felt a bit uncomfortable, so she took off her fluffy rabbit coat and felt better. Hua Guixiang was still talking about their current life. Last year, their family was starving and freezing, but this year, they even had a firewall. She was wearing a thin jacket inside and felt hot with just a little movement. Listening to her, Qiao Nian also took off her cotton pants, got onto the Kong bed, and made a nest with a pillow. She lay down and immediately felt comfortable, closing her eyes to rest. Soon, she fell into a peaceful sleep. Hua Guixiang talked for a long time, but saw that Qiao Nian was already asleep, covered quite tightly. She quietly chuckled and continued making shoes. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, but inside the house was quiet and peaceful, a calm moment in time. The relentless wind blew for 2 days. On this day, after the Qiao family finished lunch, The howling sound that had been circling their ears for 2 days suddenly stopped. Ping and was the first to lift the heavy curtain and look outside. "It's snowing," Qiao Nian responded with a soft, Hua Guixiang, Elder Su, Lu Zhu, and Lu Yun all stood at the door. What caught their eyes was the snow falling in large clusters, falling quickly and heavily. When it hit the ground, they could even hear faint sounds. In no time, everything was quickly covered in white. A cold wind blew through, not moving the snowflakes in the air, but making everyone shiver from the cold. Ping quickly lower the curtain. Everyone come inside. Hua Guixiang saw this scene and suddenly felt anxious. She had lived here for decades and had never seen such heavy snow, nor felt the outside temperature drop so sharply. Without preparation, people could freeze to death. "Grandma, what's wrong?" Qiao Nian saw Hua Guixiang's unusual expression and hurriedly called out to her, helping her sit down. Hua Guixiang pressed her hand to her chest, calming her pounding heart, took a deep breath, and shook her head. "Grandma is fine. This snow is strange. Luckily, you prepared things in advance. Otherwise, with so many of us, we might starve or freeze to death." After saying this, she seemed to think of something and grabbed Qiao Nian's arm. Nian, over there, is everything okay?" Qiao Nian sighed softly, understanding what Hua Guixiang was worried about. "Grandma," the village chief reminded everyone in the village. "I saw them buying grain. Don't worry." Hua Guixiang closed her eyes briefly, then opened them with a long sigh. "Grandma is getting forgetful. Nian, don't mind this old woman. Everything is fine." Elder Madame Su skillfully poured a glass of water and handed it to Hua Guixiang, speaking gently. "The old lady isn't confused. The young lady and young master are still small and need your care. Please take good care of yourself. Alright, I also need to see Nian get married and pass the imperial exam safely. Don't worry, I am in good health." Hua Guixiang's face looked much better as she took the water and sipped slowly. Jiao Nian and exchanged a glance, both silent. Hearts are complicated, and family ties are hard to break. This is not just words. Jiao Nian went out to instruct Yi Qi to pay attention to the movements on the second branch's side, telling him to report if anything happened. When she turned back to her room, she saw Shou Wang and Yi Shi, half drenched by wind and snow, rushing through the hanging flower gate. Jiao Nian and Yi Qi hurried to meet them, thinking, "Why is Yi Shi back now? Could something have happened to Xiao Jinyu?" "Young lady, the subordinate has seen you. The young master asked me to deliver this letter to you." Yi Shi respectfully bowed and handed over a letter. "Is your young master well? Where is he now?" Jiao Nian took the letter and asked anxiously. Yi Shi replied, "Rest assured, young master is in the capital. Everything is fine. I was worried you might worry, so I sent this message." Jiao Nian breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Your clothes are all wet. Go take a hot bath and change.
Stay at home for now.
Once the snowstorm passes, you can leave." "Thank you, young lady," Yi Shi said respectfully. When he arrived, Xiao Jinyu had told him to stay at Jiao's house for the time being and follow her instructions. Yi Qi took Yi Shi to wash and change, while Jiao Nian told Hua Guixiang she was going back to read the letter. After reading it, she felt much less worried. Xiao Jinyu had to stay in the capital to help the Duke of Zhenghua and the eldest son with disaster relief, so he couldn't leave. The letter was to report his safety. The Duke of Zhenghua ultimately chose to trust his son. The income from the western salt mines over the past few months was used entirely to gather grain and supplies. Half a month ago, the Ministry of Heaven reported an impending cold disaster in the Beishun dynasty. The emperor hesitated for 3 days, but under pressure from many officials, he finally issued an imperial decree for full disaster relief. Following that, a series of relief measures were implemented, including controlling grain and commodity prices, instructing people to repair their homes, preparing warm clothing, and opening granaries if necessary. Anyone hoarding or looting during the chaos would be executed on the spot if the situation was severe. The treasury allocated 300,000 taels of silver, and the Duke of Zhenghua and Marquis Wuping jointly led the relief efforts to do everything possible to save the people. Xiao Jinyu didn't have time to complain about the emperor's stinginess before being conscripted by the Duke of Zhenghua for forced labor, which sometimes even required paying silver. Seeing the resentment hidden in the words, Qiao Nian's lips slowly curved into a faint smile. She carefully folded the letter and stored it in her space. Her gaze drifted outside to the snow falling steadily, already forming a thick layer. The trees in the yard were bent under the weight of snow, and the distant mountains looked even whiter and more beautiful, like jade and crystal. Since that heavy snowstorm, the Northern Shun dynasty entered a peaceful 3 years. Yes, time flew by quickly. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the court was stable and prosperous, borders secure, and the people lived happily. After handing over military power 3 years ago, the Duke of Zhenghua gradually eased the emperor's suspicion of his family. The heir of the duke, Xiao Jinsheng, entered the Ministry of Revenue and began to show his talent. The 9th prince was very clever. At just 6 years old, he wrote an article praised by the great scholars, earning admiration and praise. The emperor's favoritism toward him was obvious, and there was a hint of making him crown prince. 3 years ago, the 3rd prince was demoted to commoner, and the 2nd prince was diagnosed by doctors as having difficulty producing heirs. In fact, the 3rd prince had already given him a medicine to prevent him from having children, making it impossible for him to have sons or daughters in this life. The 2nd prince was deeply affected, feeling depressed for a while before requesting to be sent to Bianzhou. His mother, Lady Li, passed away on the day he was exiled. Other princes either had foreign princess mothers or lacked strong backing, so they couldn't compare to the 9th prince. As for Qiao Nian and Xiao Jinyu, these past 3 years had been marked by frequent separations. Xiao Jinyu was busy traveling around to manage business affairs. Qiao Nian wanted to stay longer in the village to spend time with Hua Guixiang, and their orchard had grown to over 180 acres. She had been essential to its early development, so most of their time was spent between meeting and parting. To show their importance for Qiao Nian, the duke and his wife visited her twice in these 3 years. The first visit was to propose marriage. After both sides met and agreed, pending Hua Guixiang and Qiao Nian's approval, they officially presented betrothal gifts and arranged the marriage. Qiao Nian, citing her young age, politely declined the following year's proposal to marry, remaining steadfast and unyielding, even when Xiao Jinyu looked like a disappointed young wife. The second visit was 6 months ago, when Qiao Nian was already 17. The wedding date was finally set, and they arrived with a grand gift of 30 carriages filled with presents. The Duke of Zhen and his wife stayed in Huai Tree Village for 10 days. The two families agreed on a wedding date set for 6 months later, specifically on the 10th day of October. The auspicious days included marriage, travel, and moving to a new home. As the date approached day by day, Qiao Nian began to feel wedding anxiety and often had the urge to run away. With only 20 days left before the wedding, Xiao Jinyu was already on his way to pick her up. Counting the days, they would arrive at Linen Town in 2 days. Just thinking about it made her feel restless. Hua Guixiang watched Qiao Nian fidgeting and asked with curiosity, Nian, what exactly are you worried about? The duke's family is so good, and even the noble daughters in the capital are eager to marry into such a family. What are you still uneasy about? To show respect, Jinyu waited 3 years. During these 3 years, he traveled back and forth many times. Do you remember all of it? You must not do anything that would hurt him. Otherwise, Grandma wouldn't agree. Qiao Nian's eyes widened in surprise. When did the old lady, who once wholeheartedly cared for her, start favoring outsiders? Grandma, I am your real granddaughter. How can you favor him? I don't care. You can't change your mind or start favoring outsiders. Hua Guixiang turned her head, pretending to be annoyed, and said, What outsiders? Jinyu is not an outsider. If he finds out you said that, he'll be hurt and upset. Grandma, you don't love me anymore. Qiao Nian pouted, acting spoiled and stubborn. She insisted that Hua Guixiang admit she loved her most before she would stop. Hua Guixiang couldn't stand this anymore and finally surrendered, saying, All right. No one can compare to our Nian. I love you the most. That's more like it. Humph. Hua Guixiang playfully poked her finger on Qiao Nian's forehead and scolded with a smile. You're just a troublemaker. Besides Jinyu, no one can tolerate you. Qiao Nian sat up straight and declared seriously, since he married me, he should know my little temper. If he can't stand it, he shouldn't marry me. Ma Mo from the side couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, I think the young lady is very genuine. Her personality might be what the future husband likes most. That's right, Mama. He has good taste. After saying this, she didn't care about the reactions of the two behind her and happily returned to her courtyard. Feeling much better after a little venting, Qiao Nian wasn't really unwilling to marry. She was just nervous about marrying for the first time in her life. She went back to her courtyard to check on Lu Zhu and Lu Yun, who were counting her dowry. Since she was leaving Huai Tree Village, the journey was too long to bring many things. Most of her belongings were bought in the capital. When everything was ready, her dowry would be combined into 2 parts. Although she is a farmer's daughter, she is very wealthy. Over the past 3 years, she has earned a lot from selling various medicinal pills, making her extremely rich. Her family's fruit business and other income are just additional sources. Now, calling her the richest person in Beishun Dynasty is not an exaggeration. However, she stays hidden behind the scenes. The medicinal pills are sold under the name of Jiren Hall, and the alchemists are secret masters who hide their identities. The outside world doesn't know that these spiritual pills are made by a humble farmer girl. She also co-founded a beauty salon with the Duchess of Zhenghua and Qi Minru. In 3 years, they earned nearly 1 million taels of silver, which has made many people jealous. But no matter how others investigate, they can't find any information about the master of cosmetics. The people she hired can't even figure out how the essential oils are extracted. Not only do they have to watch her make money, but they also have to endure their women spending money at the beauty salon. In the end, they feel both heartbroken over the money and fascinated by how beautiful their women become. It's truly painful and hard to describe. Every time Qi Minru mentions people's greed and scheming in her letters, Master Qiao Nian, finds it very funny. While feeling happy, she also develops a new line of effective whitening skincare products to send to the capital, further stimulating consumption. A year ago, Xiao Jinyu successfully opened the first beauty salon in Nanshun Kingdom. She knew she couldn't just earn money for her own country, she had to earn for others too. 2 months later, she opened Jiren Hall, selling limited spiritual medicines while consulting patients. The royal family and nobles of Nanshun Kingdom were eager to buy, with a rejuvenation pill selling for 100,000 taels of silver. The detox pills and the discontinuous ointment were limited to 1 each, and everyone eager to buy was powerful and influential. No one dared offend them, so they could only auction the items and the highest bidder won. Xiao Jinyu also discussed with Qiao Nian about traveling overseas after they get married. She heard that other countries have things they don't have here. Both of them have space, so trading back and forth is easy. Becoming the richest merchant in the world is just around the corner. After getting Qiao Nian's approval, Xiao Jinyu secretly started building a large ship capable of sailing far, training crew members and preparing supplies. When the time comes, she only needs Qiao Nian to give the order, and they can set sail at any moment. Of course, Qiao Nian also gave many suggestions. She provided theories on the ship's power system and stability. Most of these ideas came from watching short videos in her past life. She offered methods and ideas, and master craftsmen could then develop safer, larger ships. The only thing that hasn't progressed is the spiritual crystals needed for space upgrades. They still haven't received any news about them. If it weren't for the 40 spirit crystals I previously obtained, I would doubt whether this world has ever had such a thing. But I've come to accept it. My space is fully sufficient, and I also have an infinite warehouse that can hold anything. Xiao Jinyu also has a portable space, making it very convenient for us to go anywhere. I also possess the carefree step and the divine dragon technique. The strongest expert in Beishun Dynasty, who died in my hands 3 years ago, is now no one in the martial world or the court can match. As long as we don't act recklessly, it's completely safe for us to travel outside. After understanding this, I no longer worry much and focus on home and business matters. When I have free time, I spend more time with Hua Guixiang. After I get married, I will have less time to return home. Last year, Ping'an passed the imperial exam and became a scholar at 11 years old. The whole Linen town was excited, and the county magistrate personally came to congratulate him. But when he saw the plaque given by the emperor that was displayed in the Jia family, he was so frightened he knelt down with a thud. Since then, the Jia family has received generous festival gifts every year. After Ping'an became a scholar, Nan Tingji said he lacked experience and was still too young. To pass the imperial examination, he needed more training. Over the past year, they mostly traveled outside. Besides the servants, only Jia and Hua Guixiang were usually at home. As my wedding day approached, last month Ping and Nan Tingji returned from outside, along with Lu Divine Doctor, who had been traveling for 3 years. He said he visited many places, spending the most time in the northern mountains, where he found a ghost grass and a deadly mandrake. The old man was quite proud when he returned to show off to me. He said, "See, old man can also find spiritual herbs. Are you jealous, little girl?" I calmly took out a rejuvenation pill. Before Lu Divine Doctor could show off further, he was hit with a sharp rebuke. He kept asking, "Little girl, I beg you, tell me, besides the common herbs, what else did you add to this rejuvenation pill?" I thought to myself, isn't he showing off already? I won't tell him. Even now, Lu Divine Doctor is still researching the ingredients of the rejuvenation pill in the pharmacy. As the sun rises and sets, another day passes. Xiao Jinyu led a grand wedding procession into Huai Tree Village. The team went to Zhao's house to rest. Xiao Jinyu couldn't wait and came to the Qiao family. Hua Guixiang and others stood at the door to welcome him. Xiao Jinyu looked around and, when he saw the familiar figure he had been thinking about day and night, his smile grew wider. He quickly walked over. "Grandma, Annie and I'm back." Hua Guixiang's smile never faded. She said a few kind words, invited Xiao Jinyu inside, and asked if he was tired. Through the gaps in the crowd, Qiao Nian looked at him with a playful glare. It had only been a little over 3 months since they last saw each other, but his eyes seemed so intense. She looked annoyed on the outside but felt a wave of sweetness inside, and a smile appeared on her face. She turned away and went to the kitchen, knowing he was arriving today and the family had prepared early. After a lively meal, Xiao Jinyu didn't have time to say much to Qiao Nian before Hua Guixiang pushed him out. "You leave early tomorrow. Rest early tonight and gather your strength. You'll be on the road again tomorrow." Xiao Jinyu nodded with a smile. Tomorrow, he would officially pick her up. The journey would take over 10 days, and they planned to arrive in the capital before October 8th. They would rest for 2 days, and that would be their wedding day. They had waited 3 years for this. He wasn't in a hurry at all. Well, maybe he was. Back at the house, he kept turning and couldn't sleep. He kept checking the time and finally, exhausted from the long journey, he drifted into a light sleep. At 3 watch in the early morning, Qiao Nian, who was sleeping soundly, was gently awakened by Lu Zhu and Lu Yun. "Miss, it's getting late. Time to get up, wash up, and do your makeup." Qiao Nian was so sleepy, she could barely open her eyes. She had gone to bed late last night and felt she had just fallen asleep when she was woken up. Still groggy, she sat in the bath. After washing, she felt more awake. She got up, put on a bright red inner dress made of soft, comfortable water cloud brocade. Then she wore a red, floral-patterned cross-color dress, with wide sleeves embroidered with intricate gold thread and decorated with shiny pearls, making her look luxurious and noble. Thanks to years of nourishing from spiritual spring water, her skin was smooth, fair, and glowing with no flaws. Just a light makeup made everyone in the room amazed. Today, she was going out. The village women weren't suitable to be the full blessing lady, but Qiao Nian didn't care. Hua Guixiang helped her do her hair, singing auspicious words. Lu Yun styled her hair and placed a red gold headpiece with rubies on her head. Even though everyone saw Qiao Nian every day, they were still stunned by her beauty. In the mirror, she had an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, eyes like autumn water, cherry-colored lips, and every smile and frown was full of charm. Zhou Nian saw herself like this for the first time, her cheeks slightly red. She smiled softly. Behind her, Lu Yun exclaimed, "Miss, are you trying to charm all the servants? You usually don't wear makeup, but today you look so dressed up." The young master might be too overwhelmed. "Exactly, then we won't leave," Zhou Nian replied with a gentle smile, giving her a playful glare. "Don't talk nonsense. Today is your wedding day. Be serious." "All right, I'll go outside to check." "The time is almost up," Hua Guixiang said, then quickly stepped outside. After stepping out, she wiped away tears from the corner of her eyes. Her little granddaughter was getting married. At that moment, Xiao Jinyu had already entered. Although Ping'an was talented with words, he couldn't compare to Xiao Jinyu. The villagers were just here to watch and ask for lucky money. Who would dare to stop the second son of the Marquis of Zhengua's house? Nan Tingji shook his head behind them, arms spread as if talking to himself. He is talented in both literature and martial arts, clever beyond others, but only loves yellow and white things. How sad. How fortunate. Onion, I'm here to pick you up. Miraculously, the deep and familiar voice made Zhou Nian feel instantly at ease. She gently placed her hand in the man's broad palm, letting him hold her as they walked toward a new life. At the farewell to elders, Hua Guixiang sat at the head table. Behind her, the family plaque of Zhou De and his wife was placed. Hua Guixiang, with tears in her eyes, gave a few instructions and handed Zhou Nian a small box. Inside were some gold and silver jewelry she had saved over the past 3 years. Though not much, it was her heartfelt gift. Zhou Nian only felt everything around her come alive again when she sat in the spacious, comfortable carriage. Firecrackers, villagers' blessings, laughter, children playing. All sounds filled her ears. She had married out. On the 10th day of October, in the capital, at the Marquis of Zhengua's house, a loud burst of firecrackers rang out. Xiao Jinyu gently kicked the sedan door, then helped Zhou Nian down. A joyful brideswoman, wearing a big red flower and a pomegranate skirt, stood happily at the gate, singing loudly, "The newlyweds enter, auspicious and lucky. Cross the fire basin, bring the treasure basin, peace and wealth, prosperity for the family, harmony for 100 years." Another round of firecrackers sounded. The newlyweds bowed to heaven and earth. Zhou Nian followed the chants and completed her most important ceremony in life. Like countless times before, she let the man lead her. Surrounded by people, they entered the bridal chamber. She sat lightly on the wedding bed, and when she removed her fan, Xiao Jinyu's handsome face appeared before her. Before his lips even fully curved into a smile, a gasp of surprise and admiration came from inside the room. Many curious onlookers gathered, eager to see what kind of woman could make the second young master of the Marquis of Zhengua bow his head and wait 3 years just to marry her. Some who wanted to say a few sharp words were speechless when they saw Qiao Nian's stunning beauty. Such a beautiful and lively woman was even more impressive than the city's #1 beauty. Surrounded by so many people, Qiao Nian felt a little shy, lowering her eyes and sitting quietly. Even this small gesture drew gasps and admiration. With such a beautiful bride, no wonder the second young master kept her so well hidden. "Congratulations! May you have children soon and a happy marriage." Only then did Xiao Jinyu look away from Qiao Nian, casually replying to some well wishes. Seeing that some people kept staring at her, he decided to ask everyone to leave. "Thank you all for your kind words. The feast in the front yard will start soon. Please, everyone, come and take your seats." Once the spectators left, Xiao Jinyu and Qiao Nian drank a toast amid a series of blessings from the wedding lady. Then Lu Zhu and Lu Yun took the wedding gifts and left. Inside the room, only Qiao Nian and Xiao Jinyu remained. There was a moment of silence. Xiao Jinyu stared at Qiao Nian with a dreamy look, full of happiness and joy that almost overflowed. Seeing him like this, Qiao Nian couldn't help but laugh softly and scolded, "Silly." Xiao Jinyu smiled foolishly. "Nian, you look so beautiful today." Qiao Nian felt her cheeks flush but refused to show weakness. She pretended to be annoyed. Only today? Tell me, which day do I not look good? Every day looks good. You're always beautiful, Ainyan. Xiao Jinyu kept smiling foolishly, holding her hand tightly. Xiao Nian rolled her eyes and said, "Aren't you going to greet the guests in front? I'll go later. My older brother is there and I helped him hold his wine at his wedding. Take off the phoenix crown on my head. It's too heavy and gives me a headache. Plus, I'm wearing 10 layers of clothes, including the inner garment. It's so heavy," Xiao Nian said, holding her phoenix crown with a pitiful look. Today, she wore the most auspicious wedding dress, much more luxurious than the one she wore when she left home. The gold thread embroidered on it was worth hundreds of taels, sewn by several embroidery women over 3 years. The phoenix crown on her head was called the Pearl and Jade Phoenix Crown. It was decorated with 99 smooth pearls of the same size, several colorful gemstones, and wrapped with gold silk to outline flowing floral patterns. In the center was a large egg-shaped pearl, accented with a ring of red gemstones, making it look very noble and luxurious, dazzling everyone. Dressed like that, Xiao Nian's lively and playful expression made Xiao Jinyu's dark eyes seem like waves rolling. His throat moved as he swallowed, but he quickly suppressed it. His voice was low and restrained as he said, "Don't move. I'll help you take this off." After removing the phoenix crown, Xiao Nian suddenly felt a lightness on her head. She shook her head and felt much more relaxed. She said, "Go attend to the guests. I'll change into something more comfortable." Xiao Jinyu replied, "I'll have someone bring you some food. Rest after eating, and I'll come back soon." After speaking, he quickly kissed her on the lips and then left the bridal chamber swiftly. Xiao Nian reacted and cursed silently at the man, but a faint smile still lingered on her lips. She called for Lu Zhu and Lu Yun to come in. Her clothes were too complicated to manage alone, so she changed into a red, flowing, wide-sleeved dress with a front opening. As she stepped out of the inner room, Chi Minru gently knocked on the door and said, "Nian Nian, I've come in." She smiled and entered, followed by 2 maids carrying food boxes. "Oh, you're so kind to bring me food yourself. It's been 3 years. You look even more beautiful now," Xiao Nian said with a smile, taking Chi Minru's hand and sitting at the table together. Chi Minru pouted playfully. "Call me Rua now. Since you've come in, you should call me sister-in-law. I'm the eldest sister-in-law now. Be a little sweeter and more diligent. I'll overlook it for the sake of our sisterhood." Both women laughed happily. The 2 maids, carrying trays, exchanged glances secretly. They didn't expect the young lady of the house to know this second wife who had just entered, and their relationship seemed quite close. They bowed respectfully, arranged the food, and quietly left the room. Xiao Nian stopped her laughter and straightened her expression. "Yes, sister-in-law. I'm new here, and I hope you'll take care of me in the future." Of course, haraha," Chi Minru replied. Over the past 3 years, they had kept in touch through letters and had become very close sisters. When they met again, there was no awkwardness. Instead, their bond grew stronger because of their changed statuses. They laughed and played for a while, then shared the meal on the table. Chi Minru smiled and said, "All right, I won't bother you anymore. This is a wedding gift from your sister-in-law. Open it later and see. I'll go now. We'll talk again tomorrow." She pushed the box toward Xiao Nian, stood up neatly, and left the room quickly. Zhou Nian always felt like she was about to run away in a hurry. She didn't think much and casually opened the jewelry box on the table. When she saw what was inside, she quickly closed it again with a snap. Her cheeks, as white as jade, quickly turned red. She thought, "Is Chi Minru really a noble daughter? Why would she give me something like this?" Inside, she felt a mix of curiosity and nervousness. Should she look? "Miss, the young master's wife sent you something. Why are you blushing?" Lu Zhu asked with confusion. Lu Yun seemed to have an idea but hesitated, glancing at Lu Zhu and tugging her sleeve. Lu Zhu looked puzzled at both of them and asked, "What kind of expressions are you making?" Zhou Nian cleared her throat lightly and said, "Please clear away the things on the table and go rest now. You've all worked hard these days." "Yes, Mississippi." "I'm not tired," Lu Yun replied quickly, packing up the dishes and putting them back into the food box. Just then, Xiao Jinyu entered, carrying a faint smell of alcohol. Lu Zhu and Lu Yan looked at Zhou Nian. She nodded and bowed slightly before leaving quickly. "On Yan, have you eaten?" Xiao Jinyu asked. Zhou Nian discreetly put the box into her space and nodded. "Yes, my sister-in-law came over and ate with me." Xiao Jinyu reached out to hug Zhou Nian but was pushed away gently by her, who disliked the smell of alcohol. "You smell like alcohol. Go wash up, okay, On Yan?" "Wait for me," Xiao Jinyu said. Xiao Jinyu let her go and strode toward the washroom. He washed himself quickly and carefully rinsed his mouth. When he came out, Zhou Nian was sitting on the bed with her back turned to him. Hearing the noise, she nervously hid something behind her, her face flushed and a little scared. "You finished washing so quickly?" Xiao Jinyu asked. Zhou Nian quickly hid something behind her pillow, her cheeks red. "What did I hide? Can I see?" both asked at the same time. However, Zhou Nian, nervous, stood up, while Xiao Jinyu reached out to grab what she had hidden. Startled, Zhou Nian turned sideways to snatch it back, cursing herself for being so stupid. How could she forget to put it in her space when she was nervous? Unfortunately, her movements were slower than Xiao Jinyu's and her arms shorter. She couldn't win the fight. She decided not to fight anymore and just watched. She thought, "See, I knew he's seen it before." When Xiao Jinyu saw the small booklet, his eyes deepened and a smile appeared on his lips. Anyan, do you like to look at this? Let's look at it together." Few who would want to watch that. Before she finished speaking, she fell into the man's broad arms. His familiar, warm scent instantly surrounded her, making her feel nervous. She instinctively tried to pull away, but his large hand held her tighter. Xiao Jinyu lowered his head, pressing his forehead against Xiao Nian's, saying, "Nian, you can't escape now." In the next moment, his red lips lightly touched hers, then gently caressed her, full of tender affection. Xiao Nian felt dizzy and her body was so soft she almost lost control. Before she knew it, the two of them had become very close. The red canopy fell, and the scene was filled with lively waves of celebration. Omitted a lengthy part here. Xiao Nian didn't know what other husbands were like, but hers was like a loyal little dog. After they got married, he became even more clingy. Even when she went out with her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, Xiao Jinyu always followed. Frustrated, Xiao Nian kicked him hard, but he didn't stop. Instead, he happily helped them prepare a carriage. The Marquis and Xiao Jinxing also took the chance to go out a few times, but unfortunately, they were both very busy. The Crown Prince was just one step away from becoming the heir, and this was a critical moment, so they couldn't relax at all. When they left, they also took Xiao Jinyu along. The three women finally relaxed, enjoying performances, watching acrobats, tasting tea, shopping for jewelry and clothes, visiting lantern festivals, and solving riddles, doing everything they could. The Marquis's household was now so powerful that almost no noblewoman in the capital dared to cause trouble, and those who came to flirt were mostly just looking to make friends. Xiao Nian met many elegant ladies and young ladies, but it was all just polite encounters. They didn't become close. When Xiao Jinyu finally freed himself from the Marquis and Xiao Jinxing's influence, their first new year after marriage had already passed. They shamelessly enjoyed a sweet, cozy life together, preparing to return to Huaishu village. The Marquis's wife couldn't understand why her youngest son suddenly wanted to go to sea, especially with Xiao Nian. What if they encountered danger? She tried to persuade and scold them, but neither listened. She could only prepare more supplies and watch anxiously as they left. "Mother, don't worry," Chi Minru said softly, handing her 1-year-old son into her arms to distract her. Xiao Nian secretly told her she didn't plan to have children before she turned 20. She wanted to travel more while she had the time. Once she had children, she wouldn't be able to leave easily. The two of them left the capital city, traveling together to check on shops and farms in various prefectures. They also made arrangements for everything along the way. When they left, daily matters were handed over to Xiaoming and Chinchuan. For decisions, they consulted Xiao Jinxing. The account books were sent to the capital for him to review. Xiao Jinxing said, "I've already said, this younger brother cannot be kept. Absolutely not." He also mentioned, "I spend all day dealing with court affairs, which is already exhausting. Why should I also help you check accounts and manage business?" When they returned to Huai Tree Village in early March, it was the perfect time for new growth. They spent a few days out with Hua Guixiang, then headed into the mountains. They brought back plenty of game, stored in their space, and planned to have small barbecues on the sea when bored, to change things up. The duration of their trip was uncertain. They only knew the general direction, the distance, and how long sailing might take. All these details were unclear. If they didn't have space and enough supplies prepared, they wouldn't dare take such a risk. But since youth is limitless, they just wanted to have fun outside. In the end, the three animals didn't enter Qiao Nian's space. They were used to the mountain life and loved running and playing freely here. They shouldn't be kept in captivity or cut off from the outside world, as that would crush their natural instincts and make them unhappy. They left Huai Tree Village in early May, bringing along Lu Zhu and Lu Yun. Grandma Su stayed behind to keep Hua Guixiang company. Yi Qi and Yi Ba also returned to their side. The house was guarded by security left by Xiao Jinyu, so there was no need to worry about safety. When Xiao Nian saw the large ship for the first time, she couldn't help but admire the wisdom of ancient people. Without modern technology and equipment, they managed to build such a big ship. Xiao Jinyu saw her shock and curiosity and gently explained, "This ship is 10 zhang tall, nearly 15 zhang wide, 38 zhang long, with 2 levels. The bottom has a cargo hold. They've already tested sailing it, and it's very steady. Even if there are waves at sea, there's no worry about sinking."